Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1, The Beginning. Isaac just finished another day of high school and was planning for the future. He wanted to go to college and be successful in life to prove that he wasn't some shut-in need to his parents. On his way home, he suddenly saw a truck speeding towards him. He tried to move, but it felt like something was holding him down. Isaac could only watch as the truck was coming closer and closer. Is this the end? I didn't even get to read the latest chapter of MHA. Will my family miss me? Probably not. I will miss my friends though, they were two good people that I actually cared about. Oh well, I could only pray for their happiness now. When the truck was just mere inches away from hitting him, the world around him suddenly went black. What happened? Did I die? I don't feel any pain. Wait. I don't feel anything at all. While Isaac was trying to figure out what happened to him, a bright shining light appears from what he assumes is the sky. Hello there, said a mysterious voice that sounded emotionless and robotic. General Kenobi. Isaac knew he had to take this seriously, but he couldn't help but think that when he heard the voice call out to him. No, I am not Kenobi, but I can take this man's form if it will keep you calm. The voice responded to Isaac's thoughts as if he had said them out loud. Really? You'll take the form of Obi-Wan Kenobi just for me? Yes. The light started to get smaller and take shape of a human. At first it looked like a human-shaped glow stick, but the light started to fade to reveal an old man with brown robes covering him. Whoa. Isaac couldn't help but gasp out in astonishment at what he just saw. It was truly amazing to witness. Now then, let's talk about why you're here, Isaac. As if water was dumped on his head to wake him up, Isaac quickly snapped out of it when he heard the god, or what he assumes it to be, talk to him. Huh? Oh, alright, sorry about that. Well, why am I here then if we're getting straight to the point? You died. Yeah, I think I know that, but for what reason? I must be in this place for a reason, right? For entertainment. The entity responded, getting a glare from Isaac as he said this. Did you really have me killed just so I could entertain you? Yes. Isaac was dumbfounded at its words. So what will happen to me? Isaac questioned, hoping to get some information about the situation he's in. You shall be reincarnated in a world of your choosing and get 3 wishes, said the Kenobi look-alike. Now Isaac was getting excited when he heard this. He could potentially go to an anime world if it was possible, and he was about to find out. First question, can I go to an anime world? Second question, can I wish to become like you? Isaac was insanely curious about this. If he can become omnipotent like this entity that's currently granting him wishes for its own amusement, then he had to become a god. For your first question, yes, you can go into fictional worlds. For your second question, no, you cannot become like me due to some restrictions. Isaac was ecstatic when he heard that he could go to literally any anime world, but he was a little disappointed when he heard he couldn't be godlike. I guess if I'm going to go to an anime world, it might as well be a somewhat safe one where there's no one that's to op, so what could go wrong with MHA? The only people he has to worry about is All for One and All Might. If he was a normal person. I gotta make good choices with these wishes. Isaac thought to himself. For my first wish, I want to look like and become Pain from Naruto, but not Nagato. I mean Yhiko, but with the power of the Reneigan, but without restrictions like waiting for almighty push to recharge. For my second wish, I want unlimited chakra so I could spam my jutsu. For my last wish, I don't want my powers to be stolen or cancelled so I don't have to worry about AFO. Isaac looked at Kenobi that was deep in contemplation. After a short amount of time has passed, Kenobi finally responded saying, your wishes are granted. I will send you to this world immediately. You will be born around the time of the protagonist and will have a peaceful life until canon. Your name will be Yihiko Akatsuki. You will be an orphan like the original Yhiko. That will be all. Isaac wanted to say something to the entity, but before he knew it, Kenobi was gone in the blink of an eye. Isaac, or Yhiko now, felt like he was falling, like something was pulling him. He felt pain all over his body, like he was being burned alvi, but he endures. After a few seconds of unimaginable pain, everything stopped like nothing ever happened. Is it over? Am I reincarnating? He knew it. He saw another blinding light, and several people talking while a woman screams in pain. Ah, I must be getting born, was Yhiko's last thoughts before he passes out. Chapter 2, Quirk Awakening. Shortly after Yhiko was born, his parents gave him away to an orphanage since they don't have the money or the time to raise a newborn. The orphanage he was sent to was fairly large. It was filled with children and teachers alike. The teacher that was going to take care of him was an old quirkless woman named Hanako. She has taken care of many other children before, so she thought that this child will be no different. Soon Hanako will realize that she was dead wrong. Time skip 4 years. Some time has passed since Yhiko reincarnated in this world. It took him a while to adjust since he wasn't originally Japanese, so he had to study the language. He got the hang of it faster than the other kids in the orphanage, so he was asked to help the younger children learn. It didn't bother him too much since he had nothing to do besides wait until he unlocks his quirk. Yihiko couldn't wait until the day came to show everyone the power of the 6 paths of pain. Kenobi told him that due to restrictions he couldn't become omnipotent like him, so why not turn myself into a character that was op in Naruto. In Naruto, Nagato destroyed Konoha and killed a bunch of people with one almighty push, so of course I'm gonna be excited when I get my powers. Next day. Yihiko woke up in a cold sweat. His eyes felt strange, he was able to sense other people around him. It was 4:30 a.m., still dark outside and everyone was asleep. He quickly went to the bathroom to check his eyes in the mirror. Yihiko was surprised, looking back at him was the Reneigan. Looking at it from a screen was way different than looking at it in real life. It was surreal, but Yihiko was still ecstatic to know that he awakened his quirk, but he decided to wait until everyone else wakes up to show them. 2 hours later the teachers start waking up and get themselves prepared for another day of work. It was Hanako's job to wake the children up. When she went inside the room she was shocked to see 2 purple eyes with black water-like ripples around the pupils staring at her. It felt as if those eyes were staring into her very soul. Yet Hanako was able to calm herself down and quickly turned on the lights, waking up the other kids in the process. Hanako was relieved to see it was just Yihiko. Figuring out that he must have awakened his quirk, she congratulated him and told him that she would take him to go get his quirk check after breakfast. When Yihiko saw the shocked expression on the old woman's face, he couldn't help but let OU a small smile. I'm going to have to start training when I get time for myself. I'll have to set obstacle courses to test my control over the Deva path. I can't wait till I start flying. Yihiko quickly got ready for breakfast while ignoring the stares of the people around him. Yihiko found himself getting bombarded with questions about his eyes from the other kids, curious about his abilities. What can your eyes do? Can you see through walls? I bet he can shoot lasers from his eyes. Yihiko was the center of attention. Apparently it's been a while since someone last awakened their quirk at the orphanage. Even the teachers were curious about him. They saw Yihiko as a mature and smart child since he was always calm and quiet, never talks unless spoken to. Unfortunately they were going to have to wait. Yihiko wasn't going to tell them about his multiple abilities he has since it could bring him unwanted attention. He will only use one path in public, while practicing the rest in private. I think I'll use the Deva path as my quirk for now, since I don't know how people will think about the others. The animal path is out since it summons creatures and I don't think there's a summoning quirk in MHA so it will undraw attention. Same with Naraka path since it also summons a creature. Human path is a no-go as well since it just kills people when I use it. I honestly don't know about the Azura path. Will people think I'm some sort of robot? It doesn't matter right now, that's a problem for future me. The Preta path is also a mystery. In Naruto the Preta path absorbed chakra, but I'm not in Naruto though. Will it absorb types of energy? Like Nijire's vitality quirk? Or Ioma's belly button laser? I guess that's another problem for future me to find out. After Yihiko finished breakfast Hanako took him to the hospital to name his quirk and to see if he has any drawbacks like blindness, headaches, or dry eye. These are common drawbacks when one has an eye-type quirk. Blindness is the most concerning of the 3, it could be temporary or permanent after use. Hanako had hoped that Yihiko received only a minor drawback like dry eye. Soon she realized that her worrying was pointless. When Yihiko was called in the doctor's office, he was asked to show or explain his quirk. I'll just show them that my quirk is telekinesis. I lift up the chair I was sitting on with universal pull, and it honestly felt amazing using the Reneigan for the first time. The doctor and Hanako were surprised. They expected it to be some sort of eye quirk but quickly composed themselves and started asking him if he felt strange or sick. No, I feel quite alright, doctor. Yihiko said calmly, getting the doctor to sigh in relief. Alright then, now that the examination is done, what would you like to name your quirk? Reneigan. Eh? Reneigan. What a strange name. You sure you want to name your quirk Reneigan and not telekinesis? Yes, doctor, I'm sure. The doctor quickly sent them off after his test since he has more patents to examine. When Yihiko returned from the hospital, the kids playing outside the orphanage began swarming him. How strong is your quirk? Is it like All Might's? Can you show us your quirk? Yihiko was once again bombarded with questions. I can't wait till I get out of here, Yihiko thought to himself before ignoring the curious children. Chapter 3, Reneigan Training. It has been 6 years since Yihiko awakened his Reneigan. He's been experimenting with it to figure out how some of the jutsus work. Preta path technically shouldn't work in MHA since it absorbs chakra, but Yihiko was pleasantly surprised to learn that it was able to absorb certain types of attacks. Yihiko has been sneaking out of the orphanage late at night to test his abilities on some common thugs. He always made sure to make a shadow clone to sleep in his bed when he was out. I've fought with hundreds of thugs ever since I've been testing my abilities and none of them were a threat to me. The most notable thug I fought was some alcoholic that spit fire out of his mouth uncontrollably. It was risky going against him since I didn't know if the Predapath would work, but it was worth the risk when I saw the look on his face when he saw how a 10-year-old boy absorbed the fire into his fingers. It was reassuring to know how the Predapath worked in this universe. Since I can absorb energy, I could absorb Todoroki's fire and Denki's lightning. Can I absorb Bakugo's explosions? Is Tokoyami's dark shadow a type of energy? I still have more questions about my abilities, like if I absorb too much of a certain type of energy, will I turn into stone like the Predapath in Naruto did? Most likely not, but you can't be too sure, always good to play it safe and come up with a backup plan. The other paths are coming along quite nicely as well, like the Naraka path for example. Yihiko wanted to experiment with it so he would test it out on the thugs he beat up. The thugs that had minor and major injuries alike were completely healed when they stepped out of the King of Hell. How interesting, could I cure diseases with this? What about All Might's injury? Or people that have had their quirks stolen from them? Does that even count as an injury? Damn, I'm curious, but I still have more testing to do. As for the animal path, Yihiko had no problem summoning them. In the anime, Nagato was able to see what they see, and control them with his chakra. Let's see, which creature should I summon first? When Yihiko first used summoning jutsu, he summoned a huge black and orange centipede that had a huge piercing in its head. Oh, that's right, I forgot all about the whole piercing thing. Should I get piercing like Original Pain? Hell yeah, I should. He looked like a badass with those piercings on. While Yihiko was thinking to himself, the centipede summon was patiently waiting for its instructions from its summoner. I guess I'll get my piercings later, for now I'll dispel the jutsu and see how many I can summon at once at a later date. The Azura path took some getting used to since it was strange for Yihiko. I just find it weird to suddenly grow extra arms and faces. How does Shoji do this? It's not that difficult to use the faces since I'm used to having more vision thanks to the animal path, it's just the arms are a bit tricky. I'll get used to it eventually. The human path wasn't really a challenge at all, it just took some getting used to. When Yihiko first used it on a thug, he gained all of his memories at once, which gave Yihiko a headache. He wasn't expecting it to hit him all at once, so for his second try with another thug he decided to try to slowly receive the information and see if he could mentally prepare himself. Yihiko still got a headache, but it was much smaller, which was a big improvement. He also found some interesting information. A drug ring run by Yakuza. It's not that far from the orphanage, and I could use some human targets to test my more lethal moves on. I should head over there tomorrow night. Yihiko thought to himself as he quickly went back home after disposing his test subjects. Another day went by as the Yakuza started experimenting on a quirk-canceling drug. Their boss recently went into a coma, so his son Kai Chisaki took over and introduced a drug made from his newborn daughter that was meant to destroy quirks. He wanted to quickly spread his incomplete drug to other surviving Yakuza groups, but to his dismay, they were being arrested left and right. He had no choice but to spread it amongst the black market and put it in drug rings for the time being. Standing in front of one of these drug rings was a young boy that looked to be around 10 years old. He had orange hair and strange purple eyes that were staring at the outside of a specific building. Is this the place? It looks a little different from what I saw in that thug's memories. The boy thought that it was one of the Yakuza members changing the layout. He silently started floating over the fence and went straight for the roof. It was currently around 1 a.m., not many people were out this late, so he assumed that nobody saw him. He was wrong. A young blonde-haired girl that looked the same age as him was watching silently with curiosity in her eyes. Chapter 4, Meeting Toga. Inside a large cluttered room, multiple people could be seen working hard on some sort of project. Everyone in the room was actively doing their role in this group project despite it being so late at night. They all looked tired, unmotivated, and on the verge of passing out any second now. Hey, do we have any more coffee? If we did, I would have drank it by now. Well, go out and buy some more. Are you serious? Who do you think you're talking to? I'm your superior, Aisho. And I'm yours. As soon as the two men heard the voice, they instantly stopped bickering and stood up to address the men in charge of them. Hekiji Tingai-sama. Our deepest apologies, we didn't mean to disturb you. It's fine, I got a message from Chisaki-sama. He wants to let you all know that the resources we were supposed to receive will be late due to an increase in heroes patrolling around this area. You'll have to make do with what we currently have. The quirk researchers in the room were greatly disappointed by his words. They were barely making any progress since they've never tried making a quirk-canceling drug before. They need resources, time, and sleep, but they didn't have any of these luxuries right now. Seriously. Does this lazy bastard know how hard it is to make a drug like this is? How are we supposed to make it if we don't have any supplies? Do they want us to fail? The researchers would never say this out loud, they knew better than to say something like that to a member of the 8 Bullets. Of course, Tingai-sama, we will show you the results of our hard work. They said in unison. It was kind of amazing to see the once sleepy and disorganized researchers immediately straighten up, as if they were never tired in the first place. As the man in the plaque doctor mask was about to exit the room, something unexpected happened. The ceiling started trembling and forming several spider web-like cracks on it, like it was about to cave in any second now. Eh? What's happening? Is it an earthquake? Are we under attack? Is it a hero or a vigilante? Did the heroes find us? While the researchers were panicking, Tengai activated his barrier quirk and pulled out a pistol from his black kimono. The bullets were regular bullets since they haven't had a successful test with the quirk-canceling bullets yet. He pointed his gun at the ceiling and waited for them to crash through, his finger on the trigger. Right when the ceiling looked like it was going to collapse, it suddenly stopped and the only noise that could be heard was the scared whimpers of a few researchers. Tengai-sama, what do W? Shut up. Tengai quickly snapped at the researcher. He wasn't willing to let himself get distracted when he's facing an unknown enemy without Rappa. If only that stupid musclehead had just listened to Chisaki-sama and went with me to check on the damn drug rings, I wouldn't be so worried if he was here. Tengai thought to himself, never taking his eyes off the ceiling. Their attention was on the ceiling. They're not going to move out of the building since it could have been some sort of scare tactic that would make them run outside in the open. They all waited for something to happen, whether it's a police announcement telling them to surrender, or a vigilante showing up ready for battle. Several minutes have passed with nothing but complete silence. Nobody has moved an inch. After a few more minutes, Tengai finally put his gun back in his kimono. When the researchers saw this, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Is it over? Was it really just an earthquake? I thought we were done for. Tengai sighed. Let's move to a different drug ring. This one isn't SA. Before he could finish, the wall to his left was blasted inwards, flipping over desks and causing a cave-in. The lucky ones were killed instantly by having their heads crushed with debris. The unlucky ones were trapped under the rubble, unable to move or breathe with the weight slowly crushing them as time goes on. What the hell? Tengai was completely fine. He still had his barrier up and was able to save himself. Taking a quick look around, he saw the current status of the room. It's completely devastated. Everything that we were researching here is destroyed. Whoever did this must have did it with the intent to kill. I highly doubt they would put that much force into the wall if they were simply going to tell us to surrender. So this is the amount of damage I can cause with a single cluster missile. Good to know. Looking back at the broken wall, Tengai quickly pulled out his gun and aimed at the source of the voice, only to be shocked to see a young boy standing there. His purple eyes were looking right at Tengai, looking away briefly to scan the room, then landing back on Tengai. A kid. Did a kid cause all this destruction? No, that can't be it. He must be checking to see if all of us were killed. It doesn't matter. After I kill him, I'll report back to Chisaki-sama and tell him that we lost a drug ring. Without much thought, Tengai deactivated his barrier and fired 5 bullets at Yihiko, only to be surprised a second time when the bullets stopped in midair. Do you really think a simple gun can hurt me? Shinra Tensei. The bullets started flying back at Tengai at incredible speeds. Before he could put his barrier back up, the bullets hit him full force. One bullet found itself in his right leg, another in his right arm, 2 passing through his stomach, the last one in his head. He didn't even have time to react. That was how fast it was. Shit. I should have kept him alive. I would have been able to find the remaining bullets in Chisaki's hideout. I want to take down the Yakuza since they seem they can probably put up a decent fight since they have interesting quirks. Oh well, no use in crying over spilt milk. I can always start looking for them if I'm bored. When Yihiko was getting ready to dispose of them, he suddenly sensed someone heading towards him. A hero. Quickly turning around to see who it was, his senses told him to dodge. Slightly turning his head to the right, Yihiko was able to see a kitchen knife flying mere centimeters away from his head. Looking at the direction the knife came from, Yihiko saw a tall skinny man with red highlights in his hair. When Yihiko was preparing to retaliate, the man started looking distorted, like he was melting. Is he turning into slime? Wait a minute. I recognize that gray sludge. It's Himiko Toga. Yihiko was happy to see her, even if he didn't let it show on his face. Why? Because Toga was his favorite character in MHA. He always thought of her as an interesting character. She was basically Yihiko's waifu before he died. Now he got to meet her face to face. Where a tall skinny man was once standing now reveals a young girl covered in gray sludge. Despite all of the sludge, the girl had a large smile plastered on her face. Wow, you killed all of these people. Amazing. You should have killed them a bit more slowly though, that way they can cherish their final moments with you. Don't you think that sounds great? I was planning on killing them slowly. They were just too weak to stand up against a god. The two silently stared at each other for a couple of seconds, a boy with a god complex staring at a crazy Yandere girl. Seconds later the young girl broke the silence by saying, "If I become your follower, will you help me make some new friends? Didn't you just throw a knife at me?" "Yup. And you're expecting me to act like it didn't happen?" "Yes." Chapter 5, Twice. 2 years have passed since I've met Toga. We've learned a lot about each other. A week after our first meeting, she used her family's resources to find out where I live. That's right, Toga is a rich girl that was forced to suppress her quirk because her parents found it disgusting. Thus the poor girl had to pretend that she was a normal quirkless girl. Her desire to drink blood to transform into someone else only grew larger as time went on. She eventually started sneaking out and started killing people to satisfy herself. During this time, someone came to the orphanage looking for a child to adopt. That child ended up being me. The one who wanted to adopt me was none other than Twice, or Jin Babaigawara. Guessing by the stitches on his head and the way he's acting, the traumatic event happened recently. Yihiko, please stay back. This man is asking for you and he keeps saying he would like to adopt you, but he appears to be dangerous. I'll tell him to leave immediately. It's fine, let him speak. If he is dangerous, then I'll deal with him. Hey, wait. I'm not dangerous, I promise, little man. You seem very mature for your age. I can get you into a good school if you want. If that's not your thing, then I could buy you some games to play with. What do you think? Toga must have sent him. It looks like he'll break down and start crying if I reject him. He must be desperate for human intimacy. I could use this to my advantage. I accept. I'll be your son from now on. Jean immediately perked up upon hearing his words. Really? You don't know how happy I am. You won't be disappointed. I promise I'll get you anything you want. Yhiko gave him a simple nod. He wasn't expecting him to get so worked up. I'll go get my belongings together. It may take a while. That's fine, son. Please take your time while I wait out here. Oh, right. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jin Babaigawara, but you can call me Dad. He really was desperate. I'll just call Himiko and tell her that I got adopted. The first time he met Toga, she gave him her phone number and home address so he could find and contact her. He just went along with it since it meant that she trusts him already, or that she's planning to do something with him. The second one is more likely now that Twice is involved. He starts calling her on the house phone, and waits for her to pick up. Hello, Akatsuki-kun. Did something interesting happen? I got adopted. He says bluntly. Eh? You got adopted? Congratulations. I'll throw you a party when we meet up again. That won't be necessary, I already know that you're the one that sent him. How did you know? Did he tell you? I told him to keep it a secret. He didn't tell me anything, I knew because of how obvious it was. I almost forgot that you were a party pooper, so lame. Would it kill you to play along with it once? You can't kill God. I'll see you soon. Goodbye for now. It was rather strange how the two of them interacted with each other. One was blunt and emotionless, yet he sounded condescending to anyone he spoke to. The other one was playful and cordial. Despite all this, she was actually quite shrewd. They were complete opposites, but they were so similar at the same time. When he finished getting his stuff together, he went back to the entrance to see if Ito was there. Akatsuki-san. Please, Lord Kenobi, have mercy on my soul. Looking at the entrance of the orphanage was like looking at hell for Yihiko. Almost every kid in the orphanage was standing in front of him, sad to see that their purple-eyed friend was leaving them. Knowing they couldn't do anything about it, they decided to say their goodbyes to him while Ito was completing the adoption papers. Why do they like me so much? I barely talk to any of them. Sigh, I'm going to end up getting annoyed to death if this keeps up. When Jean was coming back, all of the kids that were once clustered together like a bunch of sardines started dispersing one by one to slowly make room for the approaching adult. Finally free, I never thought that living in an orphanage would be so tiring. Looks like someone's pretty popular. What did you do to get so many people to like you anyway? It's most likely because of my quirk. Your quirk? Oh. That's right, Toga said that you have telekinesis, right? Yes, they thought it was cool so they kept on asking me to make things float. That's a pretty cool quirk. Mine is called Double. I can clone myself and others, but I need their measurements first. Want me to clone you? Thanks for the offer, but I refuse. They had short discussions, Jean asking him his likes and dislikes while Yhiko kept his answers short and simple. He didn't even try to add anything to the conversation. Eventually they've arrived at their destination. So this is where I'll be living. It doesn't look like much, but it's a lot better than the orphanage. Sorry that it's a little shabby, I'll get it fixed up immediately. Your room is upstairs, first door to your left. So he owns the whole apartment building. How interesting. Yhiko went upstairs to check out his new room. It was in pretty good shape considering the sorry state of the rest of the apartment. His room had a queen-sized bed, one window, a desk, a 55-inch TV, and a medium-sized dresser for his clothes. The room was big and spacious since it had so little in it. Now I have perfect control of my chakra, paths of pain, and my living situation. All I need now is swordsmanship classes, a few chakra receivers, and some piercings, then I'll be ready for canon. Just 3 more years, that's how long I'll have to wait until the League of Villains show up. Deca gets one for all, and all for one returns. I wonder how different things are going to be when I interfere with the original story. I already know that I changed it when I killed one of the 8 bullets and met Yhiko. It's only going to get even more messed up when I apply for UA. But first. Hey Jean, I want to get some piercings, can you afford it? It depends on how many you want. I can probably get you 1 or 2, but I'll have to ask Yhiko-chan for some money if you plan on getting any more than that. How many do you want anyway? About 40. Chapter 6, Unpleasant Experience. Heading over to a nearby body piercing shop with Yhiko and Jean, Yihiko had to repeatedly tell Jean that he was absolutely sure that he wanted this. I don't know kid, don't you think you should do this when you're older? You might not be able to get a girlfriend if you look like a walking pin cushion, and what about your stomach? How are you gonna get piercings underneath your ribs and walk off completely fine? I'll be fine, I can just heal myself if anything goes wrong. I say we let him. See, Yhiko agrees with me. What? But Toga-chan, what if It'll be fine. He said he can heal himself, so it's fine. Besides, don't you want to see him get hurt? It will make him even more beautiful than he already is. Yhiko was breathing heavily, she had a huge grin on her face and was blushing like crazy. So scary. I just want to hide my face and go home. Jean thought to himself. When they arrived at his shop, they were greeted by a tall lanky man. He had piercings all over his face, from his lips to his eyebrows, even his nape wasn't spared. The trio was able to see nipple and belly button piercings through his white t-shirt. Hello friends, would you like some piercings or tattoos? I would like some facial and body piercings. What about the others? We're just here to make sure he's alright. Cool, so what type of piercings do you want? Navel piercing. Septum. How about a labret? I have a body diagram and I marked where I want them, is this acceptable? A custom body piercing. Haven't done one of those in a while. If it's not too dangerous I can try. Grabbing the diagram and examining it thoroughly, the man frowned a little and said. I said as long as it's not dangerous I can try to do it, this is very dangerous. How do you expect me to do this without killing you? I can heal myself. Good enough for me, I'll have you sign a waiver so you won't sue me in case you die though. How's that sound? I'm fine with it, what do you guys think? A waiver? Shouldn't you tell him to not pierce his body if it's that dangerous? If he wants to do it then let him do it. I got my first piercing when I was 7, it's this one right here if you're curious. He points to the septum on his nose. But these aren't little hunks of metal, they're giant hunks of metal that will be going through his stomach. Jean was practically shouting at this point. It was nice to see that he's worried about me, I wonder what he's thinking. I swear to God if this brat dies here after making me walk around without my mask, I'll go down to hell and kill him a second time. Technically it would be his 3rd time but he doesn't need to know that. Yhiko was strangely quiet for some reason. Yihiko thought that she was also worried about him, but one look at her face says it all. Ah, Akatsuki-kun is going to get hurt, which means he's going to start bleeding, which will make him look even hotter. I want to see it. I need to see it. Thankfully, nobody here was telepathic. So how am I supposed to do this? I can do your ears and chin, but I don't know about your nose and body. Just stab me at the right places and we'll be done. Okay then, I'll start with your arms. Hold your breath kid, this is gonna hurt. Looking at the approaching metal rods that were about to pierce his arms, Yhiko couldn't help but think, why did I want to do this again? Oh right, it's because I want to look badass. Stab HM. Ah, he pierced it, 2 weeks later. Laying down on a comfortable bed back at Jin's apartment, Yhiko was sleeping peacefully. Even with multiple metal rods in his body, he didn't look uncomfortable at all. Wake up Akatsuki-kun, I have to take you to your swordsmanship classes. Come on get your ass up so we can go already. Jin yelled from his room downstairs. Slowly getting up from his bed, Yhiko starts getting dressed in casual clothing and heads downstairs. Look who finally showed up, took you long enough. I made you some cereal but it's probably soggy by now. Why would you make me something to eat if I can't eat it? Who said you can't eat it? It's still good, here take a bite. Why don't eat it? Tell me how it tastes. Hell no, how am I supposed to eat that shit? Exactly. Once they were done bickering with each other, they went to a large dojo for Yihiko's training. On the inside of the large dojo other people could be seen training, mostly other teenagers. Most of them are quirkless, so they went here to learn how to defend themselves from people with quirks. When Yhiko arrived everyone started staring at him, like he was some sort of zoo animal. It's mostly because he's the 4th person with a quirk that decided to train at this dojo, the other reason was his piercings. Nobody was expecting a young boy covered in strange piercings to come through the door, he even had a strange man with paper bag on his head following him. Hello Akatsuki-kun, ready for your training? Yes Shimura-sensei. I'm ready for today's spar. Good. Unsheath your wooden sword and try to keep up. Start. Quickly rushing forward, Yihiko was preparing to slash at the unmoving old man. As he was about to strike, Shimura quickly struck Yihiko's left arm. Stumbling back from the unexpected attack, Yihiko steadied himself and prepared for the onslaught of blows Shimura was about to release on him. While Yihiko was training, everyone stopped to watch him spar with Shimura. They were amazed by the flawless movements the elder had demonstrated, and even more amazed when they saw Yihiko keep up with him. Yihiko was not on the same level with Shimura, but he was improving fast, way too fast. Shimura wasn't expecting much from him at first, but the 2 weeks they spent sparring together quickly changed his mind. Yihiko was soaking up everything Shimura taught him like a sponge. Huff huff, you're improving even when we're sparring. Truly amazing indeed. If you keep this up, you might even be able to land a hit on me, young Akatsuki. Dodging to the side, Shimura evades another attack. He counters with his own attack and forces Yihiko to block the heavy blow. Shimura-sensei, if you keep on talking while we spar, you might end up on your ass if you aren't careful. Most of the people in the dojo took offense to this, except for Shimura. They wanted nothing more than to drive the purple-eyed boy out of the dojo, but Shimura wouldn't allow it. Oh. Talking smack now. Is this confidence or arrogance? It's hard to tell with that damn expressionless face of yours. Quickly backing up and getting in a stance that Yihiko knew all too well, Shimura decides to end the match here. Yihiko, on the other hand, was preparing to face his inevitable defeat, but he was at least going to try to make it through the match without as many bruises from last time. Dashing forward with incredible speed, Shimura swipes at Yihiko's sword. While Yihiko was able to see the entire attack, he couldn't defend himself against it without breaking his sword. Easily slicing through the wooden sword with his own, Shimura sheathed his sword and walks over to the orange-haired boy that was laying flat on his back with visible bruises on his arms. You lasted a few seconds longer than last time, a huge improvement. You would probably move faster if you didn't have all that metal in your arms. Shut up. Chapter 7, Wishes. 1 year later. A 13-year-old boy could be seen sitting on top of a building. To his left is a blonde girl that was currently looking at some blood inside a small vial. To his right is an energetic man whose face is covered for his own sake. Yihiko, Toga, and Twice. They're observing a rundown warehouse, waiting for a perfect opportunity to strike. Hey Yihiko-kun, why do we have to do this? It's so boring. Wouldn't it be better to just destroy the whole place if it's bothering you so much? No Himiko, there's something in there that will help improve the chances of a better future. It would be a shame if we accidentally destroyed it. The chances of a better future? Both Himiko and Jean were confused. They were here because Yihiko asked them for help with something important. They didn't think it would be anything serious. What do you mean by that? Are you going to do something big? Not me, Jean, we will do something big. Huh? Wait a second, you never said anything about us being involved. I'll gladly help you, but what's in it for us? Himiko, you said you wanted to live in a world where you could do anything you want without feeling restricted, right? Yes. Jean, you said you wanted to make some friends, am I correct? Yeah. Well, I'll make your wishes come true. All you two have to do is help me make my own wish come true. What's your wish? They couldn't help but ask. Yihiko never spoke about his ambitions before, so they were extremely curious. World peace. They didn't expect to hear those words to come out of his mouth. They were expecting something like, to become a god, or, world domination. It's almost time, Jean, start cloning us so we could get in position. Oh okay, you got it. 6 Yihikos and several Himikos later, they were ready. All they had to do now was wait for nightfall. Let's go. 6 masked individuals jumped off a building and were quickly falling. They looked like villains with the way they were dressed. They wore black cloaks with a little bit of blue around their waistline. 5 of them stealthily jumped onto the side of the warehouse and started climbing towards different windows. When the 5 were in position, the last one walked right up to the huge doors and knocked 3 times. On the inside of the warehouse, several armed people were moving strange-looking creatures in large test tubes. The one supervising them was a short bald man with a large mustache and strange goggles. His name is Kyudai Garaki, a man that tells all for one powerful quirks that could help him and makes Nomu for him. Kyudai is staring at a man in a test tube, a man he worked hard on. He had tried to make a Nomu that could blend in with society. He failed miserably. His test subject had its mind intact, so he couldn't control him like the other Nomu. Its body started breaking down as well, making it completely useless. A failure. All for One even gave it some powerful quirks too. I should just stick with the original design for now. Suddenly he heard a knock on the giant doors. This was enough to worry the doctor. The warehouse was a restricted area. Normal civilians weren't able to get in. This isn't good. We've been discovered. I must call All for One and let him know that the heroes are onto us. I want half of you to form a firing squad in front of the door. The rest can start moving the incomplete Nomu to a more secure location. The mercenaries did what they were told and started preparing for attack. Kyudai called all for one and told him about the current situation. I want you to go to the roof so Kurogiri can help you escape. I don't care about the regular Nomu but keep the one I made for Tamura safe. Understood, sir. I'll call you again when I'm safe. Open the doors and prepare to fire. The giant doors began to open slowly. Standing on the other side of the door was a person wearing a white bird mask and a black cloak. Judging from his height, the mercenaries thought he was quite young. But in the end it didn't matter to them, all that mattered was the money they were going to get once the job was over. Fire. As the mercenaries were about to open fire on the masked individual, a quarter of them suddenly pointed their guns at their allies. What the H, bang. Only the sounds of gunfire was heard in the warehouse. It got even more chaotic when 5 more people crashed through different windows. They wore the same black cloak as the one at the door, they even had the same build as him, the only way to tell the difference between them is their animal masks. They all wore different masks, one had a cat mask, another had a fox mask, ECT. What? Why are the mercenaries turning on each other? And who are these guys? Vigilantes. The unknown group of people were killing mercenaries left and right, the traitors were also making short work of as well. This is not good, at this rate I won't be able to hold out against them. I need a distraction. Looking at the incomplete Nomu in the test tubes, Kyudai formed a large grin on his face without him even knowing it. He quickly reached for some keys he had on his waist and put it in a lock on his control panel. Twisting the key as fast as he could, he then pushes a red button next to it. The Nomu that were sleeping in the test tubes started thrashing around wildly, they broke the tubes that imprisoned them. Once they were free, they started destroying everything in their path. Not knowing or caring about who or what they were fighting, it quickly turned into battle of survival. This should give me enough time to escape this hellhole, I just need to get to the roof with Tamura's Nomu unscathed. While Kyudai was thinking of ways to escape, the 6 masked vigilantes were fighting against the Nomu with ease. Is this really all they could do? It's like fighting giant children, they're just swinging their arms wildly. Yihiko ducked under a giant arm and stabbed the pitiful creature in the head with a chakra receiver, making it pop up on the top of its skull. He then grabs the other end of the receiver and twists it until the head of the Nomu is upside down. One of his clones summoned a giant panda that has 3 large rods in it, to defend himself from a punch from a Nomu. The summoned beast didn't even move an inch. Throwing a receiver that went through the Nomu's throat, the clone dispels the summon and starts throwing more chakra receivers. Kyudai was starting to realize the Nomu weren't going to slow the vigilantes down, but luckily for him Kurogiri arrived earlier than expected. Are you alright, doctor? I'm fine, just get us out of here already. As you wish. Quickly disappearing with the doctor and the Nomu made to kill All Might, Kurogiri got one last look at the people who did this. 6 people were quickly finishing off the remaining Nomu like it was nothing. If they are targeting us specifically, then we're not going to stand a chance against them without all for one. Yihiko looks at the black fog with an uncaring gaze, the doctor escaped but he wasn't the target in the first. Calmly walking past the corpses of both man, creature, and brownish slime. His clones started melting into slime as well, not that it mattered. Yihiko didn't stop walking until he went in front of a particular test tube. Inside was a tall man with long white hair, he was wearing a black full-body suit that had glowing purple linings. The suit had 2 black and purple cylinders protruding from each shoulder blade, his mask had 7 smaller versions of the 2 cylinders on it, 3 on each cheek and 1 on his chin. Smashing the glass of the test tube, the water-like liquid started flowing out causing the man to fall. Catching him in his arms, Yhiko brings him to a carries him outside and jumps away. He didn't bother cleaning up his mess, it would help the heroes realize the return of all for one sooner. Landing on the building that Himiko and Jean were on, Yhiko puts the men down and starts conversing with them. This is the guy that can help us. It doesn't look he can do much considering we had to save him in the first place. He looks like a nice guy, I hope we can be friends. He will be necessary for my plans, and he's fairly powerful since he can steal quirks like all for one. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them immediately got serious. I already explained to them who all for one was and what he was capable of. I also told them about All Might's situation. So that's why you were so insistent on finding these buildings with those Nomu things. Does this mean he can steal our quirks? Yes. I see. Let's kill him before he becomes a threat. No. But why not? If I kill him, then that means there's one less all for one in this world. Don't you think it would be better in the long run? This all for one right here hates the original, so he's a potential ally. Besides, I have a way to persuade him to join us. HMPF, fine. He could join for now, but I'll stab him to death if he tries anything fishy. Thank you for understanding, Himiko, it makes me happy to know that you trust me so much. Yihiko let out a small genuine smile, he's never smiled in front of them before, so this was a pretty big surprise for them. Jean. Jean. Look. Yihiko's smiling, he's really smiling. Quick, take a picture. Who are you? And what did you do with my son? I'm never smiling again. Chapter 8, 9. It has been 3 days since Yihiko attacked the Nomu lab, the police, and many heroes got involved with the investigation. They examined the Nomu corpses while trying to figure out what happened. Yihiko didn't leave any traces behind since he had his clones interact with the environment. In the end, they couldn't find any leads and wrote it down as a vigilante attack. Back at Jin's apartment, Yihiko could be seen reading a book about anatomy while waiting for the men sleeping on the couch to wake up. He's been stuck in some sort of coma for the past 3 days. Yihiko thinks it might be because of his body deteriorating. Fortunately, his worry wasn't necessary since the sleeping men started to wake up. You're finally awake, it's good to see that, yo. Before Yihiko could finish talking, the man shot a purple laser out of his finger right at Yihiko. Yihiko simply formed a barrier with almighty push, causing the man to widen his eyes in surprise. He has air wall too. Is he also a Nomu? I thought you would be more reasonable, simply attacking your savior out of nowhere like that is really stupid. My apologies, but you have to understand what type of situation I was in. I have every right to be on edge after getting experimented on, and by any chance, are you a Nomu? I am not. It is simply my quirk. I see, why? Why did you rescue me? I am seeking strong individuals to help me change the future. This world is ugly and flawed, I must change that. People think the world is at peace, they are wrong. How can there be peace when heroes and villains exist? They treat it like it's normal, that it's fine that they're running amok and threatening their safety. I will make everyone realize that there can be no peace as long as these heroes and villains exist. I will make them realize that there is an even greater threat than villains, a threat so dangerous that both sides will have no choice but band together in hopes of defeating it. That threat will be a god, an unbeatable god. I am God. I understand, I also wish to change the world. The strong will rule over the weak. If we have to live in a society, it might as well be a superhuman one. The supremacy of one's quirk is all that matters, since it's the only way to measure a person's worth. Villains and heroes are irrelevant, raw power is all that matters. Not their origins, not their beliefs, the strength of their quirk is what's most important. There can only be one true ruler, that ruler will be me. Shall we introduce ourselves since we had a bit of a rough start? I am Yhiko Akatsuki, I am God. 9. Future ruler of society. The two began an hour-long discussion with each other about the perfect society and how much better the future would be if they changed it. It was a lengthy discussion, it probably would have continued for another hour. But suddenly 9 started gasping for air, veins started popping up on his head. His cells were decaying, but he couldn't heal himself. Ah, I almost forgot about how your body is. I almost forgot to ask you to join me as well. Gasp join gasp you. Why would gasp I join gasp you? I can heal you. I know what you're thinking, and yes, that barrier earlier was a part of my quirk. But do you really think I would attempt something as big as changing society without power? If you join me, I can heal you right now. You don't have to, but it will be a lot faster this way, don't you agree? Gasp I agree, gasp. Good choice, all that hard work really paid off. Welcome to the Akatsuki, 9. Using the Naraka path to summon the King of Hell, Yhiko grabbed 9 by his nape and threw him inside the creature's mouth, and it began chewing. One would expect screams of pain upon being eaten, but no screams were heard. After a few seconds of chewing, it spat him out and began descending back into the portal. When the process was over, Yhiko walked up to 9, who was currently in shock from getting eaten and getting spat back out, feeling better than ever. What was that? How did it heal me? What type of quirk summons a monster that heals people by eating them? Glad to see that you're alright, I'll have you keep your end of the bargain by introducing yourself to the other members of the Akatsuki. And just a quick reminder for you, don't try to steal my quirk. I can cripple you just as fast as I can heal you, understood? I won't turn my back on my comrades, especially you since you healed me with that strange monster. I cannot thank you enough, Yihiko-sama. Sama. Oh well, it's better to have the respect of my allies anyway. Yihiko texted Jin and Himiko and told them about their newest member, but they could care less about him. You named our group after yourself. Not fair, I wanted our group to be called Tozuker's Sad Face. Yihiko-kun, that name isn't cute at all. If you want a cute name, just name the group after me, smiling face with smiling eyes. Do they take anything seriously? At least I won't have to suffer alone. Now that I got 9 on our side, our power greatly increased. The quirks he had in the anime were air wall, bullet laser, hydra, scanning, weather manipulation, and all for one. He doesn't have cell activation since he hasn't had the chance to look for a cure himself. He should be able to take 3 more quirks. I'll have him steal Musculars, Kurogyres, and Kai Chisaki's quirks. The future looks bright, for me at least. Chapter 9, Planning for the Future. While Yihiko and Nine were waiting for Himiko and Jean to show up, a certain Jedi Master was watching them. Kenobi was watching with mild interest. He enjoyed how Yihiko made the original story different and unpredictable. Well, somewhat unpredictable. It was obvious that Yihiko would have no problems fighting against his enemies, so why not spice it up a bit with some people that are a challenge? Kenobi was planning on sending 3 people from the Naruto world to excite him a bit. He wanted to see how Yihiko would react when he saw them. It would be truly entertaining. Yihiko, we're home. Did you miss us? Only 3 hours have passed since you two went out shopping. Yup. He missed us. See what I mean? This is what I deal with on a daily basis. You have my condolences, Yihiko-sama. Himiko and Jean looked at Yihiko questionably. Sama. Please don't say anything about it, I'll explain it later. For now let's talk about how to spread the name of our organization to the world. How could it be an organization if there's only 4 people though? The other 3 thought this, but didn't say anything. They simply listened to him explain his plans for the future. We will be a mercenary group. For now everyone will be doing something specific. Himiko will be in charge of assassinations, Jean will be in charge of making dummies for clients that are afraid of being assassinated, Nine will be in charge of protecting whatever the clients want, be it a person, place, or thing. What will you be doing, Yihiko-kun? All of the above. I can help you 3 with your missions. I'm not as good at assassinating people as Himiko, but I can take care of the target's bodyguards and get us to safety in case something goes wrong. I can also make clones of myself and change my appearance to look exactly like other people. I'm also capable of defending things as well, so I will accompany you 3 in your missions. The 3 of them were in deep contemplation, thinking about his words in silence. They know they're the best choices for these types of jobs that Yihiko explained to them, but they are worried about their workload. If it's only 1 or 2 people that are doing these types of jobs at a time and nobody else to help out, how will they function with only 4 people? As if he had read their minds, Yihiko continued and said, don't worry, I will recruit more people into the Akatsuki in the near future. For now we will use clones to do multiple jobs at once, and no, Jean, you won't have to make clones of yourself. I will take care of any job you don't think you can handle, and that goes for the 2 of you as well. If a job seems too difficult or dangerous to take, just tell me and I will handle it. They were in awe at how kind and caring Yihiko was being. Himiko's jaw practically dropped to the floor. She's never seen him act this way. She was starting to think she was talking to a different person. Yihiko-sama, please don't push yourself for our sakes. I assure you I can take care of any mission a client throws at me. That's reassuring. It's good to know that I have reliable allies. But for now, we shall make money by taking up jobs posted on the dark web and work our way up. We shall use the money we get to buy a better base of operations, better weapons, and bribe others into giving information about potential recruits. You mean like what I did with Jean? Himiko asked with uncertainty. She wasn't sure about letting other people join their group. She had looked for Jean purposely because she heard about a man with a cloning ability when she was out looking for people to kill one night, so she paid that person to tell her his whereabouts. Such an ability was exactly what she needed in order to make her parents think she was with them. After tracking him down, Himiko broke into his apartment and introduced herself. She thought he would be wary or he would simply try to attack her, but she was pleasantly surprised to find Jean asking her if she wanted to be his friend. His quirk helped Himiko tremendously. She didn't have to worry about her parents walking into her room one night and finding out she wasn't there. She could spend all night long killing to her heart's content. She quite liked how small and cozy it was with just the 4 of them, but she knew they needed more powerful people to be considered a force to be reckoned with. Exactly, Himiko. We won't just recruit anyone though, we will recruit some specific people I've had my eyes on for a while now. They will be perfect for strengthening our group, trust me. Yihiko-sama, may I make a suggestion for some potential recruits? I've known them since before I was experimented on. I am absolutely certain they can help us. It's going to be those 3 people that were with him in the movie. They're pretty strong and they respect Nine a lot. We could use the extra hands so Himiko and Jean don't get overwhelmed when we get more requests. Are they trustworthy? Yes, I can guarantee it. Do you know their whereabouts? Yes, I know exactly where they are. Then bring them here, I'm looking forward to meeting them. Chapter 10, Yakuza. 2 years later. After recruiting the 3 villains Nine recommended, the newly formed group of mercenaries started looking for work. They took jobs off the dark web that worked best for their abilities like Yhiko suggested. It started off slow, they accepted almost any job they could find. Eventually when the Akatsuki started making a name for themselves on the dark web, they received multiple jobs from powerful and influential people. Politicians, government officials, heroes and villains, these are some examples of clients that have bought our services. We made money incredibly fast after they saw how efficient we were. As a result we made several connections to these people and gained their favor. It isn't enough money to buy a better base, but it's better than nothing. They would make requests frequently. The jobs given were mostly assassinations which Yhiko handled surprisingly well. I was worried about her getting caught, but it seems I was worried for nothing. Over the years everyone in our group got tremendously strong. Chimera increased his strength by a large margin. Mummy increased the durability of his bandages so they don't break as easily. Slice increased the speed of her needles and the sharpness of her hair. Twice also increased the durability of his clones so they don't deform as easily. 9 tried to improve his laser bullet and air wall, which resulted in bullet laser having a large increase in range and air wall becoming incredibly hard. Yhiko found out that when she ingests blood she gets a very small permanent increase in strength and speed, so she decided to drink blood every day. This would have been fine if she just drank the blood of her assassination targets, but she came to me every day. I let her drink my blood since it helps her in the long run, but there's only so much blood I can give. I ended up having to get a blood transfusion due to blood loss. Since she drank blood almost every day for the past 2 years, Yhiko is almost on the level of someone with a weak strength enhancement quirk. I focused on restraining my abilities so I don't accidentally go overboard and destroy everything. My swordsmanship increased as well. Sensei Shimura was both happy and sad to see me leave the dojo. He really wanted me to become a trainer there, but when I told him I was planning on going to U.A he gave up easily. Hey Yihiko, why do you want to go to U.A anyway? It's not like you need it unless you're planning something again. All for One will get involved with U.A in the future. I simply want to see how strong he is. All for One. Do you think he can beat you? I'll find out soon. He can't steal my quirk, so that gives me a huge advantage, but he isn't someone to look down on. Besides the training, I also improved my relationship with Yhiko. We became a couple last year. When I confessed to her I didn't expect her to agree before I got my sentence out. It was like she saw into the future. She became a happy little ball of murderous sunshine after I confessed, always sticking to my side and glaring at any woman that looked at me. The others were happy for us, especially Jean, who was so happy he threw us a party. Yhiko also stopped using honorifics and demanded that she should sleep in my room, which I was fine with. I'm pretty sure she molested me in my sleep though. She got pretty bold and touchy, openly kissing me in public and groping me whenever we were alone. Besides this, they were offered multiple job requests from the Yakuza, refusing each time. The leader of their group got angry pretty quickly and started demanding a meetup. They wanted to know why they were refusing their offers, so they set up a specific location for their meeting. Yihiko, 9 and Chimera would meet up with him while the rest of the group will raid the Yakuza hideout while they were vulnerable. The ones that arrived were Kai Chisaki, Yu Hojo, and Rappa Kendo. Greetings Overhaul, I bet you're wondering why we keep refusing your offers, right? Of course you're right, bastard. Is it because your little group afraid of getting involved with this drug, or is it simply because there isn't enough money for you? I can assure you it has nothing to do with money or drugs, it's just that I don't think you want to work with the people that killed one of your members. Kai looked confused at first. He was wondering when did the mercenaries in front of him kill a member of the Yakuza. A few seconds later a look of realization dawned on his face. That look quickly turned into anger. You. Were you the one that killed Tengai and destroyed one of my drug rings all those years ago? Correct. It was quite disappointing to find out a member of the 8 Bullets was so weak. I stopped taking the Yakuza seriously after that. Your organization seems like a joke to me now. After Yihiko said these words, Kai was seething with rage. He tried to contain himself, but after the young boy in front of him said the Yakuza was nothing but a joke, he made his decision. He was going to crush the mercenary group known as the Akatsuki and kill their leader. Rappa, you, kill them and look for the rest of their little group. I don't want to hear anything about the Akatsuki after this. Make their deaths as painful as possible. Yes boss, they said simultaneously. 9, you take care of the bald one. Chimera, take on the big one but don't kill him. I'll deal with the leader. They gave a simple nod and followed their leader's will. They want to prove their loyalty by dealing with them as fast as possible. Charging onto battle head-on, Rappa quickly punched Chimera multiple times. He was expecting him to take some damage or at least bleed a little, but he was surprised to see his opponent simply brush his attacks off. Now he was starting to get excited knowing his opponent wasn't a weakling. This time Chimera was the one that charged forward. He swung his fist with the least lethality he could muster. He aimed for Rappa's gut in hopes of incapacitating him quickly. As his fist connected with his target, Rappa was sent flying with a single punch. The punch created small gusts of wind, which told everyone watching how hard he punched. Shit. I didn't kill him, did I? He heard Rappa coughing up blood. He was glad he was able to keep him alive like his leader ordered. Rappa on the other hand was amazed by his powerful attack. He wanted to get up to continue his fight even though he knew it was impossible for him to get up after that attack. While this was happening, 9 was leisurely walking towards you. He wanted to see if this man had a good quirk on him. He was disappointed rather quickly. It pisses me off seeing how relaxed you are. I hope you're ready to die. Did you not just see what my teammate did to your ally? Are you stupid or something? These words only pissed off the crystallized man even more. Getting in melee range with 9, he tried to punch him as hard as can. His punch was easily nullified with air wall. It was pretty sad to watch, honestly. You tried to punch him again and again, only to punch a barrier made of air. Deciding to end it there, 9 placed a finger on the man's forehead and shot a bullet laser through it with ease. Yihiko-sama said nothing about keeping you alive, so this should be fine. Yhiko was battling Kai at the moment, except it wasn't really a battle. Yhiko was simply dodging everything Kai threw at him, which angered Kai tremendously. Seeing the one that insulted the Yakuza nonchalantly dodge his attacks made him blow a fuse. He was throwing attacks left and right at incredible speeds as well, so this only angered him further. Why aren't you attacking? Are you afraid of getting torn apart? Is that it? Answer me. He was about to launch another attack until he saw his best close-range fighters get defeated easily. So you were stalling for time, huh? They won't save you from me, kid, nothing will. Simply ignoring him, Yhiko looked over to his subordinates and said, "Good work, take them outside and stay on top of the nearest building." Understood. Seeing that he was being ignored, Kai decided to take advantage of their arrogance and attack their leader while he was distracted. Launching hundreds of stone spikes out of the ground, Kai was expecting them to be full of holes. He was shocked that his attack was nullified when the ground was suddenly destroyed from an unknown force. Is this the kid's doing? It must be his quirk. When the others finally left, it was just Yhiko and Kai in the building. They simply stared at each other, waiting for someone to make the next move. Right when Kai was going to taunt his opponent again, his instincts told him to dodge with everything he had. He heard a large explosion coming from behind him. Looking back, he was horrified to find out that the once many boxes filled with equipment and money that was going to be used for bargaining exploded out of nowhere. All that was left was a crater from the explosion embedded into the floor. Looking at his opponent once again, he was horrified a second time when he saw the boy's arm had transformed into some sort of cannon. It was smoking a little like it had just been fired. The cannon reverted back into an arm a few seconds later. What was that? Is he some sort of cyborg? Impressive reflexes, Chisaki. I shall give you the honors of becoming my main body after I kill you. What do you mean, main body? What are you planning? Yhiko didn't bother answering him, there's no point in doing so. Raising his right arm to the side, a long sharp chakra receiver suddenly slid out of his sleeve and into his hand. Getting into a spear-throwing position, Yhiko threw the receiver as hard as he could. Kai saw the attack coming, so he made several walls out of stone to defend himself. Thinking he was safe behind the layers of stone was a big mistake, as he died a few seconds after Yhiko threw his receiver. It went straight through the multiple walls and Kai with ease. It went halfway through his chest and pinned him to the wall. He didn't even know what happened to him. Looking down at his chest, Kai couldn't help but feel afraid. He was hoping the leader of the Akatsuki would just accept his offer and help him, yet it turned out like this. Kai was still alive, but he was in great pain. He tried to move the receiver that held him there, but it was no use. It wouldn't budge, so he tried to dematerialize it. He stopped dead in his tracks after he heard a voice he didn't want to hear. There's no point in trying to escape, you will die here. 9, come in and take his quirk. This bastard. He thinks I will just sit still and die. I will kill him. 9 came in quickly after he heard Yhiko call him. Wasting no time at all, he put his hand on Kai's face. Kai, feeling something was wrong, was about to grab 9's arm until something flew through his palm and nailed his hand to the wall. Fuck. My hand. Using his other hand to try and grab the men in front of him, Kai tried to use his quirk to dematerialize the arm grabbing his head. He was waiting for him to start wailing in pain and release him, but nothing happened. He couldn't use his quirk. It was like his quirk didn't exist in the first place. What happened? Why can't I use my quirk? It is done, Yhiko-sama. Good, dismissed. You bastards. What did you do to me? Shut up and die already. Yhiko simply stabbed him in the heart after 9 was done. It was getting annoying listening to him prattle on and on about destroying his organization. 9 left quickly after finished stealing the man's quirk. He didn't want to bother his leader. Yhiko looked at the corpse with disappointed eyes. He was hoping he would go all out like he did in canon, but even after insulting his organization and killing his subordinate, he still didn't take him that seriously. He only saw Yhiko as some arrogant kid, so he thought he could kill him easily, which greatly disappointed Yhiko as he wanted a good fight. I'll just check up with Himiko and the others, they should be finished by now. Yanking Chisaki's corpse off the wall and placing it over his shoulder, Yhiko went back to his subordinates. They got ready and set off for the Yakuza hideout. Chapter 11, Slaughter. Yhiko and his group headed towards the Yakuza hideout. They had to finish off the remaining Yakuza before the heroes notice. When they arrived, they saw dozens of bodies around the yard and near the entrance to the main building. Some of the corpses were full of stab wounds, others were cut in half, the remaining few had small puncture wounds on their skulls. Looks like the girls are enjoying themselves. I almost feel bad for these lowlifes. Chimera, can you try locating the others? It's kind of hard to smell them with all this blood around, it'll be easier to just look for them for now. Giving him a simple nod, the three of them went to the main building to start their search. The inside wasn't much different from the outside, it was going to take a while to find them. Chimera was trying his best to not let the blood mess with his sense of smell, but there's so much blood he can't do much about it. They eventually found a bunch of bloody footprints, they were all facing the same direction. It was hard to tell if the footprints belonged to the Yakuza that were running away or if twice cloned the others a couple of times. They followed the footprints for a few minutes until they found a secret door. It was cut in half, they're definitely down there. Once they reached the bottom step, Chimera heaved a sigh of relief. There isn't that much blood down here, so I'll be able to smell them if we get closer to them. I smell a little bit of perfume and a lot of dried blood coming from the left, we should get moving. Following Chimera to the source of the perfume, they were able to navigate through the building and found Yhiko. Hey Yihiko, did you kill the leader already? That was fast, so was he strong? Did you kill him slowly? I want details. His death isn't important right now. Yhiko, did you find the girl I told you about? Yup. She's with Twice right now, she was asleep when we found her. So why do you need her anyway? Is her quirk interesting enough to grab your attention? Her quirk might be useful in the future, gather up the others so we could leave. Speaking of the others, where are they? I sent them off to hunt down any hiding Yakuza, we don't want any survivors, right? Sure, did your group come across any complications? I'm sure there had to be someone formidable in the 8 bullets that gave you a challenge. There was this huge guy that looked pretty tough, but a couple of my clones were able to kill him pretty easily. After we killed him, the rest of the Yakuza started panicking, so it almost felt like bullying, to be honest. After meeting up with the rest of her group, we got out of the Yakuza hideout as quickly as possible. It would be problematic if we get into a conflict with heroes right now, so we made our exit without anyone knowing the Akatsuki were behind this. We also made a lot of money tonight, thank God I told everyone to grab some before we left. The biggest plus we got out of this is hopefully Eri. The reason I told Yhiko to look for her is because of the outer path. I'm hoping that if I ever use the ghetto statue, I won't have to worry about shriveling up like a raisin like Nagato did when he used it to fight Hanzo. I could just have Eri use her quirk on me in case my wish to use all the paths of the Reneigan without restrictions didn't count the ghetto statue. Another reason I haven't used the outer path yet is that I don't exactly have any good corpses lying around, also because I have some specific people I want to turn into the 6 paths of pain. I didn't just want to turn just any random person into a path. Right now I have 2 candidates, one for the Azura path and one the Deva path. Overhaul will obviously be the Deva path and the previous member of the 8 bullets Hojo will be the Azura path. I'm going to change them when we get back to the apartment, I hope it won't be too difficult to control them. I also have to deal with Rappa when he wakes up, I hope I can convince him to join us. He was pretty cool in the anime, but it would be problematic if he gets defeated by someone and he just starts telling them what they want to know. I'm going to have to change his way of thinking if I want to guarantee his loyalty to me. Arriving back at the apartment, we all took a moment to relax a little. It was a long day and all that bloodshed didn't make it any easier. I told 9 to try to recruit Rappa when he wakes up and told everyone to be careful around Eri, I don't want anyone to rewind to the point they don't exist anymore. Dragging the corpses of Kai and you up to my room, I lock my door so I won't be disturbed. I made some black receivers and stabbed them on certain parts of their bodies. For you, I gave him Shiruto-S piercings from the anime since both you and the original Azura path are bald. For Kai, L gave him the piercings of the first animal path Chikashoto. Continuing on with the ritual, I start to pour my chakra into the receivers and attempt to transform them into paths. After a short amount of time, the corpses open their eyes. Instead of the normal white sclera you'd see in most humans, their eyes are now purple. It looked exactly like Yihiko's eyes, probably because they are his eyes. He is now able to see what they see, hear what they hear, and make them do whatever he wants. It's a success, this shall make things easier for the Akatsuki. If 9 can convince Rappa to join us, we will gain 3 more members. I'll tell everyone about my success in the morning. Chapter 12, Entrance Exam. After Yhiko got his rest, he woke up early to show the other members of the Akatsuki their newest members. Surprisingly enough, they had little to no reaction. It was like they were expecting him to do something crazy, but they still didn't expect him to bring back the dead. The corpses had Yihiko's eyes and sounded exactly like him. If he didn't explain what he did with them, they would have most likely thought that he didn't kill them in the first place. So you're telling me that the reason you had us take their corpses with us is so you could reanimate them to do your bidding? Yes. They also have some of your quirks? Yes and no. I have a question. Yhiko is also curious about the corpses. I didn't think she would be that interested in them. Shoot. So the reason you brought them to your room last night wasn't because you were fucking them, but bringing them back to life? What? No, why would you think I was fucking them? Because when I was heading over to your room last night I heard a lot of weird squelching noises coming from behind your door. It's also the reason why I didn't sleep with you. So you think I'm some sort of gay necrophiliac that fucks his rivals after he kills them? You pretty much summed it up perfectly. Sighing internally, Yihiko didn't want to keep the conversation going with this sort of topic, so he decided to change the subject. 9. Did you convince Rappa to join us? Yes, it was quite easy considering you brought his ex-boss back from the dead and I have his boss's quirk. Convincing him was quite easy, but the problem is getting his complete loyalty to the Akatsuki. I'm planning on teaching him so he keeps his mouth shut in case he gets captured. I also plan on having Chimera train him so he won't be so weak. Good, you have my approval. Himiko, A's exams are coming up soon. I want you to convince your parents to put you in the recommended exams while Jean puts me in the entrance exams. I want you to do your best so we could get in the same class together. Himiko has a great quirk, but the fact that she needs blood to activate it is a huge drawback. She will need to use her enhanced physical abilities to get good scores, but I know it will be a piece of cake for her. I'll outshine all the other kids there, just wait and see. Good luck, Himiko. So many people, I knew there would be a lot of other kids here but it's definitely more than I expected. This was the first thing Yhiko thought as he started walking past hundreds of other kids that were heading towards the gate. He got some stares from the other examinees but it didn't bother him at all. Why should he care about what they think of him anyway? At the entrance of the gate he saw a wimpy green-haired kid getting yelled at by a loud blonde kid. This is obviously Bakugo and Izuku. Simply walking past them and ignoring them, Yhiko went into the hall with the rest of the kids. Present Mike was waiting for everyone to settle down and get to their seats. Once everyone was seated he started to give his speech and everything went like cannon. The boy with blue hair and glasses was being annoying and yelled at Izuku for mumbling, then everyone was divided into groups and went to specific locations. Yhiko didn't see anyone from Canon in his group, just some kids from 1B were there. Yhiko was currently wearing a black tracksuit with his sleeves rolled up, showing the large piercings in his forearms. Many people avoided him because he looked quite intimidating, so they simply watched him from a distance. The test will start soon. I could just destroy the entire city and be done with it but they'll obviously label me as a villain. I'll just summon some creatures to fight for me and get it over with. I might as well one-shot the zero-pointer to guarantee my position in 1A. In a separate room many examiners were watching the examinees with interest. Some of the examinees looked promising, others looked a little disappointing. Izuku. We got a lot of future pro heroes here. It always amazes me when I see so many people with so much potential gather up at one place. Says a tall buff man with golden hair and blue eyes. They'll have to work hard if they want to go to this school, but I have faith in them. A short white-furred humanoid mouse with a large scar over his right eye replied to the man with a bit of joy in his voice. Looking at the students once more, the rodent spotted a certain green-haired boy standing in one of the crowds. Is that green-haired boy your successor? Are you sure that he will be the one to continue your legacy? I know you've been telling me how hard he's worked but he looks like he'll give up at any moment now. Looks can be deceiving Nizu. He may look like he's willing to give up now but he is full of determination. We'll see his determination in a moment, but he'll have to pass this challenge and many more if he wants to be the #1 hero. Indeed, he will face many challenges in the future but I know that he will be in good hands with you guiding him as his principal. Back at the starting line, many examinees can be seen waiting impatiently for some sort of starting signal. They wanted to destroy as many robots as they can to increase their chances of getting into UA. While they were waiting, they suddenly heard an announcement yelling out, "Aeon start." Not wasting any time Yhiko ran forward at amazing speed. Creating some chakra receivers while running, Yhiko threw them at the nearest robot. It was a 3-pointer, the receivers impaled its robotic head. Repeating this process several times, Yhiko was already getting bored. It will get repetitive if I do this over and over again. I'll just summon something to get the job done for me. Putting both of his hands together and then slamming them to the ground, Yhiko summoned what looked like an ox. It was humongous, it had black receivers sticking out of its head and legs. The examinees and examiners were slack-jawed, they've never seen such a creature before. Some examinees started running away while others stared at the beast with either fear or admiration in their eyes. While everyone was dumbfounded by the ox, Yhiko was mounting it. Getting comfortable on his summon's back, Yhiko commanded it to start moving. The giant ox walked at a steady pace towards the 2 and 1 pointers. The ox simply stepped on them which crushed the machines instantly. This is a lot better, I can relax while my ox takes care of the rest. I'll have to be careful as to not accidentally crush the other kids though. Walking around the city and gaining an enormous amount of points while doing so, Yhiko suddenly heard several people screaming at once. Looking back he saw a massive robot that was taller than most buildings. Everyone was now running away from the 0-pointer instead of Yhiko. Floating off of his ox and towards the head of the 0-pointer, Yhiko was slowly getting closer to the robot. The 0-pointer didn't simply sit there and watch Yhiko approach its head, it started swinging its large arms at the boy in an attempt to knock him down. The machine brought its arms above its head and brought them down on Yihiko. Staring at the giant arms with an unamused expression on his face, Yihiko simply put one hand forward and said in a quiet voice, "Almighty push." I changed it to the English version since I already know my dumbass will end up misspelling Shinra Tensei at some point in the future and because it's faster for me anyway. The zero-pointer was annihilated, the front of its face caved in. Its body was crushed instantly, like the gravity around it was increased over 1,000 times. It ended up looking like a crushed soda can. Once again, both examiners and examinees were shocked. Everyone thought he was going to walk around the city laying on top of his purple-eyed ox for the rest of the exam. They never expected this. Almost forgetting his role, Present Mike shouted, "The test is over." Desummoning his giant ox, Yihiko walked towards the exit. Everyone was staring at him. It was like they were expecting him to do something amazing just to exit the building. "Izuku, you will have a lot of challenges in the future, but something is telling me that boy will be the biggest challenge you'll ever face." All Might thought to himself while he was trying to get Nizu out of his shocked state. Chapter 13, Students of Class 1A. A week after the entrance exam, both Yihiko and Himiko received some letters in the mail. They received their acceptance letters, with a message from All Might telling them congratulations and their Yihiko's score in the entrance exam. He achieved 110 villain points and 5 hero points, 115 points in total, easily earning him first place in the exam. Apparently he saved some students by accident, which got him a few hero points. The written exam wasn't difficult for Yihiko either. He had a good head on his shoulders, so it wasn't that hard. Continuing on, Yihiko and Himiko made it in 1A. This means that they will either replace some kids or the class has space for 2 more people. If we end up replacing some of the canon characters, who will we replace? Yihiko thought to himself. We made it into the same class. This will make things easier for when we do the hero activities. Yihiko said to Himiko in his usual monotone voice. Come on Yihiko, you should be more excited. Don't you want to show off how strong you are? No, okay, maybe a little. But not that much. Alright then, since you two got into this hero school, you should tell us about potential threats that may pop up in the future. Slice said with a bit of excitement in her voice. Is she a battle junkie? She did go a bit overboard on the Yakuza raid. You got it. Himiko was exited as usual. Have fun you too. Himiko, make sure Yihiko doesn't do anything weird, and Yihiko, make sure Himiko doesn't stab anyone, okay? Jean called out from his car, gaining a lot of attention from other students that were now looking at the duo. I know Jean, I'll keep this guy on a leash in case anything happens. Bye-bye. Goodbye Jean. Watching him drive off in the distance, the two of them start making their way to Class 1A. Himiko latched herself onto Yihiko's arm to show everyone walking by their relationship, glaring at any female that came close. Walking through the halls of U.A, a few people were staring at the couple. They were nervous upon seeing Yihiko. They recognized him pretty quickly since not many people had piercings in U.A, a few had earrings but he had piercings in his arms. His performance at the entrance exam made them stay clear of him. Arriving at their destination, Yihiko and Himiko opened the door to 1A. The class was full of students that were once talking to each other turned their attention to whoever was at the door. They saw a boy with spiky orange hair, strange purple eyes, and multiple piercings on his face. The girl clinging to his arm had 2 large messy blonde buns for her hairstyle, sharp canines, and a broad smile on her face. Both of them were radiating a dangerous aura, making the other kids that wanted to approach them think otherwise. Not bothering to interact with the other students, the couple found 2 free seats right next to each other in the 4th row. Taking Minetta's seat while Himiko takes Fumicage's seat, they started talking amongst themselves while others got back to talking to other students. Wow. There's so many interesting people here, I can't wait to make some new friends. While we're at it, maybe even someone like you can make some friends. You say that like I've never had friends before. Do you have any friends? And I don't mean the kids at the orphanage, I mean as of right now. Before they could continue their depressing conversation, the annoying kid with engines in his legs started arguing with Bakugo for having his feet on the desk. Then another kid comes through the door. He had green curly hair and is the successor for One for All. Everyone looks at the door again, only for the kid with glasses to walk up to the wimpy kid and apologize to him. As everyone was talking, Yihiko looked around the room to see who's missing. So the short perverted kid and the one that talks to animals didn't make it in, thank God. I never really liked their characters anyway. Finishing his silent observation, Yihiko looked towards the podium. Himiko followed his gaze and noticed a giant yellow caterpillar lying behind it. As if their stares caused the giant insect to awaken, it suddenly started moving around and said, if you're looking for friends, do it somewhere else. This is the hero course. Nobody responded, they were too busy trying to figure out where he came from and who he is. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down, time is valuable. Getting out of his sleeping bag, the tired-looking man continued, I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you. Almost everyone was surprised that the sleepy man was going to be their teacher. They thought it was going to be a famous hero. He is a hero, but they don't know that yet. Pulling out some sports uniforms from his sleeping bag, Aizawa told the class, "Wear these and meet me in the P.E grounds immediately." Heading over to the boys' locker room with the rest of the guys in 1A, they quickly started undressing. They had good physique, but Yihiko had the body of an Olympic swimmer. He got stared at by the other boys when he took his uniform off. They were staring at the receivers he had in his body, to be precise. What are those things you have in your body? It looks painful. Is it a part of your quirk?" The one that shot tape out of his arms asked nervously. "They're nothing special, just some piercings." "Those are piercings?" They all thought simultaneously. Himiko POV. While Himiko was taking off her skirt to put on the sports uniform in the girls' locker room, the other girls were able to approach her now that she's separated from Yihiko. "Hey there, I'm Mina Ashido. What's your name?" "I'm Himiko Toga, but you can call me Himiko-chan." "Okay, Himiko-chan, can I ask you a question? Who's that boy you've been hanging out with? He looks kinda scary, but I think he must be nice if you're hanging around him. So is he your friend? What's he like?" The two of them became friends very quickly with their overflowing energy. The other girls also got along with Himiko since she was kind like Mina. They were all surprised when she told them that she was dating Yhiko. They started getting embarrassed when she asked them if they had any boys they like. Arriving at the P.E grounds a few minutes later, they all lined up for their homeroom teacher. "We shall start things off with a quirk apprehension test." Aizawa started explaining to the class what they were going to do. "Shouldn't we be at the entrance ceremony?" the girl with chubby cheeks asked. "We don't have time for the entrance ceremony. I will test you with these activities that you will all do in no particular order. Standing long jump, endurance running, softball pitch, 50-meter dash, grip strength test, seated toe touches, upper body exercises, and sustained sideways jumps." These were the physical tests most of you took in middle school. Those idiots had you kids do it without using your quirks. "Bakugo, throw this softball as far as you can." Throwing the softball with the help of his explosions, he got a score of 705.2 meters. "Wow. So cool. Looks like fun." Hearing their comments, Aizawa said aloud, "If you think you're here for fun and games, you're dead wrong. Whoever is in last gets expelled, end of story." After he gave his little speech about expulsion, the rest of the students suddenly got motivated. The first was the 50-meter dash. Yihiko was up against Ida and Tsuyu. He used the Azura path to change his leg to give him increased speed. He got 2.11 seconds. It surprised a lot of people. They were expecting Ida to be the fastest. Moving on to the grip strength test, Yihiko once again used the Azura path to crush the grip machine. The other students were watching from the sidelines. They all had different reactions. Bakugo was getting pissed, Izuku was feeling less confident, Todoroki was cursing himself to get stronger, and Himiko was cheering him on. Skipping over the other tests, it was time for the softball throw. When it was time for Yihiko to throw the ball, everyone's attention was on him. He's the one that rode some sword ox-looking beast. I didn't think his physical abilities would be any good, but he proved me wrong. What will you do to surprise me this time, Yihiko Babaigawara? Aizawa thought to himself while he stared at the boy intently. Grabbing the ball with his right hand, he stuck his palm out in front of him with the ball resting on it. Lifting the ball up a little with universal pull, it made the ball look like it was floating. Raising his arm a little, Yihiko used almighty push on the ball. It shot forward so fast, it looked like a blur. Some students were sure they saw some after images. Looking at the tracker, Aizawa could only sigh to himself as he showed his students the tracker. It had the infinity symbol on it. "You're up, Izuku." "Huh. Oh, okay." Then everything went like canon again, with Aizawa lecturing Izuku, Izuku scoring a slightly higher score than Bakugo, Bakugo getting angry at Izuku for hiding his quirk, and Aizawa being forced to subdue Bakugo. They continued the rest of the trials until everyone was finished. Aizawa showed everyone their scores. The results looked like this. 1. Yihiko Babaigawara. 2. Momo Yoriorozu. 3. Shoto Todoroki. 4. Kastsuki Bakugo. 9. Himiko Toga. 20. Izuku Midoriya. Upon seeing his name at the bottom of the board, Izuku looked like he was holding back tears. Then Aizawa told the students he wasn't going to expel anyone, leaving most of the students shocked again. The class was staring at Yhiko again since he's at the top of the scoreboard. "Don't get full of yourself just because you scored the highest, you bastard. I'll beat you next time," Bakugo declared arrogantly. Not bothering to respond to him or even look at him, Yhiko walked back to the boys' locker room. This only pissed off Bakugo even more as he had to be restrained by Kirishima. "I don't get paid enough for this," Aizawa mumbled to himself. Chapter 14, Shopping Date, Side Chap. After their first day of hero school, Yihiko and Himiko walked towards the mall. Himiko suggested a date as his reward for getting first place in the apprehension test. The mall wasn't far from the school, so he gladly accepted. It's been a while since our last date, so much has changed since then. Himiko said while linking her arm with Yihiko's. Our last date was 2 weeks ago, Himiko, and the only thing that changed is our schedule. Yihiko stated. 2 weeks is a long time, especially for me. If it was up to me, we would go on dates every day. Himiko said while getting herself riled up. Yes, I already know. This isn't the first time you said that, and knowing you, it probably isn't going to be the last. Yihiko said a little teasingly. He doesn't express himself often, but when he does, the other members of the Akatsuki always tease him. We're here. Arriving at the mall after a few minutes of walking, the couple went inside to unwind. They've been getting more jobs recently, so they worked themselves to the bone just to complete their missions. There, let's go there. Himiko said enthusiastically while pointing at Victoria's Secret. Oh, you got to be kidding me, is she really going to make me go in there? The next thing you know, Yhiko was helping Himiko pick out some bras. She would just ask him which one he liked more, so he gave his honest opinion and told her to end his suffering. After she was done underwear shopping, they went to another clothing store. Yhiko lost track of time after that. He could never figure out why some women spend so much time in a single store. For the first time in a while, Yhiko felt mentally exhausted. When they finished their shopping spree, they went towards a food court to get some drinks. There was barely anyone in the food court, which is better for the two anyway. After they got their drinks, they went to a table for two so they could discuss their classmates. Himiko, what do you think of our classmates? Their personalities, quirks, intelligence, etc. They're mostly disappointing. There's only 2 people that seem interesting and dangerous. The boy with the ice quirk seems like he could do more, but something is holding him back. The loud boy with the explosive quirk is arrogant and short-tempered but intelligent. I really want to kill him since he called you a bastard just because you're better than him. It won't be a problem if I kill him, right? Don't bother, so no one else catches your eye. The wimpy green-haired kid, he doesn't look like much but his quirk is powerful. The drawback is too great though, it seems like his body can't handle it. Other than that, no one else looks like they could do much. What about the girls? You spent some time with them, what do you think of them? I can let them live another day since they didn't try talking to you. I meant their quirks and personalities. I know, I'm just messing with you. The big titty girl has an interesting quirk but it's rather complicated, so I can respect her for knowing how to use it well. I thought the girl with the round face had a quirk similar to yours at first, but it's simply releasing the gravity on whatever she touches. I don't really care about the rest as long as they stay away from you, then I don't have a problem with them. I see, did you make any friends? Yup. The girl with the pink skin and the invisible girl. They're so energetic like me. How about you, Yhiko, did you make any friends with the boys? I talked to one of them, that's good progress. You're such a loner, but don't worry, you have me. Before we could discuss any further, a voice called out to us. Himiko-chan. Turning around to see who it is, Yhiko started feeling nervous. It was the girls from 1A and they were on their own shopping spree. Ah, it's Toru-chan, Momo-chan, Ochako-chan, Tsuyu-chan, Mina-chan, and Jiru-chan. Hello. Himiko exclaimed. Did you really have to say all their names one by one? Yhiko questioned. Yes. Hello Himiko-chan and Babaiga Warakuen, I didn't expect to see you two here. Momo said a little surprised. Just call me Yhiko, I don't really care about being close or anything like that. Yhiko said with his monotone voice. Sure thing, so what are you two doing here? Shopping for clothes like us. You should join us, it'll be fun with more people. Mina said expectantly. Shit. Shopping with Himiko was more than enough to tire me out, but all these girls at the same time. That's out of the question. I might really lose my life if I don't escape, I must come up with an excuse and fast. Of course. Yhiko and I would love to go shopping with you all, isn't that right Yhiko? Himiko said with an evil smile on her face. Sorry girls, dash. Nonsense, you have all the time in the world, don't you Yhiko? Himiko said with an even bigger smile on her face. Didn't she want me to stay away from the other girls? Why does she suddenly want me to stay with them? Yhiko thought to himself. Himiko then whispered in his ear and said, I really like the face you're making, watching you suffer brings me so much joy. Ah, so she's getting turned on. Makes sense I guess. The story ends with Yhiko getting dragged around the mall some more while the girls start to get used to him. They didn't find him as scary as he used to be, but they were still a little intimidated by him. But that didn't stop them from making him wear stupid outfits and having a good time. At the end of the day, Yhiko and Himiko went back to the apartment with tons of clothes in tow. Yhiko immediately passed out on the couch after that, another brave soul has perished. If y'all are wondering why I haven't posted as much, it's because I'm tired as fuck and online school practically be having me type out essays for every goddamn class that I'm late for. Since my Wi-Fi is shit, I'm always late, and since I'm always late, I gotta type out a bunch of essays. I'll make more chapters soon, I promise. Chapter 15, Battle Trial. The day after the Quirk Apprehension test went by normally. Before noon, Class 1A were taught the required subjects. They would have lunch at noon, then they'd be taught something they all looked forward to. All Might will be teaching them foundational heroic studies, but most of the students don't know that. Then All Might came through the door like a normal person, which got the students extremely excited when they saw him. While everyone was yelling and shouting, Yhiko was thinking about what happened last night. When Yhiko was passed out on the couch, Eri came up to him and laid down next to him. Yhiko and the others were surprised by this, since Eri would mostly cling to Jean or Himiko. She was still afraid of everyone else, so she would hide when Chimera or Nine came near her. She kept silent around Yhiko and Mummy, but Slice would coax her into talking more. She's still traumatized, but she's getting better slowly but surely. Rappa also became a bit more tame, it's most likely because of Nine. He still wants to fight everybody, but he learned how to control his urges. When everyone calmed down, All Might started explaining what the trials were. Shelves started appearing from the walls of the classroom as he spoke. They were filled with various costumes. Yihiko and Himiko sent their costume designs in during the entrance exams. The school has prepared your battle gear as you requested. I hope you all like your gear. They should be able to withstand your quirks just fine. Bullshit, these costumes get shredded all the time. Yihiko thought to himself. Everyone, go get changed and meet me at ground beta. All Might yelled out to get their attention. They all grabbed their costumes and started heading towards the locker rooms. The class arrived about 20 to 30 minutes later. They were currently staring at the city in front of them, also known as ground beta. Everyone had their costumes from Canon, from Momo's rather revealing costume to Izuka's weird fanboy costume. Himiko was wearing her classic schoolgirl uniform with a large black scarf covered in carnivorous-looking teeth that hides her black mask. She had several green canisters filled with needles and knives. Some of the needles had tubes sticking out of the back of them. The tubes led to 6 green vials that are used to carry blood. Yihiko wore a black cloak that had red clouds on it. The inside of the cloak is red, while his baggy pants are gray. He also wore a black necklace to match his piercings and a silver ring on his thumb. His sandals exposed his toes but nothing else. He was shirtless underneath his cloak, but it didn't bother him. Damn it. They messed up my costume. I wanted my mask and scarf to be pink. This doesn't look cute at all. Himiko said while flailing her arms around. Settle down, Himiko, we can fix it later. Yihiko said in a soothing and calm voice. HMPF. With a cute little pout, she calmed down. I seriously can't believe something as cute as her is so dangerous and bloodthirsty. Yihiko thought to himself. I don't know why you're so angry, Himiko-chan. I think your hero outfit looks great. Mina said as she caught the attention of the other students. They were too busy admiring their own outfits that they completely ignored each other. Like some sort of domino effect, everyone started complimenting each other's costumes. Most of them haven't gone near Yihiko. They still think he's some sort of thug or the drug dealer that lives in the Wendy's parking lot. Eventually some of the girls complimented his outfit, which resulted in him complimenting theirs. Almost everyone was surprised that he responded. He barely spoke to anyone yesterday. They noticed that he only spoke when someone talked to him, so they all unconsciously decided to talk to him more instead of avoiding him. One by one, almost everybody complimented his cloak. You're all looking great today. All Might shouted to get the attention of his class. We will start the battle trial soon. For now, I shall tell you the trial you all will be doing today. We will be doing an indoor battle with 2 groups. It will be the heroes group versus the villains group. The combat trial will have a 2-on-2 matchup, with the villains defending a bomb from the heroes and the heroes will try to catch the villains or disable the bomb while on a time limit. This will test your teamwork and ability to adapt to other heroes with different quirks. All Might stated as he posed every time he finished a sentence. Leading the class to a different location, All Might continued, the teams will be decided by raffle, so whoever your partner is I suggest trying to come up with different strategies since anyone can be your opponent. Walking up to the box, Yhiko pulled out a ball with the letter D engraved onto it. Does this mean I'm teamed up with either Bakugo or Ida? I can't stand either of them, they're so annoying. Yhiko got a little disappointed with his draw, but he can't do anything about it. Himiko walked up to the box and pulled out a ball with the letter D engraved onto it like Yhiko's. Yhiko, we're on the same team. We're so lucky that we got to stick together. Himiko said excitedly. Yhiko was pleasantly surprised when she came over to him, but he knew she must have done something to get that ball. Wait a minute, since Himiko and I replaced some of the OCs, who are their partners teamed up with? Yhiko thought to himself while looking around. He saw that Momo and Sato are teamed up and in Group F, while Bakugo is on Group C with Ida. Now that your teams are formed, I'll tell you who you're up against. For the first match, it'll be Team A as heroes versus Team D as villains. So Himiko and I are going against Chubby Cheeks and Fanboy. I hope Izuku uses his quirk. It'll be beneficial to see if the Azura path can match him in strength. A few minutes later, Yihiko and Himiko are with the fake bomb. Their classmates can see them with the bomb and they can see Izuku forming a strategy with a Choco. Hey Yihiko, you got any sort of plan in mind? I was thinking of just fighting them to get it over with. Himiko said with a bit of boredom in her voice. I do have a plan, it's rather simple and straightforward, so don't mess with Izuku, I want to try something on him. Yihiko said as a small smile appeared on his face. His smile was full of bad intentions, and Himiko loved everything about it. Sure thing, so what's the plan anyway? Yihiko said nothing as he opened up his cloak, showing his shirtless upper body to his girlfriend. Yihiko then pulled Himiko onto his lap with her facing him, he then pointed to his left shoulder. His classmates that saw this quickly became flustered, they didn't think that this would happen. Himiko was starting to get sexually excited but she knew what he meant when he pointed to his shoulder, so after deciding that she's wasted enough time, she leaned forward and bit him. She started making sensual sounds to mess with him a little, but she really was enjoying the taste of his blood that seeped into her mouth. After a minute of drinking, Himiko dismounted him and started undressing herself. Now her classmates were even more flustered than before, they had no idea what was going on anymore. All Might on the hand, had considered calling them back to the waiting room to question them about their behavior, until he saw Himiko's body change before his very eyes. She looked exactly like Yhiko after a couple of seconds, mimicking everything he wore to copying the piercings he had on his body. A transformation quirk? So she needs to drink blood to transform into anyone, or is it limited to whose blood she drinks that allows her to transform? All Might thought to himself. Yay. I look like Yhiko now, so what do you want me to do? Himiko asked as she inspected her own body. You will go down there and take care of Ochoko, make sure she doesn't get far. Try to force Izuku to move forward so he can face me in the bomb room, so I can try a small experiment. Okay, consider it done. Himiko said as she started making her way towards the heroes. On the outside of the building, you can see two people dressed in costumes trying to figure out how to get to the bomb on the inside. This is a bad situation since we don't exactly know what their quirks are. All I know is that Yhiko has some sort of strength-enhancing quirk or maybe telekinesis, while Himiko's quirk is most likely a strength-enhancing quirk since her physical scores on the Quirk Apprehension test showed us that she's stronger than the average human male. I think it would be wise to make sure engage them in hand-to-hand combat since they might be stronger than normal. Izuku explained to Ochoko. How will we avoid fighting them? Our quirks force us to get close to the enemy. I have to touch them to activate my quirk and you're a close combat fighter, so what should we do? Ochoko asked with a voice full of uncertainty. I think you should give up. A cold voice rang into their ears, they looked up to see a pair of purple eyes that were staring straight at them. Yihiko was standing in the doorway, patently waiting for them to stop strategizing. Yihiko-kun. Ochoko exclaimed out of surprise. What? They're on first-name basis already. Izuku thought to himself, while suddenly getting disheartened. He didn't know Ochoko and Yihiko were on first-name basis, and this bothered him greatly but he didn't know why. Without saying another word, Yihiko suddenly charged at them. He sent a kick towards Izuku when he was still thinking about his relationship with Ochoko. The kick connected and made Izuku fly back and land flat on his ass. Ochoko reacted a bit better by attempting to touch Yhiko to activate her quirk. Seeing her outstretched hand coming straight towards him, Yhiko took a few steps back. Ochoko got into what appears to be a combat stance while Izuku is staring at them wide-eyed. Deku-kun, we should try to team up on him since he's alone. Himiko-chan must be guarding the bomb. Ochoko said while eyeing her opponent. Yihiko's eyes still made her uncomfortable even though one of her friends also has strange eyes. But what about the time limit? If it goes down to 0 then we lose. Izuku exclaimed. That's right, I almost forgot about it. You should go on ahead and face Himiko-chan while I distract Yihiko-kun. Ochoko said with determination. But we don't dash. Deku-kun, you said that he might have telekinesis or a strength-enhancing quirk. I think that I'm best suited to face him if he has a strength-enhancing quirk. It's a gamble but if he has telekinesis then my quirk will be useless, so hurry up and get the bomb already. Ochoko said with urgency in her voice. Right, I make sure to get the bomb. Izuku said but we all know Elu he's spouting complete bullshit. After he ran off towards the building while getting past Yhiko surprisingly easily, things turned into a stare down between the two of them. Ochoko started thinking of ways to touch him while Yhiko simply waited for her to make a move. A few seconds later, Ochoko dashed forward, she picked up some dirt and threw it at his face in an attempt to blind him. Yhiko simply moved to the side to avoid the dirt while keeping his eye on her. She leapt at him in an all-or-nothing move that would determine who would win and who would lose. A choco successfully landed on him. She gave herself silent praise for this, but what she didn't expect was for Yihiko to use her momentum against her. While Yihiko was falling on his back, he tucked his knees in to make himself as small as possible. He rolled backwards with a choco still on top of him, quickly changing their positions. Now he pinned her arms with his hands so she couldn't touch him or anything else. He stared into her eyes, which made a choco blush after realizing how close they were. She struggled to get out of his grasp at first, but quickly gave up when she realized the difference in strength. While this was happening, Himiko thought of skinning her alive. How dare this filthy girl even attempt to touch her Yihiko, even though it's not the actual Yihiko, it still pissed her off. Yihiko-kun, your face is too close. Achoko blushed even more. Achoko expected him to at least back up a little, but to her surprise he suddenly put his face even closer to hers. Achoko was red before, but now she looks like a tomato. Himiko decided that she was done messing with Achoko, so she reverted back into herself. Achoko didn't notice at first, but after a few seconds passed by she realized that Yihiko was melting. She didn't know what was going on anymore, until a familiar voice entered her ears. "Ah, Achoko-chan, your embarrassed face looks so cute," Himiko said with a blush of her own. "Himiko-chan." Achoko yelled out of surprise. "Yup. That's me, so can you tell me why you were blushing southwest much after getting close with my boyfriend?" Himiko said in a cheery but threatening voice. Wait. If you're here, does that mean the real Yihiko is still in the building?" Achoko said with concern in her voice. "Right again. Now then back to my question please." Himiko continued to speak in a cheery tone. Achoko was about to answer her until she realized something a second time. "Himiko-chan, what happened to your clothes? You're naked." She only realized this until after all the gray sludge fell off of Himiko. "It's a drawback of my quirk, but that's not important right now. What's important is answering my question." Himiko didn't bother to keep her cheery voice anymore, she was starting to get annoyed. Class 1A POV. The inside of the waiting room looked like a horror movie set, blood was everywhere. That's right, this can't be an anime if there isn't any nosebleeds after thinking or seeing something perverted. Denki was the first to go down, he cursed Yihiko for simply having a girlfriend. He was soon followed by Sato and Ijiro. Yihiko POV. In a large room on the third floor of the building, one could see a cloaked figure waiting in the room. The real Yihiko was sitting in front of the bomb and waiting patiently for Izuku to arrive. Himiko should have sent Izuku my way by now. Right on cue, Izuku bursts into the room. He looked a little tired, it makes sense since he ran up some stairs just now. "Surrender now Tog, huh? Bye-bye Gawarakuen." "Correct, but I'd prefer if you just call me Yihiko." "But I just saw you outside a few minutes ago, how are two here?" Already getting annoyed with his questions, Yihiko decided to get right to the action. Extending both of his arms forward, Yihiko looked Izuku straight in the eyes and said, "Almighty push." The ground in front of him looked like it had exploded, the flying debris flew at Izuku at high speeds. There was now a hole leading to the second floor right in the middle of the room. Eventually, the push reached Izuku and launched him into a wall. Not letting his opponent recover, Yihiko let only one of his arms down and said, "Universal pull." Instead of getting pushed away, Izuku was suddenly yanked towards Yihiko. He stopped getting pulled when he was over the open hole, and promptly fell in. Yihiko jumped down after him to continue the fight. So he does have telekinesis, this'll be a tough match. Izuku thought to himself as he recovered from the last attack. Yihiko landed behind Izuku as to point him away from the bomb, he didn't want Izuku to do anything stupid. When Izuku fully recovered, he was now standing face to face with Yihiko. "It took him so long to recover, I could have won the match by now but I must continue my experiment, even if there's a chance I might lose this if my assumptions are wrong." Yihiko thought to himself. "I will defeat you." Izuku yelled out as he charged at Yihiko. Izuku threw a right hook without using his left leg as a pivot point, so it was incredibly awful. Simply taking a small step back, Yihiko dodged it easily, which caused Izuku to lose his balance slightly. This is all he needed to counter the excuse Izuku called an attack. Grabbing Izuku's arm that was still outstretched, he yanked him forward while sending a kick to the boy's stomach. When the kick connected, Izuku could feel the difference between this Yihiko and the previous one. The previous kick was nothing compared to this one, Izuku felt all the air leave his lungs immediately. He wanted to take a step back and catch his breath but Yihiko was still holding his arm. Yihiko then threw Izuku a few feet away, waiting for him to recover again. He really didn't take any marital arts or anything like that. Why did he want to be a hero if he didn't even try to improve himself? So strange. Yihiko thought to himself as he stared at the green-haired boy. "You won't have any chance of winning if you don't use your quirk." Yihiko said plainly, he was growing impatient. "He's right, I can't get past him like this. I'll have to sacrifice an arm, but I must prove myself worthy of one for all." Yihiko noticed his sudden determination and figured out that it must have been the legendary plot armor that every protagonist has. Unluckily for Izuku, plot armor won't save him here. Detroit Smash! Izuku yelled out as he swung his fist forward with all his might. Putting his arms in front of him in an X formation to guard himself, Yihiko was fully prepared for the attack. Izuku's fist connected to Yihiko's arms, sending the orange-haired boy flying back. Yihiko's feet never left the ground, but he was sent crashing into the wall, leaving a few spiderweb-like cracks on it from the impact. The shockwaves from the punch kicked up scattered debris, flinging it towards Yihiko as it did to Izuku. I won. I beat High Dash. Beat who? Yihiko's cold voice rang into Izuku's ears. Everyone watching the fight was incredibly shocked, especially All Might. Nobody expected Yihiko to stay awake after that, let alone get back up like it was nothing. Walking towards the shocked Izuku while brushing himself off, Yihiko was now satisfied with his experiment. He wanted to see how durable his body was, since in Naruto, Pain was able to tank the hits of Naruto in his 4 to 6-tailed beast form with little difficulty. Izuku's punch made his arms feel a little tingly, but that's probably just his piercings shaking from within his arms because of the impact. Izuku on the other hand, wasn't looking so good, his arm hurt like hell, his knuckles on his fist are bleeding since he hit Yihiko's piercings, and he was barely able to catch his breath. Seeing Yihiko brush off his attack so easily made Izuku's heart crumble, he immediately started to put himself down while completely forgetting he was in a fight. I guess it's time to end this, summoning jutsu. Suddenly, a large cloud of smoke appeared out of nowhere. From within the smoke, a giant crab claw shot out at Izuku when he was still thinking to himself. The claw pinned Izuku to the wall, since he was in between the pinchers. Having 2 sharp objects on both sides of his waist, Izuku snapped out of it and stared at the giant crustacean in shock. It had a large black chakra rod in its chest, and unlike the giant ox, this summon didn't have the Reneigan reflecting in its eyes. Its stomach is white while the rest of the beast is red. While Izuku was distracted, Yihiko flew up to the 3rd floor to guard the bomb. The experiment was over, so he didn't have to pay attention to Izuku anymore. Izuku wanted to call out to him, but as he was about to open his mouth, All Might's voice entered everyone's ears. The time limit is up, the villains win. Upon hearing this, Yihiko quickly desummoned his crab and went towards the exit. He met Himiko halfway and she gave him a kiss for their victory. Unfortunately, it was short-lived. The second they entered the waiting room, they were bombarded with questions. Yihiko-kun, how did you make that crab? Yihiko, how are you still standing after taking a hit like that? Hey you bastard, how come you didn't thrash that fucking nerd as hard as I hoped for? Yihiko Shounen, is young Midoriya okay? With all these questions getting thrown at him at once, Yihiko could only sigh internally and hope they would leave him alone. Well, I did say I wanted to go here. No use in complaining about it now. Chapter 16, Pop. I'm going to answer your questions one at a time, okay? Yihiko said in an annoyed voice. They were asking him so many questions in a short amount of time. Eventually, everybody was able to quiet down so Yihiko could answer their questions, and All Might had Izuku go to Recovery Girl to get healed up. A Choco, I honestly don't know if it's a Choco or a Choco, was a bit scared of Himiko though, I wonder why. To answer the first question, the crab is a part of my quirk. Is the crab the only thing you can make? Toru asked curiously. She was hoping that he could make her a giant dog, except Yihiko's multi-headed dog would scare her shitless if she were to ever see it. I refuse to answer any questions besides the first ones I heard. Moving on to the next question, the reason I was able to take a hit like that and get back up so easily is also a part of my quirk. What is your quirk? Todoroki spoke out, surprising everyone. He hasn't interacted with anyone yet. So Shoto is interested in me, it most likely because he sees me as an obstacle to surpass or something like that. Yihiko thought to himself while eyeing the kid with daddy issues. I refuse to tell anyone, you'll just have to figure it out yourself. Upon saying this, everyone immediately got curious. It was strange to see someone that had a powerful quirk hide it instead of showing off. Most young people want to show their friends their unique quirks to get popular, but Yihiko isn't like that. Why is he hiding his abilities? They all thought curiously. Why are they bothering me about my quirk? Shouldn't they ask Shoto or Izuku about their quirks instead? I'm not the only one that's hiding my capabilities, so bother someone else for fuck's sake. For the third question, I refuse to answer it because it's a waste of time. What did you say, you fucking bitch? My question is just as important as any of these extras, so answer it already. Bakugo yelled out, only for him to get completely ignored. For the last question, I'm sure Izuku is fine. That's all the questions for today, so let's go back to class. We've wasted enough time already, don't you think so, All Might? Yihiko started directing everyone's attention to All Might in hopes of being left alone. He didn't really tell us anything. Everyone thought simultaneously. Huh? Oh yes, that's right. Everyone, we should get back to the battle trials. But first, the best in this match is Yihiko Shounen. Can anyone tell me why? Momo immediately raised her hand. No one seemed surprised by this. Everyone already figured out that she is the smartest out of all of them. Yes, young Yaoyorozu, please speak your thoughts. Yihiko-kun did the best out of everyone because he was able to come up with a brilliant plan and put it into action immediately. He successfully guarded the bomb from Deku by moving the battle to the second floor and separated the hero team, effectively confusing them in the process with Himiko-chan's quirk. With Himiko-chan distracting Ichoko-chan in another area, Yihiko was able to use his quirk without being concerned about friendly fire. Deku on the other hand, recklessly used his quirk that he said he could barely control on his classmate with a bomb nearby, which means he could have seriously hurt Yihiko-kun and detonate the bomb. Momo finished her mini-lecture while puffing out her huge chest with pride. Ah, very good young Yaoyorozu. Everything you said is correct. Now then, back to the trials. I didn't plan all that, but I'll just go along with it to save face. But I guess they more or less figured out Himiko's quirk by now, Yihiko thought to himself while staring at the girl that was clearly overestimating him, but she had every reason to do so. After seeing his performance, Class 1A knew that he is one of the strongest in their class, along with Bakugo and Todoroki. They were right, Bakugo easily beat the enemy team by knocking them out with his explosions. Todoroki also dominated his match. The hero team couldn't even get into the building since he covered it in ice. I'm gonna skip the rest of the trials since they ain't that interesting and sounds like a pain in the ass. Surprisingly enough, the rest of the trials went like canon. When they ended, All Might congratulated everyone for their hard work. He told them to change into their school uniforms so they could go back to class and grab their bags so they could leave. He then went to go visit Izuku and ran off as fast as he could, which ended up being a bad idea. It was the end of the day, but everyone still had a lot of adrenaline in them from their trials. They were louder than usual because of this. One person started talking to another, which resulted in the person pulling in another into the conversation as well. Eventually, almost everybody was talking to somebody. Shoto had a few people surrounding him and telling him how awesome he was. Bakugo was yelling at the spiky red-haired boy for some reason, and a few of the girls were chatting with Himiko, with Yihiko listening to their conversation, joining in from time to time. This earned the envy of a certain human Pikachu, who decided to bring some attention to Yihiko so he couldn't hog all the girls to himself, apparently. With more and more unwanted attention being placed on him, Yihiko decided it was time to go home. Grabbing Himiko's hand, Yihiko made way for the exit. He walked down the hallway with Himiko latching to his arm again. She was slightly pissed off at Pikachu, but she could talk to her friends later. They continued walking, all was fine and well until they bumped into someone. Hey, watch where you're going. The annoying blonde-haired boy yelled out. It was Nito Monoma, one of the more annoying characters of MHA. They didn't bother to pay him any attention. If they did it and apologized, it would only make him act arrogant. But if they ignored him, it would only make him act arrogant and angry, which is significantly worse since they don't want to listen to any more angry rants today. They have heard enough from Bakugo. They couldn't really get rid of him without the girl with the giant fists to discipline him, so they just walked past him in hopes he would let it go, but they were too optimistic. Hey, I'm talking to you. Answer M. Wait, you two are in Class 1A, right? Do you two think you're better than me? Is that why you're ignoring me? I knew it. Class 1A is filled with people that are full of themselves, so much so that they don't even apologize to Dash. Before GE could finish his little rant, Himiko kicked him in his crotch. Yihiko couldn't help but flinch a little and think to himself, I honestly can't believe there's a fetish for that. She didn't stop there. When he keeled over on the floor in pain, she brought her foot down on his crotch again and heard a pop. Monoma had passed out right there. Yihiko almost felt bad for him. He made a mental note as to remind himself not to piss Himiko off when she's in a bad mood. Himiko has awakened a new fetish. Turning her head sharply to face her boyfriend, she gave him a wide grin with a giant blush on her face. To no one's surprise, Himiko is a sadist. She enjoyed every second of her mini-torture session with Monoma, and was looking forward to spending the night with Yihiko, but he wasn't as excited as is her. He may be a bit pain-numbed from having so many receivers in him, but he could still feel things. Seeing the look on his girlfriend's face, Yihiko knew his life was on the line. If he didn't come up with a plan to escape her by tonight, he could kiss his poor balls behind. He could make a shadow clone, but he can still experience what it experiences when it disperses. He wasn't really looking forward to that, and he can't just let his clone be active forever. He doesn't want to experience a few years' worth of memories. That's one of the reasons why he had Jean make most of his clones for him. They were a bit more durable than shadow clones as well. Yihiko had already formed a plan in his mind so he wouldn't end up like Monoma. They continued walking like nothing happened, until they ran into another annoyance. Upon seeing him, Yihiko sighed to himself. Izuku walked around the corner, only for him to see the person that beat his ass in the battle trial. He just came back from Recovery Girl and was on his way back to class so he could get his bag. He didn't expect to see Yhiko leave so early, but he quickly thought to himself that he wasn't very social. This was very obvious, yet he was going to try to converse with him anyway. Why? Why would he do that, you ask? To prove himself for some reason. After gathering what little courage he had, he decided to look Yhiko in the eye and tell him that he will train harder to surpass him and that they had good match when it obviously wasn't. He immediately regretted his decision. When Izuku looked up at him, all he could see was the very pissed face of Yhiko. Izuku continued to look at him with eyes full of fear, not moving from his spot. Now then, why didn't Yhiko walk past him and ignore him, you ask? It's because Izuku had somehow managed to block the way to the exit, which was conveniently behind him. Not wanting to deal with him anymore, Yhiko said, I can tell that you want to tell me something, but I don't give a shit about what you want to say to me. You're also blocking the way to the exit. Izuku automatically moved out of the way after Yhiko finished talking. He didn't realize that he was blocking the path to the exit. He wanted to apologize but stopped himself when he saw someone passed out on the floor behind Yhiko and Himiko. He quickly ran over to him and made a grisly discovery. The poor boy's baby maker was obliterated, smashed to pieces, ripped to shreds, torn in half, etc. Chapter 17, Panic. In the lunchroom. Yhiko was able to successfully escape from Himiko, for now at least. He was able to deceive her with one of Jin's clones, but it was horrifying to listen to it scream. I have to start being more careful around Himiko now that I know what she wants to do to me. Yhiko thought to himself as he stared at the blonde girl with messy buns and a permanent blush. I can't believe you tricked me. I'm starting to think that you're some kind of sadist. So Yhiko, does tricking cute girls like me into doing nasty things for you your fetish? Himiko asked with a sly smile on her face. You're not going to touch my penis if you even think about smashing it with a hammer. Yhiko stated as a shiver went down his spine. He remembered what Himiko did to his clone. He couldn't get it out of his mind, to be honest. TCH, killjoy. Himiko said in a low voice. The strange couple were walking to school this morning. It was good exercise since they live pretty far from UA. That was their cover story. The real reason was because Jin and Rappa got absolutely smashed and started messing with the others. The others weren't very happy, so they went a little overboard with their revenge. Needless to say, Jin has to buy himself a new car and Rappa needs crutches. I almost feel bad for those two idiots. Well, the only thing I can do is pity them from a distance. When they arrived at U.A, they were immediately swarmed by reporters. They were all around the entrance of the high school, making it hard to get in. You there, the delinquent boy with the piercings and the blonde perverted-looking girl, please tell us what it's like to have All Might as a teacher. A reporter yelled out as she saw Yhiko and Himiko approaching. The other reporters turned their heads almost immediately to look at a potential scoop. They ran towards them at amazing speeds for a couple of reporters. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that right now. Yhiko didn't want to get put through any more bullshit for a while. He still hasn't mentally recovered. As the reporters were just a few feet away from him, Yhiko used Almighty Push to form a barrier around Himiko and himself. They all stopped dead in their tracks, but it wasn't because they wanted to, it was because they had no choice. None of them could move forward, and as Yhiko approached them, they were forced to step back. The reporters looked like a couple of flies that got splattered against a windshield from inside the invisible barrier. Huh. I can't take another step forward. What is this? Why can't I get close to them? One of them must be using their quirk. After Yhiko forced the reporters to part like the Red Sea, he leisurely walked through the entrance with Himiko by his side. When they arrived at the classroom, everyone looked like they were uncomfortable. The reporters really did a number on them. I see Izuku talking to Ida, and when he notices me, he immediately puts his hands over his crotch. You should be more afraid of Himiko instead of me. Then Aizawa shows up after I got to my seat and gets everyone to settle down. He tells us that he watched the videos of the combat trial, and starts telling us what to improve on. He told Bakugo to control his anger, Izuku not to be so reckless, and Himiko to be less erotic when drinking blood. Then there's me. Aizawa looked at me for a couple of seconds before saying, try to be more approachable, unless you want to scare everyone away. Seriously though, you're too young to be looking like a delinquent. This guy. Yhiko made a mental note as to let Aizawa get roughed up by Nomu a little before saving him. Besides all that, we should move on to the main subject. You're all going to choose a class president. I don't care how you do it, but just get it done. Aizawa finishes speaking and proceeds to take a quick nap. A few seconds pass before chaos erupts. Everyone is arguing with each other to become the class president. Eventually Ida shuts them up and suggests a vote to decide who becomes president. They agree and start voting. Yhiko voted for Momo since she's got a good head on her shoulders and is definitely capable enough to take on the role of class president easily. The results are in and the class president is Momo. She got 5 votes, for most likely came from some of the girls and the last one being him obviously. The vice president shocked everyone though, especially Yhiko. It's official, the class president is Yuri Oroza with 5 votes and the vice president is Babaigawara with 4. Aizawa said in his usual sleepy voice, but on the inside he was very surprised. I already know that Yhiko voted for me and maybe Momo, since she doesn't seem like the type that would vote herself, but who are the last two? Yihiko's questions were quickly answered when he saw a twinkling blonde boy wink at him and a girl with chubby cheeks looks at him with a small blush on her face. I know Yhiko wasn't actually the one that mounted me, but I just can't get him out of my head. Achoko inwardly cursed herself for liking a boy that already had a girlfriend, and a scary one at that. Hopefully this is enough to get on his good side. I don't want to piss him off on accident and end up dying before I become a hero. I haven't seen his facial expression change even once, so who knows what he's thinking. Aoyama thought to himself while shivering in slight fear. Yhiko suddenly straightened her posture and started looking around the room. Her girlfriend's senses are tingling. After Yhiko figured out who his secret admirers are, Aizawa dismissed them for lunch. Yihiko and Yhiko made their way to a table to eat by themselves peacefully, at least that was what they were hoping for. Momo, Achoko, Ida, Shoto, Bakugo, Izuku, and Aoyama followed them to the table. Why are they here? I can understand Momo since she probably wants to discuss something with me, but how come Izuku and his friends are here? What a confusing day. Congratulations on becoming the president, Momo-chan, and congratulations on becoming vice president, Yhiko-kun, Achoko said cheerfully. Yes, congratulations you too, but remember to enforce the rules and blah 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 etc. Ida started to talk non-stop, but Yhiko already zoned out. Fucking fuck. I should have at least been vice president, but you purple-eyed bastard took it from me. Just you wait, I'll take that position right underneath your pierced nose, then I'll take Momo's position, and then I'll take Aizawa's role as a teacher and fail you so there's no one real competition and I can be the #1 hero. Bakugo ranted at Yhiko, only to get completely ignored again. The rest of the unwanted visitors were completely silent, with Shoto just glaring at Yhiko. Aoyama was just winking and posing at Yhiko to get his attention while getting an absurd amount of glitter everywhere. Izuku occasionally looked at Yhiko, then back towards his book that had information on his classmates' quirk and theories about Yhiko's quirk, not bothering to congratulate him. Yhiko had her eyes locked onto Momo and Achoko, in case they try anything that threatens her position as best girl. Momo just looked at Yhiko, and then the others while looking completely lost. Poor girl just wanted to talk to him so they could learn more about each other. She needed to know his limits as to not be overbearing. I just wanted to eat my food in peace. Right when he thought things couldn't get any worse, a loud blaring alarm went off. Level 3 security breach in progress. All students please evacuate immediately. A female voice said over the speakers. Everyone started panicking and bolted for the exit. This includes Izuku and friends, with only Momo, Yhiko, and Yhiko remaining glued to their seats. This is strange. Who would be stupid enough to invade a hero school in broad daylight? With All Might attending as a teacher here as well, that must mean they're really confident, stupid, or have something up their sleeves. Momo said aloud as she thought of several ways to calm everyone down. You're over-analyzing things, Momo-chan, just look over there. Yhiko points to a window that allows them to see several reporters flooding through the gate. It's good to know that it's just some reporters, but how did they get past in the first place? Momo said to herself while overthinking things again. Looking at all these people panicking like this when they're supposed to be calm and collected is rather disappointing. Future heroes my ass, if they panic every time something bad happens then they won't have any time to react or at least form a plan. Yihiko mutters to himself. Deciding that he has seen enough, Yihiko gets up and walks over to Momo. He picks her up in a princess carry and tells Yhiko, I'll be right back so please don't get mad at me. What are you doing, Yhiko-kun? Mono asked while getting beet red. She realizes that her panties could be seen so she quickly covers her bottom with an empty food tray. Can you make a megaphone? I don't want to sit here and watch these people panic for the rest of lunch. Yhiko says with a monotone voice. Oh, I understand now. Can you get me to the front of the crowd? Momo asked hopefully. She was concerned about the other students since it was practically a mosh pit in the lunchroom. Instead of responding to her, Yhiko starts to float up into the air with Momo. This grabs everyone's attention. They start to calm down slightly, but it was still pretty chaotic. Now that we have their attention, it's your time to shine, Momo. What? Me? Momo said with a voice full of shock and confusion. Yhiko just stared at her, not in a judging way but in an impatient one. Momo quickly became embarrassed and attempted to look somewhere else, only to find herself looking at the students that were looking back at her. Momo was able to explain everything to them, successfully calming everyone down. Yhiko slowly descended back down to the ground with Momo, who got a glare from Yhiko. We will be fighting villains soon. I hope Tamura's Nomu is salvageable. If I can take it and control it for myself it would prove beneficial to the Akatsuki, but I would have to inspect it to see if it has some sort of tracking device first. It would be a pain in the ass if Tamura targets the area I live in instead of Hosa City. Chapter 18, Tamura. The rest of the day was pretty boring. The rest of the classes were just subjects like math and science, a few others that nobody really cares about as well. None of this matters anyway. Right now Yihiko's getting Himiko and Chimera ready for tomorrow. He knows Himiko can handle herself, but that's not what he's worried about. He doesn't want her to go overboard and kill any of the villains in front of the rest of the class. The damn school is too strict about that no killing villains policy, even though everything would be much better for everyone involved if they just kill all for one and Tamura. Chimera is getting ready to track down the League of Villains hideout with that powerful nose of his. This is what Yihiko is hoping for, since he wouldn't want Tamura to slip away like he does in every fanfic ever. Chimera will be ready when they come back from the USJ incident, so Yihiko won't have to worry about him for a while. All I have to do is rip off some of his clothes or limbs, then I'll know where his little group likes to hang out, then I'll be able to wipe him out anytime I want. I obviously can't kill him immediately since I wouldn't be able to know where to find All for One, unless he just decides to walk around and cause destruction like some cliché villain. Yihiko has an almost unnoticeable smile on his face. Most wouldn't even be able to tell that he's smiling, but lo and behold, Himiko immediately takes notice. Something good happened to you, Yihiko? Himiko asks with an questioning look. No, well not yet at least. Yihiko said dully. Responding with a simple hum, Himiko goes back to being the naive and strange hyperactive girl that everyone knows her for. Today is the day that All Might goes up against the Nomu, Aizawa turns into a mummy, and the students get a taste of what the hero world is like. Except some of those things aren't going to happen, just some. Get to your seats already, we'll be doing your basic hero training with 3 instructors. I shall teach you along with All Might and another hero. We will teach you to adapt to different environments with some rescue training. You guys can also wear your hero costumes if you want, it doesn't really matter to me. The training will be off campus, so up and go to the bus already. Aizawa announced sleepily. When everyone heard costumes, they immediately went to the shelves to grab them. They hurriedly went to the locker rooms to change into their costumes as quickly as possible. Guys, look at this. I just found a peephole. Denki loudly whispered to the others. Wait a minute, why is this happening so early, and isn't the purple pervert supposed to be the one peeping? Yihiko questioned himself. This is it, boys. Today is the day we see some beautiful women that are half naked. Hagakura's floating underwear, Yaoyorozu's ample Yoyoro boobs, Ashido's slender waist, Uraraka's fine Uraraka body, Ajui's unexpected boobies, and to dash. If you say or try to do anything to my girlfriend, I'll crucify you and feed you to one of my summons. Yihiko said while putting pressure on him with the Deva path. Denki froze on the spot, like he had been petrified. He wasn't the only one that froze, all of the boys in the locker nearly stopped breathing from the pressure that was radiating off of him. Yihiko stopped using it and proceeded to put his cloak on. Aijiro decided to try to ignore everything that just happened and said, Man, I'm so excited. I can hardly wait to go out there and start the rescue training. What about you guys? Aijiro said enthusiastically. Yeah, we'll be able to see All Might again as well. Aren't you excited, Kaken? Izuku said while beaming. Shut up, you shitty nerd. All Might will acknowledge me, not you. Same goes for you, you creepy-eyed bastard. Bakugo screamed at Izuku and Yihiko. So annoying, just get ready so we could leave already. Yihiko said plainly as he walked out the locker room. What did you just say to me? I'll fucking kill you. Bakugo screeched as Shiro and Aijiro held him down. As Yihiko approached the bus, he could see that Aizawa and Momo were waiting for the rest of the class. Hey Yihiko-kun, how are you? I hope you're doing good since I'll be needing your help with the class today. Let's give it our all at the rescue training, okay? Also, thank you for stopping Kaminari-kun from peeping on us. The rest of the girls asked me to thank you for them since I needed to talk to you anyway. Momo continued to carry the conversation as Yihiko started to regret voting for her. She's still better than Ida though. Yihiko thought to himself as he stared at her while she kept speaking. Momo suddenly stops talking and covers her breasts, while staring at Yihiko with a flushed expression. I know that my costume is rather revealing, but please don't stare so intensely. Momo practically whispered the last part. Huh. She thinks I'm staring at her chest. I know she looks good and everything, but if I were to look at her with lustful eyes I would most likely die mysteriously in my sleep. So I can't give up my position to someone else. Yihiko said to Aizawa with a bit of urgency in his voice. He felt like something bad will happen to him eventually if he sticks around Momo any longer. Don't even try it, you're stuck with that position, so just deal with it. Aizawa said nonchalantly. He was totally unaware of what happened in the locker rooms. Bastard. Yihiko said under his breath. I heard that, you little shit. Just man up and make sure everyone is in line when they arrive. Aizawa said as he leaned on the side of the bus. After Yihiko cleared up the misunderstanding with Momo, the other students started to arrive in clusters. Yihiko was forced to do his job and helped Momo out while keeping his distance from her. Ha ha ha. Himiko suddenly burst out laughing when she saw Yihiko. What's so funny, Himiko-chan? Mina asked curiously. It's just the face that Yihiko's making. Himiko said while trying to contain her laughter. Huh. When the rest of her classmates heard her, they couldn't help but be confused. No one has seen Yihiko with a different expression on his face, not even once. Even Todoroki's expression changes from time to time, but Yihiko. Nope, not at all. I know his facial expressions like the back of my hand. Right now his eyebrows are lowered by a couple of millimeters, that means he's angry. How can you tell? They all thought simultaneously. Once everyone was piled inside the bus, they started to talk to each other immediately. Izuku was talking to Ida and Ochako while Bakugo was cursing at Denki and Ijiro. Himiko was resting on Yihiko's shoulder, thinking about how much blood she could potentially get. Eventually, the frog girl says that Izuku's quirk is like All Might's, which makes him panic and become incredibly nervous. It's so obvious, I'm amazed that it took one person so long just to figure out something as simple as this. Yihiko thought to himself. We arrive a few minutes later and follow Aizawa inside. The dome-shaped building is much larger than most we anticipated. 13 was waiting for us to settle down so she could speak, but Aizawa asked her, where is All Might? He should have been here by now. He told me that he got pretty tired after stopping crime left and right this morning, so he's taking a break. 13 responded. 13 went on to explain that quirks can save people and kill them. She used her quirk, Black Hole, as an example. Since it's a rather dangerous quirk, it fits perfectly in today's subject. No quirk is evil, it's the people that use them that makes them have a poor image. Imagine if someone else had my quirk, they could cause a lot of destruction with it. They could also save a lot of lives as well, so remember this, class. It's the person that is evil, not the quirk. Everyone got excited when they heard her little speech. They wanted to use their quirks and move on to the lesson. That was until the light started flickering, then shut down completely. The class was confused, but Aizawa narrowed his eyes and did a quick head count. There's something in the plaza. 13 exclaimed. A large blackish-purplish portal opened up in the middle of the plaza that was below them. It was in front of the fountain, and it slowly expanded as seconds passed by. A head popped out of the portal. He had a white hand covering his face and light blue hair. As soon as he stepped out of the portal, the class of young heroes were able to get a good look at him. His arms and neck were covered with white hands. He wore a black V-neck shirt with black pants and red sneakers. Several people followed him out the portal. They were low-class villains, street thugs, and gangsters made the majority of the group. The minority was a large black creature that had a beak, small eyes, and an exposed brain. Its body was quite large, easily over 6 feet tall, but its large frame made it look even bigger. When the portal closed, a man that looked to be made out of shadows appeared and stood next to the men covered in hands. Stay behind me. Aizawa yelled out, never taking his eyes off the villains. Is this a part of the training? Someone asked. No, those are real villains. Yihiko calmly stated. As the students stared wide-eyed at the villains in the plaza, Aizawa stepped forward. 13, you must protect the students and get them to safety as quickly as possible while I hold off the villains. Ida, go get the rest of the staff here immediately. Aizawa said as he put on his yellow visor. But we can help you. Izuku stuttered, letting his hero complex get the best of him. Midoriya, now is not the time to play hero. Follow 13 and get out here. Aizawa said more sternly this time, getting a yelp out of Izuku. Before anyone could say anything else, everyone heard a blood-curdling scream. They looked around for the source of the scream, until their eyes landed on someone they never expected. It was the man with the hands. He had a large black pole sticking out of his left knee. It was a meter long. He quickly grabbed it with his hands and it started corroding. He sent a glare to the one that threw it. His red bloodshot eyes made contact with ringed purple eyes. Yihiko-kun. The class exclaimed. They didn't expect him to do something as brash as that. I'll help you out, sensei. Now you owe me a favor. Before Aizawa could respond, Yihiko jumped down to face the villains with Himiko jumping down after him. My fucking leg, what are you fuckers staring at? Kill them all. The men yelled out, causing the rest of the villains to rush forward. Aizawa jumped down and leaned next to Yihiko, shooting him a glare. You're going to get in trouble for this, you're aware of this, right? Aizawa questioned, getting a nod as a response. Sigh, you kids really love giving me headaches, don't you? Aizawa questioned again, only to receive a small smirk from Himiko. As the villains got closer and closer, the three of them sprang into action. Aizawa used his scarf as a weapon and started ensnaring them, knocking them out, and repeating this process several times. Himiko moved more swiftly when villains came close to her. She pulled out several knives out of nowhere and began to slaughter them. She would stab their legs and torment them, as they pleaded for mercy. It almost looked like the Yakuza raid incident all over again, except these guys were lucky they had an audience. If the class weren't looking, they would be dead the second they stepped out of the portal. When multiple villains came close to Yihiko, all he said was, "Universal pull." The villains went straight up into the air, before they were hurled back down. Most of them were embedded in the floor, unable to do anything at all. The lucky ones landed on their asses, they probably had a broken tailbone and some crunchy legs but they got off easy. The unlucky ones that landed on their heads most likely fractured their skulls. A few of them landed on their necks and fractured their spines, meaning they might not be able to move their limbs anymore. Toga is rather sadistic, she's collecting the blood from them while they're immobilized. She already stabbed their legs so they can't run but she's taunting them while doing it. Yihiko on the other hand is incredibly brutal, most of the injuries he placed on them will cripple them for the rest of their lives. And to think that he did all of this with one attack, was he holding back the entire time? This is concerning behavior for future heroes. Aizawa thought while staring at his two students that were taking care of the villains with ease. Yihiko didn't bother to spare the rest of the villains a second glance, he had his purple eyes locked onto Tamura. He needed to grab something that has his scent on it for his plan to work. He took a step forward, causing all of the villains to take a step back. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. What the fuck are you all cowering for? He's just a student. Tamura yelled out once again while furiously scratching his neck, but the villains didn't move. This pissed off Tamura, not only did he get stabbed, he was also having trouble controlling his lackeys. Fine, if none of you have the balls to move forward I'll send out something that does. Nomu, kill the teacher and leave the orange-haired brat alive, sensei might want him for himself. Tamura commanded his oversized bird. The previously motionless Nomu suddenly screeched loudly, as if accepting his command. The large Nomu sprinted towards Aizawa, getting close enough to grab his right arm. Aizawa wasn't able to escape, the creature's grip was too strong. The Nomu increased its gripping strength, causing an audible crunch to be heard throughout the battlefield. Aizawa grunted in pain, but he continued to fight back. He had to make enough time for his students to escape and look for help, so he must endure for their sakes. The Nomu raised its right hand and attempted to grab Aizawa's head, only for a black receiver to impale its wrist. It screeched in pain and dropped Aizawa, who fell into Himiko's arms. "Geez sensei, you're so heavy. Ever thought about joining a weight loss program?" Himiko asked as if she was genuinely serious. "Himiko, drag him to safety while I take care of this thing," Yihiko said while preparing another receiver. "You think you can handle Nomu kid? He was made specifically to kill All Might, do you think you have a chance now?" "Change of plans, Nomu, go kill the arrogant brat," Tamura said to Yihiko with a sadistic grin on his face. The Nomu yanked the receiver out of its arm and crushed it before it charged at Yihiko, who stood completely still. "Wait a minute, where's Kurogiri?" Yihiko thought as he stuck his receiver into the Nomu's foot. His question was quickly answered when he saw the man reappear next to Tamura. He teleported the rest of the class to different locations. The Nomu was stuck in place as it tried to remove the receiver from its foot, only to get another receiver thrown at it. It lifted its large arms to defend itself, leaving its lower body exposed. Taking the opportunity to deal massive damage, Yihiko made another receiver and plunged it into the Nomu's stomach. He kept pushing until his hand was lodged in, and then he said, "Almighty push." The upper body of the Nomu was completely obliterated, its torso was basically a few lumps of meat on the ground. The bottom half of the Nomu already started regenerating, slowly but surely. Aizawa, Tamura, and Kurogiri were obviously shocked, the monster that was meant to kill All Might was destroyed just like that. Yihiko ignored the regenerating Nomu and dashed towards Tamura with a receiver ready in his hand. Tamura quickly got out his shocked state and prepared to grab Yihiko. When Yihiko was a few feet away, he lunged at him while aiming for his neck. Yihiko predicted this, so he ducked underneath the outstretched arms and attempted to pierce Tamura's stomach. A small foggy portal encased his hand and sent it towards his own stomach. Yihiko let go of the receiver and was forced to dodge to the left side of Tamura, who was busy trying to balance himself after missing so badly. "Kurogiri is rather annoying but easily forgettable, I should take care of him now before he starts meddling with my fights again," Yihiko thought as he stared down Kurogiri. "Young master, this student is dangerous. I recommend retreating before All Might gets here," Kurogiri wisely suggested. "No. I want to kill this brat right now," Tamura replied, he basically threw a tantrum. As Yihiko was preparing to deal with Kurogiri, a large shadow loomed over him. The Nomu was back up again, surprising Yihiko since he thought it would stay down longer. It only had its left arm, while the rest of it was busy regenerating. Yihiko quickly made a receiver and was about to throw it at the Nomu's exposed brain, only for his right arm to get caught in its grasp. Noticing the sudden development between the Nomu and the brat, Tamura yells out, "Yes. Rip his arm off, Nomu. Cripple him, Nomu." He finished while scratching his neck excitedly. The rest of the class arrive all at once to see several crippled villains, Aizawa getting carried to a safe distance by Himiko, and Yihiko fighting 3 villains at once. They see him attempt to stab the men covered in hands, the one made out of fog save his leader, and Yihiko getting his hand caught by the Nomu. As they were about to rush in and help him, the creature's arm suddenly exploded, like a bomb went off in its palm. When Yihiko's right arm was revealed, everyone gasped out of shock. His arm looked like some sort of cannon, his fingers were around it. His arm cannon was smoking, like it had just been fired. Yihiko surprises everyone again when another arm pops out next to the cannon arm. That quirk is kinda like mine. Shoji exclaimed out of surprise. What is happening? Everyone yelled out of disbelief. This'll be annoying to explain, I didn't want to use a Jura attack, but I'd prefer to keep my arm over keeping secrets. Yihiko thought as he changed his extra arm into several thick metal wires that he used to wrap around the Nomu's waist and neck, trapping it so it can't break free. The armless Nomu kept struggling, trying to free itself. Yihiko kicked its legs off, forcing it to stand on the stumps it used to call it legs. He then put the chakra blaster to its head, preparing for another Azura attack. No. This wasn't supposed to happen. All Might was supposed to come here to see his precious students torn to pieces. He was supposed to die at my hands. And you ruined it. I'll kill you. I'll kill dash. Before he could finish his second tantrum of the day, he was hit by a knife that sunk deep into his left arm. Himiko giggled to herself as she watched him scream in pain before he ripped it and threw the knife towards the ground. Another large explosion was heard, the Nomu and a very large chunk of the ground was completely destroyed. The Nomu couldn't regenerate from that, so after realizing that shit hit the fan, Kurogiri teleported himself and Tamura back to their hideout. He escaped, but we can find him easily now. Yihiko reverted back into his original form and thought to himself as he stared at the knife that was covered in Tamura's blood. Yay. I got so much blood. We did it, Yihiko, we fought off all the bad guys. Praise me. Himiko said excitedly as she tackles Yihiko to the ground. Good job. Was all he said as he was used to soften her fall. Yihiko. A few annoying voices called out to him. Fucking hell, I just can't catch a break. Yihiko thought to himself as he watched his classmates approach him while he's still on the ground. Himiko reluctantly gets off him, much to her displeasure. Yihiko gets up and dusts himself off, as his classmates swarmed him again. Are you okay? How did you fight them all off? What happened to the villains in the ground? Are you a robot? I am here. All Might comes out of nowhere and yells out confidently with a few pro-heroes behind him, only to see a bunch of crippled thugs stuck in the floor and some of his students with minor injuries while Aizawa has a major injury. Aizawa-san, are you okay? Don't worry, I'll take you to recovery, girl. You really pushed yourself to the limit just to protect the students here. I'm proud and concerned. Where is 13? All Might asked. I'm going to be fine, but I wasn't the one who protected the students. Yihiko took out over half of them with a single attack. I don't know where 13 is though. Ah. We almost forgot about her. 13 got heavily injured by one of the villains. Izuku yelled out. Go treat her immediately, I'll have to contact everyone's parents and tell them their kids are safe. Yihiko Shonen, thank you for protecting Aizawa and defeating the villains. Aizawa's life was on danger and protected him from receiving any fatal injuries. His career as a hero could have ended today if it weren't for you. I also wish to speak with you along with Principal Nizu tomorrow, if that's alright with you. I'm fine with that, I'll see you tomorrow. Yihiko said as he grabbed the bloody knife and gave it to Himiko for safekeeping. Let's go, Himiko. Yihiko said to get her attention. Sure, bye-bye everyone. Himiko waved goodbye before heading towards the exit with Yihiko. Now then, it's time for me to call Chimera. Chapter 19, Akatsuki Day Off. So this is where the League of Villains is hiding. It's a pretty good spot for thugs and lowlifes to hang out at. Chimera said to himself as he looked down at the hideout from the roof of a nearby building. After Yihiko dealt with the Nomu and his class, he immediately called Chimera. He didn't want Tamura to slip out of his grasp, so he handed Chimera the knife and let him do his thing. Chimera was happy to help. He would have been happier if the knife didn't smell god-awful. Since it was grabbed by Tamura, it had his scent all over the handle. The handle smelled like rotten meat, rotten fruit, and death. It reeked of death, so the hideout wasn't that hard to find. His excellent hearing picked up the sounds of someone cursing a purple-eyed, facial-pierced, robot freak, so it only got easier from there. This was easier than expected. I'll just text everyone the address and tell M to keep an eye on this place. Chimera said to no one in particular. He jumped off the building and landed in an alley with a loud thud, waking up some sleeping thugs in the process. What are you doing over here, big guy? You lost. Who the fuck do you think you are, waking us up with your heavy-ass footsteps? Yeah, this is our turf, you looking to get your ass kicked. And what's with that weirdly shaped mask of yours? Is that your little vigilante mask or something? It's honestly surprising that anyone would willingly mess with someone as big as Chimera. He's bigger than the Nomu but slightly skinnier in his normal form. These guys must have really strong quirks, really smooth brains, or just too drunk and can't think straight. Chimera didn't smell any alcohol from their breaths, so it's possibly arrogance or stupidity. What are you hiding your face for? Got something behind there that not even a mother could love. One of the two thugs tried taunting the large, strangely dressed man that was obviously dangerous. So it was stupidity. Chimera thought as he approached the one that taunted him. Oh, did I strike a nerve? I'll strike your face any dash. His head was completely enveloped by Chimera's large claw-like hand before his head was crushed like a grape. Chimera let the headless body drop to the cold cement. It will stay there until the police find it. Realizing how bad the situation is, the other thug pulled out a shiv and foolishly ran towards Chimera. He attempted to stab the large masked man, who grabbed the shiv with his bare hand and crushed it easily. The thug immediately turned around to run but something popped out of his chest. He slowly looked down to see what impaled him. It was the same hand that killed his friend, crushed his shiv, and now it was the hand that killed him. Pulling his hand out of the thug's chest, Chimera quickly left the scene. He knew that he was being petty but he doesn't like to be discriminated against, all because he was born different from others. He would change that. It was the reason why he joined Yhiko in the first place. Yhiko promised him that he would change the world, by making it into a world where everyone would be the same. No matter what gender, race, age, quirkless or not, everyone would live without the fear of being discriminated. A world without discrimination, that is what he wants. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a spider. A pure white spider that had two hollowed-out eyes, instead of the usual 8 that were made of flesh and blood. Its abdomen was strangely large, like it was filled with something. A bug with a quirk. Don't see those very often. Chimera didn't think much of it and left. I'm back. Chimera called out. A young girl rushed over to him and jumped towards his leg. Welcome back. Eri said happily. She already got used to everyone in the group. She sees them as her new family now, no matter how strange and different everyone was. Everyone treated her kindly. They felt bad for her. Nine hung around her the most. He knew what it was like to be experimented on. Where's the boss, little lady? Chimera asked while picking her up in a hip hold. He's in his room. He looked pretty tired. Eri replied while climbing up Chimera's waist. He simply nodded and went towards the kitchen to get a drink, only to smell smoke. Is Kuruka trying to cook again? He thought to himself. His suspicions were correct when he heard her cursing the stove. Why can't I cook? She screamed out of frustration. She wanted to make something for Nine, but the kitchen was the bane of her existence. That smells awful/delicious. Jean shouted as he watched her fail. Shut up, Jean. At least I'm trying to cook something. You just sit on your ass all day. Kuruka chided him, but it didn't make her feel any better. Keyword, something. I have no idea what that thing on the stove is. Jean replied while covering his nose. Deciding to stay out of the kitchen, Chimera and Eri went to the second floor. He heard Yihiko and Nine. They were talking about the USJ incident. Not bothering to knock, he burst through the door, breaking it in the process. You do realize that simply opening the door is the easier and less expensive way to enter a room. Mummy said sarcastically. Good to see you too. Chimera replied, taking a seat on the couch after he put Eri down. Good job on finding their hideout. Did any complications happen? Yihiko questioned. He decided to ignore the fact that his door was broken again. Some thugs tried to mess with me but I dealt with them, besides that nothing else happened. Chimera lazily replied. He already got comfortable on the couch. Of course something happened. Did anyone see you? Mummy was the one that asked this time. The area was practically empty, and if anyone saw me then I would have known. Unless they got a quirk that erases smell, invisibility, and affects hearing, nobody could get near me without me knowing. Chimera replied, a little annoyed this time. Have a little faith in him, Hoyo. He's the best when it involves sensing enemies. Nine attempts to stop the two from bickering with each other. As they were talking, Eri was watching a Disney movie on Yihiko's phone. He was watching it with her since he didn't want to talk about the villain hideout any longer. Noticing that Yhiko wasn't following the conversation anymore, Hoyo went to see what he was watching. They were watching Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Hoyo got interested and decided to watch it as well, which caught the attention of the other two in the room. What are you watching? Chimera asked. Shoo, Khan, you're too loud. Eri replied, focusing on the movie instead of him. Nine quietly chuckled to himself when he saw Khan's dumbfounded face. Now he was interested in what the three of them were watching. He went behind the couch and leaned in to watch the movie. Khan just gave up and watched it with them. As time went on, the number of people watching the movie increased. Rappa was the first of many. He wanted to spar with Yhiko but saw that everyone was watching a movie on a tiny screen. He took a chair and joined them since Yhiko wasn't going to get up anytime soon. Next was Himiko. She wanted to cuddle with Yhiko but decided against it when she saw how entranced he was. She figured that watching a movie was good enough and took a seat on his lap. Jean arrived after Himiko. He had gotten bored of messing with Karuka, so he went to go look for the others. He couldn't find anyone on the first floor, so he went up, only to find them all huddled around Eri. Wanting to join in on whatever the group was doing, he watched it with them after finding a free spot. Nine-sama. I cooked dinner for you. Karuka called out happily as she carried her food and put it on the kitchen table. The poor table started to corrode, almost as if Tamura had touched it. She got worried after she didn't hear him respond. In fact, it was dead silent. Fearing the worst, she quickly ran to the different floors of the apartment complex. She checked every room, and she still couldn't find anyone. She eventually reaches Yihiko's room and gets pissed. She was worried for nothing. When she was about to tell them off, Nine calmed her down and convinced her to join them. Now here we are, 2 teenagers, 6 adults, and 1 child are watching a movie while Karuka's food gains sentience downstairs. Why did she eat that apple from that creepy old lady so willingly? Eri questioned, only to get no reply. Everyone was so busy that they didn't even hear her speak. When the movie ended, everyone finally snapped out of it. They enjoyed watching the old movie. They didn't think anything could possibly ruin the moment. I'm pretty sure Snow White was 14 and the prince was like 30 or something. Jean asked curiously. Never mind, the moment is ruined. Chapter 20, Clearing Suspicions. The next day was pretty uneventful. The school was closed due to the villain attack and Yhiko spent it with the other members of the Akatsuki. He can't say the same for the day after though. When he and Himiko got to the classroom, everyone just stared at them. This surprised Yhiko. He thought they were going to swarm him again, but this is a lot better in many ways. He didn't care if other people stare at him. Since people stare at him all the time, he built up a resistance to it. His classmates were thinking completely different things though. They had so many questions but were too afraid to ask. They somehow heard a conversation about the Nomu, and how it was supposed to kill All Might, but their classmate defeated it by himself. This made many of them curious. They wanted to ask him how he did it and how can they get to his level of strength. They were hesitant because of what he showed them yesterday, when his arm changed into something you see in sci-fi films, the villains with several crippling injuries, and a dead monster that he killed. Everyone was so high on adrenaline that it somehow affected their way of thinking, making them forget that he killed a somewhat humanoid creature. But nobody blamed him for killing it, since it would have made the fight for their lives a lot harder if Yhiko wasn't there. Nobody had the firepower to take on the Nomu. All of them are aware of this, and that made some of them extremely frustrated. Specifically speaking, Bakugo was the most angry. He wanted to go down and help Aizawa, but the men with the teleportation quirk stopped him from doing so. But he didn't even think about killing anyone, even though he tells everyone to die all the damn time. The room was eerily silent. Everyone wanted to say something but no words came out of their mouths. The atmosphere in the room made everyone uncomfortable. Even the unusually energetic students like Mina and Toru stayed quiet. The silence was broken when the announcement speaker suddenly activated. Yihiko Babaigawara, please come to the principal's office. Thank you. Yihiko got up and left immediately. He didn't want to waste any time. He knew it was going to be an annoying meeting, but he had to sit through it. He found his way to the office and knocked a few times before he heard a come in. He opened the door and saw that All Might, Nizu, and Aizawa waiting for him. Aizawa had a cast around his right arm instead of being covered head to toe in bandages like a mummy. Yihiko took a seat opposite to the pro-heroes, patently waiting for them to speak. Hello Babaigawara-kun, I'm sorry for calling you in here before class, but I'll get straight to the point since you seem like the type of person from the reports I've read about you. We thank you for saving Aizawa-san's life and defeating the creature that was made to kill All Might, but that's part of the problem. You've crippled the villains you fought against, and I doubt they can live without needing help from others. You've killed the Nomu instead of capturing it. Even if it seems unreasonable, you should have at least attempted it. You didn't listen to your teachers that tried to protect you by challenging the villains head on as well. Am I missing anything? Nizu said while eyeing Yhiko to see his reaction. Yhiko has shown villainous tendencies, not only by doing everything he did but by doing it so without hesitation. Who's to say that he won't just kill any random thug without batting an eye? He didn't want to raise a future villain in his school, especially a powerful one. If he boy responds to his questioning violently, then they would have no choice but to send him to Sir Naite in an attempt to see his future behavior. Quite a few things actually, one of them being that the people who invaded your school came here with the intent to kill not only All Might, but the students as well. I was simply defending myself from the people that tried to kill me my way, not yours. I didn't kill any of them, I just crippled them, because if you just send them to prison for a few years and let them out again, they're not going to change. Once a murderer, always a murderer. I simply took away their ability to murder, since I have a gut feeling that even if I were to knock them out, they would wake up and try to kill me regardless if they're beaten or not. They're like heroes in a strange way. Can you elaborate please? Nizu said sternly. He didn't like the way Yihiko compared villains to heroes. It was extremely concerning. Heroes and villains are dedicated to what they do for a living, like the Nomu. It was made to kill All Might, so it wasn't going to stop until it killed him or you kill it yourself. When I first engaged it in battle, I blew its torso apart. But it got right back up and kept trying to kill me. It was made to do so, I'm aware of that. But humans are the same, they do what they want and don't stop unless someone with authority stops them. But they still want to do it, and whether it is good or bad is up to the public. Take Stain for example, he kills fake heroes because that is what he believes is right. Some of the public has agreed with his point of view, they even praise him for killing them. But even if you catch Stain and throw him into prison, I know that he would stick to his ideals and even attempt them regardless if he has the power to do so or not. Even if he was crippled, he would still try to kill heroes. He is dedicated, just like you All Might. I have a feeling that if you were extremely injured, you would continue to protect the people and remain as the symbol of peace, am I wrong? Yihiko said while staring at All Might. Hearing the word injured and All Might in the same sentence made All Might flinch, he also began to sweat a little. But his smile didn't falter and answered the question honestly. Yes, Yhiko Shonen, I would protect the citizens of Japan even if I was injured. But as you can see, I am completely fine. All Might said his part, still sweating a little. Yihiko nodded and continued, and you Principal Nizu, wouldn't you try to do the best for your school even if it takes heat from the media? Wouldn't you try to give your students the best experience here even if you didn't have the power to do so? And isn't the fact that I saved Aizawa-sensei's life enough proof that I can become a hero regardless of how I do it? I killed the Nomu before it killed him, and Aizawa-sensei most likely would have died if I wasn't there. Don't forget the fact that the villains almost killed 13, I hear she's recovering as we speak. There wasn't any time to hesitate either, it isn't very hero-like, right? It's do or die, a lesson the kids here will have to learn eventually. Yihiko finished, he patently waited for them to soak in what he said. Sai, you are correct in several ways, I obviously want the best for my students. Saving Aizawa-san's life isn't something to scoff at either, and you're right about the do or die as well. Heroes are thrown into life-threatening situations nearly every day, so they do what they must regardless of what the public think. This incident has gained the media's attention and they are now questioning the security measures we take. And you're correct again, I won't let what the media says affect the school or the students going here. I don't agree with your statement of heroes and villains are similar, though, I believe that villains can change for the better. Like the Nomu? Yihiko questioned sarcastically. He got you there, you know. I don't think we could have done anything to change it since it was literally made to kill All Might. Aizawa, who has been silent the entire time, spoke his thoughts on the matter. Ahem, thank you for your time Babaigawarakuen, Aizawa-san will be going with you back to class now. Nizu ushered both of them out of his office. I truly don't think Babaigawarakuen is the traitor, since he could have just sat back and relaxed as Aizawa-san fought the villains by himself. Instead he rushed in and saved Aizawa-san while putting himself in danger. The way he handles his opponents is concerning, but that's just him. His girlfriend goes here as well, so I doubt he would willingly put her in danger considering how they always stick together. I must find out who the traitor hiding in our staff is immediately. Nizu thought while full of countless worries. He didn't even try to put up a counter-argument. Yihiko thought to himself as he walked back to class with Aizawa. They walked in a comfortable silence for a while, until Aizawa broke it by saying, "Thank you for saving me, I definitely would have died if you weren't there. I have kids at home, and it would be heartbreaking if they just stayed at home waiting for me to return when I can't." Whoa, Aizawa has kids. I don't remember anything like this in the manga. Yihiko was genuinely surprised, he wanted to know more about them. It's nothing, but you still owe me a favor. Yihiko replied dully, he couldn't let his curiosity show. You're still on about that? Fine, I owe you a favor, now what? Are you going to ask for no homework for a week? Aizawa said as sarcastically as he possibly can, which still sounded monotone. I'll save my favor for later, let's just get back to class. I don't want to deal with anybody else today, especially after the little interrogation Principal Nizu put me through. The three of you wanted to check if I had villainous tendencies, right? Now that I explained the way I view things, you guys will leave me alone, right? Yihiko asked hopefully, not that anyone could tell. He's quite sharp for his age, it makes sense considering how mature he is compared to the other students. It's probably better to give it to him straight than just hide it from him. He'll most likely find out on his own anyway. Nope, Nizu still has some questions for you. He must have forgotten to ask you since you practically embarrassed the poor guy by showing him how optimistic he was being. What are the questions then? It couldn't have been too important if he forgot about them that easily. On the contrary, actually, he wanted to ask you about your quirk, or would you prefer if I say quirks? Especially the most recent one you've showed, that one is the most interesting. Can I use my favor to avoid answering your question? Yihiko's ringed purple eyes temporarily made contact with Aizawa's baggy black eyes for a split second before Aizawa smiled and said, "No. So annoying, the quirk you saw me use is what I call the Azura path. It allows me to augment my own body with mechanical weaponry. There's definitely more to it, isn't there? You're not going to get any more information out of me, and don't put it on record either. I don't trust the security of your databases, so I would prefer if my quirk stayed as telekinesis. Okay. Understandable, but I will tell Nizu about your Azura path to keep him off your back for a while." The two of them continued walking until they arrived at the classroom, which was somewhat loud. Yhiko opened the door to see what was going on, except the class immediately became quiet the second the door opened. When he looked inside, he saw his poor Yhiko being questioned and surrounded on all sides. Now the majority of the class was staring at him, completely unmoving like some deer in front of headlights. "Go to your seats already," Aizawa called out from behind Yhiko. They immediately went to their seats while avoiding Yhiko's gaze. They already knew that he was overprotective of his girlfriend from the locker room incident. Nobody even said anything when they saw that Aizawa was there despite his injury. "Wow, none of you wasted any time getting back to your seats, a big improvement from the first day in my opinion," Aizawa said in his usual monotone voice. "All right class, we have some important things to talk about. To be more specific, the sports festival." Most people weren't paying attention since they were too busy trying to avoid a certain someone's murderous gaze, but they started listening after he said that. "Is it really okay for us to host the sports festival even though we were attacked by villains a few days ago?" Ijiro asked, completely confused. "If we were to cancel the sports festival just because of a few villains, then our school reputation would fall. We're doing this to show that the school can safely hold events like this without worrying about villains. There's also the fact that the one who attacked us in the first place is still out there. If we don't hold the festival, then he will think that he dealt some damage to the school and get confident. If he gets confident, then he'll get even bolder and possibly do something that could endanger the lives of civilians. We can't show weakness, not now." Aizawa finished his little speech, getting some of the kids excited. He also explained other details about the sports festival, like how heroes use the festival to scout sidekicks and how big the event actually is. After Aizawa finished explaining the sports festival, they went back to being a normal class. Yhiko felt a few eyes digging into the back of his head, but nothing else really happened. When class was dismissed, everyone went towards the canteen to fill their empty stomachs. The rest of the class was following Yhiko and Yhiko to their table though, which greatly annoyed the both of them. "How long have they been pestering you?" Yhiko asked while looking back at his little entourage. "Ever since you went to Nizu's office, they kept on asking me stuff like, 'Are you dating a robot?' and the classic, 'Does your boyfriend come in bundles?'" Yhiko replied with a smile on her face. It obviously wasn't a friendly one. Much to their displeasure, the two of them had to deal with annoying classmates for the rest of the day. Yhiko was able to scare them off by saying that he was a government cyborg and his job was to find the next best human candidate to replace him since he's an older model. Almost everyone immediately started doing stupid shit to make themselves look bad. Yhiko almost threw up laughing too hard. At the end of the day, Yhiko and Yhiko started getting ready to leave until they heard a commotion at the door. The hallway was filled with students that were trying to sneak a peek at the famous Class 1A that survived a villain attack. "Move out of the fucking way already. If you shitty mob characters think that you can scope out the competition so easily, then you're all way over your fucking heads." Bakugo was pissed at the fact he couldn't get past the human barricade. Wow, who knew that Class 1A was so arrogant? Are all the kids enrolled in the hero course like this? The one that spoke had indigo-colored hair, small bags under his eyes, and a bored expression on his face. His name is Shinso, one of the better characters of MHA. "I'm getting really sick and tired of everyone's bullshit today. I recommend moving the fuck out of my way before you regret it." A cold yet feminine voice entered everyone's ears, and they were surprised when they saw who said those harsh words. Yhiko was pissed. She had to deal with her classmates that were bombarding her with questions, no alone time with her Yhiko, and now this. She couldn't control her anger and snapped at Shinso. She looked at the students that clogged the hallways like they were the embodiment of filth. Shinso was surprised as well. He came to their classroom to tell them his declaration of war. But he wasn't expecting to get insulted twice in a row. When he was about to say something back to her, everyone froze. Everyone felt a pair of malicious and malevolent purple eyes staring right at them. Nobody could say anything, nobody could hear anything, nobody could feel anything. It was like they all died at once. Yhiko was the source of all of this, but he was doing it for their sakes. If he just did nothing at all, then Yhiko definitely would have stabbed whoever was closest to her. To stop her, he just released a little bit of his killing intent. Anyone can do this, everyone just has different amounts of it. The amount someone has depends on how much they want to kill something and how long they've been harboring these intentions. Even if the amount of killing intent you have towards someone is small, it's bound to grow somewhat large over time. Yihiko has been holding a very large amount of killing intent for Deku ever since he saw him in anime form in his past life, so his intent rivals All for One's hate for All Might. Now that everyone froze up, Yihiko took this opportunity to leave. He grabbed Himiko's hand and pushed the students in the hallway aside. The sports festival is in 2 weeks, I should prepare what I'm going to say on stage beforehand. Chapter 21, Death of Saibogu-chan. The next 2 weeks passed by in a flash, but it was still pretty hectic. After Yihiko scared everyone shitless, people started avoiding him even more. Most of the other students would try to speed walk past him or stay away as far as they possibly can whenever he's around. It surprisingly didn't affect his classmates too much, but they still treated him differently. The rest of Class 1A started giving Yihiko tribute and peace offerings as to appease him. At first, they would give him screws, nuts, and bolts. They thought he would eat it for some reason, but all it did was annoy him. Then Denki came in and made everything worse. He thought it would be a good idea to give Yihiko some porn mags. During the lunch break, he slipped 3 of them into Yihiko's bag somehow. When Yihiko went back to the apartment, he opened up his bag to see 3 unfamiliar magazines in there. The first one was a car instruction manual. The second one was a bunch of pictures of different machines, like fax machines, office printers, manufacturing robots, etc. The third one was just pictures of girls dressed up as robots posing strangely and a bunch of crudely drawn drawings of robot girls. Yihiko was confused at first until it dawned on him that the culprit was most likely the only open pervert in the class, knockoff Pikachu. After he got rid of the magazines, he confronted Denki the next day. "Why did you put a car manual in my bag?" Yihiko got straight to the point. He didn't want to waste his time on something as stupid as this. "Do you mean the porn mags I gave you? It's to make sure you're growing up nice and healthy." "Oh, how did you like my drawings?" "I didn't really know if you liked the robots more or us fleshy people more, so I gave you a bit of both. No need to thank me," Denki said loudly, gaining everyone's attention incredibly quickly. "Those were porn mags. And did he just say that he gave me those books? I don't remember such a thing, let alone talking to him." It hadn't even been 5 minutes since he entered the classroom and yet he's already annoyed. "I hope you enjoyed them. It's my duty to help out a brother in need," Denki said as he somehow managed to mimic All Might's smile. When the others heard this, the rest of the boys huddled together and came up with a plan. "You guys, Yihiko is the only cyborg in our school. Do you think that the reason he doesn't talk much is because he feels like he doesn't belong?" Siro questioned, feeling concerned for Yihiko. "I don't care about that bastard, and why the fuck am I huddling with all of you extras in the first place?" Bakugo replied angrily, yet he didn't even try to break out of it. "Maybe we could ask the support department to make him a friend that he can connect with," Fumikage suggested while ignoring Bakugo. "That's a great idea. He needs some man-to-man bonding," Eijiro happily exclaimed, also ignoring Bakugo. And this is how Saibogu-chan came to life, a very short life. The boys went to the support department and stumbled upon Mei Hatsum, a girl whose boundless energy can even rival even Mina's. They asked her to make a robot for their lonely cyborg friend, and Mei agreed almost instantly. Mei was somehow able to finish making it the very next day, but there was a problem. "Why is it a girl?" they exclaimed. All of them were aware of how Himiko acted when a girl came close to Yihiko. "But you said your cyborg friend was lonely, so I thought he would want some attention from a cute girl," Mei mused as she tried to see what the problem was. They already bribed Yihiko and Himiko into coming over to the support department, but now they have to find a way to keep them away. But before they knew it, the 2 people in question were standing right next to them. Both of them were looking at the robot girl, each thinking different things. Yihiko was thinking about how life like the robot looked. It had bluish-grayish eyes, blonde hair that was tied in a ponytail, and a small glowing circle on the right side of its forehead, basically Chloe from Detroit, become human. Himiko, on the other hand, was thinking about how to get away with mass murder in broad daylight. The boys in her class bribed her and her boyfriend into coming here just so she could watch a robot snatch away her Yihiko. If looks could kill, the boys would have died over 1,000 times. "So you're the lonely cyborg that everybody's been talking about. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name's Mei Hatsum, but you can just call me Mei." "Wow, you're even scarier than the rumors say you are. Anyway, can you show me how advanced a government cyborg is? I want to improve my baby, so I need to know how advanced government technology is compared to mine." Mei blurted out as she got only a few centimeters away from Yihiko's face. When the boys saw how close she was getting to Yihiko, they felt jealous that she didn't do it to them and scared for her safety. They looked over to where Himiko was once standing, only to see that she wasn't there anymore. Their eyes darted across the room in an attempt to find Himiko, only to see her back to where she was when she first came in. This isn't going to end well, they subconsciously thought at the same time. After Yihiko successfully avoided Mei's personal questions, he asked, "So this robot is the reason why I was called over here? What does this have to do with me?" Well, your friends here said that you were lonely, so they asked me to make a baby for you. Now that my baby Sayabaga-chan is completed, you can spend time with her and make me some robo-grandbabies. Don't worry, I don't mind the age gap between when you two were created, but please take good care of my baby for me. Mei said enthusiastically, not realizing the death glare she's receiving from Yhiko or any of the boys' desperate attempts at shushing her. What? That was the only word he could say as he looked over to his friends for some much-needed answers. They instinctively looked away, none of them dared to look Yhiko in his purple eyes. They should have known better, but they still did something stupid anyway. Now that I got to meet my son-in-law, why don't you meet Saiboga-chan? Saiboga-chan, activate. Mei shouted excitedly, not realizing how dangerous the situation is. Upon saying these words, Saiboga-chan closed her eyes and opened them again. She took a quick glance around the room before they fell upon the one that created her. Greetings, I am Saiboga-chan couldn't even finish her sentence before she started. Malfunctioning. Huh. Wait. This isn't supposed to happen. What's wrong with my baby? Mei said hurriedly, as she tried to figure out what was wrong with her baby. Oh no. Someone spilled water on her. I didn't get the chance to make her waterproof yet. Mei exclaimed as she tried to fix her baby, only for it to start smoking. That looks pretty dangerous, we should probably leave the room. Izuku said meekly as he watched everything unfold into utter chaos. Agreed. Shoto replied as he was already halfway out the door. Zero grabbed Mei as everyone evacuated from the room, only to see some small sparks coming out from the robot girl. Is that it? Is this what you made me evacuate for? There wasn't even an explosion. Now let's get the fuck out of here before something else happens. Bakugo said angrily, he was pissed that he wasted so much time on some lonely and malfunctioning robots. As soon as he finished his sentence, Saiboga-chan exploded dramatically for absolutely no reason. Saiboga-chan. Mei screamed out, tears threatening to fall out of her eyes. Oh well, I guess I have to start over. I'll call you guys later so I can introduce you to Saiboga-chan 2.0, okay? Also, make sure you come to me if you want improvements on your equipment, and good luck at the sports festival tomorrow. Mei said enthusiastically, not caring about how her workplace just exploded. As everyone walked away, Yihiko and Yhiko stayed put and stared at each other for a brief moment before Yhiko broke the silence. Yhiko. Yes. Did you pour water on Saiboga-chan? I don't know what you're talking about. Sai, why are you like this? Chapter 22, 200,000 yen. The sports festival has finally arrived and everyone is bursting with excitement. They trained like crazy just so they could do good in the festival, but waiting for it to actually start is what most of the students here find even more challenging than training. The students of Class 1A are inside of a waiting room, talking about how they can't go out there. They were in their Udata gym uniforms instead of their costumes. Even though they're excited, most of them are incredibly nervous. This is one of the largest events in Japan, so it makes perfect sense for them to be nervous. Get ready everyone, the festival is starting soon. Ida shouted to get their attention. Not long after he said this, Shoto tells Izuku that he thinks he's stronger than him and that he doesn't care about his relationship with All Might. After he said his piece, he turns and looks at Yihiko, who was listening to Yhiko explain how people with blood type A taste slighter better than people with blood type B. Yihiko, I think that you are the strongest person in this class. But I won't let that discourage me, I will surpass you and claim the #1 spot in the sports festival. He finished his little speech and walked away. Yihiko didn't really care about too much about it, so he just tuned him out. Bakugo, who heard Shoto's speech, only scoffed in annoyance. If an army of villains and a monster made to kill All Might can't beat the purple-eyed freak, then what chances do you have? Bakugo muttered to himself as he waited. I don't understand, sensei. I find any information about that brat's quirk. All that's written down is the name and that it's telekinesis, which is only half right. First he humiliates me, now he hides his information from me. I hate him, sensei. I want to tear him limb from limb. Tamura ranted as All for One listened silently. He was extremely curious about the boy that defeated most of the villains and the Nomu with ease. He must get his hands on his quirk. Tamura, I understand that you're upset, but you must calm yourself. The sports festival will start soon, I want you to show me who ruined your plans. You said that his quirk was written down as telekinesis, but he was able to make black stakes and grow an extra arm that transformed. What if he's hiding more abilities up his sleeve, Tamura? This is why you must remain calm at all times. All for One lectured Tamura from the other side of the screen like how a parent would lecture their child. But Sensei Tamura wanted to speak out but was interrupted. No buts. We must find out more about him, so don't make a move until we can come up with a plan that could counter his abilities. All for One said in a more strict tone. Yes, Sensei. Tamura replied, furiously scratching his neck. Kurogiri silently watched this unfold and put his attention back to the TV. When the students of 1A were called out to the field, their nervousness increased by tenfold. Slowly exiting the long hallway, Present Mic's voice rang into everyone's ears. Here's the class that survived a villain attack with Will of Steel, Class 1A. Present Mic stated as he tried to hype everyone up. This is really nerve-wracking. How are you guys feeling? Mina said while shaking a little. She looked around as she said this, only to see a trembling Izuku. He was doing worse than her, especially since this is being broadcasted live around Japan. It certainly didn't make him feel any better when he felt the glares being sent their way, all because most of the people here came just to see the famous Class 1A. Midnight cracked her whip to get everyone's attention, which was mostly from the male population. Everyone be quiet. Representing the students is Yihiko Babaigawara from Class 1A. The R-rated hero announced. This was expected. Yihiko did the best in the entrance exam. This made many of the students quiet down instantly. They were interested in what he had to say. The people in the stands thought differently though. They were confused as to why someone that looked as threatening as him was giving out a speech. Yihiko didn't care. What they think doesn't matter at all. As he walked onto the stage, all eyes were on him. Yihiko took a deep breath and stated, all of this is pointless. I will win this festival easily, so the rest of you shouldn't even try unless you want to humiliate yourselves with your little pledges, so just give up now. There's no point in even trying to get first place, so aim lower. I will only say this once, don't underestimate me. Yihiko finished his speech, shocking everyone in the process. The whole stadium was silent. Nobody could believe how bold he was. It stayed silent until they heard someone clapping enthusiastically, cheering for the boy on the stage. Yay! Go Yihiko! Tell M who's boss. Himiko cheered while jumping up and down in excitement. As if everyone was just only registering his words now, they started booing. The other classes thought he was being arrogant, all because he was in 1A. The pro-heroes thought he was full of himself. The people in the stands didn't take his words seriously. Tamura, all for one, and Kurogiri felt relieved that he was arrogant. It would make him easier to capture if he was so full of himself. The Akatsuki, who were watching the festival on their TV, were laughing their asses off. The people that were booing their leader will come to regret it later. Aizawa was shocked as well. He didn't think Yihiko would say anything as arrogant as that, but he knew that Yihiko wasn't just all talk and no bite. He already bet a small fortune on Yihiko. It was the easiest 200,000 yen he has ever made. Is it really okay to bet that much money on him? I know that he saved your life and everything, but the other students are strong too. Present Mike questioned Aizawa. He didn't want his friend to lose that much money just because of a bet. They're not as strong as him though. Aizawa gave his usual creepy smile, which startled Present Mike a little. They definitely should have took his words seriously. All these people will eat their words when the festival ends. As Yihiko walked off stage, he heard Midnight say, is this arrogance or confidence? With the way he carries himself, he must be the dominant type in bed. She smiled with a large blush on her face as she watched him walk back to his class. If only she knew. Yihiko thought as the people that were once afraid of him were now angry at him. He honestly doesn't know how their views of him did a complete 180 so fast. Did you really have to say all that? We're getting a lot of nasty looks from the other classes now. Momo asked nervously as she felt the hateful gazes of countless students. I was only speaking the truth. They will learn to take my words to heart after this. I did tell them not to underestimate me. Yihiko replied like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Now then, let's start the first course. Midnight said. She was feeling excited from Yihiko's speech. It had been decided that the first course was going to be an obstacle course. As everyone moved into position, with Yihiko being in the back and Himiko in the front, the race has begun. It would be rather annoying if Shoto freezes the floor. I don't want Himiko to get frostbite. I think I'll just do this. Universal pull. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. As everyone started shoving each other to get to the end of the hallway, Shoto planned on using his ice to freeze everyone's feet. However, he wasn't able to pull it off as he felt something yank him back with tremendous force. He landed on his back, staring at the ceiling until a shadow loomed over him. It was Yihiko. He had a black receiver in his hand and thrusted it towards Shoto's left shoulder. It effortlessly pierced through his clothes, not him. He was pinned down as Yihiko disappeared in a puff of smoke, as if he wasn't even there in the first place. Shoto looked around to find Yihiko and to his surprise, he found multiple. Shoto wasn't the only one that was pinned down. This happened to every other contestant. Even Himiko wasn't spared. She had a receiver going through her pants. As Shoto watched the Yihikos disappear simultaneously, the real Yihiko walked past everyone leisurely. He can clone himself. How many abilities is he hiding? Shoto thought as he tried to free himself. Yihiko. What are you doing? A majority of Class 1A asked, only to be completely ignored. You bastard. I'll fucking kill you. Bakugo screeched. Wow. Looks like the boy that made the pledge is not just all talk. Can the other students escape the hallway? Or will they stay there till the end of the sports festival? Present Mike commented, surprised that Yihiko would pull something like that. Yihiko walked out of the tunnel, only to hear footsteps running after him. He looked back and saw Himiko running at him full speed with a large smile on her face. She broke the receiver pretty quickly, much to everyone's surprise. She has had a few practice matches with Yhiko before, so she knows how to break his receivers. Upon seeing her, Yhiko bolted towards the open field with some zero-pointers waiting for him while leaving Himiko behind. Since he was the first one to get there, their attention was on him. One zero-pointer tried to grab him almost immediately, which resulted with it getting sent flying towards another zero-pointer with a single, almighty push. The collision destroyed both of them instantly, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. Another zero-pointer tried to stomp on him and Yhiko avoided it easily, while transforming his arm into the same metal wires he used on the Nomu. He wrapped his arm wires around its right leg and pulled with a bit of his strength, causing it to fall towards where he entered the area and ripping off its leg in the process. The zero fell down with a large thud and successfully blocked the entrance. This will force the other students to climb over it or destroy it just to get past it. Yhiko transformed his arm back to its original state and, almighty pushed, his way towards the next obstacle. Himiko had just made it to the zero-pointers and was forced to climb over the one blocking the path while avoiding the few smaller remaining robots. When the other students finally broke free of the black receivers, they made their way to the broken zero-pointer. Shoto made an ice block and used it to climb over the zero-pointer. So Yhiko has already dealt with most of the robots while making the course even more difficult. With all of the defeated robots blocking the way, I might overuse my right side if I'm not careful. Shoto thought as he climbed over another defeated robot. Fuck. Fucking shit. You fucking piece of shit. How dare you make me blast these fucking dead robots just to get past? I kill you, Yhiko. Bakugo yelled out at the top of his lungs. Yhiko made his way to the fall and passed it easily by flying over it with almighty push. Himiko was close behind him as she skillfully ran on the tightropes with ease. The others got over the fall the same way in canon. Now Yhiko was at the minefield, flying over it without detonating any of them. When he got to the end, he made a few black receivers and threw them in different spots on the minefield. This made all of the mines detonate at once while he crossed the finish line. What's this? Yhiko came in first place and detonated the mines behind him. Is this his way of saying, sorry for trapping you at the beginning of the race? And he just flew over it. Why didn't he do this at the start? So many questions and so little answers. Now let's see who's going to get second place. Present Mike said enthusiastically, getting the crowd to reluctantly cheer for Yhiko. Himiko came in second place shortly after. She didn't have to worry about the minefield thanks to Yhiko. She was able to get second place thanks to her small head start at the beginning. Shoto arrived next, followed by Bakugo who just looked at Yhiko angrily. Izuku was nowhere to be seen, until he popped up and took last place, meaning the Sparkle Kid didn't make it in. How the hell did he get past people with quirks? I destroyed the minefield and everything, must be that protagonist bullshit that he pulls out of his ass. Yhiko thought as he looked at the fatigued Izuku. The winner of the obstacle course is Yhiko Babaigawara, please give a round of applause. Present Mike announced again, try and get a stronger reaction out of the crowd. His quirk is rather strange but destructive, and it looks like he can control it pretty well for his age. I will send him an application to become my intern, I hope he accepts it. A random pro hero said, causing others to agree with him. That's right, he was incredibly fast, faster than the kids that use quirks to boost themselves. He doesn't even look tired as well, so he must be taking some sort of stamina training, another pro hero added in. Don't forget about his physical strength, he ripped off that robot's leg with ease. His face is rather stoic as well, now that I think about it, has his facial expression ever changed? A different hero questioned his peers. I don't think I have, he has a pretty good poker face. Even though he ain't smiling, his pierced face will definitely be stuck in my head for a while. Since most of the contestants look completely worn out, we're gonna let them take a short break. Present Mike said loudly into his microphone. A few students from 1A congratulated him, while the rest of the students just glared at him. Himiko was talking to the other girls so he just patently waited for the next course to start. While this was happening, Aizawa's creepy smile grew larger and larger. He knew it was a good idea to bet that much money, and after Yhiko's performance in the first match, he regretted not betting more. I guess I really do owe him a favor, well as long as it isn't unreasonable I'll do it for him. Chapter 23, Unfair. The short break was over and midnight showed the contestants the results. Yhiko was in first place, Himiko in second, Shoto is third, and Bakugo fourth. The top 42 contestants will be moving on to the next round. The contestants that didn't make it will have plenty of chances to shine in different courses. Now then, it's time for the next course for the ones that made it. The next course will be a cavalry battle, Midnight said while seductively licking her lips. She went on and explained the rules, like how you can use your quirk to grab other people's headbands that were worth a different amount of points depending on how well you did on the obstacle course. She also revealed that the person who arrived in first place gets 10 million points, which made everyone stare at Yhiko eagerly. But it's not like it matters, they won't even be able to get close to him. Not even bothering to look back, Yhiko waited for her to finish. That's right, even if you're in last place you have a chance to get straight into first place in an instant. You all have 15 minutes to form a team of 2 to 4 people, good luck everyone. Midnight announced excitedly. I really want to join Yhiko's team but Deka needs my help, what should I do? Ochako thought as she looked at Yhiko and back to Izuku. Soon after she said that, Himiko went over to Yhiko. She was about to talk to him but was interrupted. She looked over to see who talked over her but only scowled when she recognized her. Yhiko. There you are, I've been looking for you. Now then, let's team up. If I team up with you then I'll be able to show off my babies. Mei shouted into Yhiko's ears, completely ignoring his personal space and Himiko entirely. Hey, don't you think you're a bit too close to him? And do you really have to pick Yhiko? Aren't there other people that still have some leftover spots available? Himiko questioned her with a strained smile. Of course it has to be Yhiko, the 3rd and 4th place winners already have 4 people in their teams. Yhiko also has the most points, which means all attention will be on him. If I team up with him, then I'll be able to demonstrate all of the uses and functions of my babies. Mei explained surprisingly fast. TCH, I guess if you're joining him then I have no choice but to join as well. But no more girls Yhiko. The 3 of us is more than enough, don't you think so Mei? It doesn't really matter how many people we have, as long as I get to demonstrate my babies then I'm fine with it. Mei said as she got her babies ready. Then it's decided, Yhiko gets to team up with some cute girls. Aren't you happy? I mean, look at Mei. She looks pretty, don't you think so? Himiko said with another strained smile while trying to set Yhiko up. Are you setting me up? No, but we will be your teammates. Bonsai. Do I even have a choice in the matter? Yhiko asked tiredly, the round hasn't even started yet but being around those 2 made him feel like he ran all the way over to the other side of the world and back. No, so can you answer my question now? Himiko asked again, slowly inching closer to Yhiko. Before he could answer her death trap of a question, Midnight announced that they only had a minute left. Everyone got into their formations and looked over at Yhiko's team. Himiko was sitting on his and Mei's shoulders but it was rather difficult for Yhiko. He had to bend down a little to balance Himiko because of his and Mei's height difference. I hope everyone ready, because the match is starting in 10 seconds. Midnight announced as Present Mike started to count down. As this was happening, the other teams prepared to grab Himiko's headband before their enemies do. 3, 2, 1, start. Present Mike shouted into his microphone, causing the students to dash towards Yhiko's team. That headband is mine. Shoto, Bakugo, and Izuku shouted at once as they made their way towards Yhiko. Looks like everybody wants the 10 million points, but will they be able to get it? It all depends on what Yhiko's team does next. Present Mike commented. Yhiko easily predicted what they would try to do, it was pretty obvious. Yhiko came up with a simple and effective plan, none of the other teams would have never guessed what he did next. Taking Himiko off his shoulder, he grabbed the collar of her uniform and threw her over 50 meters into the air. Huh. Mei and everybody else said simultaneously. Wee. Himiko's voice entered their ears as she started to fall down. Yhiko, what are you doing? Mei yelled out as she watched Himiko fall. Yhiko didn't answer her, instead he clasped his hands together and slammed his palms to the ground while shouting, summoning jutsu. Poof. After his hands touched the ground, a black symbol that looked like a circle with several black lines came out of where his hands were. A large amount of smoke came out of the symbol, temporarily blinding everyone. This bastard. Is he trying to hide? This won't save you. The other contestants started to curse Yhiko. Several students shouted one after the other, but when the students of Class 1A saw what Yhiko was doing, Izuku shouted run. What is Yhiko doing? Is this a smoke screen that suppo dash? Present Mike was about to make another comment, but what he saw shocked him and everyone else in the stadium, again. When the smoke dispersed, a giant creature was revealed. It had green feathers, a jagged yellow beak, 3 feet, 3 wings, a chakra receiver going through its neck and another going through its body. The most distinguishing feature about it was the purple ringed eyes that were identical to its master. Himiko had safely landed on the giant drill-beaked bird's head, enjoying the feeling of its surprisingly soft feathers. It took a few moments for everyone to realize what had happened. After doing so, they immediately started panicking. What is that thing? It's a monster. The heroes are here, but why aren't they doing anything? The people in the crowd and the other contestants were afraid of the giant beast before them. It made them all feel uneasy when it looked in their direction. Geez, that kid brought out one of his bigger monsters this time. Aizawa said dully. He was barely surprised at all. He had seen the video of Yihiko's entrance exam and Yihiko's fight with Isuku. He figured that Yhiko might have more creatures up his sleeve, but he was a little startled when he saw the sheer size of it. You knew he could do that? And did you just say, one? He can make more of those things. Present Mike asked, visibly confused. Yes, he has made different monsters in the past. From what I can tell, they are under his control. I don't know how many monsters he has in total, but I do know that all of them are incredibly strong, stronger than most pro heroes. Aizawa finished as his smile grew even bigger. He just realized that Yhiko has already won the match, making Aizawa one step closer to becoming a rich man. Everyone please stay calm. I've been informed that this creature belongs to student Yihiko Babigawara of Class 1A, it is under his control and follows his commands. Present Mike shouted, getting everyone to slowly calm down. S-sensei. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Tamura nearly shouted out of surprise. He had every reason to do so, since this is the first time he has seen a quirk like this. He wasn't the only one that was surprised. Kurogiri was speechless when he laid his foggy eyes on the beast. Yes, it's beautiful. What? Tamura was surprised a second time. He didn't expect his sensei to say something like that, especially since it looked so ugly. Don't you understand? Once I take that quirk for myself, I will be able to control that thing. I wonder if he has any more tricks hiding in his sleeve. All for one began to laugh, as if he had heard the funniest joke in his entire life. Is he just going to stay on that thing the entire time? A person from the crowd asked his friends. Is this even allowed? Another asked. Don't you guys think that this is pretty unfair, having someone as strong as him in this festival? Someone else asked. What do you mean, unfair? Life is unfair, take me for example. I don't have a quirk but you do, but does that give me the right to complain about it? Crying isn't going to help, quirkless people know this better than anyone. A different civilian started arguing with the stupid one. How pitiful. 1 second, they were cursing me like their lives depended on it. The next second, they're running away with all of their might. I thought they were supposed to be heroes, always facing danger head-on while their hearts were filled with courage. But I don't see any courageous heroes here. Yihiko said as he looked down on the other contestants from atop his summons head. Soon after he summoned it, he grabbed Mei and flew up to its head. He then ordered his beast to hover in one spot, causing large gusts of wind to push back nearby contestants. Nobody is able to get close to them, which has made it difficult to compete with other students. Yihiko was in the middle of the stadium. His presence there has forced other students to compete near the boundaries. If they get closer to the middle, then they could fall over from the powerful wind the beast has been creating. Yihiko stood up there with Mei and Himiko sitting beside him, fluffing up the giant bird's feathers like there was no tomorrow. So soft. I want to sleep on it. Himiko said as she made feather angels. Wait a minute. I'm supposed to be showing off my babies. Mei exclaimed after she reluctantly pulled her face off of the very comfortable feathers. Do you have a microphone? Yihiko asked her. Yep, never leave the house without one. Okay, well why don't you just start explaining what they do while we have everyone's attention? But everyone's focused on you, not me. How will I keep their attention on me long enough to show everyone my babies? I have an idea. Yihiko said as he grabbed a feather off of his summon and used transformation jutsu on it to make it look like the 10 million points headband. I'm so tired that I forgot if they could actually do this or not. If they can't then please go easy on me. What? How did you do that? Mei asked. She was completely awestruck. That isn't important, just go down there and demonstrate your babies already. You got it. Mei replied as she put on a jetpack that came out of nowhere and flew above the other contestants. Hello everyone. My name is Mei Hatsum and I have been given the 10 million point headband by my team leader, but that's not what is important right now. What's important is the various babies I have made. Mei said into her microphone enthusiastically while pointing at the headband in her hand, not realizing how strange she sounded. Everyone's attention has been on her ever since she said, 10 million point headband. If she has the headband, then what's the point of having that monster over there? Yihiko has been sitting up there with Himiko the entire time, so it must be a duplicate or a fake, but how? Aizawa thought to himself as he stared at the headband in Mei's hand. Mei began to demonstrate her babies while avoiding the endless horde of greedy students. It was pretty funny to watch them try their hardest to grab it but fail at the last second while Mei talks like nothing is happening. But Mei was struck down during the last minute by Bakugo, who flew up to her and damaged her jetpack. What a shocking development. Mei Hatsum has been struck down by Bakugo and lost her headband, which means Bakugo is in first place. Present Mike commented while getting everyone hyped up. Fuck yeah. Take that, you purple-eyed bastard. I won. Bakugo shouted excitedly. He was almost like a kid that was given Disneyland tickets. Poof. The headband he was holding in his hand was temporarily covered in smoke. When it quickly dispersed, all that was there was a large green feather. Uh-oh, Bakugo's team thought when they saw the feather in his hand. Surprisingly enough, Bakugo didn't curse, scream, or tell anyone to die. Instead, he was silently seething with rage. His hand burned the feather he was holding as he looked up at the monster that just landed in the middle of the stadium. Yihiko was sitting cross-legged on its head with his left hand supporting his own head. He was wearing the 10 million point headband and silently watching Bakugo, wondering what he would do next. The cavalry battle is over. Let's see who's in the top 4. In first place we have Team Yihiko. Present Mike announced, getting the crowd to cheer. Our second place winner is Team Bakugo, Team Todoroki is in third place, and for fourth place is Team Midoriya. After he said that, Izuku cried his eyes out. He, and a lot of others, didn't think he would make it to the next round. You've got to be kidding me. He barely got by in the anime even with Mei on his team. How the hell did he get all of those points without her? Yihiko was amazed at the powers of plot armor. It truly is a mysterious anomaly. Yihiko desummoned his giant bird while carrying Himiko in his arms. She actually fell asleep on his bird. Well, there you have it, folks. The participants for the next round all came from Class 1A. But since we need 16 contestants, we will choose 2 members from the 5th team. Present Mike announced, getting cheers from the audience and glare from the other students that didn't make it. We will be taking an hour-long break, so enjoy your free time. Present Mike yelled out. He beat the first 2 courses so easily, can I get to his level? Izuku thought as he stared at Yihiko. He's stronger than I anticipated, but I won't let him beat me without a fight. Shoto thought as he placed his hand over his left eye. So he thinks it's funny to send a fake headband my way, huh? I'll fucking kill him. Bakugo thought as many explosions crackled in his hands. This was a rather boring chakra. Yihiko thought as he looked into the crowd. He felt someone with a chakra signature hiding in the crowd, only for a brief moment. So there's someone with chakra here that's hiding in the crowd, but how? And more importantly, are they a friend or foe? Chapter 24, Overwhelming Power. For the tournament, almost everybody from canon will be there except for Monoma and Tetsu. That kid, he's strong. Stronger than most pro heroes, I know he is. He breezed by all of these stupid courses with ease, but I know he's hiding his true power. I can't wait to meet him. Yihiko suddenly felt someone look at him with an amazingly large amount of battle lust. It was like they would come down from their position and try to fight him any second now. Is this the person who had the chakra signature? No, this is coming from a completely different position. Besides, why would they purposely hide themselves if they were just going to show killing intent? It wouldn't make any sense. The students of 1A went over to the cafeteria to refill their tired and hungry bodies. They had an hour break, so they were going to make every second count. They arrived after a few minutes, but when they got there, the other students started to cling to the walls like their lives depended on it. It's the monster tamer, Yihiko Babaigawara. Please don't look this way. Please don't look this way. Don't look into his eyes. If you do, then he will steal your soul. The students in the lunchroom reacted like this when they saw Yihiko, who was still carrying the sleeping Himiko. This made the other students in 1A look his way, like they were asking him what he did to get into this mess. That last one is oddly specific. Yihiko thought as he put down Himiko and woke her up. Hey Yihiko, are you feeling excited for the next course? Ochako said as she inched closer to Yihiko. Yeah. Yihiko was still thinking about the chakra signature from before. It made him wonder if the god reincarnated other people. After Yihiko excused himself, he tried to remember anyone in the crowd looked recognizable. Everyone in the crowd looked unique thanks to these stupid quirks, which makes it harder for Yihiko to find anyone that looked familiar. This will be a problem. They must know something about me if they're purposely hiding their chakra. But, I don't know if there's more than one of them. I'll have to be more careful in case they aren't alone. As Yihiko was lost in thought, the announcement speakers activated and said, Yihiko Babaigawara, please come to the Pro Hero Lounge. Thank you. HM. Are they going to question me about the bird? I thought they already knew I could summon creatures. Well, it's either that or the heroes want me to give my thoughts on the villains that attacked us. Yihiko thought as he looked for the Hero Lounge. He found it surprisingly quickly, but it definitely would have taken him more time if he couldn't hear All Might laughing loudly every 5 seconds. Yihiko knocked on the door 3 times and waited for a response, receiving a comment from who he assumes to be Nizu. Yihiko stepped inside and closed the door behind him while his eyes took quick glances around the room. He saw several pro heroes and most of the teachers of U.A in there, the exception being Present Mike, who was still commentating on the other courses that went on. As Yihiko took a few steps forward, he was forced to bend backwards in an unnatural way to avoid a kick that was sent towards him. It went straight over his head and into the door, breaking it in half. The kick was incredibly fast, most of the heroes could even track it with their eyes. Yihiko was about to make a black receiver and stab his attacker in their exposed leg, but Nizu's voice captured everyone's attention. "Mirko, that's enough. I will not sit idly by and watch you attack one of my students just because you want to fight him." Nizu yelled out at the strongest woman in Japan. "Be quiet, Nizu. This has confirmed my suspicions, this kid doesn't belong here." The rabbit hero Mirko shouted back while removing her foot from the broken door. "May I get an explanation as to why I was called here and to why I was attacked?" Yihiko's voice entered their ears, except it was colder than usual. "I'm terribly sorry about this, Yhiko-kun, but Mirko wanted to meet you personally. She said that she wanted to test something on you, so I refused, but she kept on threatening me that she would go onto the stage and fight you in front of everyone if I didn't call you here." Nizu explained to everyone in the room. "That's right. Now that I know my suspicions are true, I'm taking you out of here," Mirko said with a grin on her face. "Hold on, why do you want to take my student? And what are the suspicions you keep on talking about?" Aizawa was the one that questioned Mirko this time. "Isn't it obvious? He's way too strong for your school. I honestly don't know why he isn't a pro hero already. He has shown multiple powerful quirks and amazing reflexes, don't forget about his flexible body that he just demonstrated. But that's not the best thing about him, the best thing I've seen him do is look at me with killing intent. When he dodged my kick, he was preparing to do something to my exposed leg. I felt it, Nizu. He shouldn't be going here with all of these weaklings that are so full of themselves just because they got into this school, he should be fighting me," Mirko explained as she got ready to send another kick towards Yihiko. "You crazy woman, how did someone like you become a pro hero?" Endeavor questioned while staring at her disapprovingly. "By beating up bad guys, of course," Mirko responded with a grin, causing Endeavor to raise the temperature in anger. "Take me seriously," Endeavor shouted at her, causing Mirko to narrow her eyes at him. "Calm down, everyone. We are in front of a student, we are supposed to show a good example of how pro heroes should act." All Might also shouted while trying to calm them down. "You can't just take my students as you please, Mirko. They enrolled here because they want to be heroes, they're not battle-hungry like you." Nizu yelled at Mirko again. Mirko looked at him and scoffed. "Don't give me that bullshit, Nizu, I know that they are just itching to use their quirks in whatever challenge you have waiting for them. Especially the kid with the explosions coming out of his hands, he practically radiates battle lust." Mirko yelled back, making an endless cycle of yelling. "Jesus fucking Christ, do all heroes act like children? They're almost as bad as the kids in 1A, Yhiko thought as he looked at them with disappointment, almost forgetting why he was called here. "Ah. I almost forgot," Mirko exclaimed as she turned towards Yhiko. She walked over to him and grabbed him by his arms. She then threw Yhiko over her shoulder and proceeded to walk out the broken door. "I got what I wanted, so there's really no point in staying here any longer, so bye-bye," Mirko said as she broke into a sprint. "Wait a minute. Somebody stop her." Nizu shouted at the pro heroes, causing them to finally do their jobs. "Don't let her get away. He's mine. I won't let any of you ruin my fun," Mirko shouted back at them as she ran incredibly fast. "Are you kidnapping me?" Yihiko questioned as he stared at the pro hero's ass, comparing it to Himiko's. Before she could respond, Yihiko made a black receiver and stabbed it into a nearby wall. This forced Mirko to stop since Yihiko slowed her down immensely. When she looked back, she saw that wall next to her had a line deeply engraved into it that was a couple of feet deep. She also saw what caused it. Yihiko, who was holding onto a black receiver, stared back at her. "You have pretty good grip strength, I hope I don't have to pay for the damage you made though," Mirko said as she admired the destruction he caused. "Can you put me down now? I would also appreciate it if you would stop trying to fight me," Yihiko asked as if nothing was wrong in the first. "You surprisingly mature and calm, aren't ya?" Mirko said as she dropped Yhiko like he was a sack of potatoes. "Out of everyone in my class, I'm definitely the most mature. The rest of them still act like children even after getting attacked recently," Yhiko responded as he got up and dusted himself off. "So you want to fight me? You do realize that kick you sent towards me earlier was pretty lethal, right?" Yhiko questioned the crazy hero in front of him. "Don't whine about something as small as that, you dodged it so it's all good," Mirko responded as she heard several footsteps coming towards them. "Anyway, it looks like I gotta get out of here before the other heroes catch me. But I will get my fight, whether you like it or not," Mirko pledged as she looked at Yhiko with a smile full of bad intentions. She started running again when she saw the other heroes coming around the corner, leaving Yhiko behind. There she is. After her. The heroes started running past Yhiko and chased after the rabbit hero. Aizawa walked up to Yhiko after the rest of the heroes left and said, "Glad to see you in one piece, now go back to your classmates." I think the next course is starting in a few minutes. Also, can you do me a quick favor and win the tournament? I convinced Present Mike to bet against me and nothing would make me happier than to order some food with his money. Yihiko merely raised an eyebrow at how straightforward and happy he was being. It really wasn't like him at all, but I mean, who doesn't like money? Yihiko made his way to where the rest of the winners of the cavalry battle were. All 16 of them were now gathered in one spot. Here we are with the final event. The 16 students that passed the cavalry battle will participate in the next event. It's a 1 versus 1 tournament that will decide the winner of the sports festival. Present Mike announced, causing the crowd to cheer. The pairings will be decided by raffle. Will Team Yhiko please come to the stage and draw your ticket? Midnight asked as she watched Yhiko, Himiko, and Mei walk up the stage. Yhiko stuck his hand in first and got a ticket that had the number 7 on it. Himiko grabbed a ticket with the number 5 on it and Mei got a ticket with the number 4 on it. If I remember correctly, Mei should fight Ida and Mina was supposed to fight that annoying blonde kid that Himiko ball busted. I guess Himiko is going to fight Mina and I'm going to fight Aijiro. Yhiko thought as he walked off the stage. His guess was spot on since the pairings went like cannon, with Aijiro's soul nearly ended up leaving his body when he found out who he was up against. The contestants can watch the other fights or prepare for their own. I hope the first contestants are ready, because the match will start soon. Midnight said while cracking her whip. Eventually, Izuku and Shinso made their way onto the concrete platform in the middle of the stadium. Midnight explained the rules and the match began. Everything went like cannon, with Izuku nearly losing but barely made it to the next round. The next few matches went like cannon as well, even Mei since she used Ida to show off the baby she didn't get to use during the cavalry battle. Now it's Himiko versus Mina, both of them staring each other down. Who do you think is going to win, Yhiko? Ochako asked, taking full advantage of the fact that Himiko is distracted to get close to him. Himiko would win if she got close to Mina, she knows how to fight pretty well. But if Mina keeps Himiko at bay then she might win. Yhiko said bluntly. Alright girls, I want a clean fight. You already know the rules, so are you two ready? Midnight asked and received nods in return. 3, 2, 1, begin. Present Mike shouted. Himiko immediately dashed forward, surprising Mina slightly. Mina quickly threw acid at Himiko, who easily dodged and kept running forward. Himiko was a few feet away from her in just a few seconds. She sent a punch towards Mina's stomach and it connected. Mina felt some air leave her lungs. She sent some acid towards Himiko and successfully gave herself some time to breath. Arg, she hits hard. Mina thought as she winced at the pain in her stomach. Himiko charged at Mina again, not giving her any time to recover. She sent punch after punch, forcing Mina to take several steps back. This continued until Mina was near the edge of the platform. Not realizing that she's near the boundaries, Mina sent a punch towards Himiko, who caught it easily and flipped Mina so she was facing the other way. Himiko then kicked Mina's legs, which caused her to fall out of bounds. Mina Ashido is out of bounds. Himiko Toga is the winner. Midnight announced, getting cheers from the crowd. Wow. That was fierce fist fight. I guess this serves as a very important lesson. Don't be too reliant on your quirk. Present Mike commented. Good fight Himiko-chan, even if you were a little rough. Mina joked, feeling completely sore from getting her ass kicked. Yep, you did pretty well. Himiko said as she helped Mina go to the infirmary. The next fight was Momo versus Fukikage, with Momo losing because she couldn't counter him. Now it was time for the next match, Yihiko versus Aijiro. Deku-kun, who do you think will win? Tsuyu asked Izuku. It depends, if Yhiko makes another monster like before then I don't think Aijiro can win. Izuku said while somehow forgetting that Yhiko beat his ass, crippled a bunch of villains, killed a monster made to kill All Might, and destroyed a bunch of zero-pointers just to block their path. Here we have the winner of the obstacle race, the cavalry battle, and possibly the strongest first year in U.A, Yhiko Babaigawara. Over here we have the manly and passionate hardening, Aijiro Kirishima. Ready. Start. Present Mike started the match immediately. He was pretty excited and wanted to see what Yhiko would do next. Aijiro immediately hardens himself and charges towards Yhiko, intending to knock him out before he could do anything. What a simple strategy, couldn't he dash? The same chakra signature from before. Where? Yhiko got distracted and looked around the arena for the source of the chakra, completely ignoring Aijiro. Aijiro didn't mind being ignored and saw that this was his chance. Aijiro launched a right hook that was heading straight towards Yhiko's face. Yhiko realizes this and successfully blocks with his left arm. Aijiro's fist connects with Yhiko's piercings in his forearm, making sparks fly. He's surprisingly tough, but I can beat him. Aijiro thought a few seconds before he lost. This guy, he's not letting me concentrate on the chakra signature. I must deal with him before I can focus on what's truly important, almighty push. The concrete platform in front of Yhiko was destroyed. It was like a bomb was underneath the platform. Everything in front of Yhiko was torn off the earth and flew towards Aijiro. Aijiro also flew off the platform immediately. When the audience looked around and saw where he was, they could only pray for him. They saw that he was embedded into the wall. They didn't know if it was possible to remove him from it. The rabbit hero Mirko, who saw everything, had a large smile on her face. He's definitely out of everyone's league. It's honestly a waste that he's here. I'll get my fight soon, I just have to be a little patient. She tried to calm herself down but wasn't doing a good job at it. I got distracted. Whoever's in the crowd must be messing with me. They know exactly what they're doing. I can't let my guard down anymore. Yhiko thought as he scanned the crowd, making them shiver uncontrollably. Is he looking this way? I hope not. He's so scary, almost Endeavor level scary. Why Yhiko Babaigawara is the winner. Present Mike said, at a loss for words at how fast the match was. After he said that, the crowd let out a breath they didn't know they were holding in. Yhiko walked off the broken platform after looking around one last time, unable to find any chakra signature. He sighed to himself and walked back to his classmates, who looked concerned for Aijiro. Did you really have to go overboard like that? Momo asked while looking at the heroes that tried to get Aijiro out of the wall. The field medics weren't strong enough to pull him out. He was distracting me, so I had no choice but to deal with him quickly. Yhiko coldly responded. He was still pissed at whoever was hiding in the audience for distracting him. His words caused Momo to shiver a little. She thought to herself he was distracted. But what could be so important that it distracts him? The next 3 matches went like cannon. Ochako lost, Izuka lost, and Ibara lost. Now it was Himiko and Fukikage, but to keep everything short, Himiko lost. She couldn't get past his dark shadow and was eventually pushed out of bounds. Now it's Yhiko versus Bakugo. Who so you think will win? Toru asked, receiving questioning stares from everyone. It's pretty obvious at this point who's the strongest in our class is. Denki said with several others agreeing with him. Kachan can pull it off. I know he can. Izuku said hopefully. Dekukuin, I know that he's your friend but please be realistic. Siro said while watching Tatu on the platform stare each other down. Izuku didn't refute him and looked at Bakugo, who was currently preparing to come up with some sort of plan. I fucking kill you for embarrassing me during the cavalry battle. Bakugo screeched at Yhiko, who just looked at him coldly. Seeing that his opponent refusing to talk to him, Bakugo gets even more angry. The second Present Mike told them to start, he propelled himself forward with his explosions. He immediately launched a concentrated explosion towards Yhiko while circling him. Yhiko, almighty pushed all of the debris that came his way and watched Bakugo try to find an opening. Bakugo kept on circling him while repeatedly launching smaller concentrated explosions in hopes of making an opening instead of looking for one. Go Kachan! Izuku yelled from the crowd. No chakra signature this time, did they leave? Yhiko thought as he, universal pulled, Bakugo straight into the air and back down into the ground, forming a small crater on impact. This match is pretty intense. But Yhiko hasn't even moved from his spot. Present Mike commented with a shocked voice. Bakugo was pissed when he heard Present Mike, because he was right. Yhiko hasn't moved a single inch and was completely unscathed. None of his explosions actually hit him. You fucking bastard. Make your monsters. Transform your limbs. Go all out already. Bakugo shouted as he got up from his crater with heavy breaths escaping his lungs. Surrender. That was all Bakugo heard from him, and it infuriated him so much that he charged at Yhiko without thinking. The only thing he wanted to do right now was to blast Yhiko to bits. His palms crackled with miniature explosions. He was preparing to use a move similar to the one he used on Izuku from Canon. Except he wasn't able to use it. He couldn't move because Yhiko, universal pulled, Bakugo towards his outstretched hand. Let go of me. Bakugo struggled to speak with the Yhiko's hand wrapped around his throat. Kachan! Izuku yelled from the crowd, worried for his friend's well-being. I told you to surrender, you did this to yourself. Yhiko stated. Bakugo aimed his palms at Yhiko's expressionless face, preparing to blast it apart. Bakugo no. Midnight yelled as she ran onto the platform. Flaming arrow of amazing ability. Boom. Before Bakugo could attack, Yhiko's hand detached itself from his wrist. It propelled itself forward with fire. It looked like a rocket. The hand flew forward while it gripped Bakugo's neck and slammed him into the wall, a large crater forming around him. He was knocked unconscious and out of bounds, making Yhiko the winner. Sensei. Tamura muttered as he watched the scene before him. This is new. Is he human? Will I be able to take his quirk? All for one thought to himself as he stared at the screen intently. Yhiko's wrist flew back to him, which caused Bakugo to fall face first into the floor. It looked like there was some sort of magnetic force that brought his hand back. He walked off the platform and didn't bother to look back. The field medics picked him up and went to the infirmary to treat him. The audience just stayed silent this time. Present Mike was about to join them, but it was his job to commentate. Yihiko is the winner, he announced, shocking nobody. Hooray! Himiko cheered from her seat. All that money is just waiting for me now. Aizawa smirked. He would be getting thrice the amount he bet. The next round was Shoto versus Ida. Ida lost. After that it was Yihiko versus Fukikage. The platform was repaired and the two boys were staring each other down. Midnight asked them if they were ready and Present Mike told them to start. I surrender. Fukikage immediately yelled out after the start signal was given, surprising everyone. Even Yihiko was a bit surprised. I haven't even done anything yet, but it's the smartest thing I've seen anyone do all day. Yihiko thought as he stared at the retreating figure of Fukikage. Even though the audience was surprised, they half expected something like this to happen sooner or later. Yihiko has won again. Present Mike said in a defeated tone. He just realized that he lost the bet he made with Aizawa, even he lost faith in Shoto. Speaking of Shoto, the boy jumped into the arena after Fukikage left. He was having an internal struggle with himself. He didn't even want to win anymore. It wasn't like he would anyway. But even if he didn't want to win, he wanted to know how strong he was compared to the monster of Class 1A. His classmates always said that the strongest students in the class were him, Bakugo, and Yihiko. Yihiko easily defeated Bakugo, so he must know if he's above or below the strange boy in front of him. Waiting patiently for Present Mike to start the battle, the two boys stared at each other. *start. Present Mike said reluctantly. He already knew the outcome. Everybody did. Shoto immediately sent a large chunk of ice towards Yihiko, who simply, almighty pushed it back towards its sender. Shoto was momentarily surprised, but he regained focus and dodged it. So he's not going to use his fire. What a shame. I really wanted to use the Predapath to see the look of shock on his face when I absorb his fire. Yihiko thought as he prepared to end the battle quickly. He's not even trying. I'm going to force him to get serious without using my left side. Shoto thought as he tried to freeze Yihiko's feet to the platform. Yihiko jumped into the air to avoid it while, almighty pushing himself off the ground to make himself float. Yihiko looked down on Shoto while Shoto sent a tower made of jagged ice spikes towards him, but it was easily destroyed when Yihiko, almighty pushed it away. This bores me. You will learn to regret not using your full power against me, Shoto. Yihiko said as he flew higher into the air. I will beat you without it. Shoto said as he looked up at Yihiko. Yihiko decided that he was at the perfect height, so he spoke out loud, loud enough for everyone to hear him. I was kind enough to tell you all to give up on first place. I told you all to aim lower, but I was cursed instead of thanked. Does no one want my pity? I told everyone that they shouldn't humiliate themselves. I told everyone that it was pointless to try to win against me, but I was called arrogant. I even told you all not to underestimate me, but you did it anyway. Am I not benevolent? For all the kindness I have shown you. Everyone was just reminded of his speech. He did tell them to give up. People did laugh and mock him for saying such things, but they're not laughing anymore. Almighty push. His voice thundered throughout the stadium, and so did the sounds of the ground being destroyed. It started off small in the middle of the platform, a tiny crater that quickly expanded in size. Shoto was the one closest to it, so he knew that he must run. And so he did. Shoto ran off the platform and behind cover. Midnight and Cementos did the same. The crater rapidly expanded while pushing away all of the debris that it came into contact with. The crater grew bigger and bigger by the second, quickly engulfing the platform, but it didn't stop. The crater grew so large that it nearly reached the audience, who also ran away for cover. It stopped eventually, much to everyone's relief. It was a miracle that nobody got hurt. All that was left of the center of the stadium was a giant crater, a crater that would be a huge pain in the ass to fix. Yihiko landed in the middle of it, where the platform used to be. He looked around him and saw that everyone was looking at him with visible admiration, fear, lust, and anger. This is it. Everyone will know who I am. This'll make the League of Villains stay at bay while I find out who had the chakra signature. I won't let anything stop me, for they will know pain. Chapter 25, Plotting Rabbit. Present Mike looked at the destruction in the center of what used to be the stadium, then he looked at the one that caused it. He couldn't comprehend it. How did the boy in the center of it destroy almost everything in just a few seconds? He quickly snapped out of it and declared him the winner since Todoroki stepped out of bounds. But nobody cheered for him, they were afraid of him instead. Humans are afraid of the things they don't understand, they react to it negatively. No one thought of him as a hero. Everything the boy did screamed villain in their eyes. From the way he looks, to the way he speaks, and how he didn't even hesitate to destroy the center of the stadium to win. He was evil in their eyes, but nobody knew why. They knew that he was taking the hero course in a school that was meant to be for future heroes, but he seemed like someone that would do more harm than good. The Udata personnel with construction-type quirks worked fast. They estimated that the stadium would be rebuilt within an hour. The award ceremony would have to wait until then, meaning the present Mike would have to find a way to entertain the audience in the meantime. Tamura was rendered speechless after he saw the destruction Yihiko caused. Everything happened so fast that he could barely understand it. All for One and Kurogiri, on the other hand, were silent for another reason. They were trying to understand Yihiko's abilities and his drawbacks, but they didn't see any type of drawback. None at all, which concerned them greatly. Now they knew why he was so arrogant. No, they understood why he was so confident. He doesn't look tired at all, but if he is, then he's doing a great job at hiding it. This boy, is he really a hero? He certainly doesn't seem like one, and that's coming from me of all people. All for One thought as he watched Yhiko walk back to the hallway he came from. While the villains were assessing Yhiko, Mirko was having an internal conflict. She did everything in her power just to resist the urge of jumping into the destroyed stadium and fighting Yhiko. All she wanted to do was duke it out with him while using their abilities to the fullest, but she realized that would just lower his opinion of her, and she definitely made herself look bad in front of him when they first met. I mean, she did try to kick his head off. So she restrained herself and decided to make him her intern. It didn't matter if he said no. Everyone had a bad impression of Yhiko because of what he did to the stadium, so he shouldn't get many internships. This is what she hoped for. Yhiko Babaigawara, I look forward to our next meeting. The rabbit hero smiled creepily. The stadium was finally fixed, meaning the award ceremony could start. The third place winner is Fumikage, even though many people think that he shouldn't be up there for giving up immediately, but nobody blamed him for doing it either. The second place winner is Todoroki. He held his head down in shame. He was so confident that he could beat Yhiko, but in reality he never had a chance. Yhiko took first place by a landslide. He easily won all 3 challenges. He stood on the final podium and scanned the audience once again. He hasn't felt the chakra signature in a while now, so they must have left. It is time to present our winners their medals. That will do so is none other than All Might himself. Midnight announced, causing the nervous audience to cheer wildly when they heard his name. Immediately after she said that, All Might jumped down to the platform with the medals in his hands. This caused the audience to cheer even louder. They felt safe in his presence. He walked over to Fumikage and put the bronze medal over his bird head. Young Tokoyami, congratulations on getting 3rd place. You have an amazing quirk and can definitely become a hero, but remember this, you must always face your challenges no matter what. Even when things are getting dangerous, never give up. All Might said to the boy and pulled him in for a hug. Young Todoroki, congratulations on getting 2nd place and don't feel down for losing. Your battles were admirable and I understand that you have your reasons for not using your fire. This loss means that you have room to improve. You can get stronger because you have what it takes to be a hero. Shoto just nodded as All Might put the silver medal on him and hugged him. Yihiko Shonen, congratulations on 1st place. It's not an easy thing to achieve, but you declared that you would earn it and you did exactly that. Not only were your battles were quite amazing, they were also a bit frightening. You will be an amazing hero one day. Don't let what anyone says about you get to you. To tell you the truth, I don't really have any advice to give you. Just go a little easier on your classmates, and Niza said that he's sorry about Mirko again. I just hope she doesn't do anything crazy. All Might put the golden medal over Yihiko's neck and pulled him in for a hug, but it was pretty uncomfortable for the both of them. Something is poking me. No, many things are poking me. What is he wearing under his uniform? All Might thought to himself. Why is he hugging me so tightly? I can feel him pressing against my body piercings. Himiko is definitely going to make fun of me for this. Yhiko thought as he was finally free from the hug. Well, there you have it. These 3 are the winners of this year's event, but remember this, anyone could have been up here. It's just as you saw. Competing. Improving each other. And climbing even further. The next generation of heroes is definitely sprouting. So, I have one more thing to say. Everyone, please say it with me. Ready, go. Thanks for your hard work, /+ultra. And that concludes the sports festival. Yhiko and Himiko quickly went back to the apartment. Himiko was begging Yhiko to summon his bird so she could sleep on it, but was denied. When they arrived at the apartment, the other members were waiting patiently for them with some cake. We need to talk. Yhiko said after he closed the door and windows. We can talk after we have some cake. Jean said as he was practically drooling at the sight of the cake. It will get dangerous in the near future since I don't know what I'm up against right now. Yhiko responded as he looked at them with a serious expression on his face. What happened? Did the League make a move? 9 asked worriedly. He was concerned since this was the first time he has seen his leader act like this. No, all I can tell you is that someone or multiple people will most likely interfere with our work. They were watching me during the festival. I know all of you saw when I got distracted during my fight with the redhead. That was because someone intentionally tried to distract me with ability similar to mine. Yhiko stated, Getting everyone's full attention. A ability similar to yours. Which ability? Chimera asked. It's the one called Chakra, I believe I have told you all about it before. Yihiko said as he received a few nods in return. If it's only one person then it wouldn't be so bad, but the possibility of multiple people with Chakra isn't out of the question. For all I know, there could be an army wielding Chakra and they could be waiting to take us out. I will have to gather the remaining paths quickly, I can't be picky about who I choose. I will send out the Azura path to find suitable hosts that will do for now, at least until I find who I actually want to be them. Yihiko said as he awoke Shirato. Eri visibly flinched when she heard him mention the Azura path. She knew that Kai and you were dead, but she couldn't help but remember the awful things they have done to her. Nine saw this and went to calm her down before she has a panic attack. Yihiko looked through the eyes of Shirato and didn't waste any time, he made the corpse get up and walk downstairs. The others saw the Azura path and moved out of its way so it could leave. Shirato was currently wearing a long-sleeve shirt and a blue unzipped jacket and face mask. He wore a beanie to hide his head piercings and sunglasses to hide his eyes. That looks incredibly suspicious. The others thought in union, but they didn't tell their leader that. They were curious to see how frustrated he would get with the amount of times he will get stopped by the police. It was going to be a long day. Chapter 26, Love-Hate Relationship. You can't be serious. Midnight sighed as she heard Present Mic's explanation. She found it unbelievable that someone like Aizawa would do something as unexpected as this completely out of nowhere. That's what I thought to myself too when I heard what he did. Present Mic also sighed, he didn't think that his friend would just buy a personal cat cafe right after he won the bet. I wonder how the kids would react when they hear what he did, especially the winner of the sports festival. Aizawa-san did make the money off of him. Midnight said to no one in particular and walks out the door. She would have to visit Aizawa's cat cafe with a few other teachers later. Why is this place so shady? Aizawa questioned himself as he walked through the more rundown section of the neighborhood. He was looking for Yihiko's apartment, but he didn't think he would be living in an area where the crime rate was surprisingly high. If I take his appearance into consideration, then he looks just like these thugs, he practically blends right in. I better be careful as well, my arm isn't fully healed so it would be a pain in the ass if anybody tries to mug me. Aizawa thought as he glanced at the street thugs that were hanging around the alleyways. Aizawa was looking for Yihiko for a reason, to ask him what type of favor he has in mind and what else his quirk can do. From what he knows, Yihiko must have some sort of telekinesis quirk or possibly a gravity-affecting quirk, a quirk that either makes or summons monsters, and the one that allows him to modify his own body. That one was partially explained to him, but he had a feeling that Yihiko wasn't showing them everything he was capable of. Maybe his monsters have their own unique abilities, that would be quite terrifying to fight against. Oh. Looks like I'm here. Aizawa thought as he looked at the 3-story apartment, it was actually in good shape compared to the nearby buildings. Shut up already, I'm trying to concentrate. That sounds like Yhiko. Aizawa thought as he approached the door. Yeah, let him focus for once. It must be hard on him with all of you laughing at him. Himiko also screamed, not really helping Yhiko. Himiko. So they live together, or is she just visiting him? But is it really a good idea to let some teenagers stay so close to each other, especially with all these teen moms that are popping up left and right? But Yihiko's responsible, I hope. It's not my fault, I can't help but laugh. It's kinda your fault to begin with, you got yourself into the situation in the first place. A deep voice that Aizawa didn't recognize responded to the 2 teenagers. Who's that? I know that isn't Himiko's father since I've met him before, and it can't be Yihiko's father either. If I remember correctly, then Mr. Babaigawara was quite timid. Is this a distant relative or a family friend? Aizawa didn't knock on the door and decided to listen to their conversation. He didn't know what compelled him to do it, but he blames it on his curiosity. He knew almost nothing about Yihiko. This was a good opportunity to see what his life at home was like. Settle down now, let Yihiko-sama concentrate. Another Unkonman added in. He sounded rather calm and mature despite not being able to hold back a laugh. Sama. Aizawa was getting more intrigued by the second. Come on boss, just do it later. Just have a fight with me to keep yourself distracted for a bit. A good fight always made me feel better. A fierce-sounding voice chimed in. He sounded like he was readying himself for a brawl. A fight is the last thing Yhiko needs, and do you ever think about anything other than fighting? Go find a girlfriend or something. A uncaring feminine voice reprimanded the fierce one. I don't want a girlfriend, I want to fight. If you keep on yelling then I'll just mummify your dumbass. A cold voice threatened the fierce one. Wait, me too. I'll bash your fucking head in before you get the chance, you kinky bondage freak. What does bondage mean? A rather young and curious voice asked. Cover your ears, Eri. Alright everyone, just take a deep breath and relax / just tear each other apart already. Things just went from 0 to 100 real fucking quick. That last one must be Mr. Babaigawara, but why is he trying to instigate the rest of them? Aizawa thought. He accidentally made the door creak by leaning on it too much. This did not escape Khan's excellent hearing, so he silently signaled to the others that someone was eavesdropping on them. Noticing the sudden change in the atmosphere, Aizawa was wondering why it suddenly got quiet. Did they realize that I listening? Or dash? He couldn't finish his thought since the door suddenly flew inwards, causing Aizawa to fall forward. He was about to break his fall with his good arm, but a large clawed hand suddenly grabbed the back of his shirt, keeping him suspended in midair. Aizawa was about to fight back but quickly stopped when he heard his student. Set him down gently, Khan, he's my teacher. Yihiko said calmly, but he was actually incredibly annoyed. Khan let Aizawa down gently, making sure not to hurt him in any way. Aizawa quickly glanced around the room. They were in the apartment's main lobby, but no one else was around. They are actually the only ones in there. There wasn't any employees around, no receptionist, nothing. Why are you here, Aizawa-sensei? School hasn't started yet and you're stalking me. Did I do something that requires you to monitor me? Yihiko questioned him, never taking his eyes off of him. Besides the fact that you destroyed a stadium and possess multiple quirks, nothing else comes to mind. But I'm not here to monitor you. I actually want to ask you some questions, and no, Principal Nisa did not send me. I also want to thank you again as well. I made a lot of money during the sports festival. Aizawa explained himself. You may ask me some questions, but I hope you will answer a few of mine first. I would like some privacy with Aizawa-sensei. You may come back after we finish talking. Yihiko told the others. They reluctantly went upstairs. Most of them wanted to see Yhiko get frustrated again. He couldn't find a temporary candidate for the path since he kept on getting stopped by police. He even had to change his scouting areas just to avoid the police. Now that we're alone, please answer my questions truthfully. First question, if you aren't here to monitor me, then why were you eavesdropping on my conversation? I will be truthful like you asked. I was curious about your life. I am terribly sorry that I spied on you. It's fine, you can ask a question now. I'll ask a question after. We will continue this until we get the answers we need. Alright, can I ask what your favor is or what you have in mind? Sure, I was planning on having you take me as your intern. That will mess with my teaching and hero schedule, you do realize that, right? Of course, but that's all I want from you. Don't you think this is a rather small favor considering the fact that I saved your life and made you a bunch of money off of me? And you asked me 2 questions in a row, so I will ask you 2 in return. I would appreciate it if you don't bring that up anymore, and you also asked me a question in your sentence, so you only get 1. You're being really stingy with these questions here, Aizawa-sensei. Anyway, you said something about having kids before. What are they like? They eat, sleep, and shit all the damn time. I still love them though. My turn. Why do you want to be my intern so badly? I have a feeling that a certain rabbit hero will try to kick my ass just to satisfy herself. Ah, I understand now. I hope you don't drag me into it. I would prefer to simply observe your well-deserved ass kicking. If she does something crazy, then I'll definitely drag your sorry ass along for the ride. So, are you a part of any agencies that do underground missions, or do you just work solo? Fuck you too. I'm not a part of an agency, but I used to be a part of a team back in high school called Purple Revolution with Midnight. I work with random heroes for most of the underground missions I do. Can I ask why your quirk isn't properly recorded? It's obvious that it isn't just telekinesis, and why did you name it Reneigan? Because I didn't know that I had other abilities at the time and I named it Reneigan since I'm secretly a Chunibyo. Doesn't it sound cool? It's really hard to tell if you're lying or not, and you really don't strike me as the Chuni type. You're more of a, I want to sacrifice my firstborn to the devil type. Thanks, asshole. You know that you look like the kind of guy that thinks, I will to stab anyone who even thinks about touching at my coffee daily. You basically just described me in a single sentence. Wait, whose turn is it? I don't know, we really went off track there. Let's just ask each other a final question since school will start tomorrow and I know you want to sleep. Agreed. Agreed. Can you tell me who those people are and why they called you Sama? And what were you concentrating on earlier that made them laugh so hard? That's 3 questions, they're just my bodyguards. I hired them after the sports festival since some idiotic villains might try to target me after my display of power. I will not answer your last question since it's rather pointless. That does make sense, but can I ask why you won't answer my last question? No. What will we be doing in class tomorrow? You'll be choosing your hero names. Don't tell your classmates or any of the staff that I told you this, or else I'll get in trouble, and I'm definitely taking you down with me. But I probably won't have to worry too much considering your lack of friends. You just hang out with your girlfriend, right? I just wanted to tell you that you're almost as insufferable as the rest of the class. Good to know. I guess this is my time to go. I'll see tomorrow. Do I have to? I'd rather stay home instead. If I have to go to that hellhole, then so do you. Chapter 27, Impending Doom. Is that the winner of the sports festival? He looks even scarier up close. I kinda want to ask him for an autograph, but he seems unapproachable. Yihiko and Himiko heard several people whispering among themselves as they walked to UA. They were thankful that they weren't swarmed. It was way too early for them, and dealing with bullshit first thing in the morning isn't exactly enjoyable. They continued to walk leisurely in a somewhat comfortable silence. As they walked, they spotted a few of their classmates getting surrounded by large groups of people, one of them being Izuku. Yihiko just ignored him and they eventually arrived at school. Yihiko walked into the classroom with Himiko by his side, gaining everyone's attention. They stared at him in complete silence, which was strange considering that Bakugo was also silent. Yihiko soon realized why. Bakugo had a cast around his neck. That's right, I almost forgot about what I did to him. This should get him to mellow out a little, at least until he's able to speak again. Yihiko thought to himself, his lips curving upwards slightly, but only for a split second. Bakugo glared at Yihiko, his body was practically overflowing with anger and hatred. He wanted to curse him with every fiber of his being, but he couldn't, his damaged throat prevented him from doing so. All he could do was grunt hatefully, which was kinda amazing considering he was choked and thrown into a wall. Fuck. I'll fucking kill you for doing this to me. Just you wait, you cyborg freak, when I get my hands on you I'll turn you into scrap metal. Bakugo thought to himself, not learning anything from his whooping. Shoto was also thinking about Yihiko, but not hatefully. At first, he was disappointed with himself for not using his left side. But after a few hours of thinking, he realized that even if he did use his left side he still didn't stand a chance. The devastating attack that formed the largest crater he's ever seen replayed itself in his head. This caused Shoto to admire Yihiko, but he felt jealous at the same time. If only I were as strong as him. Shoto thought as he silently vowed to push himself even further with training. Hey Yihiko-kun, did you get mobbed by people while you were walking to school like us? Ochako asked curiously while receiving worried glances from the rest of the class. Is she trying to get herself killed? Everyone stared at Himiko, who glared at Ochako. No, they didn't approach me. Yihiko stated as he walked past her with Himiko, sitting down at his desk. She was about to continue their one-sided conversation but Aizawa had arrived and told them to get to their seats. Alright class, today we will be doing something special. You will be picking your hero names. Aizawa said. He seemed a little less monotone than usual. This made the previously silent class burst out in excitement. The mood changed so quickly that it almost surprised Yihiko. Aizawa told them to settle down and proceeded to tell us that it also involved our nominations. He explained why it was so important and showed us the amount of offers each of them received. Yihiko received the most nominations, he had a total of 5,762. Shoto came in second and Bakugo came in third, each of them had a large amount of offers as well. It surprised Yihiko, he knew that he would receive a lot of offers but this exceeded his expectations. He didn't think that he would get more offers than Ken and Shoto had. Himiko also had a fair number of nominations, about 400 to be exact. The reason she got so many without even demonstrating her quirk is because Nizu told the other pro heroes her quirk beforehand, and they were really impressed that she was able to beat people that did use their quirks. Most of the nominations she got were from underground heroes like Aizawa, they knew that it would be useful for infiltrating and surprising the enemy. Midnight barged in while Aizawa was still explaining what they will do over at their desired agencies and she took over from there. She gave the class some whiteboards and told them that they had 15 minutes to pick a name. The class went into a little brainstorming session to try to figure out what their hero names would be. I wonder what name Himiko will choose, she refused to tell me so this should be interesting. Time's up. Who wants to show their hero name first? Aoyama came up first and showed the class his name, which was even more sparkly than I remembered. Then the rest of the class introduced their hero names while Midnight accepted or rejected them, except Bakugo didn't yell so he just grunted angrily. Now it's Himiko's turn. Ghoul, that's my hero name. She said with a large grin and a mild blush on her face. Ghoul huh? Reminds me of the anime Tokyo Ghoul, I wonder if anyone has a quirk that works similarly. Yihiko thought as he prepared to up to the podium. That's a really good name and it fits you perfectly, I approve. Who's next? Yihiko gets up from his seat and walks up to the podium, everyone goes silent again. Midnight is confused by the sudden change in the atmosphere and Yihiko just ignores them. They were curious about his hero name, he was one of the quieter kids like Shoto so some of them expected him to use his first name. Pain. He declared his name to his classmates, who were slightly confused. Why would you want a name like that? Jiro questioned, gaining Yihiko's attention. She quickly avoids his gaze, afraid that she might have made him angry. Yihiko simply looks at Bakugo, which causes everyone else to follow his line of sight and understand the reason why he chose his name. Do you really want a name like that? Midnight asked, concerned that he might regret it later. If I didn't want it then I wouldn't have wrote it down. Yihiko said. Okay then, pain it is. Now that I think about it, it's kinda kinky. Midnight said while looking at Yihiko, thinking that there's some sort of sexual innuendo in his hero name. Why is she a teacher? Yihiko thought as he walked back to his seat. Now you will be choosing which hero agency to intern for, you have 2 days to choose so take your time. Midnight said as she passed out the lists with the agencies that asked for them. I already have Aizawa so I don't really have to look through these. Where is he? Ah. Wait, I recognize that voice. Shit. Yihiko, we have a problem. Aizawa said as he looked out the door. He saw a certain rabbit hero opening all the doors and looking over at all the students while completely ignoring the staff that were trying to stop her. The classes were confused, they were just going pick which agency to intern for but something unexpected happened again. Himiko went on high alert, her Himiko senses were tingling again. Aizawa just looks at Yihiko and silently prayed for him and secretly smiled to himself, he didn't have to fulfill his favor now. Yihiko. Fight me. You have balls don't you? Come out. Mirko yelled out, gaining a sigh from Yihiko and the full attention of all the other students. There you are, I've been looking for you. Come on, we have business. You guys have a training area, show me so we could fight without worry. Mirko said with a grin, she had to stop herself from immediately attacking him again. Do I have to fight you? I'm not a complete battle junkie like you, so we should do this another time. Yihiko tried to get rid of her with words, but she completely ignored most of them and only heard the words, battle junkie, come out of his mouth. Ah, I see you're a man of culture as well. Fellow battle junkies should help each other out when we have our urges, it gets kinda hard to control myself sometimes when I come across strong opponents. I had a buddy help keep me in check but I accidentally broke his spine, so you're my intern now. No more talking, let's hurry up and go. She walked over to Yihiko and attempted to carry him there like the last time they met, but Yihiko had other plans. I already chose the pro hero I wanted to work with, it's Aizawa-sensei. If you want to fight me, you have to beat him first. Yihiko said as he sidestepped away from her. Almost everyone else in the class said at the same time. This caused her rabbit ears to perk up and Aizawa's smile was nowhere to be seen. He sent a glare towards Yihiko before grabbing his arm and quickly excusing himself. Himiko was glaring at Mirko, which caught the rabbit hero's attention. You have a lot of bloodlust don't you, wanna fight? Mirko asked as she narrowed her eyes. Looks like I'm having rabbit stew for lunch. Himiko said as she got up from her seat. The rest of the class and Midnight had no idea how things escalated so quickly, they were just picking some hero names and this happens. Where's All Might when you need him? They thought as they saw the two of them get into battle stances. Achoo. I feel like someone needs my help, I'll have to hurry and finish my crossword puzzle. All Might said to himself as he looked back to his newspaper, he only had 2 words filled out. Chapter 28, Nijirandeo. Listen here you little shit, I know I said that it was my job to protect the students with my life but you're exception. I don't want to die so go over to her and die for me, I'll even give you extra credit for saving an innocent man's life, mine. Aizawa's monotone voice was gone, he was being somewhat serious. You shameless bastard, all you have to do is fight her. I'll escape while you're distracting her and I'll even visit the hospital she puts you in, do you want me to get you some flowers or bake you some cookies? Yihiko questioned, causing Aizawa's eyebrow to twitch when he heard him though. Just as he was about to respond, they heard some yelling coming from the classroom. They took a quick peek inside and saw that Himiko was being held back the girls while poor Midnight was trying her best to not use her quirk and put Mirko to sleep, not that it would work. Let me at her, your ass is grass. Just you wait, I will have my revenge. Himiko shouted at the rabbit hero dramatically. Let's leave while we still can. Yihiko suggested, getting a nod from Aizawa. You know, you're an asshole for leaving your girlfriend behind with a woman like that. Aizawa said as they hurried down the corridor and made their way to Aizawa's car. Himiko can handle herself just fine, but you know, you're an asshole for leaving Midnight behind with a woman like that in a room full of annoying kids. Yihiko retorted, he already had a headache just from dealing with Mirko. I swear to God Yihiko, you make me want to call Mirko here. Aizawa replied angrily as he took out his keys and unlocked his car. If you do that then we'll both suffer, so just sacrifice yourself like a good hero to save me and face danger with a smile on your face. Yihiko said as he got into the passenger seat. Do I look like All Might to you? Why don't you just fight her like she wants? I know that you can last a minute or 2 against her so just fight her so she can leave me alone already. Aizawa replied as they drove out of the school's parking lot. I know about her personality, she will get right back up and ask for another fight after I beat her. She's amazingly persistent, I was hoping that she would lose interest after the sports festival but here we are. I don't want to face her since she will come back whether I lose or not. And why's that? Like I said before, she's persistent. If I lose, she will ask for a rematch after I'm healed. If I win, she will ask for a rematch after she gets healed. She will most likely follow me home as well, and I really don't need that in my life right now. You're not wrong, I'm actually starting to get déjà vu. All Might went through the same thing when Mirko started her debut as a hero. She constantly challenged him and would return for more after she lost. But what makes you think that she will challenge you again if she wins? Aizawa asked curiously. He wanted to see how Yihiko thinks. You saw my battle with Todoroki. She will probably ask me to do that move in our match. If I do it half-heartedly, she will think that I'm looking down on her. If I do it seriously, I might accidentally kill her. Yihiko stated, causing Aizawa's eyes to widen for a split second. Are you that confident in your own abilities? I know that your quirks are destructive, but to say that you might kill the number 6 pro hero if you fought her is a bit much. Is it though? It would be a shame if one of the top 10 heroes was killed during a sparring session with a student of UA. The same student that won the sports festival after he declared that he would win. The dash. Okay, I get it, you damn brat. You're strong, happy now. I know that you're stronger than most pros, but you're still a teenager. Mirko has years of experience and you don't. Even if you could kill her, there are others far stronger than her. Don't get arrogant like Bakugo. I'm tired of listening to him rant about becoming the number 1 hero. It's a good thing that he's determined, but I wish that he would keep it to himself like Todoroki. So, what will you teach me during our internship? Since I'm an underground hero, I can teach you how to stay out of the spotlight if you want. I will also have you help me take down an illegal quirk fighting ring in a few days. Oh. Is it really a good idea to let an inexperienced student like me to participate in something so important? Stop being a smartass. I know that you're capable enough to do this, so don't betray my trust. I was thinking about asking other pros to help me out, but with you as my intern I won't have to worry about firepower. I will only say this once, please try not to cripple any of the villains. Fine, I'll try, but no promises. Sigh, HM. Midnight sent me a message. It says, you asshole. Why did you run away? Where's Yihiko? Mirko keeps on asking for him and she's getting impatient. She said that he's her intern, so bring him back here already. How do I respond to this? Just tell her no. Okay, if I get in trouble I'm blaming you. Whatever you say. Where are you taking me anyway? You're just realizing that you willingly got into a car with a stranger. Kidnappers will just love you. We're heading over to your apartment so I could drop you off and I can sleep for the rest of the day. I'm still pissed that you almost got me killed. You were literally telling me to go with a battle junkie for my internship. Touché, by the way, you're surprisingly talkative. I always thought that your girlfriend was the type to talk to her heart's content, but you can actually keep a conversation going. Only conversations that I find enjoyable. I don't like talking to my classmates for a reason. Take Izuku for example, he's constantly trying to figure out my strengths and weaknesses. It's incredibly annoying, and I don't appreciate him mumbling about my quirk whenever I demonstrate it. Don't get me started on the way he breathes heavily like some sort of pervert whenever he comes into contact with a girl. That does sound annoying. I know I wouldn't like being constantly analyzed. The part about him breathing heavily whenever he's around a girl is rather concerning. I'll be sure to keep an eye on him. Ah, we're here. Aizawa announced. Thanks for the ride, I guess. I'll see you tomorrow. Chapter 29, Gender Equality Kuin strikes again. That stupid rabbit is trying to get close to my Yhiko. I'll get my revenge. Himiko muttered to herself as she prepared to leave. After Yhiko and Aizawa ran away, Mirko asked Himiko for Yihiko's address. The rest of the class had to take action and held Himiko back before things get worse. Himiko was only able to calm down after Mirko left, but she was still pissed. Himiko saw Mirko as a thief, someone trying to take away something special to her. She was worried since Mirko has a nice figure, while her own is somewhat childish. She just realized that she doesn't know her boyfriend's preferences when it comes to women. Does he like muscular ladies like Mirko, or does he prefer cute girls like herself? Or maybe he likes sexy and mature women like Midnight. These thoughts ran amok in her head. I have to ask him what his type is. I can't let anyone take him away from me. If only he was more open about his preferences, I wouldn't have to do this if he was a loudmouth like Jean. At the end of the day, everyone was exhausted. Midnight had to take over Aizawa's class since he just dipped without telling anyone, not to mention the fact that she had to get rid of Mirko. Mirko left after she found out Yhiko wasn't there anymore, so her trip was a waste. She did say that she would come back but didn't tell them when. Now Midnight has to worry about Mirko coming back and attacking one of her students. Then there was Himiko, who suddenly turned rabid and tried to attack Mirko. It was obvious as to why she did it, but it still concerned her on how attached Himiko was to Yhiko. If she's concerned about the women around her boyfriend, does that mean she's not confident about her own body? I can't have a student as cute as her feel ashamed about herself. I know how to make her feel better though. Midnight thought to herself as she heard Himiko mutter something under her breath but chose to ignore it. Himiko-chan, please wait a moment. Midnight called out to her. What do you need, sensei? Himiko asked. It's about your internship. Did you pick a agency yet? Or did you choose to work with the underground hero? I haven't looked through them yet. Why? I was just wondering if you wanted to come with me for the internship. Wouldn't it be better for me to choose a stealth-themed hero instead? My quirk is more suited for infiltration than support or fighting out in the open. I know how to fight, but compared to people with combat quirks like Bakugo, then I fall short. Don't say such things. You were able to beat Mina pretty easily and she has a strong quirk. But the hero stuff can wait. The reason why I want you to be my intern is to teach you. Teach me? Teach me what? How to use your cute body to your advantage, of course. Think about it. If you use your body correctly, you'll have powerful men wrapped around your fingers. But I know that you're not interested in other men. Yihiko is the only one for you, right? Oh, youth. Anyway, you're worried about the women around you, right? You don't want them to try to steal your boyfriend, do you? Then show off your sexy side. Women will give up if they see how sexy you are. When those vixens see you walking around with Yihiko, then they will think twice before approaching him. Most normal women avoid him though. Wait. I'm not dealing with normal women. And everything she has said does sound appealing. Where do I sign up? Himiko asked. She was feeling confident now that she had someone like Midnight by her side. It has been 3 days since Aizawa and Yhiko teamed up. The time during those 3 days was chaotic. When Himiko got back to the apartment, she told Yhiko that she was interning for Midnight, which surprised him greatly. He even changed his expression, which delighted Himiko. When he asked why, she simply told him that it was a secret. She did tell him that she would be staying at the pro hero's apartment for the time being. She was reluctant to stay over there, but she somehow resolved herself. The next day, Midnight took the students to the train station since Aizawa called in sick, which was obviously bullshit. He and Yihiko were on a nearby building, watching the class go into separate train cars. They were waiting for Mirko's appearance, and she unsurprisingly did show up. She was disappointed that Yihiko wasn't there, so she left, which made Aizawa and Yihiko go in the opposite direction. Aizawa told Yihiko that they would make their move in 2 days and taught Yihiko how to properly subdue someone so he won't have to cripple them. On the second day, Aizawa asked Yihiko if they could meet up, so they chose a small coffee shop as their meeting place. Yihiko had arrived first, so he just took a seat at a nearby table and waited for Aizawa to arrive. The people around Yihiko recognized him from the sports festival and whispered amongst themselves. It didn't bother him since he was used to it. Not a fan of coffee? Aizawa asked as he walked through the door and made his way over to me. Let's just get straight to the point. Why did you ask me to come here? To tell you how we should approach the fighting ring. I have experience and can guide you properly. Since my quirk doesn't work on mutant-type quirks, I'll be depending on you to subdue them without crippling them. Sound good? Do you really have to keep reminding me? I only did it once and they were trying to kill us, so they deserved it. I'm reminding you so it doesn't happen again. Also, you should come over to my place so we can be ready. I'll drive you home so you can get your hero costume. Cats, everywhere I look there's a cat. I knew that he liked them, but is he trying to raise an army? Yihiko thought to himself as he looked at the cat-infested living room. These are my kids. I'm not going to introduce you to them since I don't know which one is which anymore. Aizawa sighed. His place was a mess since the cats decided to wreak havoc while he was gone. There's so many. Yihiko mumbled to himself. He was still surprised at the sheer amount of cats he had. He doubted that he could count them all. So this is why he's single. Everything makes sense now. Hey, I know you're thinking something bad about me, but hurry up and find a place to sleep. What do you mean, find a place to sleep? Where's your guest bedroom? Yihiko asked. That room is already a part of my children's territory. If you go over there, then whatever happens to you is not on me. Good night. Aizawa replied as he turned off the lights, leaving Yihiko standing there in the dark with a bunch of cats. Meow. You look pretty tired. Were you texting your girlfriend all night? Aizawa asked with a shit-eating grin on his face. You probably shouldn't do stuff like that when you know that we're supposed to be doing hero work the next day. Don't look at me like that. You're the one that stayed up all night. Just tell me what I should do. I don't want to deal with you any longer. Yihiko said through gritted teeth. He was wearing some casual clothing. He had his hero costume in his backpack. The feeling is mutual. Anyway, I want you to cause a distraction while I take care of the guys behind the scenes. Make sure no one escapes. Good luck. Aizawa said as he climbed up a nearby building and made his way to the fighting ring rooftop. Whatever. Yihiko said as he approached the entrance of a club that was actually a secret fighting ring, only to get stopped by a bouncer. You can't go in there. It's a private club and only people that know the boss or participants can go. I ain't seen you around before, so are you going to participate? No wonder why it was so easy to discover. They really don't know how to keep a low profile. Yeah, I would like to participate. Where do I sign up? Yihiko asked. Go around to the side of the building and enter through the red door. You'll see the other participants, but just ignore them and talk to the guy with a bunch of chicks fawning all over him. The bouncer instructed while secretly texting someone on his phone. Yihiko simply nodded and walked over to the side of the building, but not before, universal pulling the bouncer into the air. Yihiko let gravity take over from there and the poor guy broke his fall with his legs. It was not a pretty sight. He passed out from the pain pretty quickly. Yihiko continued walking like nothing happened and was confronted by a woman in a skimpy dress that just happened to be standing there. Era, look at you, what brings you here, handsome? Why don't you play with this nice one-san for a while? I promise that I'll make it worth your time, she said seductively as she tried to cling to Yihiko's arm, only to quickly back off and massage her big breasts. So Himiko is the only one that can do that. What the hell is poking me? Is he some sort of porcupine? The one-san thought but quickly forgot about it. The young hero that she tried to seduce will be knocked out soon. Eat this. A thug yelled out as he tried to hit him in the head with a metal pipe. What's the point in being sneaky if you're just going to yell anyway? Yihiko thought as he sidestepped out of the way. Yihiko grabbed the back of the thug's collar and slammed his head into a nearby wall. As he slowly skidded down the wall, blood followed him as it dripped down slowly after him. Looks like I cracked his head open. Well, he was trying to do the same to me and I don't really care either. Yihiko thought as he looked at the remaining thugs. There was 2 of them left, but the nice one-san grabbed onto the pipe that the once conscious thug had. Yihiko didn't pay any attention to her since the 2 other thugs charged at him. One of them enlarged his leg significantly while the other one grew an extra arm from his forehead. The first one sent a roundhouse kick towards Yihiko's face, which Yihiko ducked under it and made a receiver. He stabbed his attacker in the calf, making him kneel down from the pain. Yihiko grabbed the back of his head and kneed him in the face, breaking his nose along with his jaw. The second thug tried to uppercut Yihiko, but he couldn't hit him due to Yihiko dodging his attacks nonchalantly. The more he tried to hit him, the more frustrated he got. Yihiko wasn't even trying, he just wanted to see how long it takes his new friend to realize that he can't win. After a full minute of dodging the thug's attacks with ease, Yihiko found himself getting bored already. The thug was tired and out of breath, so Yihiko grabbed the arm on his forehead and threw him over his shoulder. He stomped down on the thug's forehead arm, which made the men scream in pain. He then kicked the men in the face, knocking out a few teeth in the process. Yihiko turned around and quickly dodged to the side. The one-san from earlier was trying to attack him with the pipe, except the pipe was a lot longer. It looked more like a bow staff now, but she didn't really know how to use it. All she did was swing it around in hopes of hitting Yihiko, but he grabbed it and yanked it from her hands. Why you wouldn't hit a pretty girl like me, would you? She asked as she cowered slightly. I support gender equality. That was the last thing she heard before her head started to ache. She fell unconscious shortly after Yihiko whacked her in the side of the head. Deciding that he had wasted enough time with them, Yihiko got dressed into his hero outfit in the alleyway and went inside the red door. When he stepped inside, he saw that some more people were waiting for him. To be more specific, all of the fighters that were supposed to be in the ring right now were patently waiting for him. Most of them had mutant-type quirks, so Aizawa definitely wouldn't have been able to do this on his own, while the rest of them were armed to the teeth. All sorts of weapons were facing Yihiko's direction, but he remained unfazed. I mean, it's not like they were going to be able to touch him anyway. Chapter 30, No Mercy. The sounds of several gunshots were heard throughout the neighborhood, which was followed by multiple explosions and a crumbling building. Other nearby heroes had heard this and made their way to the scene. What the fuck is that kid doing? I said make a distraction, not nuke the damn place. He just loves giving me headaches, doesn't he? Aizawa thought to himself as he crawled through a vent. He was sneaking his way through the building, high above the ground and hidden by the vents. He had already passed by the fighting ring and saw several people cheering on 2 fighters with mutant-type quirks. He silently made his way to what he assumed to be a VIP room, where he saw a man wearing a yellow suit was sitting comfortably while watching the fights. He was quite big physically, but he was still smaller than All Might. He also had a single horn on the left side of his head. He had about 5 women surrounding him, 2 of them were sitting on each side of him while the remaining 3 got him whatever he wanted. All of them looked human, so their quirks were unknown. There were 2 guards by the door, one of them had a mutant-type quirk. He wasn't wearing a shirt since he had a bunch of jagged lumps protruding from his back, each of them had a small hole at the tip. He looked like he had a mountain range on his back. The other guard wore a standard suit, but his right sleeve was rolled up. His arm was covered in burn scars, many of them were still fresh. So the big one must be the one that runs this place. I should take out the guards first before anything else. Aizawa put himself into a crouching position before he grabbed the vent and forcefully ripped it off. It did take a bit of effort to do so though. He gracefully landed on the ground and quickly used his scarf to restrain the guard with the rolled up sleeve. The guard tried to activate his quirk, but Aizawa stopped him by activating his own. After he finally realized that he was under attack, the men in the yellow suit yelled out to the other guard to do something. The other guard snapped out of it and charged towards Aizawa, only to receive a kick to the face. Aizawa flipped him onto his stomach and forcefully brought down the entangled guard as well while keeping his eyes on them. He kneeled on both of their backs to keep them subdued. He briefly looked away to see two of the women charging at him with their quirks activated. One of them had elongated nails while the other yanked out a tooth which transformed into a stake. While Aizawa was looking away, the guard with the mutant-type quirk stared transform a little. The lumps on his back started to extend outwards until the small holes on the tips opened up. Propane started to flow into the air as Aizawa was forced to dodge the two girls that were slashing at him fiercely. They quickly backed off as soon as they saw the protruding lumps on the guard's back extend. They already knew what was going to happen next. They went back to their boss as one of the other women started to manipulate all of the nearby liquid and made it into a dome shape. Another woman touched the liquid that encased them and forced it to freeze rapidly, keeping the six of them safe from danger. The mutant guard kept on making propane while the other guard freed himself. The mutant-type guard went on to distract Aizawa to give his partner some time. His partner then looked at his arm before sighing to himself as his arm began to slightly glow. It started to produce heat while the guard was sweating profusely, but eventually a low sizzling could be heard throughout the room. Then the sizzling turned into loud screams of pure agony. The guard's arm began to glow brighter and brighter as the smell of burning flesh filled the room. The other guard was finally knocked unconscious by Aizawa, but he was too late. The guard's arm had lit itself on fire and all of the propane in the air had ignited. The room was instantly covered in flames as Aizawa was launched through a wall and landed on his back in the middle of the fighting ring. He quickly inspected himself and found a few first-degree burns and a single second-degree burn on his hand. He couldn't inspect himself for long since he had to close his dry eyes. The heat from the fire had made it incredibly difficult to keep his eyes open. He was able to force himself to open them again and looked around himself. He was being surrounded by the fighters in the makeshift ring. They looked as bad as he did, but they weren't going to go down easily. Ha 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 ha. A single hero thinks that he can take down my fighting ring by himself. Whoever brings me his head will be handsomely rewarded, so tear him apart, boys. The men in the yellow suit yelled out to the fighters in the ring and they happily complied. A few people from the crowd even jumped into the ring and pulled out some shivs. Fuck, this will be difficult. Aizawa tried to think of something to get himself out of there, but something yanked him backwards. He kept on flying backwards until he landed in somebody's pierced arms and was carried princess style. Took you long enough. I was wondering what was holding you back, but guessing from the overbearing stench of blood that's covering you, I'll take a wild guess and say that you didn't follow any of my advice. What's the point in teaching you how to subdue someone if you're not going to listen? How many people did you cripple this time? Aizawa questioned his purple-eyed savior. 2 made to count. Yihiko replied coldly as he dropped him like how an ignorant parent would drop their baby. Another hero. Whatever, kill them both. The men yelled out once again as he turned around to walk away. Yhiko didn't let that happen though. As soon as the men started walking, Yhiko, Universal pulled him down from the safety of the high ground. The men landed in the ring just like Aizawa, except he had landed on his neck. Everyone had froze when they saw that while Aizawa just sighed to himself again. The man wasn't moving, but he was still alive. What kind of hero does that to people? The fighters thought to themselves as they slowly backed away. I won't let any of you escape. Yhiko said loud enough for everyone to hear. A few of them recognized Yhiko from the sports festival and took his words seriously, while others thought that now would be the perfect time to escape. The door behind Yhiko suddenly fell off its hinges and revealed a horrific sight. Dozens of bodies were hidden behind the door. Everyone in the fighting ring recognized them though. They were supposed to be the fighters that would appear later tonight. Many of them had weirdly bent limbs while some of them had missing limbs instead. All of these fearsome fighters were taken down by a single person though, and that person wasn't even All Might. Yhiko ignored their shocked expressions and grabbed his right forearm. He took a quick look at his surroundings before looking back at the fighters. He pulled his right forearm and revealed a cluster of miniature missiles and aimed his arm at the roof. The missiles flew freely through the air and caused chaos wherever they struck. The roof started to crumble as chunks of it fell down into the crowd of people that were desperately trying to escape. I definitely have to tell Nisa this. Why would you do this anyway? Aizawa asked. They are villains. They wouldn't even think twice before doing this to innocent people, so I'm giving them a taste of their own medicine. And don't say things like it's wrong to do that to others. They deserved it. The boss of this place literally told people that he would pay them for decapitating you. You also owe me another favor since I saved you again. I want to use it now. Yhiko explained. What is it? Don't tell Nisa that I crippled these guys. Just tell him that the building was hit by an earthquake or something. You want me to lie to my superior? Did I stutter? What the hell happened here? MT Lady exclaimed as she peered inside the newly formed hole in the roof. Yhiko just ignored her and grabbed Aizawa while mechanizing his feet so he could fly out of there. He flew out of the open roof with Aizawa in his arms and landed on the ground next to a bunch of police officers. They looked at him with surprise and were about to question him, but the side of the already collapsing building started to crumble even more. I think that now would be a good time to leave, don't you agree? Yihiko asked Aizawa as he watched MT Lady struggle to get all of the people out of the building. You're not going anywhere. A dog-headed man said dramatically. I would appreciate it if you would let me go to the hospital first. Aizawa said as he pointed to his burnt arm and chest. Aizawa didn't wait for a reply and walked over to a nearby ambulance with Yhiko by his side. They hurried inside, but a news reporter was able to catch them on camera. Hey brat, you might want to take a look at this. Gran Torino called out to Izuku and pointed to the TV. Earlier today a massive illegal quirk fighting ring was busted by a who we assume to be the underground hero Eraserhead and the winner of the sports festival Yihiko Babigawara. They were last seen in an ambulance, but that isn't the issue right now. When the police investigated the building they found many villains that were crippled by unknown means. By some unknown miracle no one was killed, but the owner of the fighting ring was paralyzed from the neck down. The reporter looked a little pale as she explained the situation. The people in the news station were stunned when they heard her but continued on anyway. That's horrible, who would do that to another human being? Gran Torino muttered to himself, but Izuku knew exactly who would do something like that. He's seen the aftermath of the USJ incident, he knows what Yhiko is capable of. Or at least he thinks he does. Chapter 31, Kakuzu. So you want us to make sure one of your underlings doesn't die? He doesn't sound very useful if he needs someone to babysit him. A deep and unamused voice asked. That is correct. I have big plans for him and I wish to see them through. All for one replied. How long do we have to protect him? We have our own business to attend to, you know. I found an interesting individual that I've been meaning to turn into a puppet. A youthful and impatient voice chimed in. Protect him until he is able to protect himself, so join the league and help him grow. That is my request, do you accept? If this kid is just some annoying brat that overestimates himself, then I want you to go fuck yourself. I hate dealing with people like that, and I can practically smell the arrogance that surrounds you. If you keep on pissing me off, then I'll break the damn screen you're hiding behind. An annoyed voice said without any hesitation. Don't fuck this up for me, Daidara. But if this kid really is an annoying brat, then I want you to triple my pay. The deep voice returned and yelled at his ally. Done, just keep the boy safe and you can do whatever you want. You will help him out later tonight, so go get some rest. I look forward to working with the three of you. How annoying. Yihiko said to himself as he prepared the Deva path. The trip to the hospital was bothersome. When he and Aizawa arrived, some people thought that he was a villain. It was incredibly hard to convince them otherwise since he was covered in blood. He was eventually let into the building and helped Aizawa walk towards the receptionist. They had to explain to the hospital staff that they were heroes and had just gotten out of a fight with some villains. The nurses took Aizawa away so they could treat him, while Yihiko took this as a chance to leave. Thankfully he left before the dog-headed police chief arrived. He didn't want to deal with him right now. The Hosu incident was coming up, but he didn't know when, so he had Mummy and the Deva Path patrol the city. Chimera was close to the League of Villains hideout and would call them if he senses that Tamura left without leaving the building. Tamura liked to hole himself in his hideout while he waits for his master to send him more Nomu. Yihiko did all of this for one reason, to recruit Stain. Stain is quite skilled and has great swordsmanship. He could help out Himiko with assassinations. His quirk isn't very strong, but his kill count says otherwise. Besides, Yihiko has a good offer for him. Not only would Stain be able to rid the city of fake heroes, he will also get paid for it. Many lowlifes have it out for many heroes and are willing to pay large amounts of money to have them removed, a win-win situation for Stain. But if Stain doesn't want to join the Akatsuki, then he will be killed immediately. Yihiko will use his corpse to make another path, and while he's at it he will kill Tamura before he escapes and make use of his body as well. But Yihiko hopes that Stain will join him. Having the hero killer willingly join him would bring him a weird sense of satisfaction. He liked his character and thought that it would be a shame to kill him, but he won't hesitate to do so. Now Yihiko is in his room while Tendo and Shirato are downstairs with Mummy. Both are ready to head out. He would like to go himself, but it would be bad to let the enemy know that you're not who you say you are. He doesn't need the League to figure out that he's friends with a feared mercenary group. Yihiko's phone suddenly rang. It was Chimera. They're on the move. I'll head over to Hosu immediately. But quick question, how did you know that this would happen? If it happens, that is. Chimera asked expectantly. Would you believe me if I say that I am omniscient? Are you? Not exactly. What do you mean by that? I'll see you at Hosu, watch out for the Nomu. So you're going to wreak havoc here? As long as you stay out of my way, then we won't have any problems. A cold and malicious voice reached Tamura's ears. He wasn't even going to wait for him to respond before he prepared to jump off the building, but something incredibly fast caught his eye. A minivan wrapped in red bandages hurled itself at them. It collided with the building and forced them to jump away to safety. They were on the street now, face to face with the one that attacked them. His face was covered by a white bird mask and his body was covered by a dark blue cloak, but they knew that he was a male by his build. They somehow didn't realize that he was there until he attacked, which unnerved them slightly, but at least they had him outnumbered. The nearby civilians curiously checked what the commotion was about, only to quickly retreat as they saw a lone man face off with 3 bird-like creatures and 3 other people that were obviously villains. "Who the hell are you?" Stain asked as he prepared to throw some knives at him while his guard is down. The masked man didn't answer and used his bandages to wrap around a stop sign and mummified it. It looked like it grew some limbs and eye, but Tamura ordered his Nomu to attack as he tried to escape with Kurogiri. Universal pull. The fox-masked Tendo didn't let him and pulled him away from Kurogiri, who desperately tried to make a portal and save Tamura. He made a receiver and was going to stab Tamura as he flew towards him, but the flying Nomu dived at him and attempted to kick him away, but it was stabbed in the leg instead. The Nomu screeched loudly before backing off. It was a 2 versus 5 battle since Kurogiri was a non-combatant. Another black receiver came out of nowhere and struck the 4-eyed Nomu in the back. The receiver was long enough to impale it. The 4-eyed Nomu was pinned to the ground. It flailed all of its limbs in a pathetic attempt to free itself. Tamura looked behind him and saw another individual with a cat mask. This enraged Tamura greatly. "I don't care who any of you are, but I know that you're somehow related to the brat with the piercings based on the black things you used to attack. They're the exact same weapons he used, but you're not him. But it's surprising, how many people can make these things?" Tamura muttered aloud. Shirato charged towards Kurogiri in an attempt to dispatch of him first, but the muscular Nomu got in his way. They attacked each other relentlessly until Shirato caught the Nomu's fists and kicked the Nomu in the stomach, forcing it to bend forward slightly. Shirato let go of one of its hands and grabbed it by the skull. The Nomu grabbed Shirato's arm and squeezed it tightly as it tried to crush his arm. Its squeezing got weaker and weaker since it was already dead the second Shirato grabbed its head. Stain went after Mummy and expertly dodged all of the mummified objects that Mummy threw at him. He wasn't getting anywhere since Mummy kept Stain at bay, which frustrated Stain greatly. While that was happening, Tendo was beating the shit out of Tamura. He knocked Tamura down with a swift kick to the face and mounted him. He sent punch after punch towards Tamura's face. Tamura brought his arms up to his face in a desperate attempt to protect himself. "If I capture Tamura, then I will be able to interrogate him with the Naraka path and find out where All for One is. I'll be able to attack him when he least expects it and take his corpse for myself." Tendo repeatedly slammed his fists down into Tamura's face. He brought more force down with each strike. Tamura spit out some teeth and blood as he tried to grab Tendo's face, but Tendo grabbed Tamura's wrist and yanked it with surprising ferocity, successfully ripping it off. Kurogiri heard Tamura's cries of pain and made a portal underneath the both of them. He sent them high into the air and let them freefall. The flying Nomu went after them. The 4-eyed Nomu finally freed itself and lunged towards Shirato, but something crashed down on top of it. Another masked figure appeared and stopped on the Nomu's exposed brain, killing it instantly. Chimera charged towards Kurogiri and thrusted his clawed hand forward, but Kurogiri made a small portal and redirected his fist back at him. Stain realized that things weren't looking good for him, so he tried to escape after throwing a few knives. Mummy blocked his path with some mummified objects and Shirato went after him. "What do you want from me? Are you trying to avenge all of the heroes I killed?" Stain asked them with a mocking tone. "No, we want you to join us." Shirato stopped suddenly and answered his question, which surprised Stain slightly. "Join you? No way in hell, especially after you attacked me. It's bad enough that I have to deal with the creepy blue-haired kid, but you guys will only be a hindrance to me. I will kill all fake heroes, and the only one that is allowed to kill me is All Might." Stain replied angrily. "If you join our group, not only will you be able to kill fake heroes, you will be paid for it. We will also help protect you from heroes if the need arises." Shirato tried to convince him. "Do you think I'm some sort of kid? I don't need your protection, and fuck the money. Fake heroes don't care about the people, all they care about is fame and fortune. It makes me sick to my stomach. This is your last chance, join us or else. I'm not scared of you, Stain couldn't finish speaking. Shirato suddenly grabbed his throat faster than he could react. Shirato then slammed Stain's body to the ground and stabbed his head with a receiver. "What a shame." Shirato said to himself as he looked up. He stared at the 3 objects falling from the sky. One of them was the flying Nomu. It had multiple black receivers lodged onto its exposed brain. The other one was a bloodied Tamura. It was hard to tell if he was still alive or not, and right above him was Tendo, who looked completely fine. Tendo grabbed Tamura's shirt and slowed his descent with almighty push, while Kurogiri was restrained by Chimera. The 4 of them had gathered in a single place and tied up Tamura so he couldn't grab anyone. They were going to bring Kurogiri over to 9, but something interrupted them. "Where do you think you're going?" a deep voice asked. A shirtless man jumped off a nearby roof and sent a quick glance over them. His green and red eyes landed on Tendo and Shirato. He paused before he spoke again. So you two can use chakra just like me. How many people can use it anyway? Whatever, it doesn't concern me. You'll be dead soon anyway. He spoke nonchalantly, but they couldn't tell if he was relaxed or not due to the black face mask he wore. He was quite tall, standing at about 6 feet in height. He had a tan skin tone and dark brown hair. He wore dark green pants and his shirtless upper body looked like it was stitched together. He had 4 masks stitched into his back, each one was different from the other. Kakuzu. This is the only thought that ran through Yihiko's head as he stared at Kakuzu through the eyes of his paths. Tendo snapped out of it and threw a receiver at Kakuzu, who merely dodged it and charged at them. His left arm started to lengthen as several steel-like threads tried to entangle the 4 of them. Chimera and Mummy jumped back to make some distance while Shirato jumped into the air and slammed his foot down on Kakuzu, but his attack was blocked by several more threads that came out of Kakuzu's body. Tendo tried to grab onto Tamura, but he was gone. All that was left was a black foul-smelling puddle of sludge. Kurogiri was also gone. He had teleported himself away when they distanced themselves from Kakuzu. Now Kakuzu had the same black sludge coming out of his mask. It quickly enveloped him and he was gone. Chimera and Mummy were shocked, and so was Yihiko. He wasn't expecting Kakuzu of all people to come over and rescue Tamura. Not to mention the fact that All for One could have been watching them fight the entire time. They couldn't recruit Stain, capture Tamura, or steal Kurogiri's quirk. It was a humiliating defeat in Yihiko's eyes. If only I had gone instead. Yihiko thought in frustration before he focused on Stain's corpse. Tendo grabbed Stain's lifeless body, that was all he could do. Yihiko used the animal path to summon them back to the apartment. Time to make the Naraka path. Chapter 32, Love Equals Cringe. What happened? Tamura asked himself. All he could remember was that he got attacked by 4 masked individuals before he could even attack Hosa City. He looked down at what used to be his right hand. All that was left of it is a bandaged stump. He remembered that it was easily ripped off by one of the individuals. Hey, you. You're finally awake. You were trying to attack Hosa City, right? Walked right into that Akatsuki ambush. You're lucky that Kakuzu saved your sorry ass. A young voice mocked Tamura. It sounded young enough to be a high schooler. You know who those people are? Tamura mumbled slightly. It was amazing that he was even able to, considering that he had knocked out most of his teeth earlier. You don't. Great, you're inexperienced. It's painfully obvious who they were. White animal masks. Check. Dark blue cloaks. Check. Appearing out of nowhere. Check. Another voice mocked him, but this one sounded pissed. It was obvious that he didn't want to be there just by listening to the tone of his voice. Did you seriously just decide to ignore any possible enemies and focused solely on All Might? Do you even know who I am? Tamura looked over to where the mocking voice came from and saw a man staring down at him. He had blonde hair that was tied into a half ponytail. His long bangs covered his left eye. His only exposed eye was blue while the other was covered by a scope. He wore a blue and gray kimono with a fishnet undershirt underneath and brown khaki pants. You're Daidara, a infamous terrorist. Despite the short time you've been one, you're famous for attacking multiple well-known hero agencies and historical monuments. You've offered your services to other destructive villains before, helping them attack heroes or causing a distraction at prison breakouts. Tamura was able to wheeze out. Oh. What about me? He looked over to the other person that mocked him earlier and saw that it really was a teenager. He had short red hair and grayish-brown eyes. He looked like he wasn't interested in anything at all. He wore a sleeveless jacket and some brown pants. He had white bandages wrapped around each arm. No, I've never heard of a red-haired teenager doing anything that would catch the hero's attention. Tamura replied. Teenager. Oh, I'm not wearing Yhiko. That explains why. He muttered to himself before a large figure suddenly enveloped him. Now he had a tan skin tone and black hair. He wore a black bandana and a black cloak that covered up his body, only exposing his head. His body was large but hunched over. His black pupils were incredibly small as well. Ah, you're the one that was suspected of kidnapping hundreds of men and women for unknown reasons. You've kidnapped so many people that most parents tell their kids that you will come after them if they're being bad. You've also killed a number of heroes that have come after you. Their bodies weren't found either. Tamura was able to recognize him now that he put Yhiko on. Correct, and I'm older than you, brat. Sai, do you know why we're here? Yhiko's voice was deep and his personality was completely different from the red-haired men from before. Before Tamura could answer, someone did it for him. You're here to help Tamura, but so far you haven't done a very good job. Letting him get hurt like that isn't something I would recommend, so do your jobs already. Tamura recognized his master's voice. He sounded displeased. I let him get hurt like that so he could learn a lesson or two. Stupid brat only ever thinks about All Might. Maybe this will teach him to be aware of all of the other potential threats now. It would be a pain in the ass to deal with him if he didn't. Another deep voice responded to his master. He looked over and saw someone he never expected. Kakuzu, a mercenary that has faced off against All Might before and was strong enough to hold him and several other heroes off before escaping. He only picks jobs that have high pay and an even higher fatality rate. Even though he fought against All Might at the beginning of his hero career, Kakuzu looks exactly like his younger self. It was like he hasn't aged at all. If you don't do as he says, then you won't get paid. All for One said sternly, which caused Kakuzu to grunt in frustration. I only accepted this job because the pay was good and it sounded easy enough, but this kid is making it so much harder. Kakuzu said angrily and received some nods from the other two mercenaries. Let me finish. I will increase your paycheck if you do. Each month that you stick with him, I'll add another 20,000 to your paycheck. How does that sound? All for One questioned, which caused Kakuzu's sour mood to completely disappear. 20,000 each month. Now we're talking. This money will help me buy more parts for my collection. Very good. It's a good deal, so I'll take it, but you better discipline this kid or something. Two of those Akatsuki members had the same energy the three of us have, the one we decided to call chakra. They had a lot of it too, so we better be careful from now on and prepare some countermeasures or something. Kakuzu said seriously. They have chakra too. I wonder if they're like the thug kid from the sports festival. He had so much chakra that I honestly thought that it was bottomless. I can't wait to turn him into a puppet. Hiroku said in anticipation. If our enemies have the same strange energy that you three have, then I want you to make sure to proceed with caution, Tamura. Things are starting to get dangerous now. You know that the only reason you're not dead is because the enemy tried to capture you. Maybe for interrogation, maybe to bring you in. I don't know myself, but don't go anywhere without Kurogiri, understand? All for One spoke gently. Yes, I understand. Tamura muttered before he passed out. Sasori, make him a versatile puppet hand. I want him to at least be able to protect himself in case none of you can. Also, go greet the new members of the league for him, he needs his rest. All for One ordered before turning off his screen. The internships are almost over. The students of U.A will be going back to school tomorrow. Aizawa had come out of the hospital just fine. Thankfully there's no permanent scaring. Yihiko didn't go out patrolling during his time with Aizawa or anything like that. Aizawa just told Yihiko about his experience as a hero. He was fine with it since he didn't have to go to Aizawa's house, so they just talked over the phone. Now that the end of the internships is near, the students get to go back home. Yihiko spent most of his time trying to figure out why Kakuzu was in this world and if there was more unexpected people here. It was the only thing he thought of. It constantly plagued his mind. Thankfully Himiko is supposed to come back today. He had hoped that maybe she can help him keep his mind off of everything that has happened recently. It's been a while since he's seen her, so he obviously missed her, but he really didn't expect her to change so drastically in the short amount of time she was gone. Himiko. Yihiko said in bewilderment. Standing across from him was Himiko, except she had a minor makeover. The two messy buns that were usually on her head weren't there, her hair was let down instead. She had a lot of makeup on, and had the top buttons of her buttoned-up shirt unbuttoned. For some reason she had obviously stuffed her bra, which was very distracting for Yihiko. The strangest of them all was that her skin was tanned slightly, like she had used a tanning bed. She looked like a gyro. What the hell did midnight do to her? Hey Yihiko, long time no see. Did you miss me? Himiko asked, praying that he would say yes. Ah, yeah I did. You look different I guess. Yihiko said. He was still confused by the whole situation. Do you like it? She suddenly appeared in front of his face, a questioning look was on her own. I dash. Or do you prefer the old me? What if I buy fancy clothes and make myself look like a classic rich girl? What about the punk look? Should I get piercings too? Should I try to be the mature but innocent type? Or maybe you like goth girls? What if I dress up as Dash? Okay, I think that's enough. Yihiko said as he pulled her into his embrace. She made contact with his body piercings immediately, but she has clung to him so many times that she sometimes gets surprised when she doesn't feel it when she hugs anyone else. Do you want to tell me why you look like a gyro, or why you're asking me as those questions? Did Midnight say something weird to influence you? Yihiko asked. See her remain silent only confirmed his suspicions. So she did say something. Did she make you wear all of that stuff as well? What's your type? What? Your type? What's your type of girl? That bunny bitch keeps on trying to get close to you and the girl with the chubby cheeks keeps on looking for an opportunity to get close to you. Just tell me what type of girl you prefer so that I can change myself to suit your taste. If you only think of me, then I won't have to worry about them or anyone else. Himiko asked. She was a little worried that her personality or her looks didn't suit Yihiko's taste. Himiko, please don't change yourself for someone else's sake. I just want you to know that I don't care about those other girls. As for my taste in women, she has to have ash blonde hair, sharp fangs, yellow eyes, a fetish for blood, and a cute little face. Yihiko slightly smiled at her. Himiko didn't say anything and just brought her face closer to his chest. He looked down and saw that she was blushing deeply. Yihiko sighed to himself and gently stroked her head. It was possible now that she didn't have the messy buns on her head. She suddenly looked up at him and brought her face closer to his. Yihiko thought that she was going in for a kiss, but she opened her mouth wide and sunk her teeth into his neck. She happily drank all of the blood that gushed out. Ah, youth. Slice, who was watching the entire time, said as she sipped some tea. Chapter 33, I'm fast as fuck boy. The Hosa City incident that happened in canon was prevented thanks to Yihiko, but the civilians thought that Stain was still out there. The fight between the Akatsuki and the League didn't go unnoticed though. The remains of the different Nomu were still on the street in Hosu. The heroes knew that the League attempted something but was stopped by an unknown vigilante group. That was all they needed to know, and Stain's story didn't get released, but Chimera told me that he smelled more people going in and out of the League's hideout. The possibility that Tamura was still able to recruit some of the original League members was low since villains like Dabi or Spinner only joined because of Stain. But with Kakuza being here, I think that they're most likely a part of the League since anything could happen now. Yihiko thought. Yihiko decided to tell Chimera to stay away from the League's hideout since things just got a lot more dangerous with Kakuzu on the League's side. Events like the training camp arc will be difficult to deal with since Kakuzu is way stronger than almost every other member in the Akatsuki. He can definitely beat 9. Kakuzu was strong enough to tank an attack from the Two Tails after all. Deciding to solve these problems in the future, Yihiko walked to U.A with Himiko. She was back to her normal self now, but her skin was still slightly tanned. When they arrived at the classroom, it didn't go completely silent like usual, but it was still pretty quiet. Eventually they went back to talking about their experiences at their internships. Yihiko looked over to Ida and saw that he looked like he was going to flip out any time now. But he's lucky that he isn't injured like Canon. Maybe he will do better in the race. He's definitely mad that he couldn't face Stain and get his ass hooped by the hero hunter, but he still looks determined to find him. It must be awful to go out and look for someone while not being aware that they're already dead. Yihiko merely shook his head and waited for Aizawa to arrive while wondering who he would fight during the first term final exam. Aizawa walked in the room and sent Yihiko a glare before telling them to get their hero outfits and go to Ground Gamma where All Might was waiting for them. Yihiko, come here for a minute. Aizawa called out. The other students were interested in what we were going to talk about, but one look at Aizawa's face told them it wasn't going to be good. The rabbit hero found out where I live, so now she has been knocking on my door every day and asking me where you were. Be grateful that I didn't give in and tell her where you live. Aizawa said before crawling into his yellow cocoon. No wonder you look like shit. Well, thanks for having my back. I'll be sure to buy you some cat food or something later. Yihiko replied as he walked out the door and saw his classmates looking expectantly at Jiro. She had her ear jack in the wall and heard everything we said to each other. The only one that wasn't there was Himiko, who was most likely at the girls' locker room already. They quickly dispersed after Yihiko stared at them with his usual blank face, but they were somehow able to tell that he wasn't happy about their awful eavesdropping. Things got pretty awkward in the boys' locker room after that. None of the other boys were able to look at Yihiko without feeling some sort of pressure. Welcome back from your internships. I hope you enjoyed your time at. Why is the atmosphere so tense around you guys? All Might questioned before he went on to explain what we were going to do. For the first race, the participants will be Izuku Midoriya, Yihiko Babaigawara, Hantashiro, Mina Ishido, and Tenya Ida. They will be competing against each other and try to rescue me. Whoever rescues me first is the winner. The other students will wait for their turn as they watch the others perform on the screen over there. Also, I want the students with the more destructive quirks to keep the damage to a minimum. All Might explained as he looked at Bakugo, Yihiko, Shoto, and Izuku. The other students sighed in relief when they learned that they didn't have to go against Yihiko, while the ones that were going against him already knew that they can't win. Yihiko went over to the starting line with the other four and waited for the signal to start. The light breeze caused his cloak to sway slightly. This caused him to look even more intimidating than usual to the other students for some reason. Who do you think is going to win? Denki asked the other students. Yihiko. Himiko and a few others answered immediately. I think that Ida might win, he's pretty fast too, you know. Ochako said. Don't forget about Mina, she's quite athletic, so this should be easy for her. Tsuyu said. What about Siro? Isn't this the perfect environment for him? Ijiro pointed out. Start. All Might yelled out. Yihiko immediately dashes forward and started to weave through the many obstacles in front of him. He flew up, he ducked down, he dodged left and right. None of the pipes in front of him could slow him down. It was like they weren't even there in the first place. His sudden burst of speed stunned the other four competitors for a few seconds before they snapped out of it and started running. The students that were watching unconsciously compared their speed to Yihiko's, and it was honestly kinda sad. Yihiko was literally halfway through the race. Not even a full minute has passed and Yhiko had already amazed his classmates once again. Yhiko could already see the finish line. The race wasn't difficult at all. He suddenly flew up and looked over ground gamma. He saw that Izuku using the full cowling while copying Bakugo's moves while the others also tried their best to catch up. They felt his gaze land on their bodies and looked up and saw Yhiko looking down on them in a relaxed manner. Since Izuku got distracted by Yhiko, he lost his footing on a pipe and fell down to the ground, but not after hitting a few pipes on the way down. Yhiko had almost chuckled at the sight, but kept a straight face and finished the race with ease. Siro arrived shortly after, followed by Mina, Ida, and Izuku. Yhiko was given a red and white sash. The other students congratulated him for winning. No one was surprised that he won. They were starting to get numb to it now. They went back to the giant screen as the next group got ready to race. The next competitors were Momo Yuriorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Himiko Toga, Mashiro Ojiro, and Ochako Uraraka. Who do you think will win this one? Mina asked. I think that Todoroki-kun might win. Toru answered. Maybe Momo will make something that will help herself move faster. Shoji said. Who do you think will win, Yhiko? Jiro asked him curiously. Shoto. Yhiko answered. Eh? What about Himiko-chan? Don't you think she has a chance? Toru asked. I'm a realist, not an optimist. She's stronger than most adult men, but her physical abilities are still human. She can't punch down walls or jump at incredible heights, but she could probably snatch third place if she plays it smart. That doesn't mean I won't cheer for her though. Yhiko stated as he looked at the massive screen. He saw them take off as soon as All Might said start. Shoto made some ice to skate on while Momo made a grappling hook to help her move through the pipes. Ojiro used his tail to propel himself forward and Ochako tried to remove the gravity on herself to move faster, but it didn't help much. Himiko sprinted and used her flexible body to her advantage to quickly move through the course. She was a few feet behind Ojiro before he grabbed onto a loose pipe with his tail and fell down. Himiko passed him and was closing in on Momo. Shoto had finished first, Momo got there second, Himiko third, Ojiro fourth, and Ochako came dead last. If Ojiro hadn't slipped, then Himiko would have came in fourth place. When they came back to the platform, they were congratulated by their classmates. Himiko went towards Yhiko and rested her head on his chest as they sat down on the ground together. She eventually made Yhiko give her a lap pillow, which earned him a few snickers from his classmates, but he could care less. Himiko was far more important to him than his reputation is. The rest of the races weren't too interesting, but Bakugo won his easily by using his explosions to propel himself across ground gamma. The others didn't really have mobility quirks, so it was really boring to watch. Soon, they were lined up in front of All Might. He congratulated them on finding new ways to use and improve their quirks. He then told them to change out of their hero costumes and tried to discreetly tell Izuku something important. Could they be any more obvious? Or are my classmates just that oblivious? Yhiko thought to himself as he went back to the locker room. Chapter 34, Bastard. Oh, I almost forgot. The finals are next week, so make sure you all study hard if you want to go to the training camp. Aizawa announced as he gave a sadistic smile. It took some of the students a few seconds to process what he said, then the ones with the poor grades started panicking. Denki and Mina had the worst grades in the class, so they practically gave up the second they heard Aizawa. Izuku and a few others tried to encourage them, but it only made them feel worse. They started begging Momo to teach them so they wouldn't flunk, and a few others asked if they could turn it into a study group. Hey, why don't you ask Yhiko-kun to help teach you? Doesn't he have the best grades in the class? Tsuyu asked. I'm going to be tutoring Himiko, the rest of you are on your own. Yhiko replied almost immediately after she said that. He didn't want these kids to try and come over to his apartment. When they heard his cold words, they despaired slightly. They still had Momo to help them. At least, they should be able to pass the written exam. Alright guys, let's try our best to pass the exams. Izuku said some words of encouragement. Shut up, you shitty nerd. Bakugo shouted back. Thank you all for coming to this meeting. Today we will be discussing the first term final exams. To put OT simply, we will change the practical exam to help the students further improve. A certain class has already dealt with villains before, so I believe that having them go against robots won't help them grow at all. Nizu explained. I agree, some of the students in there have monstrous growth rates. Especially the winner of the sports festival. Cementos agreed with Nizu. Ah, yes. While we are speaking about the boy, I would like to ask you some questions about him, Aizawa-san. Since you are his homeroom teacher and he did choose you over Mirko for his internship, what is his behavior like? Have you figured out anything about his quirks? Nizu questioned. Sigh, that damn problem child. Yhiko, he is the best kid in my class grade-wise. He pays attention and is quiet most of the time. He only talks to his girlfriend or if anyone talks to him first. He is antisocial? Midnight asked. I don't necessarily think so. He's actually quite talkative if you get on his good side. I think that he just doesn't like talking to the kids in his class because he has a different thought process. Elaborate please. Nizu asked. It's mostly about the way he treats villains. While kids like Izuka think that everyone could be a good person no matter what, Yihiko thinks that they are unforgivable or something like that. He doesn't take it easy on them. I'm sure you already knew that from the USJ incident and the illegal quirk fighting ring we went to during our internship. He saved my ass again, but he was brutal like usual. I see. That is rather concerning. Have you figured out anything about his quirks? All we know about his abilities is that he can make monsters out of thin air, use telekinesis, and something about him being a cyborg. From what the rumors say about him at least. All Might asked. He has told me something about the rumor of him being a cyborg, but he doesn't want it to go into the quirk register. He believes that our system is too weak, and I agree with him. It's understandable why he wouldn't want his quirk to be properly registered. It's a crime to not register your quirk, it doesn't matter how many you have. Ectoplasm spoke up. All Might's quirk isn't properly registered either, so are you going to arrest him? Aizawa shot back. Has he shown any villainous tendencies? Besides the whole villain crippling thing, is there anything else worth noting? What is his personality like? Snipe asked. His personality. A bastard. A bastard. Many heroes exclaimed at once. Yep, a bastard. That little shithead is quite the handful sometimes, like right now. Causing me problems when he isn't even here. He's a bastard, plain and simple. Please watch your language, Aizawa-san, we're in the middle of a meeting. Nizu spoke sternly. I would like to see you try to deal with that kid for a week. He's way too much for me to handle. He's competent, mature, and a pain in the ass to deal with. Unlike the other students in my class, he knows what he's doing. I find it hard to imagine him as a villain. It seems like he knows the pros and cons of being a hero. The whole reason he chose this school was to get a hero license. I don't know why, but I can rule out that it isn't for fame or money. Not for fame or money. Is he becoming a hero because he was inspired by All Might? Midnight asked. No, that's definitely not why he chose to be a hero. Him being inspired by All Might is incredibly hard to imagine. I think the villain role is actually more suitable than that. Aizawa immediately shot her question down. Then why do you think he wants to become a hero? Cementos asked. He probably has his own secret agenda. Knowing him, it would be something unexpected. I don't think that it's villainous, just something we wouldn't expect. I'm starting to get a headache after all this talk about that kid, so can we move on to the exams please? Aizawa started to pinch the bridge of his nose in annoyance. I believe that Aizawa-san is right. We will talk about Yihiko at a later date. For now, the discussion of the practical exam should take priority. I'm sorry that we got sidetracked like that, Aizawa-san, but who should go against him as a villain? All Might asked. Nobody said anything. They suddenly remembered the entrance exam, the battle trial, the USJ incident, the sports festival, and the news about the illegal quirk fighting ring. They shuddered slightly, then they all looked at All Might. Huh? Why are you all looking at me? Let's face it, he could easily beat all of us. All Might is the only one that could actually beat him in a fight, or we could have Mirko come over and fight him so we don't have to worry about her breaking onto the school grounds anymore. Hopefully it will be enough to satisfy her unique needs, but we don't know how Yhiko will react though. There's also the fact that it would single another student out, and I don't think any of them can handle a teacher on their own. Should we call her? Snipe asked. I think we should have Yhiko and one other student go against All Might and Mirko. It would be unfair for the student he is paired with, but this could be an opportunity to help Yhiko restrict his villain crippling habits. Is there any other problem children in 1A that could use some tough love? Nizu asked Aizawa with an evil smile. Actually, there is. Also, I have a suggestion to help in case we decide to call Mirko. We did it. We passed. A few of the other students celebrate passing the written exam. Shut it, brats, you're only half done. Suit up and follow me. Aizawa said. They go to the locker rooms. Most of the students are visibly tense. Bakugo was more irritated than usual and Izuka wouldn't stop mumbling to himself. Yihiko was incredibly annoyed just by being around them. I'm gonna pass this exam and make you admit that I'm better than you, you purple-eyed freak. Don't think I forgot about you, half and half bastard. And you, Deku. Learn your place already. Bakugo shouted angrily as we walked out the locker room. If you don't shut your mouth then I'll crush your throat, the medics won't save you this time. Yihiko plainly replied, but everyone could tell that he was dead serious. Bakugo kept quiet after that and they continued to walk until they caught up with Aizawa. Aizawa turned around to face them and Nizu popped out of his scarf. He explained that they would be facing some teachers. Not only that, they would also have 2 special guests to join them today. Please welcome Shinso from Class 1C, and the rabbit hero Mirko, who occupies the number 6 spot in the top 10 heroes. Nizu exclaimed excitedly. Yihiko. We finally get to face each other, I hope you aren't disappointing. Mirko shouted excitedly. Aizawa, you dickhead. Yihiko sighed to himself. Chapter 35, Summoning Jutsu. Yihiko stared at the battle junkie before looking back at Aizawa, who avoided his gaze. Himiko already had her hands on her knives and was waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. The other students and teachers tensed up when Mirko called out to Yihiko. They started to regret their decision. Nizu was also affected by the tense atmosphere and decided to continue on with the exam. Due to a disagreement with the selection of a few teams and the constant trespassing caused by a certain pro hero, we decided to make a single team of 3 students. Nizu explained. Eh? How is that fair? Denki complained. Let me finish please, we were originally planning on having 2 students going against 1 teacher. Since one group will have 3 students, they will have to go against a teacher and the pro hero Mirko. Also, please remember that this is exam Mirko, don't kill any of my students. Nizu warned her sternly. So as long as I don't kill him, anything I do is fine. Nice. Mirko exclaimed happily. Wait, no. Nizu was about to lecture her, but he realized that she already started ignoring him. Anyway, the teams that have been chosen will face off against a specific teacher that has a quirk that exposes the weaknesses on yours. They will use your weaknesses against you, so make sure your ally helps you cover your weak spots. This exam will help you grasp the aspects of teamwork and working with other heroes on the fly. Nizu gave another brief explanation. TCH, teamwork is for weaklings. Mirko muttered when she heard Nizu. Nizu ignored her comment and continued to explain. Shinso will be joining you in this activity since he has applied for the hero course at the beginning of the semester and now has the chance to move into Class 1A. He will be something like a transfer student since he was originally a part of general education, but he has been given the opportunity to change courses. He will be able to join 1A if he passes the exam, and he has already passed the written exam, so please help him pass this one as well. Nizu explained why Shinso was here. This is different. My presence here has changed so much, I can't even imagine what the future will be like if it keeps on changing from canon. Yihiko thought as he looked over at Shinso. He wore the Udata gym uniform and had a smaller version of Aizawa's scarf. He also wore a mask with some speakers on it. I will now announce the teams and the teacher that will play the villain in the exam. Most of the teams were the same, with Himiko and Jiro against Present Mike. Then there's Shinso and Siro against Midnight, and then there's us. Izuku, Bakugo, and Yihiko are up against All Might and Mirko. Are you fucking kidding me? Bakugo screeched when he learned that he was going to be paired up with his childhood friend and his rival. Izuku didn't say anything and looked at Bakugo with worry written all over his face. He was smart enough to realize that Kaken didn't want to be paired with him. He also realized that Bakugo's personality would get in the way of any plan making, so he looked over to Yihiko with hope in his eyes, only to see him having a stare down with Mirko. Her imposing red-eyed locked onto his intimidating purple eyes. Izuku shuddered at the thought of working with these two. The exam started shortly after that and the teams that were the same as Canon did the same as Canon. Then there's Jiro and Himiko. Jiro let Himiko drink some of her blood and had her act as a distraction. Himiko covered her ears and stealthily approached Present Mike as he screamed wildly in an attempt to force them to come out. He was forced to stop his screaming when a knife flew right at him. He dodged it and turned his attention to where the knife came from. Jiro took this chance and slipped past Present Mike when he was distracted with Himiko. Present Mike was shocked that they slipped past him so easily. He let his guard down a second time. Himiko used this opportunity to run up to him and kicked his dick. Aff. Present Mike clutched his poor balls and fell over, while Himiko smiled sadistically. Most of the men watching the scene unconsciously covered their manhood and shivered slightly. They just lost a good man today. Himiko took out the cuffs and cuffed Present Mike. He couldn't really defend himself after that. Since Shinso took Mina's place during the exam, he was actually able to form a plan to help them counter Midnight. He asked her a few questions about her personal life while covering his mouth with his scarf, but she didn't respond. He then asked her if she wanted him to set her up for a blind date with a handsome young celebrity and she immediately agreed. He was able to make her sit still and cuffed her easily after that. Shinso is now a part of Class 1A. Most of the other students congratulated him for getting him into 1A while Aizawa was wondering about the seating chart. Now it's time for the one exam that everyone has been looking forward to. 3 students are facing off against 2 heroes that are in the top 10. It seems really ridiculous when you think about it, but considering the circumstances of why one of the heroes is there in the first place and the destructive power one of the students displayed at the sports festival, it wouldn't seem so far-fetched. The 3 students and 2 heroes made their way down to the replica city. They were waiting for the battle to start. I finally get to fight you, Yhiko. Don't disappoint me now. I hope you put up a good fight. Mirko shouted excitedly. She finally has her chance to fight the only student that caught her eye during the sports festival. Mirko, we should work together to take down these students. I'm not worried about Midoriya or Bakugo, it's Yihiko that concerns me. We dash. No. I refuse to work with anyone, that's a sign of weakness. Even if it's you, the symbol of peace, I refuse to work as a team. Mirko cut him off. Mirko, listen to me. I want to strike a deal with you. All Might said seriously, he was trying his best to reason with her. A deal? Yes, you get to face Yhiko alone. I merely wish to fight against Midoriya and Bakugo, while you get to fight him. Do you agree? I fight Yhiko while you fight the other two brats. Sounds like a good deal for me. Just don't get in my way, then we're all good. Okay, let me do the first attack then. They won't expect it at all, and remember, the only reason we haven't kicked you out of here is because we're short on manpower. Team Midoriya, Bakugo, and Babaigawara, practical exam. Ready, go. 3 boys were walking down the street of a large and empty city, one looked pissed, another looked afraid, and the last one looked indifferent. It was a strange team that they were forced into, but none of that really mattered, they had to focus on the real objective. Defeating All Might and Mirko. Kaken. Please wait a second and listen. We are going up against 2 pro heroes. Powerful ones too. We need to make a plan to slip past them and escape. I'm thinking we use Yihiko's beast as a way to distract them while dash. Izuku was rambling on about a plan while trying to keep up with Bakugo, who sped up instead. Wait, Kaken. Stop following me. That goes for you too, freak. Bakugo yelled as a response. Yihiko didn't listen and simply continued walking forward, which pissed off Bakugo even more. He's fucking ignoring me. Izuku paused briefly out of surprise but kept on trying to reason with Bakugo. Yihiko didn't pay any attention to them and kept his eyes open in case Mirko decides to pay him a visit. If we keep going in a straight line, then we'll run into All Might and Mirko, they'll be waiting for us. We should find another way around them. Izuku was cut off again, but this time he was bitch slapped by Bakugo. He was on the ground and clutching the right side of his face, he looked up at Bakugo in fear. Shut the fuck up already. Why should I run away from them? It'd be better to just beat them up. We should avoid combat. Yihiko, please help me convince Kaken. Yihiko stared at him for a few seconds, which made Izuku mildly uncomfortable under his gaze. I think we should fight, we have destructive quirks so we should use them. All Might won't go easy on us and Mirko will only target me. The best thing you could do if you want to escape is wait for All Might to fight Bakugo. That is, if you want to run away so badly, but I'm staying here with Bakugo. I've got a score to settle anyway, and don't try to drag me into your arguments either. Yihiko replied as he put one of his hands in front of him, it looked like he was preparing for something. But dash. A large gust of air suddenly struck 2 of the 3 boys, sending the 2 of them flying backwards. Yihiko had already formed a barrier with Almighty Push, so he wasn't affected at all. Once the dust settled, Yihiko took a good look around him. The buildings that were once standing tall were now cut in half. The streets were no longer there, instead all that was left was dirt. This power, it really is different when you look at it in person. Well then, my turn. Almighty Push. The poor building weren't able to survive this attack, they were ripped out of the ground and flew towards All Might. The dirt got kicked up again and covered the area, which surprised All Might. He wasn't expecting an attack as powerful as that, he hurriedly used his arms to block all of the incoming buildings. From his perspective, it was literally raining buildings. Yihiko noticed something approaching him from above, it was speeding toward him in a zigzag pattern. He looked up and saw Mirko using the buildings he launched as springboards, her powerful legs crushed the buildings each time she jumped forward. Luna fall. Mirko shouted when she reached him. Too predictable. Yihiko said as he dodged to the right. Mirko didn't stop her attack there and sent a kick to his kneecaps. He dodged. She attacked him again, sending a kick to his stomach. He dodged. Quickly growing frustrated with Yihiko's constant dodging, she used another technique. Luna Arc. Yihiko unsurprisingly dodged to the side again and watched the ground tear apart from the amount of strength she put into her kick, she was actually trying to hurt him. Stop dodging already. Mirko shouted angrily. Fine, universal pull. Mirko was suddenly yanked forward, straight towards Yihiko. He had a receiver in his hand and attempted to stab Mirko in her leg. Luna T. Harris. Mirko was able to dodge Yihiko's receiver in mid-air and collided with Yihiko. While he was unbalanced, she quickly wrapped her legs around Yihiko's head and tried to bring him to the ground. Yihiko sent chakra to his feet to keep himself stabilized, which surprised Mirko since she wasn't expecting him to stay standing. Give up yet? Mirko taunted as she squeezed Yihiko's head with her thighs. While all of this was happening, Izuku and Bakugo had finally recovered from All Might's attack. Izuku saw the condition that Yihiko was in and tried to rush over to him to help, but All Might grabbed him. Oh no you don't. Your fight is with me. All Might yelled as he flashed them a menacing grin. Die. Bakugo yelled as he leaped forward and sent explosions towards All Might's face. All Might used Izuku as a shield and threw Izuku at Bakugo after the attack. The two of them crashed into each other and flew backwards again. You will have to do a lot better than th. All Might nearly fell over when something collided with his back. He turned around and saw Mirko on the ground next to him with a large smile on her face. She was clearly enjoying the fight. He then looked at Yihiko, who had 6 arms and a bored expression on his face. This will be harder than I thought. All Might thought to himself. Yihiko started making some hand signs and slammed his hands onto the ground, which made All Might tense up. Summoning Jutsu. A large cloud of smoke covered the area. All Might immediately jumped back because he's seen the technique before and he knew that whatever comes out of the smoke was a force to be reckoned with. Once the smoke cleared, a large figure with purple eyes made its presence known. It immediately charged at All Might, who got a really good look at it. It had gray and black skin, a single horn on its head, 2 small wings on its back, and a single receiver in its head. It was a giant rhino, and it was heading straight towards the 2 pro heroes. Mirko had already jumped out of the way but All Might was too slow. He was forced to grab onto its horn and hang on for the bumpy ride it was going to put him through. They crashed into a building, and another one after that as well. The giant rhino showed no signs of stopping, instead it actually started speeding up. All Might had trouble stopping it. His feet had already sunken into the ground in an attempt to slow them down but they constantly crashed into buildings. All he could do was grit his teeth and bear with it. All Might. Why would you do that to him? Izuku shouted in confusion. Is he serious? You do realize that I just saved you too, now hurry up and go to the exit if 2 want to escape. I'll hold both of them off, that should make it easier for Y-. Yihiko moved his head to the side to dodge a kick from Mirko. She still had a large grin on her face. Stop talking to those weaklings and pay attention to the fight. Mirko shouted as she casually disregarded Izuku and Bakugo. You bitch. Who are you calling a weakling? Bakugo shouted as he used all of the sweat he had in his gauntlet on both her and Yihiko. Die. Mirko jumped out of the way while Yihiko used the Pretapath to absorb the giant explosion. This surprised a lot of people, especially Bakugo. This guy. He can fucking absorb my explosions. He didn't use this skill at the sports festival, which means that he was looking down on me even more than I expected. Bastard. That brat, he was hiding more abilities from me. I'm not even surprised anymore, I just want to know what else he's hiding. Aizawa thought as he pondered the possible abilities that Yihiko might have. What type of quirk is that? He absorbed Kaken's explosion with ease. Does that mean he could absorb other types of attacks too? What if Shoto used his fire against him during the sports festival? Could he absorb that? What if Izuku mumbled to himself before something flew at him. He was somehow able to dodge the debris that sped past him and sunk into the dirt. He looked over and saw that All Might was riding on the back of the giant rhino. He was clutching onto its wings which made it furious. It started to run wild and crashed into several buildings in an attempt to get him off. Bakugo quickly ignored All Might and focused on Mirko. He wasn't going to let her ignore him and focus solely on Yihiko. Eat shit. Bakugo yelled as he sent an explosion towards her. Her body was covered by the smoke, but when it dispersed she was gone. Bakugo quickly looked around and held his gauntlet up so he could attack her the second she reveals herself. Up here dipshit. Mirko shouted. Bakugo quickly brought his gauntlet up and looked into the air. She wasn't there either. Kaken. Look out. He suddenly felt immense pain shoot up his spine. He screamed out in pain before he was flung a couple meters forward. Mirko had snuck up behind him and kicked his back with a little bit of her strength, which was way too much for Bakugo to handle. Mirko was about to attack him again but Izuku rushed in before she could. Kaken. Izuku squealed when he saw Bakugo get his ass kicked by Mirko. He quickly ran up to him and grabbed him. He put him over his shoulder and ran away, ignoring Yihiko and Mirko completely. Did he just leave me here to fight these two on my own just so he could save Bakugo? What's his deal? It's not like I was going to kill him. AMD, he just left you here too. Is that his boyfriend or something? Oh well, no more distractions I guess. Prepare yourself, Yhiko. Yhiko didn't respond and simply desummoned the giant rhino, making All Might fall down. Mirko ignored this and charged right at him. Almighty push. Another large-scale attack hit Mirko, All Might, and a large portion of the city. The ground shook with tremendous force, making nearby buildings that weren't even hit with the attack fall over. All of the debris started to pile up, so much so that it started to pile up and spill out into the surrounding forest. The replica city was practically falling apart, which reminded All Might of his fight with All for One. All Might looked around himself and only saw destruction. He was glad that Yhiko decided to become a hero. He didn't want to imagine Yihiko as a villain, the very thought of him becoming a villain scared him slightly. This amount of power, should a student really be this strong? All Might thought. Yihiko had made another crater, except this one was a lot bigger compared to the one at the sports festival. He just destroyed the center of the city like it was nothing, only the buildings near the walls are still standing. You're resilient, no wonder why you're the best hero in Japan. Yihiko commented. Young Yihiko, you are rather strong for your age. I think that we should tone it down a little, don't you agree? All Might said in between some coughs. He had some scratches and bruises but he was fine. However, he won't be able to hold his form any longer. The fight was longer and more taxing than he anticipated. Fuck that. Why didn't you tell me that you were this strong? I would have kidnapped you at the sports festival if you did. Mirko said as she pushed some debris above her. She wasn't any better than All Might, she had some blood dripping down her face and had a deep gash wound on her thigh. But she had a large smile on her face, she was like a little kid going on a famous roller coaster. You did try to kidnap me though. Yihiko thought to himself as he made some more hand signs. He used all 6 of his hands to make some signs, he would be summoning multiple beasts. The 2 pro heroes realized what he was doing and quickly tried to stop him, but they were too late. He had already slammed all of his hands to the ground, the strange black symbol started spreading. 3 large puffs of smoke appeared simultaneously, 3 large figures were towering over the 2 heroes. The smoke cleared and revealed a dog, a chameleon, and 3 centipedes. The dog was the largest out of all of them, it had brown fur, a long tail, 2 wings on its back, and multiple heads. Each head had a giant receiver sticking out of it, which only made it look more fearsome. On the left side of the giant multi-headed dog, was a chameleon. It had green scaly skin, 2 wings on its upper back that are badly ripped, 2 oddly shaped horns, one was broken and wrapped in bandages while the other one was curved and had multiple receivers sticking out of it. Its tail had the head of a snake at the end of it, and it had a mind of its own. The giant snake-tailed chameleon was missing its right eye, only its left eye remains. The last summon was a bunch of giant centipedes, each of them had fully black bodies, only their heads and legs were orange. A single giant receiver went through each of their heads. All of the beasts looked very different from each other, but they all had one thing in common. The Reneigan, each of them have the same eyes as their summoner. Yihiko stayed back and walked over to his chameleon, it opened its large mouth like it was going to eat him. He calmly stepped inside of its mouth, which closed immediately after. The giant snake-tailed chameleon started to crawl away while camouflaging with its surroundings, it was there 1 second and gone the next. It was practically invisible, which means the people watching quickly lost track of Yihiko. The giant centipedes crawled over to Mirko while the giant multi-headed dog slowly approached All Might. Now then, it's time to find the 2 stars of the show. Where are they hiding? Chapter 36, Planetary Devastation. Luna Arc. Mirko shouted as she axe-kicked one of the 3 centipedes. The centipede recoiled slightly, before it released an ear-piercing screech and charged forward again. Its head had rammed its head into the ground where Mirko once stood, she had already jumped out of the way when she saw it had little to no reaction when it got kicked. TCH, it's tougher than I expected. Mirko said to herself. The battle was getting more exciting as time went on, and she enjoyed that. It's been a while since she has had a good fight like this one. United States of Smash. All Might yelled out as he launched himself off the ground and punched the multi-headed dog. Much to his and everyone's surprise, the dog split itself into 4. The dogs distanced themselves from All Might and slowly circled him, 3 of them only had 1 head while the last one had 5 heads. The 3 single-headed dogs lunged at All Might, the multi-headed dog leaped into the air and split into 5 smaller dogs. 2 of them went for his legs, 3 went for his torso, and the rest stayed back and watched. One of the dogs charged forward and tried to bite All Might, but was met with a punch to its snout instead. It was sent flying and landed a few meters away, the other dogs took this opportunity to attack. 4 of them lunged at All Might, their jaws were wide open and ready to bite down on his flesh. 2 of them sunk their teeth in his legs, another went for his waist but was backhanded. The last one bit down on his shoulder, its teeth were practically chomping down on his collarbone. They're not letting go. All Might said as he grit his teeth to handle the pain he was experiencing. The last 3 single-headed dogs charged towards All Might like the others, their snarls and growls made them sound like regular dogs. One of the single-headed dogs lunged at All Might's face, who tried to punch it to defend himself. He was surprised to see one of the other dogs bite into the flying dog's tail and yank it back before All Might could punch it. All Might lost his balance slightly, but this was all they needed. The last dog bit his arm and started gnawing away, the other dogs that latched onto All Might did the same. They baited me. Not only are they resilient, they are smart enough to form strategies and have enough strength to tear my flesh apart. These monsters are strong enough to face the other top 10 pro heroes. That boy controls these things too. Is he only able to control them within a certain range? Or is H, damn it. Let go of me already. All Might shouted as he tried to pry one of the dog's jaws open. Look out below. All Might looked up and saw one of the giant centipedes falling over. Its exoskeleton looked like it was going to break any moment now. He was happy that Mirko was able to defeat one of these monsters, but he wasn't so happy when he saw it fall in his direction. This is going to hurt. They defeated 2 of my dogs and a centipede. They're doing worse than I expected. Yihiko muttered to himself as he watched the battle through his summon's eyes. He was still inside of his chameleon, looking for Izuku and Bakugo. He honestly thought that they would put up more of a fight, but he wasn't dissatisfied with this either. It simply proves the ferocity and power of the animal path. Strength in numbers is what it does best. Where are they? There's only a few buildings left. They don't have many places to hide. Why would they run away in the first place? They didn't even head towards the exit either. What the hell are they doing? Yihiko was honestly curious. What could be so important that they would purposely waste their time instead of completing the practical exam? His questions were answered very quickly. He heard Bakugo swearing like a sailorman and Izuku yelping in fear. He went towards their location and saw that they decided to have some low-quality bromance stuff going on. Bakugo slammed his hands against a wall, pinning Izuku in between his arms as they crackled with miniature explosions. A Kabudan. Yihiko thought to himself. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like a lot of sexual tension was going on between the two. Izuku was shaking in fear, nervousness, and had some tears threatening to fall out of the corners of his eyes. Bakugo looked like he was some sort of gay rapist and had just found his next victim. This was quite the strange sight. What are you two doing? Yihiko questioned as his chameleon went back to its usual green color and opened its wide mouth, letting Yihiko be seen by the 2 teenagers. Yihiko. Izuku stuttered as he tried to find something to say to his teammate. Why didn't you two go to the exit? Didn't I buy you two enough time? While I was distracting both of the heroes, you two were busy doing. I don't even want to know. Yihiko stated. He was expressionless like usual, but they could tell that he was pissed. You. Who the fuck do you think you're? Bakugo was about to rant again but stopped dead in his tracks when a receiver flew past his head, barely missing him by inches. Don't say anything, unless you want me to drag you over to the battlefield and hand you over to the heroes. I'll even desummon my pets just to let them have their full attention on you. You know what, I could use you as bait. It only seems fair since I've been carrying this team since the beginning of the exam. I tried to form a plan with you two so we could escape, but Izuku yelled back. He was starting to get angry for some reason. But he quickly stopped himself when he looked straight into Yihiko's purple-ringed eyes. I haven't seen you do anything helpful, unless you want to count Kabedons as helpful. All you've done so far is argue with each other and you've even ran away, leaving me behind to fight those two on my own. You say that you wanted to form a plan, but at the first sign of danger you immediately tried to save Bakugo and yourself, completely ignoring my presence on this pathetic excuse of a team. Izuku held his head down. He looked like he was about to cry while Bakugo was still frozen in shock from having a receiver thrown at him earlier. Answer my question. Huh. Both Izuku and Bakugo said at the same time. My question from earlier, answer it. Izuku tried to remember what Yihiko asked them earlier, but he had already forgotten. Why didn't you two go to the exit? It's wide open, no one is defending it. Even as we speak, you two could have just walked over to the exit. Be quiet. Yihiko shushed them, which confused them again. Luna fall. Yihiko immediately jumped out of his chameleon's mouth and grabbed onto both Izuku and Bakugo. He flew up into the air with the two boys. He had grabbed them by their waists. Watch the rabbit hero crash down onto his chameleon. There was a loud crunching noise before it disappeared in a large puff of smoke. I wasn't even paying attention to what was going on with my summons. I should keep my attention on the heroes from now on. Yihiko thought to himself as he looked through the eyes of his remaining summons. Mirko had defeated another centipede while All Might was able to free himself from the dogs. Mirko decided to leave All Might behind just so she could find Yhiko, who wasn't very happy to see her. There you are. I won't let you run away this time. Just get rid of those brats so we can enjoy ourselves, they'll only get in the way anyway. Mirko said eagerly despite the condition that she was in. You troublesome woman, why do you want to fight me? Surely there are other people that have caught your attention besides me, so fight someone that actually wants to fight you. Yhiko said as he looked down on her. He was keeping a good distance away from her so she wouldn't try anything funny. Car. Izuku shouted. Yhiko looked behind him and was immediately hit out of the air by a flying car. All Might had launched it at them. All Might finally got the dogs off his back but ran away when he saw them merge into one giant multi-headed dog. It was a lot bigger than before. Now it was several stories tall and wreaked havoc wherever it went. The three boys crashed into the ground and skidded across what's left of the street a few times before coming to a stop. Izuku was doing okay considering he was bitch-slapped and hit by a flying car. Bakugo had it pretty bad. His back has been killing him ever since Mirko kicked him, and getting hit by a car didn't make it any better. Yihiko used his 6 arms and punched each of them into the ground to forcefully stop himself from skidding any further. He looked up and saw that All Might looked like shit. He still had a smile on his face, but his summons did a real number on him. "I am here," All Might shouted as he made his entrance. "Not good," Izuku said as he tried to run away again. "Where are you trying to go this time?" Yihiko asked him. "I'm dash." Izuku felt all of the air leave his lungs and clutched his chest, desperately trying to suck in some air. Mirko had hopped over to him and kicked him in the ribs, breaking most of them. "I'll kill you," Bakugo shouted as he put his hand on his other gauntlet, ready to blast her with a large explosion. Mirko appeared in front of him the second he blinked, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. She kicked his arm that wad filled with the explosive sweat, breaking the gauntlet and his arm at the same time. Yihiko saw this and sighed to himself. He turned his attention back to All Might and saw a giant first heading towards his face. All Might's fist opened up and grabbed Yihiko's head, then he slammed him into the ground. Half of Yihiko's face was embedded in the ground, the other half looked at All Might with a bored expression on his face. "He doesn't even look fazed. Seriously, what is this kid made of?" Was what All Might thought before he felt a hand grab his ankle. He looked down and saw one of Yihiko's hands had grabbed him. Yihiko's arm began transforming into several metal tendrils and wrapped around his limbs. Yihiko pulled himself off the ground and dusted himself off, then he looked All Might, who was struggling to break free. "These tendrils." Aizawa said that even the Nomu couldn't break free from these. Yihiko pulled out some cuffs and prepared to pass the exam right there, but Mirko intervened. "Luna Arc." Mirko kicked the arm that was holding onto All Might, which was the upper right one. Yihiko jumped back and eyed the rabbit hero before looking over to the most useless teammates you could ask for. They were sprawled on the ground. He then looked at his shoulder and saw where his arm once was. This was the first time he's ever lost one of his extra limbs. It didn't hurt. In fact, he barely felt anything at all when All Might slammed him in the ground. Is my body more durable than the original Shirato? He did break pretty easily when Naruto punched him, but that was a corpse, so it's understandable that he wouldn't stand much of a chance against the protagonist. Yihiko thought to himself as he transformed back to normal. I guess it's time to end this. Yihiko quietly mumbled to himself, but both pro heroes heard him. They suddenly heard a loud screech. They turned around and saw the giant multi-headed dog approaching with the giant centipede right behind it. They then heard someone clap their hands together. They looked over at Yihiko. He had his hands in a praying position. They somehow knew that something bad would happen to them. Planetary Devastation. Yihiko's hands parted slightly. They revealed a small black sphere. It looked like it was sucking in the light around it, which made them think that it was similar to 13's quirk. Then, Yihiko let it float up into the air. They looked around themselves and noticed that the dirt was starting to get pulled into it, then the pebbles, next were the debris, and finally, the buildings. The other students and teachers looked at the scene in awe, while Aizawa sighed to himself in annoyance. He didn't even know what to say anymore. First it was the multiple quirks, then it was that peculiar way of treating villains, and now he just learned that a student is able to go toe-to-toe with All Might. I need a vacation. Aizawa thought hopelessly. It's transforming into something. Wait a minute, it's starting to pull me in. All Might had only realized it now, but it was too late. He couldn't escape. Mirko had already jumped away from the black sphere, but she felt its attractive pull drag her closer to it. Yihiko didn't pay any more attention to them. He simply walked towards the exit without his teammates. They had their chance to leave, but they decided to waste their time. They'll just have to take a makeup test then if they want to go to the training camp. He walked through the exit, but there was no announcement saying that he had passed. He then realized that everyone's attention was on the miniature satellite in the sky. It was mainly made of the destroyed buildings, and it was also the one that had trapped 2 pro heroes with ease. Yihiko made his way over to Nizu and cleared his throat, bringing everyone's attention to him. I went through the exit and trapped the heroes. Do I pass? Ah, yes. Yihiko has passed the practical exam. Congratulations. Nizu said nervously. He brought his attention back onto the miniature satellite. Is there any chance of, letting them go? Nizu asked. Yihiko didn't say anything and clapped his hands together again, causing the satellite to fall apart immediately. All of the rubble and heroes crashed down into the earth. They were alive but unconscious. A student beat 2 pro heroes unconscious, and they were in the top 10. He's not winded either. Such power, is it really okay to leave it in the hands of an edgy teenager? Nizu thought to himself. Chapter 37, C1. Shinso, you can go sit over there. We should have enough space to add you in here. Aizawa told Shinso where his seat was. The practical exam was over. The students that passed were excited for the training camp and the ones that didn't were depressed. Shinso was extremely happy that he got into the best hero class, but he quickly learned that the teacher is less than motivated to teach them and his new classmates were quite eccentric. Alright, about the practical exam. A few people didn't pass, I'll tell you who didn't right now. Sato, Eijiro, Mina, Denki, Bakugo, and Izuku failed to pass. Aizawa said. What? But Aizawa-sensei, didn't we beat both of the pro heroes? Why did Yihiko pass the exam then? He was on the same team as us. Izuku asked, visibly confused. He and Bakugo were covered in bandages, they took a beating during the exam. If you want to know so badly, then I'll tell you all of the things you did in the exam that only convinced the teachers to fail you and Bakugo. The first thing you did wrong was doing nothing at all, you didn't do anything to help your team. You didn't help them fight nor help them escape, you simply ran away whenever the heroes got close to you, but you didn't head toward the exit. You even left one of your teammates behind just to save another, leaving that teammate in a dangerous situation that he had to deal with by himself. Bakugo, not only did you show hostility and was extremely uncooperative with your team, you even launched an attack knowing that your teammate would get hit too. Well, at least you did something. Oh, don't forget that you two weren't the ones that defeated the heroes. You also didn't pass the exit gate, only Yhiko did. Aizawa listed the numerous fuck-ups they made during the exam. That's bullshit. If that bastard is strong enough to fight two pro heroes on his own, then why did you pair him with us? How could we help in a fight like that? That rabbit bitch was using the buildings as her personal playground, All Might created tornadoes with every punch, and this fucker made a goddamn meteor. Honestly, if we knew that Yhiko was that strong, then we would have had him fight a hero agency or two on his own. If you have any more complaints, then bring them to Nizu, I don't give a shit about how your exam went anyway. Speaking of Yhiko, are you okay? Aizawa asked out of nowhere. I'm fine, why do you ask? Yhiko replied. Mirko, kick your arm off, losing a limb must have hurt, right? No, I didn't feel anything. I lost a mechanical arm, not my own. Yhiko assured him. Okay, we're getting off track here. About the training camp, everyone gets to go. Aizawa said, making the students that failed perk up. The students that failed will have to take tests there when they have some free time, you guys also have to bring these items with you. Make sure you have these supplies, if you expected the school to pay for everything then think again. Everyone looked over the list and were surprised by the amount of stuff they needed to buy. One of the girls suggested that the whole class should go shopping at the mall. Will you come shopping with us too, Yhiko-kun? Ochako asked hopefully. This is where Izuku gets molested by Tamura, I can use this chance to actually catch Tamura. Yhiko thought to himself. Sure, I'll go. Wait a sec, someone wants to see you, Yhiko. Aizawa suddenly called out to him. Who? Any minute now. Aizawa replied. Yhiko looked at him in confused before he finally figured out who wanted to see him. Jesus fucking Christ. Yhiko. Good to see you again. Mirko said as she burst through the door. Why is she still here? Yhiko asked Aizawa, who had a shit-eating grin on his face. She's a teacher now, she has every right to be here. Aizawa replied lazily. I thought that she was only going to fight me once and leave, why is she a teacher? She'll just try to attack me whenever she gets the chance, why would Nizu ever hire her? Because I recommended her. Why would you do that? Don't you think it's kinda rude to talk about me when I'm right in front of you? Mirko suddenly chimed in. Think of it as payback, always causing trouble for me, so she will always cause trouble for you. An eye for an eye, I guess. Aizawa said, completely ignoring Mirko. You fucking suck. You can thank me later, now go shopping with your acquaintances. Acquaintances. I say acquaintances since it's hard for me to put the words Yhiko and friends in the same sentence. How are you a teacher? I don't even know, so hurry up and go so you can stop bothering me. Yhiko paused for a second, then he looked at Mirko. She looked dejected after being ignored for so long, it's either that or her injuries are getting to her. She hasn't fully recovered after all. Mirko, Aizawa-sensei taught me how to fight. If you beat up my teacher then you'll have a better chance at beating me. Yhiko said suddenly, making Aizawa cough up the coffee he was drinking. Mirko looked over at Aizawa and had her usual grin on her face. Time to go. Yhiko thought as he grabbed Himiko and walked out as fast as he can. Let's fight. Mirko yelled excitedly. You son of a bitch dash, Aizawa tried to say something but was kneed in the stomach. What was that all about? Denki asked. Revenge obviously, it's what he gets for recommending that woman in the first place. Yhiko replied plainly. Almost the whole class were at the mall, the exception being Bakugo. He obviously didn't want to go shopping with Yhiko and Izuku. The class were confused at how the situation escalated so quickly. Their teacher was simply telling them what they needed to bring to the training camp 1 second, then he was fighting another teacher the next. Since the whole class is in one big group, they brought a lot of attention to themselves. Eventually, people began recognizing them. Are we going to get swarmed again? Jiro questioned herself, she didn't want to get stuck in a large crowd of people. You'll be fine, Yihiko is like a bug zapper for humans. They won't approach us as long as he's here. Himiko spoke out loud as she pointed at some people as a demonstration. A few people were about to walk towards them but quickly stopped in their tracks when they saw Yihiko in the group. It's like having your own personal bodyguard. Siro said in amusement. I know, right? Now then, what are we standing around here for? Let's go shopping. Himiko said excitedly as she ran off in a random direction. Yihiko sighed and went after her. The class split into little groups and went after what they needed, leaving Izuku and Shinso behind. Hello. Izuku stuttered awkwardly. Shinso didn't bother to say anything and left Izuku standing there by himself. Now Izuku stood alone at the mall, with a hooded man shadowing him. The hooded man walked right up behind him and put his left hand around Izuku's throat. Tell me what you know about Yihiko Babaigawara, or else. Tamura said in a low voice. He had brought Izuku to a bench so they could sit down together. This fucking idiot, he just got his ass handed to him and he goes after one of the Udata kids when he hasn't even recovered yet. Is the League of Villains going to be okay with a leader as dumb as this? Deidara scoffed at the fact that he has to protect a suicidal person. He silently watched them from the second floor of the mall. A few minutes passed by and Deidara quickly grew bored. He didn't want to spend his time here and watch some guy molest a kid. His mind quickly wandered as he started thinking about his art. While Deidara was thinking of ways to improve his art, he suddenly noticed someone dangerous approaching Tamura. Shit. It's that crazy kid with the strong quirk. He's headed towards Shigaraki. I can't let him get his hands on him. Deidara thought as he pulled out some clay from his pocket and began to quickly knead it with chakra. A small snake came out of the mouth on his hand and silently slithered closer to Tamura and Izuku. It went past them and slithered in front of Yihiko's path. C1. A large explosion was heard throughout the mall. It destroyed a large chunk of the floor. Shrapnel flew everywhere, it impaled several unlucky civilians and the lucky ones were killed instantly. The explosion pushed both Tamura and Izuku to the ground. They skidded several meters before coming to a stop. Deidara quickly jumped down from the second floor and called all for one on a throwaway phone. Hey, Tamura fucked up again. I need you to get us out of here quickly unless you want us to get caught, Deidara said as he grabbed Tamura's collar and looked at the explosion he just made with a satisfied expression on his face. Universal pull. Deidara suddenly felt his feet leave the ground. He looked over to where his explosion had occurred again and saw that Yihiko was standing there with his hand outstretched. His clothes were ruined, they were practically rags now. He was barely affected by the explosion, which made Deidara gasp in shock, then anger overcame him. That is, until he noticed the receiver in Yihiko's hand. He's trying to kill me, he really isn't made for the hero industry, is he? Deidara thought to himself. Yihiko stabbed Deidara in the chest, his receiver was visible through his back. Deidara's skin and clothes suddenly turned into a pale white color, the clay encased Yihiko's arm and trapped him. I really wanted to put some explosive clay in that clone, make some more art so that people can learn to appreciate it more. But hey, we can't Deidara suddenly spat out some smelly black liquid from his mouth. The same happened to Tamura. It enveloped both of them quickly, they were gone the next second. Not again, at least I know that a new enemy is here. I can make precautions against Deidara, but I need more information about the League. Yihiko thought to himself as he yanked his arm away from the clay clone, making it fall apart. Who was that? Izuku said nervously. He looked around himself and vomited. He's never seen a person's guts before, so having several guts lying on the floor around him made him puke. What hap? Oh my god. Momo said as she ran over to them. She immediately stopped and covered her mouth. She nearly puked at the sight, but she kept it in and analyzed the situation. It was obvious that a bomb had went off and had killed several civilians, but she was wondering why Yihiko had his strange weapon in his hand and why Izuku had a handprint on his throat. The rest of the class had finally arrived at the scene and most of them had trouble holding their lunches in. A terrorist, had someone teleport him out of here, I was going to deal with him but he got away. Yihiko explained as he looked over at the destruction around him. Ole, why does Midoriya have a handprint on his neck? Ojiro asked as he went over to a nearby trash can to throw up. The person that attacked us at USJ interrogated me. He was asking me questions about your quirks and then the explosion happened suddenly, pushing us both down to the ground. The bomber saved him from Yihiko and they both disappeared in some sort of black liquid. Izuku explained hastily. So that terrorist must be a part of the League of Villains as well, are you two okay? Sato asked worriedly. I'm okay, and I'm sorry that I told him about your quirks guys. Izuku apologized. How much did you tell him? Yihiko suddenly asked Izuku. I told him what I know so far about each of your quirks, like your strengths and weaknesses. I also told him my theories about them. Izuku trailed off when Yihiko started to walk towards him, making Izuku cower slightly. What about my abilities? Yihiko questioned. I only told him what the information I have gathered so far, since I actually don't know what your quirk is. Like the possibilities of your robotic quirk and all of the creatures I've seen you make so far. Izuku's voice was getting quieter as he spoke. Yihiko was standing a few feet away from him. I also told him about how you absorbed Kaken's explosion and how you fought 2 pro heroes and won. Izuku suddenly felt something cold press against his forehead. He realized that it was the receiver that Yihiko was holding. Izuku yelped in surprise and fear. He fell down on his ass. He felt his forehead and sighed in relief when he figured out he was fine, but quickly gasped in fear again when the receiver was stabbed down into the ground near his crotch. They'll definitely put more effort into eliminating me now that they know I'm strong enough to beat some of the teachers in U.A, or they'll at least try to hurt someone close to me. If they get their hands on Himiko because of this idiot right here, then all for one will be the least of U.A's concerns. What are you doing? Izuku asked in a shaky voice. I highly recommend that you learn to keep your mouth shut. You really sold us out just to save yourself. You're the most pathetic excuse of an aspiring hero I've ever seen, so don't let me catch you trying to analyze my quirk anymore. Let's go, Himiko. Yihiko said as he walked away with Himiko by his side, leaving the other students there to deal with the mess. That was pretty fun, so who got away from you this time? Can they use chakra like you? They must be pretty bold to attack you in broad daylight. What do you think their blood will be like? Himiko asked curiously, her smile never left his face. Yihiko looked over to her and chuckled lightly before he wrapped his arm around her waist to bring her closer. Sniff, you smell like clay. Chapter 38, Betrayal. Huff huff huff. A man in a blue suit was running like his life depended on it. Well, it did. He looked back to see if his pursuer was tired. Much to his dismay, they didn't even look exhausted. There was no heavy breathing or panting, no signs of them slowing down either. Is it some sort of stamina quirk? He could barely hear himself think over the constant giggling of his pursuer, who seems to be running even faster than before. Unfortunately for the man in the blue suit, his pursuer was toying with him. Giving him hope that there is a possibility to escape, then taking it away just so they could enjoy the look of anguish on his face. It excited them, in more ways than one. The man tried to scream at the sudden pain he felt fly through his leg, but a hand covered his mouth, stopping him from doing so. I want to watch you suffer silently. His pursuer said as they yanked the knife out of his leg, making the men wince in pain. They let go of the men and watched him limp away, like it was going to help him. The man tripped over his own feet. He hit the ground with a thud. He tried to crawl away, but a knife pinned his hand into the pavement. He tried to scream again, but another knife went inside his mouth the second he opened it. He looked up and saw a masked face. The pursuer removed their mask and revealed a smiling demon, a demon that possessed the body of a schoolgirl. Why are you doing this? What do you want from me? Do you want money? I have loads of it. Do you want me to put someone in jail? I'm a lawyer. It's really easy for me to buy the jury's favor and have them say what I want them to say. If you want me to get someone out of jail, it will be hard, but I can try. Just please let me live. I have a family. The lawyer started pleading the second she removed the knife from his mouth. Oh, silly lawyer-san, I don't want your money. I already have what I want, but the person that paid me to do this to you doesn't have what they want. Well, at least not yet. She smiled brightly. It was like she wasn't about to kill someone right now. Someone is paying you to kill me. I'll pay you double of what they're paying you if you let me go. The lawyer tried to squirm his way out. Really? The lawyer's face perked up when he heard her consider his proposition. Why, yes. Just tell me what I owe you. I'll even add a bonus if you tell me who paid you. Okay, I want your wallet and the password to the safe you keep in your house. Yes, of course. The lawyer was surprised that she knew about the safe in his house but didn't question it. He knew that she could kill him anytime she wanted to. Yay. Thanks, lawyer-san. The girl said happily as she skipped away. The lawyer was about to sigh in relief, but something landed on his back. His spine broke in half from the impact and crushed his lungs, along with his ribs. He was going to die. He knew that he was an awful person, but where are the heroes? Aren't they supposed to protect him? Where are the police? Even they are better than nothing. Disgusting. The lawyer heard someone say something, but he could barely hear it now that a foot crushed his head. The lawyer's head was split open, making his brain splatter against the sidewalk. The second masked person scooped up the pile of pink mush on the sidewalk into a plastic bag and grabbed the now deceased lawyer's body. They walked over to the smiling girl and disappeared in a puff of smoke. They reappeared in a comfy-looking room where a orange-haired boy was sitting on his bed peacefully. Yhiko. The girl shouted excitedly as she pounced on him. Welcome back. Yihiko couldn't finish his sentence since the girl practically shoved her tongue in his mouth. She always gets excited when she's in the middle of a job, so she likes to use Yhiko as way to release her urges. Himiko, the blood will get on my sheets. Yhiko tried to reason with her, but she didn't listen. I guess you'll just have to sleep in my room tonight. Himiko replied almost immediately. She thought that the blood made it better, to be honest. At least let me put Tendo away. Himiko didn't listen to him and continued to rip his clothes off. Hey kids, I saw some smoke coming from this room and just wanted to ask you how the mission went. Twice walked in on them and saw Himiko mounting Yhiko, who mouthed the words, help me, to him. Himiko looked back at him with eyes that said, if you keep on bothering us then you'll end up like Lawyer-san, and Twice was somehow able to understand that. I'll just pretend that I didn't see anything / I saw everything. Twice said as he slowly shut the door. I've been betrayed. I love summer break. I get to spend more time with you and you get to spend more time with me. Isn't that great, Yhiko? We didn't even give the password to the safe to the others. We'll have to wait till tonight if we want to grab the safe now. Yhiko said dryly. He looked at the several love bites Himiko left on his neck and chest. We can worry about the safe later. We should be spending our summer break together. There's so many things we can do. Should we watch some movies together? What if we take a break from the missions and just go on a little vacation together? Himiko suggested several things excitedly. Yhiko's phone suddenly vibrated, which brought their attention to it. Yhiko looked at his phone and saw that Aizawa had just sent him a photo. Aizawa was sitting in a hospital bed and was covered in bandages. He looked like a mummy. Underneath the photo was a message saying, I'll get my revenge. He must be mad about the whole Mirko thing, but how do I respond to this? Yhiko received another message saying that he had received 2 tickets to Island. Ah, I completely forgot about the movie. The villain in that one has a strong quirk, but that's only if he's surrounded by metal. If I remember correctly, he has to touch it in order to manipulate it, so I should be fine in a fight against him as long as I keep my distance. Island. Is that the artificial island that the scientists go to so they could research quirks or something like that? Himiko asked as she looked over his shoulder curiously. Yes, do you want to go? Will they pay for the trip? Yes, we just have to buy our own food though. Sounds like fun. This is great timing too. I'll go tell the others that we're going on a vacation. Himiko ran downstairs as she said that, completely forgetting that she's almost buck naked. Wolfram, he'll make a good corpse. No. All for One said sternly from behind his T.V screen. But why not? I swear that the only building I'll destroy is the central tower. Daidara was practically salivating at the thought of making some art out of a building that has 200 floors. That's the problem. I recently gave a man a muscle enhancement quirk just so he could steal a device that can amplify quirks, and that device is inside of that tower. If everything goes according to plan then he'll be able to grab the device and leave the island without any problems. You two, please keep your friend in check. I don't want another mall incident. I don't think you 3 know how troublesome warping someone out of danger truly is. All for One explained to the 3, hoping that he could convince them to stay out of this. What if he doesn't get it because something unexpected happened? What will you do then? Will you send us instead? This device must be really important if you gave some random guy a quirk just so he could get it for you. Satori chimed in. He wasn't paying attention to All for One, he was looking at a picture of Yhiko. He wanted to turn this boy into a puppet, but he knew that it would be difficult if what Daidara told them was true. Actually, something else is coming up soon. I want you 3 to get ready for it, so make sure that Tamura doesn't get hurt. I'll talk to you later. I have to make more Nomu. Chapter 39, Melissa. Wow. Himiko gasped in amazement as she looked at the various structures and technology around the island. They had just arrived on Island. The plane ride was pleasant and the island itself is amazing. Himiko wanted to explore the island. She was captivated by everything she saw. Yhiko wanted to go to their hotel room. He didn't want to run into the other students yet. Let's take a walk around the island. I want to see some more cool gadgets. Himiko said enthusiastically. She was already walking in a random direction as she said this. Yhiko sighed and chased after her. He just hoped that Himiko will lose interest. Yhiko. HM. Yes, Himiko. Why did you want to come here? Himiko asked suddenly. She already knew that Yhiko wouldn't want to go on vacation for no reason, so there must be something here that has caught his interest. Something is going to happen during the iExpo event. We will be able to expand our group soon. Yhiko replied. Will our new member be alive this time? Nope. Himiko didn't seem surprised by his answer. She simply held his hand and walked with him. As they walked around one of the cities on the island, they saw many pro heroes and a few of their classmates walking around. Isn't that Izuku? Who's that girl that he's with? Himiko asked herself. The girl standing next to Izuku had long wavy blonde hair that reaches her back and big blue eyes. Her face was a little round. She wears a white short-sleeved dress shirt with plaid cuffs, a large bow of the same design at her neck, and a dark raspberry pink waistcoat. Accompanying these are pale gray capri pants, under which are a pair of plaid pink socks as well as a pair of heeled brown boots. She also wears a wristwatch and pink, oval-framed glasses. That's Melissa Shield, daughter of David Shield. She's a student at the academy here. Aizawa told me that she wanted to see me. I'll talk to her later. Let's go to the hotel now. Yihiko-kun. What are you doing here? Izuku said out loud, making Melissa follow his line of sight. How did he see me in this crowded area? Himiko looked at Yihiko with an, "Are you serious?" face. Your hair is orange, your eyes are purple, and you're covered in piercings. You stick out like a sore thumb. Himiko giggled to herself. Compared to the other people here, I'm not that strange looking. Yihiko mumbled to himself as he watched the two teenagers approach him. Melissa extended her hand towards Yihiko, making him think that she wanted a handshake. He extended his own hand to meet her halfway, but she suddenly reached for his face with both her hands. She cupped his pierced face and inspected him closely. What are you? You're Yihiko. The Yihiko Babaigawara, the one that won the sports festival. Melissa said as she grabbed his arm and inspected the piercings that went through them. Yes, that's me. Please let go of What was the technology that you used during the sports festival? I don't see any signs of you modifying your own body with mechanical prosthetics, just these extreme piercings, but did you build your weapons yourself or do you have acquaintance that builds them for you? Wait. Maybe these piercings in your arms act as some sort of activator. Melissa-chan, please calm down. Izuku said hurriedly. He saw that Himiko was about to commit mass genocide. Ah. I'm really sorry about that. I was just enthralled by the technology you used during the sports festival. I'm not usually like this, but you really do have interesting technology. I'm Melissa Shield, it's nice to meet you. Melissa apologized quickly and looked at Yihiko with expectant eyes. Hello Yihiko-kun. Izuku said quietly. He kept his head down and avoided eye contact. He still remembers what happened at the mall and was slightly traumatized. I would introduce myself, but you already know my name, so I'll just introduce my girlfriend here. Her name is Himiko Toga. Yihiko made sure to put the word girlfriend in his sentence so he could appease Himiko and let Melissa know that she's putting her life on the line just by talking to him. Melissa's face turned crimson after she heard him and quickly apologized to Himiko as well. Anyway, how about I show you three around the island? There's so much I can show you and we have a lot of things to discuss, Babaigawara-kun. Melissa suggested happily. Just call me Yihiko. Now then, should we talk as we walk or do you want to show us around first? Izuku's face turned pale and Himiko was about to go Super Saiyan. She really did not like the fact that some random girl was sticking so closely to her Yihiko. Let's talk as we walk. Do you want to see the academy? It's a wonderful place and a safe environment for aspiring scientists like myself. You can show me what type of technology you have when we get there. Wait, you can actually show it to me right now. Island permits the use of quirks in public, as long as you don't use it to harm people, of course. The same goes for most types of technology, like you can show off something that can help people with unstable quirks. The red gauntlet on Midoriya-kun's arm is a perfect example of this. Weaponry is different though. We have to make sure that the safety feature is on. The melee weapons must be far away from bystanders, and anything that is similar to a bomb must be given to island security. Melissa explained. I see. I guess that I can't demonstrate most of my abilities to you then. My weaponry is more destructive than most of the gadgets you see here. Yihiko replied. What? Surely you have technology besides weaponry. I just want to see how you modify yourself. Melissa quickly became depressed. Die. The four teenagers heard someone scream in distance. Three of them already knew whose voice that belonged to. Izuku looked happy after he heard the voice. Melissa was confused. Yihiko and Himiko were visibly annoyed. Ka-chan. Let's go see him. Izuku exclaimed happily. Before anyone could protest, Izuku ran towards Bakugo's voice. Who is Ka-chan? Melissa asked Yihiko. Izuku's childhood friend. I'll show you my non-lethal technology if we leave right now. We should go see him if he's Midoriya-kun's friend, especially since he looked so happy when he heard him. Melissa rejected Yihiko's suggestion and ran after Izuku. Let's just go to the hotel room, we have to prepare for the iExpo event anyway. Himiko said as they walked towards the residential area. Where do you two think you're going? Come back here, you purple-eyed freak. That little bloodsucker too. Bakugo was running towards them with rage plastered all over his face. Izuku, Melissa, Momo, Shoto, Ida, Ochako, Denki, Jiro, and Ijiro were right behind him. We're going to our hotel room. We haven't put our baggage away yet and I don't want to carry these with me the entire time. Yihiko replied like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Wait, you two are going to share a room tea together? Izuku became embarrassed for some reason. Yes, I did say that we in my sentence, didn't I? Yihiko was quickly getting agitated. Hold on for a second please, the iExpo event is happening later tonight. I want to know if you guys want to go together as a group, we can meet up at the Central Tower. Make sure to dress nicely, my father will be there and I can't wait for you to meet him. He is also interested in the technology you used in the sports festival. Melissa asked before they could leave. The other students agreed, even Bakugo and Shoto agreed to go. They looked over at Yihiko and Himiko expectantly, well, Bakugo was just glaring at them. Himiko looked over at Yihiko, who was thinking about the pros and cons of going with them. Seeing that they were unsure if they wanted to go, Melissa quickly said. I'll be able to make some support items to help you with your quirks. I don't need a support item but Himiko does, if you can make something that can improve her physical capabilities then I'll be there. Really? Something like that will be easy to make, I'll see you guys at the iExpo event. Chapter 40, iExpo. I hate this. Yihiko grumbled to himself as he put on some fancy clothes. He wore a black blazer, a white button-up shirt, and some black dress pants. But you look so handsome though, you should definitely dress up like this more often. Himiko teased him as she slipped into a frilly red dress, she obviously made sure to slip some knives into her little purse. So, what's the new guy going to be like? What's his quirk? And how did he get onto this heavily guarded island anyway? Himiko questioned Yihiko repeatedly. He's selfish and arrogant, his quirks are metal manipulation and muscle augmentation, it's dangerous to fight him in close range. He got into the island by tricking a scientist that works here, I have to find a way to transport his body back to the apartment after I kill him though. Yihiko explained briefly. I see, will he be a problem? Not unless he uses the quirk booster on himself, things will get a bit messy if he's given the opportunity to use it. I'll see if I can steal it for myself, if it amplifies my abilities then it'll be incredibly useful. If it doesn't, then I'll just give it to one of the others, they'll make good use of it. Yihiko said plainly. How do I look? Himiko asked as she spun around in her dress, letting Yihiko examine her from different angles. You look beautiful, are you sure you want to go dressed like that though? You said that the dress was expensive, yet you're willingly wearing it when you know we're going to be fighting later. Yihiko asked. I don't really care if this dress gets ruined or not, it's not like I get to wear it that often. I can barely remember the last time I dressed up this nicely for an event. Himiko replied. We should get going, it's almost time for the meetup. We'll be late if we talk longer than necessary. Yihiko ushered Himiko out of the room and made their way to Central Tower. As they were walking, their unique looks attracted many unwanted gazes. Many men kept their eyes on Himiko as she passed by, which annoyed both her and Yihiko. She's gorgeous. She must be heading towards the iExpo event if she's dressed that nicely. Who's the thug next to her? Yihiko wrapped his arm around Himiko's shoulder, bringing her closer to him. Many men looked disappointed while others were cursing him with hate-filled eyes. Himiko giggled slightly, she quickly stopped when she heard her ringtone going off. She quickly checked her phone and answered it. Her once smiling face morphed into a serious frown, she thanked whoever was on the other side and ended the call. What's wrong? Yihiko asked, it was rare to see Himiko suddenly turn serious. Slice just called me, it's about us and UA. Do you remember when you told me that there was a traitor in U.A that leaked information? Slice was surfing through the deep web and found a certain website. It used hidden links to avoid suspicion. That website had lots of information about multiple controversies surrounding U.A and its students. Like the sludge villain incident involving Deku and Bakugo, or the USJ incident. It goes into a lot of detail about the students and teachers that go here, it even has descriptions on personalities. Does the school know about this? Most likely not, they're too focused on finding the traitor and are completely ignoring the fact that they don't even know how the traitor leaked the information in the first place. We have to check out this website after this is over. They had arrived at Central Tower, the elevator ride was silent and uncomfortable. Himiko had somehow managed to put a grin back on her face, Yihiko didn't bother to smile and looked more indifferent than usual. When the doors opened, they saw that Ida, Momo, Jiro, and Shoto were waiting for the others. You two are 10 minutes late. You must be sure to stay on schedule for important events like this one. Ida immediately yelled at them the second they stepped out of the elevator. We got a little caught up in an important phone call, right Yihiko? Himiko made an excuse right away. Yihiko simply nodded, he couldn't keep his mind off the website he'd just learnt about. He quickly snapped out of it, he knew that he shouldn't be getting distracted now of all times. The elevator was called down and was brought back up again. The doors opened and revealed a pissed-off Bakugo in a suit with Denki and Ijiro right behind him. I fucking hate suits. Bakugo shouted out. Yes, we know. You've been shouting that the entire elevator ride up. Denki replied lazily, his lazy attitude quickly disappeared when he saw Momo, Himiko, and Jiro in some dresses. After those three, Ochako arrived shortly after them. Izuku was after her, and finally, Melissa. Hello everyone. I'm so glad that you all could make it, but we should probably go to the iExpo event now. It could start at any minute. Melissa said hurriedly. Before All Might could say anything, an announcement goes off. Immediately after it goes off, masked, armed men rush to the room while everyone was still confused. One of the masked men in particular stood out. He started barking orders and confronted All Might. He wore a mask made out of metal. He is tall, and is quite a bulky man with dark red hair and yellow eyes. Dark patches of face paint cover his mouth, nose, and extend across his right eye, and there is also a scar on his left cheek. All Might was about to fight them, but the leader said something that made him think twice. Don't even think about trying to take us down. If you do, then all of the innocent people on this island will rip to shreds by the security robots. The screen behind All Might changes, revealing a countless amount of security robots roaming the streets, simply waiting for any kind of order. Blue restraints fly out of the ground and capture all of the pro heroes attending the party. The leader walked over to the crowd of civilians and grabs a man with short blonde hair. He was about to leave, but one of the civilians intervened. Wolfram immediately recognizes the man as David Shield, one of the head scientists that works here. Wolfram grabbed David as well. He took both of them out of the room and let his henchmen watch over the pro heroes. What's going on? Izuku squealed when he saw several shutters closing and the red lights flashing brightly. Yihiko calmly observed his panicked classmates. They checked their phones, tried to use the elevators, but nothing helped in the end. Guys, I think we should go to the party. All Might should be there. We will be safe there. Izuku said quietly. Most of the others relaxed slightly when they heard him, but they were still on edge. We should use the emergency stairs. We won't get to the party but we'll be near it. Melissa spoke up. They made their way up the stairs and found themselves a floor above the party. There was a round glass skylight that allowed the students to see the situation below them. Those bastards. I'll kill them all. Bakugo grunted angrily. Don't do anything rash. Is there any way for us to get All Might's attention? Shoto asked. Izuku didn't reply and took out his cell phone, flashing his light at him in hopes of getting his attention. It works eventually, so Jiro puts her earphone jack into the floor to try to hear him. He briefly explained the situation. Jiro started to sweat nervously when she heard him. They head back down the emergency staircase and Jiro told them what All Might told her. Let's listen to our superior and find a way to escape from here. Ida said as he waved his hands around. Agreed, we can't fight against these guys. We don't have our hero licenses. Momo sided with Ida. Yihiko, you have that giant bird thing, right? Can you let us ride it out of here? Jiro suggested. That could work, but the security here is in total lockdown. They would probably try to shoot you down if you get near the walls. The large size of your creature is also a disadvantage since it would get spotted immediately. Melissa said. You fucking cowards. I don't care if you guys are trying to escape, I'm going after those masked bastards. Bakugo yells at the group before storming off. Wait a second, Kachan, it's dangerous to go alone. Izuku said. Shut up. I'm going to fight those bastards head on. I'll come with you, you need to have someone to watch your back. Jiro said as he walked over to Bakugo. I'll go too, if anyone wants to go with us then now will be the best time. Denki also joined them. The other students were hesitant. Izuku wanted to go with them but he was worried about Melissa. Momo and Ida still believed that they should find a way to escape, while Jiro was deciding what side she should choose. Sighing to himself silently, Yihiko got up and walked over to Bakugo's group before pausing. We got Yihiko to join us. We definitely stand a chance now. Denki celebrated when he saw that Yihiko was walking over to them. You purple-eyed bastard, we don't need your help. Go away. Melissa, is there a way to disable the security system? Yihiko asked as he walked past Bakugo's group, completely ignoring them. The security room is on the top floor. If you take me there then I can disable the security bots. If that's what you're planning then I'll be right behind you. Melissa said with a determined look on her face. Wait. Our teacher told us to find a way to escape. This is the exact opposite of what he told us to do. Bakugo, sit back down. Yihiko, don't walk out that door. Ida shout while waving his arms frantically. No. I'm not going to sit around while the entire island is being held hostage by an unknown group. I haven't heard from my father, he could be in danger. Yihiko, please take me to the top floor, I promise that I won't get in the way. Melissa said as she lowered her head. Let's go, make sure to hide when the villains show up. Yihiko said plainly. What? What do you mean when the villains show up? Melissa asked, completely confused. We're going to the one room that these villains definitely don't anyone to go to, they have control of all of the security cameras on this island. When they see us going up the tower, they will send someone to deal with us. Change of plans, I'm going with you. I'm not going to let you hog all of the glory for yourself. Bakugo said as a wicked smile appeared on his face. So am I. Izuku said loudly, before apologizing for being too loud. I'm going too. Ochako was hyping herself up. Count me in. Shoto, who hasn't said a word the entire time, walked over to Yihiko's group. Momo and Ida sighed before walking over to them. If you can't beat them, join them. I just wanted Melissa to disable the security systems. How did it turn out like this? Chapter 41, Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite vs. Pain. Are we there yet? Denki whined as he panted heavily. No, we're on the 40th floor and the security room is on the 200th floor. Let's keep moving, we shouldn't waste time. Melissa responded, also breathing heavily. Please tell me you're joking. Momo wanted to take a short break but she knew that lives were at stake. Trust me, I wish I was. Melissa said as she ditched her heels. The group looked like they were running a marathon, only a few of them weren't out of breath. They sighed heavily before continuing, making their way to the 80th floor. Are you kidding me? What do we do now? Ijiro exclaims as he looked at the giant shutter that was blocking their path. He looks around and spots a door behind the group, his face brightens up immediately. I think I can break it, stand back everyone. Izuku exclaimed as he reeled his fist back. No, don't. It will only alert the security system, we need to find a way around. Melissa quickly stops Izuku. So we weren't supposed to open any doors, my bad. Ijiro scratches the back of his head and smiles sheepishly. What? This was all they could say before they turned to look at him. He opened the door behind them and had notified the villains. A man with gray hair looked at the notification he had just received. It said that there was movement in the lower floors. What's wrong? A man with dark pink hair and purple tattoos on his face asked curiously. I'm about to find out. The white-haired man responded. He checked the security cameras and saw several high schoolers running through the lower levels. I thought that everyone was at the party. How did they get down there? I don't think that they were able to get to the party on time. I'm going to trap them, so send Daigo and Nobu. Is there another way up? Ida asked. The next flight of emergency stairs are at the end of this hallway. Let's keep going. Melissa replied. Slam. 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 Giant metal shutters started to close one after the other. In front of them and behind them, they all started to slam shut. The villains were trying to stop them from going any further. Over there. Jiro pointed at a door on the side of the hallway, but the shutter in front of them was already halfway closed. Bakugo propels himself forward with his explosions. He tries to slip through the closing shutter. Shoto tried to keep the shutter open by sending a large chunk of ice at it. He almost hits Bakugo. Bakugo shouted profanities at him and dodges in midair, getting in Ida's way, who tried to jump through the shutter as well. They both crash back down and land harshly. The giant shutter crushes Shoto's ice and traps them in the hallway. You fucking bastards. What the fuck was that all about? I was almost through the shutter. You're the one that got in the way. Todoroki was just trying to help me get through. Ida waved his arms angrily. Guys, now is not the time to be arguing. We're going to be stuck in here unless we find a way out. Ochako tried to calm them down but was ignored. She's right, they might send summon dash. Almighty push. Bang. Everyone turned their attention back to what used to be the shutter. They saw Yhiko walking over to the door on the side of the hallway and watched as he forced that door open as well. Amazing. Melissa exclaimed. TCH, fucking show off. Bakugo grunted. So hot. Himiko blushed. The students decided to ignore the last comment and walked into the new room. It was full of plants and waterfalls. They were about to run forward but Yhiko signaled them to stop moving. We got company. Yhiko said as he pointed at the elevator. We need to hide. Izuku hid in a nearby bush with some of the other students. Fuck that. I'm going to kill these guys. Bakugo said arrogantly. Be but Kaken dash. Shut up. I'm going to fight whoever comes out of that elevator. Yhiko ignored their lover's spat and walked towards the elevator calmly. Daigo and Nobu, if I remember correctly, they were able to give Shoto and Bakugo a tough time. I wonder how long they'll last against me. Yhiko thought as he slipped his fingers in the elevator door and forced it open. He looked down the elevator shaft and watched as the elevator approached him slowly. Yhiko grabbed the elevator cables and snapped them. He watched as the elevator plummeted a few meters but the safeties kicked in. The safety stopped the elevator from plummeting any further. I forgot that elevators have this, so troublesome. Yhiko sighed to himself. What the fuck are you doing? Bakugo looked at Yhiko like he was crazy. Yhiko ignored him again and jumped into the elevator shaft. He channeled chakra to his feet and walked on the walls. The top of the elevator was suddenly ripped apart, a man-sized hole was formed and a tall lanky-looking man with an oddly shaped head popped out. What happened? A voice from inside the elevator asked. The cables snapped. Do you think you can HAAAAAGH? Nobu yelled in pain. He looked at his hand and saw some sort of black stake. It pinned his left hand to the elevator. He looked up and saw a teenager with purple eyes, facial piercings, and orange spiky hair. He was looking down at him as he stood upright on the wall, like it was completely normal. What's wrong, Nobu? Are you okay? What the fu dash? Summoning jutsu. Yihiko made several hand signs and slammed his hands onto the shaft's walls, making a large cloud of smoke appear. Nobu enlarged his right hand, making some webbing appear in between his fingers. He cut the smoke apart and saw something he would have never expected. He saw a panda. The giant panda wore a black sash around its waist, it matched the color of its limbs and the markings around its eyes. Everything else was white, it had several black receivers sticking out of its back. The giant panda hardens its body and Yihiko pushes it, letting it free fall down the elevator shaft. Nobu couldn't do anything to defend himself or his clueless teammate. He watched as the giant beast collided with the elevator. The sheer weight of it broke the safeties. They fell down several stories. Yihiko merely desummoned his panda when he saw them crash into the ground. That was easier than I expected. Yihiko mumbled to himself. You're going to pay for that. I spoke too soon. Yihiko heard someone yell at him from the bottom of the elevator shaft. He looked down and saw a giant purple humanoid with Nobu clinging to his back. He was climbing up the elevator shaft at incredible speeds, but he really shouldn't have let Yihiko know that he was still conscious. Fighting the skinny one in an enclosed space like this would be dangerous to most people. It's a good thing I'm not most people. Daigo was able to reach Yihiko in a few seconds and immediately threw a punch at him. Nobu tried to turn Yihiko into swift cheese, but Yihiko already activated the Predapath and absorbed the lethal attacks. Almighty push. And just like that, the two villains were at the bottom of the elevator again. This time they had a few chunks of the wall with them. Daigo tried to throw the chunks of metal at Yihiko, but he easily avoided it by going up the elevator a few meters. Bring them outside the elevator so I can blast them already. I'm getting sick of waiting for you. Bakugo shouted as he paced back and forth in front of the broken door. Not happening. You little dash. Bakugo, we should get out of here while Yihiko handles them. We have no time to lose, let's go. Aijiro tries to convince him to move, but obviously, Bakugo refuses. I'm not going anywhere until I kick some ass. I'm going down there and I'm going to kill those three bastards. Even Yihiko. Aijiro thought for a second and sighed. I can't convince him, you guys should go. I'm going to make sure Yihiko and Bakugo don't kill each other. I'm staying too, I refuse to be separated from Yihiko. Himiko said cheerfully, but it sounded like she was threatening anyone who tries to tell her to leave his side. Shoto nods and creates a pillar made of ice. He lifts the rest of the group up. They moved on while Aijiro had to hold Bakugo down before he tries to jump into the elevator shaft as well. Why do I get the feeling that something bad will happen if we leave them alone together? Izuka thought worriedly, but quickly focused on getting to the security room instead. Let go of me already. Bakugo shouted as he struggled to break free. Himiko walked past the two struggling teens and looked down the elevator shaft. She watched the fight with little interest. She already knew the outcome. Bakugo didn't like that outcome and jumped down the elevator shaft when he finally freed himself from Aijiro's grasp. He think he can hurt Yihiko. He should know by now that it's pointless to even try to hurt him. I can't wait to see what kind of pained expression will be on his face later. Himiko giggled to herself silently as she took out a knife from her purse. The villains were completely clueless as to what happened on the floor above them. They were too focused on surviving. Nobu's attacks did absolutely nothing to Yihiko. It didn't matter how many Nobu threw at him, none of them reached their target. The Petropath is quite useful against attacks like Nobu's. The poor fool doesn't even know what's happening. Fuck you. Bakugo screeched as he came hurtling down the elevator shaft. Once he got close enough, he launched a concentrated explosion at the three of them. Yihiko jumped off the wall and let himself fall out of the attack's range. He flew past the villains, who looked completely done at this point. The villains were completely engulfed in the explosion. For the third time today, they fell down the elevator shaft. It didn't take a genius to realize that the villains wouldn't be getting up this time. So he was trying to hit me. Yihiko thought as he walked up the elevator shaft. He looked at Bakugo, who was using smaller explosions to bring himself back up to the garden floor. Did you have fun? Releasing all of that pent-up stress in one go. It must have felt really good to cover Yihiko in your hot and intense dash, Himiko teased him as he climbed out of the elevator shaft. Degree. What the fuck are you dash? Bakugo quickly took a giant leap backwards to avoid the knife aiming at his face. Himiko's knife was mere centimeters away from his left eye. He was barely able to react in time to avoid it. I didn't get a chance to do this at the finals, but I don't lile OT when people attack my Yhiko. I'm the only one that's allowed to do that. Himiko's sadistic smile sent shivers down Bakugo's spine, even though he didn't realize it. Wait. Let's all take a deep breath and calm down, alright? Aijiro tried to calm them down, but things kept on escalating. You crazy bitch. Were you trying to kill me? I'll kill you. Bakugo's palms were covered in sweat, his near-death experience shook him up a bit. Not unless I kill you first. Himiko laughed at him as she tried to make herself sound more threatening by deepening her voice, not realizing that it made her look like she was mocking him. Are you done? Yihiko asked, his voice was full of hostility. Control your girlfriend, men, she almost killed Bakugo. Aijiro shouted, from where he believed was a safe distance. I was only going to cut his eye open, he can live without an eye. You guys are being overdramatic, making such a fuss over something like that, so childish. Himiko said with a carefree expression on her face. See crazy bastard. I'll dash. You will what? I'm already sick of your antics, Bakugo. If you're as great as you make yourself out to be, then prove it. I'm standing right here, surely the great and mighty Bakugo will have no problem fighting a useless extra like me, unless he's all bark and no bite of course. Yihiko provoked Bakugo even more. Wait, Aijiro was practically forgotten at this point. Have fun, Yhiko, beat some sense into him. Himiko gave Yhiko a small peck on the cheek and stood back a few meters. You're dead. Bakugo aimed his palms at the ground and made a small smoke screen out of dust, attempting to temporarily blind Yhiko. Too predictable. Yhiko easily dodged another small explosion that came from behind him by leaning forward slightly. Bakugo jumped into the air and tried to kick Yhiko in the face, but Yhiko easily caught his leg. Having predicted this, Bakugo used his momentum to twist his body around and attempted to kick Yhiko with his other leg. Yhiko leaned backwards a bit to dodge the attack. When Bakugo's leg passed by his face, he grabbed it. Having control over Bakugo's mobility, Yhiko tried to slam Bakugo into the ground. Die. Bakugo shouted when he was approaching the ground. He launched an explosion large enough to push himself away from the floor. He twisted his body around again and launched another explosion at Yhiko's stomach. His angry face warped into a shocked one when he saw his explosion get absorbed. Yhiko let go of Bakugo's legs and punched him in the gut while he was still in the air, sending him a few meters away. Bakugo stood up after gasping for air for a few seconds, and charged at Yhiko. If I can't use my explosions, then I'll just beat the shit out of you. Bakugo sent a flurry of punches and kicks towards Yhiko, but none of them connected. Every time Bakugo's fist was just a few centimeters away, Yhiko would dodge at the last second with ease. Bakugo stopped attacking and tried to grab Yhiko, who jumped backwards to avoid him. Getting frustrated with Yhiko's constant dodging, Bakugo pushed himself even further in an attempt to touch Yhiko. Bakugo managed to sweep Yhiko's leg, which made him stumble a bit. Taking the opportunity to attack, Bakugo grabbed Yhiko's collar and headbutted him, and immediately regretted doing so afterwards. Bakugo's head connected with Yhiko's. He underestimated how thick Yhiko's skull could be. He got dazed for a few seconds. This was more than enough time for Yhiko to counterattack. Yhiko retaliated by kicking Bakugo in the ribs, breaking one of them in the process. Bakugo clutched his broken rib and lowered his head. Yhiko then kicked Bakugo's face and knocked out a few teeth. Bakugo tried to stand up, but he ended up stumbling around. He was disoriented after the last attack. Yhiko kicked Bakugo's shin and forced him to kneel. Yhiko went behind him and put him in a sleeper hold. The piercings in his arms were pressed against Bakugo's neck. They threatened to tear apart his skin if he moves too much. This made it even harder for the explosive boy to breathe. After a few seconds, Bakugo passed out. Yhiko let go of him and left him on the floor. He walked over to Himiko as he dusted himself off. You should have just let one of your summons deal with him, that would have been more entertaining. Himiko smiled when she saw the loud-mouthed Bakugo laying on the floor unconscious. I just want to know how he'll react when he calms down and realizes that I didn't use any of my destructive moves against him. Yhiko groaned at the thought of that. An angry Bakugo pestering him for a fight wasn't uncommon, but it will start happening a lot more now. Hey Yhiko. I just wanted to thank you for, going easy on Bakugo. Even though he'll cause problems later, that's really manly of you. Aijiro did his best to compliment Yhiko. Fuck. I'll deal with him. It would be bad if he tries to fight you again. Aijiro immediately went over to Bakugo and tried to calm him down. I'll get my revenge, just you wait and see. Bakugo immediately threatens Yhiko when he sees him. Do I have to put you in another sleeper hold? Bakugo shuts up and starts grumbling to himself. Yhiko had to stop Himiko from stabbing Bakugo, and Aijiro said some words of encouragement to the sore loser. I wasted too much time here. I still have to go and deal with Wolfram. I hope that they aren't fighting him already. Chapter 42, Notice. I am incredibly sorry for not posting recently, but life sucks right now and I will try to post some chapters soon. I'm not dropping, I'm just in a bad spot in life right now. Chapter 43, It's a bird, it's a helicopter, no it's. Almighty push. Hundreds of security robots are sent flying through the air and crash into each other, they easily break apart when they make contact with the wall. Despite the widespread attack, more security robots appear almost instantly. This is so fucking annoying. These damn robots just won't stay down, I'll blast them all to bits. Bakugo shouted as he destroyed a few security bots. At least you have it easy. My quirk isn't made for taking on hordes of enemies, do you know how tiring it is to punch these things over and over again? Eijiro complained as he punched a hole through a robot. Maybe I should get myself a gun, a cute one with some designs on it. It won't be as fun as stabbing people, but it would be nice to have a long-ranged weapon. Yhiko was thinking about what type of gun she wanted as she threw her knife through the head of a nearby security bot. I swear to God, when I get my hands on those Vildash, Bakugo was about to go on another rant but was suddenly interrupted. Shut up, you're annoying. If these security bots are too much for you to handle, then what makes you think you can take on villains? Yihiko jeered at him, not even bothering to pay attention to the multiple bots he just thrashed in front of him. What did you dash? I will throw you off this tower if you don't learn how to shut your fucking mouth. We probably would have caught up with the others by now, but your constant complaining is giving me a headache. Yihiko massaged his forehead as he watched Bakugo's face turn red from anger. Bakugo was about to retort but quickly stopped himself when he realized that Yihiko's hand was transforming into a cannon. Bakugo didn't notice it, but he silently sighed in relief when he saw that it wasn't aimed at him. I should have went with Shoto's group, the atmosphere here is tense. Eijiro was sweating bullets when he saw Yihiko destroy the security bots with ease. He hasn't had many conversations with Yhiko, but he could tell that he wasn't a person that you shouldn't mess with. He's never seen the orange-haired boy smile or laugh, and he gives off a dangerous vibe. The small group of 4 fought their way up the tower, the amount of security bots in their way seemed to be endless. They have encountered a few broken robots that were partially melted, destroyed, or electrified. The shutters are back, the villains were trying to keep us separated from the other group. Destroying the shutters over and over again as they climbed the tower was the most tedious thing Yhiko has ever done. We're getting closer to Shoto's group, we need to move faster. Yhiko muttered to himself. But we're only on the 160th floor, it's going to take dash. Azura attack. Yhiko shot an incredibly large hole through the ceiling, the attack went all the way through the tower. Summoning Jutsu. In an instant, a giant green drill-beaked bird appeared out of a puff of smoke. It was much smaller than the one at the sports festival, its size will allow it TP fly through the freshly made hole. Get on. Yhiko said calmly as he helped Himiko climb on its back. What? You want me to get on that thing? I think I'll pass. Eijiro stuttered slightly, he was honestly fine with taking the stairs. There is no pass, let's go. Yhiko grabbed him by his collar and threw him over his shoulder. Eijiro tried to resist, but Yhiko's grip strength wasn't something that you could just brush off. Do I have to force you on too? Yhiko asked Bakugo, who was quite hesitant to go near the giant bird. Are you calling me a coward? I don't need you to do anything, I'll get on this stupid bird by myself. Bakugo yelled out as he tried to climb on, but he ended up falling on his ass when the giant drill-beaked bird suddenly ruffled its feathers. Himiko was giggling like a child that had just got off a roller coaster, and Eijiro was completely petrified. He wasn't responding to anything that was said to him. Yhiko wasn't fazed by the sudden movements and continued to look at Bakugo, who was cursing angrily. You fucking did that on purpose. I'll deep fry that oversized chicken of yours and all of your other stupid animals. Universal pull. Having heard enough of Bakugo's bullshit, Yhiko just forced him on as well. The second Bakugo was on the bird, it took off and flew straight up and out of the holes in the ceilings, a few minutes earlier. Sam, how could you? David was distraught at the fact that Sam betrayed him. I'm sorry, David. Samuel didn't say anything else and handed the quirk amplifier over to Wolfram. Well done, Samuel, I suppose that I should give you your reward now. Wolfram pulls out a gun and tries to shoot Samuel, but David pushed Samuel out of the way and gets shot instead. Dad. Melissa ran over to her father, but Wolfram touched the floor and metal spikes appeared next to her. Melissa. Get down. Izuku quickly pushes Melissa out of the way as the spikes transform into metal wire and pin him to a wall. A feint. Izuku was briefly surprised but immediately started to struggle against his restraints. Oh. You are quite the wannabe hero, did you really think that this was the part where you beat the bad guys, save the hostages, and everyone has a happy ending? You are a fool if you believe that, possibly the biggest fool I've ever met. Wolfram taunted Izuku and quickly carried a wounded David Shield to a helicopter. Let's get out of here, we got what we needed. Wolfram commanded the white-haired men. What about the others? It's too late for them now, besides, they've already served their purpose. Wolfram answered coldly, the lives of his subordinates mean nothing to him. What are you going to do to me? David asked. You're still awake? Well, if you want to know so badly, then I'll tell you. You are going to make more Quirk amplifiers. These things are going to be a hit in THR black market. They will also be in high demand, so I hope you're a workaholic. Wolfram chuckled to himself. What if I refuse to make them? David hesitated slightly before speaking. He didn't want his new invitation to be used by villains. It was intended to help his friend keep his title as the symbol of peace. Your daughter doesn't have a quirk, right? She sounds pretty defenseless to M-. Mr. Shield. Izuku had burst out the door and dashed towards the helicopter. He increased his speed when he realized that it was about to take off. Jumping towards the helicopter with his arm outstretched, he tried to grand the scientist, but Wolfram had other ideas. You're still trying to play hero? I guess that I have to teach you what it means to give up. Wolfram put his hand on the helipad. Several pillars made out of metal launched themselves at Izuku, who dodged desperately. He eventually gets hit in the stomach by a metal pillar and is thrown back a few meters. I won't let you escape. Izuku screeched and dashed towards the helicopter again. Ha ha ha, you can't defeat me, kid, give up. Suddenly, the tower started shaking. It sounded like something was destroying it from the inside, and the familiar yet ominous sound of a laser powering up and going off was only growing closer. That sound, isn't that? Sigh, I know I can't, but he can. Izuku quickly runs over to Melissa to protect her. What are you tell dash? Boom. Asterisk screech. Asterisk. In a matter of seconds, a hole had opened up in the floor and a strange-looking green bird flew out of it. 4 figures had jumped off the bird, which was heading towards the chopper. What the fuck is that? The white-haired man tried to maneuver the helicopter out of the way. You guys. We have to save Mr. Shield. I have a plan. First we. Universal pull. David was pulled out of the helicopter and flew into Yihiko's arms. David was in rough condition but would be okay. Yeah, that works too, I guess. Izuku sheepishly scratched the back of his head. That was so much fun. You have to summon that bird more often. It's like have your own personal plane. Himiko was jumping up and down excitedly. Fuck. I wanted to beat the shit out of the villain that put us through this mess, but your pet is already going after him. I won't let you steal the spotlight next time. Bakugo shouted angrily as he watched the giant drill-beaked bird approach the helicopter. Aijiro was no longer petrified. The reason he wasn't saying anything was because he was too busy kissing the ground. Shit. The white-haired man couldn't say anything else. He couldn't avoid the giant bird anymore and ended up losing the tail rotor. The helicopter spins several times before crashing back down on the helipad. The students and scientist quickly move out of the way. The Quirk amplifier, I hope it didn't get damaged. I must take it for myself. Wolfram is definitely still alive as well. I still have to find a way to bring his corpse back to Japan. Chapter 44, Wolfram. Fear not, why? Because I am here. All Might had arrived at the top of the tower. He was able to break free of his restraints and sent the civilians at the party to safety. He looked over at the partially destroyed helicopter, then over at his students. He was relieved when he saw his friend in Yihiko's arms. Is everyone okay? Is the villain in the helicopter? All Might rushed over to David to see his condition. His worried expression turned into a scowl when he saw the gunshot wound. Affa. Everyone looked at the helicopter, where a scream of agony had caught their attention. All Might quickly ran towards the helicopter and began ripping it apart to find the villains. Most of the helicopter was already destroyed when it crashed onto the tower, making it easier for All Might to find and drag the white-haired villain out of the large chunk of metal. Boom. All Might was suddenly hit by a large metal pillar. He and the villain that he was holding were sent flying. All Might was able to stop himself by digging his arm in the ground. It helped greatly as he was able to skid to a stop. The white-haired villain wasn't as lucky. He was sent off the tower with no way to save himself. That's the professor's. Izuku was stunned when he saw the Quirk amplifier on Wolfram's head. All Might, you're getting weaker. Haha. You don't have the same destructive power you had back in the day. Wolfram touches the ground, making some steel cables appear. He tries to capture David, but Yhiko leaped out of his cable's range. After making sure that David wouldn't get caught in the crossfire, Yhiko makes his move. Everyone, get behind me if you don't want to die. Yhiko called out to his classmates. Himiko happily stood behind him and started caressing his hair. You bastard, you're planning on stealing the spotlight again, aren't you? Bakugo was about to throw another tantrum, but Aijiro held him down and dragged him behind Yhiko. Making a wise decision and deciding not to question him, Izuku and Melissa stood behind Yhiko with the other two. Summoning Jutsu. A giant panda appeared in front of Yhiko. Its wide body covered him and his classmates. Screech. Wolfram looks up and sees the descending bird. It started to dive bomb him by laying several green eggs near him. As soon as the eggs hit the ground, they started to glow brightly. What the hell dash? Boom. 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 Several large explosions occurred at once, large chunks of metal and shrapnel flew outwards in every direction. Wolfram was thrown back from the explosions but was able to wrap himself in a metal cocoon to protect himself from the shrapnel. The giant pand had several large pierces of shrapnel sticking out of its body and face, but it successfully protected Yihiko and the others nonetheless. Wolfram hatches from his metal cocoon and quickly looks for the number 1 hero. He knew that if he wasn't careful then All Might would defeat him. Damn, that bird is more dangerous than I initially thought. Wolfram muttered to himself as he sent a glare at his winged attacker. Alabama smash. All Might charged at Wolfram and was in front of him in the blink of an eye. His fist was only a few inches away from his face, but Wolfram was able to react fast enough and made a metal wall between them. As Wolfram backed away, the metal wall grew several meters thicker and stopped All Might's attack from reaching him. Watching everything from his summon's point of view, Yhiko desummoned his giant panda and calmly walked towards Wolfram. Himiko looked dejected that Yhiko left so quickly and Izuku wasn't sure of what he should do. Yhiko. Stay back, it's dangerous. This is a powerful villain. All Might called out to him, but Yhiko didn't stop walking. Is that one of your precious students, All Might? Does he also think that he's some sort of hero? I hate brats like that, I'll just have to teach him a lesson. Wolfram yelled out as a metal spike launched itself at Yihiko's face. Almighty push. The metal spike was pushed away by an invisible force. Yhiko wasn't bothered by the attack at all and just kept walking. Ah, I almost forgot that he's ridiculously strong for his age. It would be better if I just let him help, he's capable of protecting himself and his classmates. All Might let out an awkward smile as he remembered how terrifying it was to fight him. Oh no you don't. I'm going to be the one to beat that bastard up, not you. Bakugo broke free of Eijiro's grasp and ran past Yhiko, who didn't even give him a second glance. Another cocky kid huh? Eat this you damn brat. Multiple metal pillars were being thrown at Bakugo, who could barely dodge most of them. One of the pillars smashed into his face but he blew it up and kept on running. Another one hit his chest, he was winded and sent flying across the battlefield. On second thought, he might not protect his classmates. All Might quickly rushed over to Bakugo's flying figure, but Bakugo landed by himself and charged forward again, ignoring All Might's existence. Die. Bakugo yelled as he blew up more metal pillars that came close to him, but he was quickly getting overwhelmed. Kaken. Izuku abandoned Melissa and her injured father to save his friend. He went over to Bakugo's side and helped him destroy the pillars. Fuck off. I don't need your help. Just as everyone had expected, Bakugo refused his help. While those two were having their comedy routine going on, the other students had finally arrived and Shoto had joined the battle. Are you guys alright? Momo asks with concern when she saw how chaotic the battlefield was. She just hoped that they won't get caught in any of the attacks. We're fine, Yihiko's dealing with it. He'll be done soon so just sit back and relax. Want a cookie? Himiko asked while presenting a sugar cookie. Confused as to where she kept the cookie in the first place, Momo politely declined and focused on making bandages for David. These guys are quite the convenient distraction, who knew that their heroic nature would get everyone's attention off me. Yhiko was slowly getting closer to Wolfram, who didn't seem to notice his presence or forgot it entirely. 5 meters, that's how far apart Yhiko and Wolfram are. All Yhiko has to do is touch Wolfram, then it will all be over. As if I would let you get close to me. Wolfram made a giant hole underneath Yhiko's feet. At the bottom of the hole were more metal spikes. Almighty push. Unsurprisingly, Yhiko kept on walking like the floor beneath him didn't just open up. Wolfram immediately put all of his attention on Yhiko now. Unlike the other brats, this one didn't have a single scratch on him. This kid, he's the one that was riding the bird right. He was also the one that grabbed the scientist. I better be careful around him. Are you sure that you want to put all of your attention on me? I would look up if I were you. Yhiko's voice reached Wolfram's ears and made him look up instinctively. The only thing he saw was the giant drill-beaked bird dive-bombing him again. Wolfram immediately jumps out of the way as the bird crashed into the tower. Its beak pierced through it easily, but since it has a jagged beak, it couldn't pull it out. Wolfram creates metal spikes all around the bird and launched them all at the same time. The bird was impaled in several places. Blood was flying through the air until it disappeared in a puff of smoke. Did I kill it? Yes, you did. The kid was right behind him, that's what he thought. He turned his head as quickly as possible. He was sure that if he didn't, he would lose something far more important than this fight. When he looked behind him, nobody was there. He quickly looked around and didn't see the orange-haired kid anywhere. All he saw were the other brats and All Might. He didn't like where this was going. It was in front of him. Something moved in front of him. He couldn't see it, but he was sure that something moved just now, something big. That something opened its mouth and revealed the orange-haired kid. Before Wolfram could process what just happened, Yhiko jumped out of Hose Chameleon's mouth and put his palm on Wolfram's stomach. Almighty push. Wolfram's body bent forward unnaturally, like someone had removed his spine and let his body flop forward. He was then sent flying across the tower. He couldn't do anything to stop himself. He didn't have to, Yihiko had that covered. Universal pull. Watching these events occur, All Might could understand why Aizawa is always complaining about Yihiko. The boy was just too much for him to handle. Wolfram was able to recover as he was being pulled back to Yihiko. Thinking quickly, he touched the ground and had the metal cover his left arm. Changing the metal around his arm into a blade, he put his arm forward and let Yihiko do the rest. He thinks that I'm going to impale myself, fat chance. Quickly sidestepping out of the way, Yihiko put his palm on Wolfram's face. Almighty push. The entire tower shook slightly as Wolfram was embedded into the ground. His face looked like it was flattened. The dust that Wolfram kicked up covered the area, making it hard to see where anyone is. Sadly, the Quirk amplifier was destroyed along with his face. Wolfram was still alive though, but barely. Yihiko quickly made a shadow clone and had it use the transformation technique on itself to look like Wolfram. He stuffed the real Wolfram inside of his chameleon's mouth and had it turn invisible. Yihiko picked up his fake Wolfram and threw him over his shoulder. He calmly walked back to a stunned David. How is that possible? Even All Might struggled when he was fighting him, but he practically handled it himself. David was still in disbelief. Melissa did her best to calm him down. Damn it. That bastard took the spotlight again. Bakugo was already throwing a fit. Even the only thing he did was get thrown around like a rag doll. Good work, Yhiko. You defeated the villain. This calls for a celebration. All Might decided to ignore Bakugo and gave Yhiko a hefty pat on the back. This trip is too tiring, I just want to rest now. Chapter 45, The Magic School Bus. This feels natural. Yhiko said to himself as he looked at the exiled Hidden Rain forehead protector in his hand. It was the only thing he asked for as a reward for saving David, who happily made it for him. He had just returned from Island, thankfully with Wolfram. Also, Wolfram died while he was still in his chameleon's mouth. Yhiko wasn't too bothered by it, he still got a new corpse. The clone he sent to the police had dispelled itself in its prison cell, making the police think that Wolfram had a third quirk up his sleeve. Himiko slash. Himiko kick. Himiko Jernad dash. Don't you dare do that last one while you're still in the apartment. Slice yells from the kitchen. That looks so cool slash lame. Let me try, I wanna try. Twice squealed excitedly. I shouldn't have let her pick the support items. Yhiko thought to himself with a sigh. Melissa and David let Himiko choose some support gear for herself and of course, they were all dangerous. She now has the Predator gauntlets strapped to her forearms, some hidden blades inside of her shoes, which takes her ball-busting career to a whole new level, and a duffel bag full of high-tech guns. The guns themselves are called smart guns, the bullets can track their target. David made sure that the safety feature was on for all of them, so the bullets will only go for the legs. Seriously, who thought it was a good idea to give a high school girl some guns? Which power are you going to give him? 9 asked Yhiko as he stared at Wolfram's corpse. The animal path. Yhiko replied shortly as he began to put in Chikashoto's, the female animal path, piercings. The League of Villains are going to attack the summer camp, should we go with you? 9 asked. He knew that Yhiko was strong, but if he's going to fight the man that saved Tamura and the rest of the League, then he should have someone to watch his back. No, there are more pressing matters that will require your attention. With All Might's fall, we will be getting more bold requests. You should prepare yourself for those instead of worrying about me. I can take myself out of danger whenever I want to now that I have the animal path. Simply nodding his head, 9 looked at Wolfram's corpse one last time before walking away. No way. You were there when the villains attacked Island. Man, I heard that one of them was able to get away. I hope that they catch him soon. Siro spoke to Ijiro loudly. Yeah man, it was pretty scary when they took over the island. But honestly though, nothing is more scary than annoyed Yhiko. He beat 3 villains with ease. Seriously, ask Bakugo. Ijiro pointed to a lightly bandaged Bakugo. Shut up. I fought against the villains too. That purple-eyed bastard just took over the spotlight again. One of the best students in 1A couldn't handle some villains. Monoma came out of nowhere and easily provoked Bakugo. Ah, look Yhiko. It's the annoying guy we met in the hallway before. Himiko exclaimed with joy. Almost on reflex, Monoma covered his manhood and ran over to his bus. His reaction caused some confusion amongst his classmates, but the students of 1A knew better. So she got him too, we are sorry for your loss. Silently sighing to himself, Yhiko glanced over at Aizawa, who looked shittier than usual. Deciding to be nice to the poor bastard for once, Yhiko attempted to have a friendly conversation with him. Hey. Fuck off. Good talk. Yhiko mumbled to himself. Indeed, now be quiet, all of you. Just get on the bus so we can go already. Boarding the bus one by one, most of the students made small talk with each other as they chose their seats. Sitting at the back of the bus with Yhiko on his left and Shoto on the right, Yihiko closed his eyes and began to think about the league. Knock knock knock. Huh. Looking over to the window on his left, Yihiko couldn't believe his eyes. Mirko was signaling for him to unlock the window, but she was wearing a very small schoolgirl's uniform. Her ass was way too big for the skirt, it literally only covered half of it. Her chest was about to burst through her shirt, the poor buttons were trying their best to keep it together. Some sustenance for the boys. Before Yihiko or anyone else was able to react, Denki had moved at the speed of light and not only unlocked the window, he opened it for her like a true gentleman. Ah well. Mirko happily slipped inside the bus and stood in front of the stunned students. For the love of God, woman, why, just why? They hadn't even arrived at the camp yet and Aizawa was already having a headache. I just wanted to see my favorite sparring partner, it's been a while since we last seen each other. Mirko was about to sit down next to Yihiko, but Himiko was prepared for this. Back off, bitch, Yihiko doesn't want some slutty whore like you hanging around him. Himiko faced Mirko head on, she stood in front of Yihiko and spread her arms to shield him. Slutty. I don't like dating people that are weaker than me, so I can assure you that I'm not used goods. So you're a virgin, big deal. Yihiko still doesn't want to be around you, right Yihiko? Himiko looked over at Yihiko, but that was a mistake. Seeing her opponent's attention being diverted, Mirko slipped past Himiko and got closer to Yihiko. While all of this was happening, Yihiko felt as if he was seeing everything go in slow motion. A dark-skinned rabbit girl was turning around in front of him and preparing to sit down on his lap. His girlfriend turned around and shoved the rabbit girl away, saving his precious lap from impurities like Mirko's ass. Himiko quickly took Yihiko's lap for herself, she looked down at the rabbit hero and smirked triumphantly. My second life is becoming a harem anime. What just happened? Shoto blinked several times before looking around in confusion. Oh, you think you can steal Yihiko's lap while I'm right in front of him? You're 1,000 years too early, come challenge me again when you're stronger. Himiko struck a pose while she was sitting on Yihiko's lap. TCH, no need to get all worked up over something like this. Honestly, you're way too attached to him. Mirko simply brushed her challenge off and sat down next to Yihiko, much to Himiko's displeasure. Hello. We're still here, you know. Denki called out to them as he was crying blood, his jealousy was unmatched. Oh, right. I'm going to the training camp too, make sure you work hard or whatever. Mirko said half-heartedly as she put her attention back on Yihiko. This is wrong. You can't favor one student like that. Denki practically shouted as his bloody tears began to form a puddle underneath him. Favoritism. Don't accuse me of something like that, the one you want to accuse is Aizawa. He's the one that stole Yihiko from me, and you can see the two of them talking from time to time. Mirko replied sleepily, she tried to rest her head on Yihiko's shoulder but was pushed away by Himiko. Him/me favoring him/me. Yihiko and Aizawa spoke at the same time, they looked at each other for a split second before scoffing. That brat has caused me nothing but trouble, there's no way in hell that I'd ever favor him out of all of my students. That crazy cat dude is a pain in the ass to deal with, why would I want his favoritism? They looked at each other again, before ignoring each other for the rest of the ride. Chapter 46, The Horny is strong with this one. Hey Mirko, can I ask you a question? Yihiko interrupted Mirko's and Himiko's bickering. You just did. Mirko flashed him a grin. Sigh, you really are unbearable sometimes, you know that. Anyway, why are you wearing a school uniform and not your hero outfit? Yihiko was getting irritated by her childish antics. I wasn't allowed to go on this trip since you guys already have 2 teachers and some pro heroes to chaperone you, so I decided to go as a student. Pretty smart, huh? Mirko smirked proudly, as if she had found a way to beat the system. You did all of this just to see me? Yihiko was dumbfounded, a powerful hero like Mirko would rather spend her free time bothering a student instead of patrolling the city. Yup. Surely you have better things to do, right? Nope. That's sad. I don't want to hear that from you. I've never seen you willingly interact with someone besides your girlfriend and homeroom teacher. Mirko yelled back, getting some nods of confirmation from her fellow students. Oof. A critical hit. Well, Yihiko-kun is pretty hard to approach. Besides, my mom always tells me to stay away from the wrong crowd and Yihiko-kun looks like the embodiment of what I'm supposed to avoid. So you added in. Yeah, he's not very social either. Even with energetic people like Himiko-chan and Mina-chan, he doesn't say much to them. Sato Aslo pointed Yihiko's antisocial personality. True. Shoto suddenly joined in, the pot was calling the kettle black. Be quiet back there, we've finally arrived. Aizawa raised his voice slightly, getting everyone to shut up. Even though he did his best to hold it, he let out a few snickers at Yihiko's expense. They're ganging up on me, they won't be laughing for long. This sounds like something a school shooter would think, where my Americans at? Hurry up and get off the bus, we don't have all day. Aizawa says through a tired yawn. The students, and Mirko, got off the bus as they were told. They were near a cliff that overlooked the forest below them, only a few of them realized that something was wrong. A few minutes later, a car shows up. 2 women dressed up like cats and a little boy come out. The boy watches as the 2 women strike some poses while introducing themselves. Ugh, a hero team. Mirko wasn't impressed with the heroes in front of her. Naya. Why is Mirko here? And what's with that outfit? Mandalay was asking Aizawa some questions while posing. Just ignore her, it will make things easier for everyone. Aizawa massaged his forehead tiredly. Anyway, the school has hired the Pussycats to help train Class 1A and 1B. Almost all of you will be able to use your quirks freely. Aizawa continued. Wait, what do you mean, almost all of us? Shinso asked, slightly confused. Aizawa didn't say anything and simply stared at Yhiko for a few seconds, prompting everyone to follow his line of sight. They immediately understood what he meant after that. This is discrimination. Yhiko voiced his complaint, but was ignored. Alright everyone, I think that this conversation has gone on long enough, Naya. If we keep on talking like this, then you all might miss lunch. You guys will be staying at the foot of that mountain, I'll see you guys there. Bye-bye. Pixie Bob decided to speed things up a bit and caused the ground underneath them to fall apart, making the kids panic. Wait, dash. I'm not ready. Run back to the bus. Grabbing Himiko by the waist, Yihiko, almighty pushed himself off the ground and watched his classmates fall. He was able to spot Mirko, who had jumped away the second Pixie Bob used her quirk. Of course you're still here, I hope this trip doesn't get worse. Aizawa raised a flag. Hello. Himiko called from above. Fuck me. Aizawa couldn't catch a break and gave up. Naya. I didn't expect anyone other than Mirko to dodge my attack, I guess that Class 1A has some capable students this year. Pixie Bob said with an amused expression on her face. That's right. Yihiko is the best student in U.A, something like this is child's play to him. Himiko suddenly started to overpraise Yhiko when she made it back to solid ground. Isn't this the scary-looking kid that won the sports festival? I understand why you're praising him, I like strong guys. Hey, how would you like to have a litter of kittens with me? Pixie Bob used a cheesy pickup line with no shame. We literally just met. Whoa now, wait just a minute. There is no way in hell that Yhiko would want some old hag like you hanging around, scram. Himiko's mood changed in an instant when she learned that there was more homewreckers around. Huh. So I look like a old hag to you, right? I'll show you old. Pixie Bob slammed her paws to the ground and made several dirt golems. They varied from size but each of them were still bigger than Himiko. You think these things can stop me from kicking your ass? Well, think again. Himiko shouted before bravely charging into battle. Wow, their bloodlust is pretty intense. Want to ditch these losers and go fight somewhere more private? Mirko commented while trying to keep her shirt from tearing open. Why is it when there's some sort of conflict in U.A, you three are always the ones that are involved? Aizawa questioned them from a safe distance. Wait a minute, where's Mandalay? Yhiko thought to himself while looking around. Himiko wasn't paying attention to anyone else, she was busy punching some holes through dirt golems. Her strength has increased significantly, she can rival most strength quirk users now. Punching dirt golems apart weren't a problem for her, and she felt satisfied knowing that her increase in strength would help her in future battles. So damn annoying, Naya. I don't see what's so special about a flat-chested girl like you. Pixie Bob yelled out, making some veins appear on Himiko's forehead. Bitch, mine are bigger than yours. Besides, I'm still a teenager and you're over 30. Himiko shot back. The small battlefield was silent for a moment, until they walked up to each other. Pixie Bob was taller than Himiko by 3 inches. They looked at each other's chests for a good minute before looking back at each other. Comrade. Comrade. Putting their arms around each other's shoulders and shouting happily, they both appreciated the fact that they weren't surrounded by titty monsters. They both paused for a second before looking over at Yhiko, and then they started fighting again. Spray spray. Hiss. Bonk. No horny. Mandalay had a spray bottle in one hand and a wooden bat in the other. And you. Control your girlfriend. Mandalay called out to Yhiko. Got it. Yhiko then looked over at Himiko. Whistle, come on Himiko, come here girl. Come on, over here. Whistle. Yhiko did his best to control his bloodsucker. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go. I'll see you guys at the summer camp. Aizawa walked over to the bus and started the engine. He really was going to leave them out here. Everyone forgot about me. Kota thought to himself, over at the summer camp, things weren't that different from the edge of the cliff. Mandalay and Ragdoll were keeping Pixie Bob restrained and Yihiko was holding Himiko back and keeping Mirko at bay. Aizawa had crawled into a sleeping bag and was never seen again. Vlad King was watching all of this go down with a disappointed look on his face. He was also disappointed at his own class for getting lost. Both classes didn't make it on time to get lunch, only 2 students got to eat what was prepared for them. If I had known that staying back with Aizawa was going to be like this, then I would have thrown myself off the cliff while I still had the chance. Yihiko thought as he, almighty, pushed Mirko away. Come on. Fight me for real. Mirko was complaining like a spoiled child. Kenobi, please help me. Fuck. Yihiko could hear someone shouting in the distance. Fuck. Yihiko cursed in his mind. We are finally here. Good job everyone. Izuku shouted tiredly but enthusiastically at the same time. Kota didn't know what made him do it, but he immediately punched the green-haired boy in the balls. He made Himiko proud that day. Welcome back kids, we are a little understaffed at the moment, so go clean yourselves in the hot springs while I go fetch my class with Tiger. Vlad King called out to 1A. What do you mean understaffed? Isn't this a bit unprofessional? Where's Aizawa-sensei and Mirko-sensei? Don't we have the wild pussycats to help chaperone us? Ida didn't know how to take the stick out of his ass and kept on pestering Vlad King, who simply pointed to the building behind him and over to Yihiko. The class looked over and saw the predicament that he was in. They suddenly felt a whole lot better about themselves. Give me your kittens. His babies are mine. Luna Arc. Almighty push. The boys in the class suddenly felt a whole lot worse. Is it the piercings? Do good girls really like bad boys? Should I become a delinquent? Denki questioned himself. It looked like he was on the verge to finding the secrets of the universe. Come on Himiko, let's go to the hot spring. Yihiko tried to calm down Himiko. Together. Himiko looked up to him expectantly. We don't have mixed baths. Ragdoll shouted. What if we wait until dash? You either get in while you have the chance or you can go to bed filthy. Mandalay said. Himiko pouted, brushed herself off, and glared at Pixie Bob. She held her head up high and walked over to the hot springs. Yihiko sighed to himself before following her, with the rest of the class doing the same. Arriving at the boys' changing room, most of the boys gave Yihiko a dirty look. While they were fighting dirt monsters, he was hanging around cute girls. Yihiko was too tired to care about the looks they gave him and undressed himself quickly. He wanted nothing more than to hop in the hot spring. Wrapping a cloth around his waist, he made his way over to the door. A challenger approaches. Halt. We have some business to discuss, Yihiko, or should I say, harem protagonist. Denki shouted dramatically. Denki, get out of my way, now. Yihiko was somehow more threatening than usual. Not until you pay the price for committing treason. Not only did you start the school year with a girlfriend by your side, making you the natural enemy to the boys, but you also have not one, but 2 sexy pro-heroines chasing after you. Do you feel it? My jealousy. Yihiko. You are my arch-nemesis. One day, I will defeat you. Bonk. Smacking Denki in the side of the head with a black receiver, Yihiko stepped over Denki's unconscious body and cleaned himself before resting in the hot spring. The other boys looked at Denki with pity before stepping over him as well. Why is Denki unconscious over here? Aizawa suddenly appeared. He slipped when he was trying to rush over to the wall to find a peephole. Yihiko answered immediately. Makes sense, I'll make sure to keep an eye on him. You guys will eat some dinner after this and go to sleep right after. Aizawa said as he slowly got into the hot spring as well. Ah, this is what I needed. Yihiko said to himself as he relaxed. Heavy breathing. Come on, come on. There's got to be a peephole somewhere. A very familiar voice said from the other side of the wall. It's no use, the only way to peek is to fly above the wall. Give me a boost so I can see Yihiko Naya. Another new yet familiar voice reached his ears. Yihiko. Come over here so we can continue where we left off. I won't be satisfied until we have another fight. Y'all know who this is. Please don't come over here, Yihiko-kun. We're still bathing. Mirko, Himiko, Pixie Bob, please get away from the wall. Momo said with a flushed face. Having some trouble with the girls, poor bastard. You see, this is why I'm single. Aizawa chuckled to himself. I just wanted to enjoy the hot springs. There you are. Come here, or else I'll come over there. Mirko's head popped over the wall for a brief second. Kaya. Some of the boys started screaming and covering themselves while running out of the hot spring. Aren't you going to deal with that? Yihiko asked with an annoyed expression on his face. She said it herself, she's a female student and I'm a male teacher. I can't go over to the women's side and discipline her, the female chaperones have to do that. Aizawa replied lazily, he was starting to fall asleep. You are a very unpleasant person. Thanks. Aizawa smiled before passing out in the hot spring. Deciding he's had enough time in the hot spring, Yihiko dragged Aizawa out and left him in the changing room next to Denki. Drying himself off and putting on a dark blue yukata, Yihiko walked out of the changing room while ignoring the other guys. Come to Momya. Pixie Bob ran out of the women's changing room and tried to pounce on Yihiko. I respectfully decline, I already told you that I'm seeing someone, so just give up. Yihiko dodged to the side, making Pixie Bob fall flat on her face. Sooner or later you are going to realize that you lost a chance to sleep with a sexy girl like me. Pixie Bob said as she made a strategic retreat. Good riddance. Himiko said with a perverted smile on her face. Chapter 47, Nobody Expects the League of Villains. It's time for dinner everyone, come and get it while it's still hot. Ragdoll yelled out to the mentally drained students. Most of them were too tired to respond and the ones that did collapsed on the dining table shortly after sitting down. The students of Class 1B weren't looking so hot either, Monoma didn't even try to antagonize anyone in 1A. Come on kids, if you're this tired from a little bit of hiking then you're not going to like the training. Tiger shouted at the top of his lungs while flexing his muscles. It's too damn early to be show dash. Yihiko stopped for a second to inspect his food. What is this? Yihiko stared at his meal for a few seconds before comparing it to his classmates. These idiots. Yihiko has been given a large bowl full of HDMI cables that are sitting in a small pool of oil. It looks like they tried to make a robot version of cup ramen. Where's my food? Yihiko asked Ragdoll, who merely pointed at the robot ramen in response. Aizawa-san told me that you are a bit different from the other kids, so eat up and enjoy your meal. Ragdoll explained enthusiastically. I should have drowned him in the hot springs. Where are the carrots? Mirko inspected her meal before asking Ragdoll an incredibly important question. Sorry Mirko-san, we don't have any carrots for you. We would have prepared some if we knew you were coming, but... Ragdoll looked over at her team with a pleading look in her eyes. She obviously didn't want to deal with the difficult woman. TCH, who doesn't have emergency carrots? Mirko looked at her food with a face full of disappointment, her ears dropped sadly. At least you were given food. How am I supposed to eat this without any carrots? I want carrots. Mirko started to bang her fists on the table, like a child demanding sweets instead of vegetables. When Mirko started to hit the table, she ended breaking it due to her enhanced strength, which made some of the other students' dishes slide towards her. Oops. This was all Mirko said before she started gorging herself with the other students' food. Hey. That's my breakfast. Izuku raised his voice a little, which only made Mirko glare at him. He immediately looked down to the floor and apologized profusely. What's all the commotion about? Can't a guy get some decent sleep around here? The sleepy bastard yawned as he made his entrance. When his tired eyes landed on Yihiko's figure, a small but noticeable shit-eating grin was immediately plastered over his face. Himiko, I'm this close to killing Aizawa. When the time comes, you'll get to drink as much blood as you want. Really? Yay. You're the best, Yhiko. Himiko excitedly threw her arms up into the air and made some cute noises. Your breakfast break is up, it's time for your morning training. Class 1A will go to the training field first, Aizawa-san and Tiger will be helping you train your quirks. Mandalay said with a bit tiredness in her voice, but she hid it well. What? I didn't even get to finish eating. Toru complained. But Mirko-sensei stole my breakfast. Sato protested. You tried to feed me cables. Yihiko's words fell on deaf ears and ended up being ignored. Just shut up and get your sorry asses out to the training field, I have something important to tell you all anyway. Aizawa mumbled out loud, getting some tired sighs from his students as a response. But Aizawa-sensei, we have fought real villains before. I don't think some quirk training will help that much. Wouldn't it be better if we had a competition with the other class? It could be like what we did during the beginning of the school year with All Might. Mina exclaimed, getting her classmates pumped up along with her. No. Do you really think that all because you fought some villains before, you have improved? You have experience but you don't have the power to back it up. Quirks are like muscles, the more you train them the stronger they get. Bakugo, do you remember what I had you do during the beginning of the school year? Yeah, you had me throw some stupid tennis ball. Bakugo grunted as he remembered how agitated the other students made him feel. Yep, and if I recall correctly, your distance was 705 meters. Let's see how much you've improved. Aizawa said as he pulled a tennis ball out of thin air and tossed it to Bakugo. Hey, it's time for me to show all of you background characters your place, especially you. You purple eyes freak. Die. Bakugo screeched as the ball was propelled into the air by his explosive sweat. Hell yeah. Denki yelled excitedly when he saw Bakugo's throw. Show him who's boss, Bakugo. Arrow also cheered Bakugo on, which only made the explosive boy's ego grow even more. 706 meters. Aizawa said with a smirk. Everyone went quiet almost immediately, which was music to Aizawa's ears. Now then, do you all still think that you don't need training? Bakuretsu, Bakuretsu, la la la, Daidara happily sang to himself. He was really looking forward to sharing his art with the younger generation. It was his duty as an artist to spread the beauty that is called art, whether they want to learn about it or not. What the hell are you singing? Sasori asked him while he was climbing inside Yhiko. It's none of your business. Just shut up and play with your dolls already. Daidara snapped at Sasori. Both of you need to shut the fuck up, I'm trying to concentrate. Kakuzu yelled at them from atop of Muscular. He sighed to himself and went back to counting his money. Gee, get off me, B-Basta dash. Muscular tried to get up again, but Kakuzu stomped on the back of his head, driving his skull into the concrete. Hey now, don't go killing each other before we attack the students. We are on a tight schedule after all. Tamura muttered out loud as he gripped the apple he was eating with all 5 fingers, decaying it on the spot. Hey, it's Author-sama here. I just wanted to quickly explain why I've been gone for so long. When my mother caught COVID, she couldn't go back to work because she could potentially spread it to others. No work means no money, and no money means no food. So my older sister and I went job hunting to help out with our financial problems. I actually did not have any spare time on my hands, so I couldn't prioritize this book for a while. But hey, my mother is getting better, so I will try to post when I can. Thanks for not taking the shitty fanfic out of your libraries. See ya later. Chapter 48, Can't seem to have a day to myself. Wait a second, why do I have to train too? It's not like I'm an actual student. Mirko questioned Aizawa with a confused look on her face. You came on this trip as a student, you do the training as a student. Go find yourself a spot to train and don't bother me for the rest of the day. Aizawa replied tiredly. She had only asked him one question, but it was enough to drain all of his remaining enthusiasm. Mirko grunted as a response and reluctantly walked into the woods, much to Aizawa's relief. Hey Aizawa-sensei, how should I train my quirk? Himiko asked a bit nervously. Just drink someone's blood and work on your acting skills. I don't care who, so just leave me alone already. Ah, okay then, thanks for the meal. Wadash. Aizawa couldn't react in time to dodge the sudden attack. Himiko had pounced on him and bit his hand like a rabid dog. She bit him hard enough to cause him to bleed and jumped away before he could retaliate. Himiko quickly swallowed his blood and released a beautiful smile and crazed laughter, which was enough to send everyone running. And I think that's it for me, I'm calling it a day. Tiger, you're in charge for now. Good luck, I hope my students don't kill you. Stares at Yihiko. Watching Aizawa's retreating figure in the distance, Yihiko saw Himiko strip naked and transform into the men he despises the most. I almost pity him, but I don't since he's an ass. Yihiko thought as he chuckled to himself. Floating silently into the air, Yihiko observed his classmates as they pushed their quirks to the limit. He scanned the area below him and found exactly what he needed, a giant boulder. He floated down towards the boulder and picked it up with one hand. He then made his way towards Tiger. Hey, help me train my quirk. Yihiko called out to the overly muscled man. Tiger quickly stopped training with Izuku and looked at Yihiko, who had a giant boulder sitting beside him. In a minute, I'm busy trying to whip this green bean into shape. Focus on your posture, stop trembling and hit me already. Tiger yelled sternly as he flexed. He only received a meek yes sir from Izuku though. Yihiko simply nodded his head and took a seat on top of the boulder. He enjoyed watching Izuku getting his shit rocked by a man in a cat outfit. Every mistake Izuku made only made the catman even more dissatisfied, which in turn made his training even harsher. Tiger only stopped when Izuku eventually collapsed from exhaustion. Alright, take a 5-minute break. You there, you said you needed help, right? Just tell more what you need help with. Tiger shouted as he struck a pose. I would like to work on my awareness and reflexes, so you will be throwing rocks at me while I'm blindfolded. If I can't block it then I'll dodge it, don't worry about me. Yihiko explained quickly. Understood, I'll have Izuku here gather some rocks for you. Tiger immediately agreed and was about to yell at Izuku again, but Yihiko stopped him. No need, I already have them right here. Yihiko patted the boulder he was sitting on. I don't know if you know this, but that's not a rock, kid, that's a boulder. I don't think I can carry that. Yihiko jumped off of the boulder and placed his hand on the side of it, confusing Tiger a little. Almighty push. The boulder immediately exploded into thousands of little pebbles which flew a few feet across the air, scattering in front of Yihiko. Amazing. Izuku muttered to himself before he brought his hero book out and began scribbling something in it. We have enough rocks now, I'm ready to train my quirk. Yihiko said the same amount of enthusiasm of Aizawa on a Monday morning. Fucking show off. Bakugo screeched in the distance as he dumped his hand in boiling hot water. I can't wait for him to get kidnapped. Crash. Snap. The sounds of bark splitting and trees collapsing can be heard in the distance as Mirko kicked a bunch of trees ferociously. It was obvious that she was pissed at Aizawa for treating her like a student, even though she came on this trip as a student. Stupid Aizawa, this is what I'll do to that damn sleep-deprived face of yours. Mirko talked to herself as she kicked another tree in half. I want to have a rematch with Yhiko, not kick trees apart. This is such a waste of time. Mirko complained in her mind, even though there's nobody to watch her train. That means she could have just done something else in her own time but decided to do some deforestation instead. Boom. Mirko's rabbit ears twitched slightly as she heard something explode in the distance. She immediately turned her head towards the direction the sound came from and smirked to herself. Surely he won't mind if I ask him for a little rematch, right? I am his favorite hero after all. Mirko lied to herself as she sprinted towards the explosion. While Mirko was complaining to herself, Tiger was chucking rocks at Yhiko in order to help his young junior. He was very impressed with the young man, even though Aizawa had told him that Yhiko was a special case. He had watched the sports festival with the other pussycats a while back and was surprised at the incredible amount of power he had. It looks like he's full of openings, but that's not the case at all. It seems as if it doesn't matter if I try to stay quiet to surprise him, he reacts subtly and quickly. It's almost terrifying how well he's able to react. Tiger praised Yhiko silently before he chucked another rock at him. Almighty push. Yhiko used the Deva path to push away a pebble that was flying towards his head. He heard rustling from behind him and immediately, Almighty pushed the other pebble away as well. By focusing on his awareness, Yhiko hopes to improve himself on his sensing skills. If someone were to ever try to take him by surprise, he'll be ready. Whoosh. At least, that was what he was hoping for. A wild Mirko has appeared. She took Yhiko by surprise and crashed into his back, sending them both flying a few feet into the air. They flopped around on the ground a few times when they crash-landed, with Mirko sitting on the young man's back. Yhiko. Are you ready for our rematch dash? Almighty push. And the bunny-eared woman had already made her way across the training field by now. She received a few pitiful glances from the other students as she was flying in a murderous glare from another. I can never catch a break around that woman. Yhiko sighed to himself as he dusted himself off. He suddenly lost his motivation to continue with his training. Yhiko. Was that a yes or a no? I'll take it as a yes for now. You better prepare yourself for the ultimate S-whooping. Mirko was already back up and sprinting towards Yhiko. Do you need a minute? We can continue your training later if you want. Tiger asked a bit awkwardly. He was more surprised by the behavior a professional hero was showing towards a student than the fact that the student treated it like an everyday annoyance rather than a problem. You don't need to worry about me, you can focus on training some other students now that I have my hands full. Yhiko casually brushed Tiger's concerns off and prepared himself for another fight with the rabbit hero. Azura attack. Chapter 49, It's Raining, Animals. Hallelujah. I was only gone for 30 minutes, can you please tell me why the training field looks like a war zone? Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose as he questioned the two responsible for the headache he's having. She started it. Yhiko shifted the blame to Mirko as he avoided eye contact. Hey. You damn traitor. It was only a little bit of roughhousing, there's no need to get your panties in a bunch. Mirko dismissed Aizawa's emotional distress as him being cranky. I really don't want to deal with you two right now. Mirko, I implore you to go find something less destructive and dangerous to do. And you, go fuck off somewhere, you're not worth the headache. Aizawa gave them very simple tasks, he simply hoped they would be able to listen to him for once. I'm already on it. Yhiko replied as he began walking away to who knows where. No. My training dummy. Mirko sounded depressed for a second before she shifted her eyes over to Aizawa. Why are you looking at me like that? Sigh, I guess you're good enough. What are you doing? Hey, cut it out. No, wait, stop. Why do I hear crying? Vlad King asked himself before deciding to ignore it. Aizawa's sacrifice was not in vain as the students were able to train peacefully for another day after the rabbit woman's lust for battle had been somewhat satisfied. Not only that, she has been forced to stop bothering the students and has been sent to the corner. She will pay for her crimes against the Jarl. Wait. Okay everyone. I hope you're all ready for the test of courage. Consider this a little reward for working so hard these past few days. Training constantly isn't good for your bodies, you know. Now then, you'll all be getting into pairs, so prepare yourselves for the time of your lives. Pixie Bob said excitedly as she posed. Miss Pixie Bob, where is Yihiko? I don't think he's with Aizawa. Do you think he got lost in the forest? Jiro asked, slightly concerned for her classmate. Oh, the sports festival winner. He said he'd fetch Koda for us. I'm sure he'll be back soon. Ragdoll answered her question for her, calming her down a bit. Hey now, it's time for everyone to get into pairs. Please draw a paper from the box to see who your partner is. Mandalay instructed as she presented a box to them, prompting half of them to grab a piece of paper from it. Eventually everybody was in a pair except Himiko since there was an odd number of students. They began the test of courage nonetheless and enjoyed themselves. Well, look who it is. You're looking kind of lonely there, aren't you, Himiko? Mirko taunted as she strolled over to Himiko's side. Ugh, it's you. Aren't you supposed to be in the timeout corner? Why are you even talking to me in the first place? Himiko questioned the hero as she watched the other students walk into the forest. There was less than half of the students remaining. First of all, I escaped from the timeout corner. Second, I'm still participating as a student on this trip, so I have to do this test of courage too. It also looks like you don't have a partner, so here I am. Mirko had a smug look on her face when she mentioned that she escaped from the timeout corner, but then she started looking around. Now that I think about it, it's quite strange to see you alone. Where's Yihiko at? Aren't you two supposed to be conjoined at the hip or something? Mirko asked. He's trying to find some brat in the forest. He'll be back soon. Now it's time for my question. Why do you want to know where my Yihiko is? Himiko glared daggers into Mirko. She wanted nothing more than to stab the shit out of her. But she knew it was impossible. The physical strength between them was too great and the police would have a few words for her if she decided to stab someone. For now, Himiko had to restrain herself. You're always feisty, aren't ya? At least the test won't be too boring with you, arrow dash dot. Mirko abruptly stopped in her tracks. Her ears were twitching slightly as she stared towards one of the mountains. Huh, is something burning? Mandalay asked her friends if they were able to smell what she smelled. This only concerned the few students that were with them. The heroes might be with them now, but what about their friends? Who's going to save them? What's wrong? Is it villains? Himiko suddenly turned serious, but she couldn't hide the grin that was creeping onto her face. Watch out. Mirko suddenly pushed Himiko out of the way as a short sword came flying at her head. The blade embedded itself into the bark of a tree behind Himiko, which showed how accurate the throw was. TCH. What is one of the top 10 heroes doing here? This is going to complicate things. An oversized lizard in a pathetic stained costume walked through a portal. He had pink hair and green scales. He's carrying a giant weapon made out of smaller weapons on his back. Everyone, get back. Tiger shouted as he moved in front of the students. We have to warn the students in the forest. Ragdoll used dash before Pixie Bob could finish. She was suddenly yanked back into the woods by an invisible force and had been struck over the head by a giant magnet. Pixie Bob. Tiger shouted, but he quickly composed himself. He had students to protect. He quickly scanned the new villain over and took note of the giant magnet they had in their arms. This villain was almost as big as him. They had shoulder-length red hair and big lips. They had a small stubble and triangular shades that hid their eyes quite well. Well now, isn't this interesting? What are two cowardly villains such as yourselves doing here? Got a death wish? Mirko asked, but she didn't expect an answer. This was noted by the two villains as they got into battle stances. This was not a fight they could win by themselves. Sigh, looks like we'll have to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Try not to die, Spinner. The one with the magnet raised it over their head and tried to swing it down on Pixie Bob's unprotected skull. TSK Tisk, I'm going back, stab you now. Himiko threw a small pocket knife into Magna's arm and charged at her, catching the villain by surprise. Damn you. Didn't your parents teach you kids not to play with knives? So it has begun. Yihiko silently looked at all of the chaos in the forest before turning his attention back to the paralyzed child in front of him. He stood in complete shock as he saw the blue flames burning the forest and multiple explosions going off. Do you understand the situation now? If you keep on acting like this, I will leave you out here to die alone. You aren't my problem, you know. Is that what you want? And no. Koda replied quickly, almost biting his tongue. All right then, let me take care of this problem quickly then. I'll take you back to the others afterwards. Yihiko simply turned around and looked at the cloaked figure approaching them. His size was nothing to scoff at. He was well over 6 feet and was quite broad. The cloaked figure got rid of his disguise as he stopped about 15 feet away from them, letting them get a good look at their killer. The scar over his left eye was his second most noticeable feature, the first being the eye itself, which was a prosthetic. His blonde hair and arrogant attitude reminded Yhiko of someone he dislikes, which made him want to kill the villain slowly, but he had better things to do. Hey now, what are you two doing up here alone? It's like you're asking to be killed. Shouldn't you be playing in the woods with your friends? Hey, wait a minute, orange hair, purple eyes, bunch of piercings, you're the kid I'm supposed to capture. Haha. To think you'd be up here of all places, well at least this makes my job easier. Heh, I'm sure Shigaraki wouldn't mind if I bring you back dead, I don't see the point of going through the trouble of restraining you anyway. Muscular finally shut the fuck up and strengthened himself, his muscle fibers escaped from his skin and a wicked smile crept onto his face. Are you done? Summoning Jutsu. Yihiko quickly slammed his hands down the ground in a giant puff of smoke which impeded everyone's vision. Muscular had his guard up and waited for an attack, but he set his sights on the giant horned figure towering over him in the smoke. What is that? He got the answer to his question pretty quickly after that, since the giant figure knocked him off the edge of the cliff and tried to impale him soon after. Now that Muscular is out of the way, I can go get some new paths. I just have to dump this kid off to someone else though. Yihiko thought to himself as he summoned his giant drill-beaked bird, surprising Kota once again. Get on. Yihiko ordered. What? Get on the bird. Yihiko spoke as he carved some rocks off the side of the mountain. Kota sent a few nervous glances at the giant bird before reluctantly getting on like he was told. Yihiko also got on shortly after as he carried a few largest rocks with him, but the extra weight didn't seem to bother the bird at all, damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. These were the thoughts going through Yosetsu's head as he ran like hell while dragging the unconscious Momo along with him. He was trying his best to escape from the chainsaw Nomu that was hot on his heels, but it was impossible for him to get away while carrying another person. Fuck. I don't want to die a virgin. Please God, if you exist, save my fucking ass already. Ask and you shall receive, my child. A large shadow loomed over the three of them, making them stop and look up for a moment. Yosetsu quickly moved himself and Momo out of the way as the large object was approaching. It took the Nomu a bit longer to move out of the way, but it still managed to do so. Crash. Thud. The large object crashed into the earth, blowing dirt and dust in all directions. It was shortly followed by a smaller and less impactful object, which broke when it hit the ground. The larger object grunted loudly and stood up after struggling a bit, but it knocked over the remaining trees that surrounded them. Yosetsu was able to get a good look at it and nearly shat himself. He had asked God for help, but an ox. Really? Is this some kind of joke? He quickly disregarded those thoughts when he noticed that the large creature was staring at him, as if it was assessing him before it turned its attention over to the chainsaw Nomu. The Nomu had barely gotten back up before it was knocked down again. The giant ox was mercilessly stomping on the Nomu. Its current objective was to turn the small humanoid before it into paste, and it was succeeding. Yosetsu had no idea what was going on, but he's glad that God was real and had sent him an angel from the heavens to save him. God is real. I'm going pray to God every day for a girlfriend. That sounds another satisfied customer. Yihiko simply nodded in approval as he dropped a crab on a guy who had blade teeth. Now then, on to the next. Chapter 50, Students are in danger. I sleep. That was too easy. Why the hell did they send weaklings to face me? It's like these villains are trying to mock me, it makes me want to punch them again. Mirko complained about the lack of powerful enemies to fight. While Yihiko was listening to Muscular rant, Mirko beat the shit out of Spinner and Magna in seconds. The two villains were beaten so badly that Tiger had to stop Mirko to make sure they were still breathing. Mirko. Now is not the time to be looking for a fight, we have to get the students to safety. Mandalay shouted. As Mirko sent Mandalay a glare that shut her up immediately, Tiger made sure that Pixie Bob was alright. The blow she took to the head was no joke, he will have to take her to the hospital as soon as the battle was over. Ah, they're unconscious, I can't see their pained expressions if they aren't awake. Damn rabbit is always ruining my fun. Himiko pouted a little as she gazed at the villains. All she did was throw a knife, she wanted to get more action than that. Oh. The rabbit hero is in this battle. I didn't think that one of the top 10 heroes would be here, but who am I kidding, her being here isn't going to change anything. A voice from above alerted the heroes, prompting them to look up. Himiko widened her eyes in surprise when she saw who it was. Another little villain came out to play. And to think that you're a cocky one at that. Ha. You don't even have the balls to come down here to face me. Mirko grinned as she looked at the blonde man riding on a chalk-white dragon. You got quite the loud mouth, huh? I hope that this'll shut you up. Daidara's smile only grew larger when his clay dragon started spitting smart bombs at the heroes below. The smaller dragon was headed straight towards the wild pussycats, intending to deal with the weaker targets first. Quantity over quality is your style, huh? It doesn't matter how many of these things you have, I'll just destroy them all. Mirko intercepted the smaller dragon with a kick, only for it to immediately blow up and blast her away. The explosion knocked back the pussycats as well as the two unconscious villains, only Himiko was safe since she was out of the blast radius. Ha 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 ha. Don't you get it? Art is an explosion. And you're in the middle of my exhibit. Just as Daidara finished speaking, his clay dragon's head suddenly swelled up. It opened its mouth and revealed hundreds of small white balls. It keeps them in its mouth and begins flying over the heroes. Wait, are all of those things bombs? Shit, this is starting to look bad. Hey Leech, take the unconscious cat lady and get out of here while I deal with this guy. Mirko walked off the explosion she just took head on and looked up at Daidara as she ordered Himiko to take care of Pixie Bob. She wouldn't want Yihiko to find out that she let his girlfriend walk right into danger. It's not that I'm scared of him or anything, I just don't want to get stuck inside that stupid floating rock again. Mirko reassured herself as she prepared to deal with the crazy terrorist above her. Nah, you already took my prey from me before, I won't let you take them again. Himiko smirked as she took out another knife from the Shadow Realm. Seriously, not even I know where she hides them. Ag. Fuck. Stop. What are you doing? Get us out of here before you blow this place up. Magna. Wake up and use your quirk to get us out of the blast zone. Spinner woke up in a daze, but one look at his surroundings was enough to tell him that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to uphold Stain's legacy. Quiet. I don't want to hear anything from the peanut gallery. If you weren't prepared to die, then why did you even bother joining the league? Daidara spat as he started molding more clay. What the fuck is going on out there? Did Yhiko do something again? Aizawa asked himself as he heard the commotion. He was in the middle of teaching the students who flunked the test when he heard some noise outside. His first assumption was the kid that caused him the most headaches, Yhiko. I swear to God if he did something crazy again. Aizawa mumbled under his breath as he walked out the front door. This is the part where Aizawa finds out that for once, Yhiko wasn't the one behind his headache. Hello. Aizawa found himself face to face with a strange-looking man to say the least. His skin was dark, his black hair spiked up at the ends, his pupils were small. A black cloth covered the lower half of his face, which was one of the few parts of his body that wasn't concealed, the other being a large metallic tail was lazily swinging around behind him. It was obviously sharp, but Aizawa didn't care about that. He was more concerned about what he was hiding underneath that large black cloak of his. This man simply screamed dangerous, and for once Aizawa wished that Yhiko was with him to help him out. Fuck my life. To think that I would want a student to protect me. My name is Hiriko, I will spare your life if you tell me where these students are. Katsuki Bakugo, Nito Monoma, Himiko Toga, and Yihiko Babaigawara. I need these students, so hurry up and tell me where they are. Hiriko demanded impatiently, even though his posture looked quite relaxed. At least that's what Aizawa thinks. The problem children, huh? I already know the students wouldn't stand a chance against this guy, but Yhiko is something out of the ordinary. If it's Yhiko, then surely. Ah, fuck it. I'm starting to get impatient. You have 5 seconds before I dash. I don't know where the other students are since I'm dealing with a few dumbass inside, but Yhiko should be near the middle of the forest with someone else. It could be one of the students that you mentioned, or it won't. That's all I know when it comes to Yhiko's whereabouts. Good luck on your search, and good night. I'm just going to sit this one out. Aizawa answered after thinking about it for a few seconds. Yhiko will handle it, that was his train of thought as he spoke with the villain. If this proves too much for Yhiko to handle, then what the fuck am I supposed to do about it? And just like that, Aizawa slammed the door on Hiriko's face and went back to the students he was supposed to be teaching. What the hell? He told me just like that. This interaction left Sasori confused but satisfied with the information he got. So he promptly turned towards the forest to continue his hunt. As Aizawa walked into the classroom and looked over the few students and the only other teacher that was there, he calmly opened his mouth and said, "So about the commotion outside." Well. What was it? Vlad King asked with a raised eyebrow. We're under attack by villains. Aizawa replied as if it was an everyday sort of thing. The sheer lack of care and boredom in his voice surprised everyone. What? I have to go rescue the students. Aizawa, stay here and protect these flunkies. Vlad King immediately got up and dashed out the door. I'm way ahead of you. The second Vlad King was out of view, Aizawa began to curl up in his chrysalis and was out like a light in 2 seconds. His soft snoring was heard by everyone in the classroom. What just happened? Since there was so much going on, this was the only thing the students were able to think of. Chapter 51, Lifeless Army. Things are getting out of hand. Yihiko's creatures are preventing us from capturing our targets. I didn't think that he would have this many at his disposal. Should we send more Nomus, young master? Kurogiri analyzed the battlefield calmly. Shigaraki didn't respond, he merely scratched his neck in annoyance as he watched the giant green bird fly over the forest. The occasional giant centipede or some other random giant monster would appear out of thin air and free fall. It irritated Shigaraki to see a high schooler fight off the force he created so nonchalantly. We'll wait for the others to inform us if they have found any of our targets. We'll make our move once we have enough information and distract Yhiko. Shigaraki thought about it for a little bit. He then brought his prosthetic arm to his neck and began scratching madly. Tamura, this is Sasori reporting in. I just received some information on Yihiko's whereabouts. The teacher gave me his location rather easily. Do you think that this might be a trap? He just went back in the building after he told me, but there's no way he would sell out his student that easily, right? Should I go back there and kill everyone inside? Have you tried looking up? What do you mean? Ah, I see. So should I go back or? No, those weaklings aren't even trying to put up a fight, they're just going to leave it to that one up there. We'll leave them be for now, and when we crush Yhiko in front of their eyes they'll wish that they did something sooner. For now, find Deidara and work together in order to distract Yhiko while we find and retrieve the other targets. Understood, I'll start looking for Deidara. It'll be easy for me to find him. I just have to follow the explosions and I'll be with him in no time. Kakuzu, it's time for you to go down there. If you can, bring me the brat's arms. Shigaraki grinned slightly, just thinking about cutting off Yihiko's arms excited him. If you pay me enough, I'll bring him back alive and in perfect condition, just for you to enjoy yourself. Kakuzu grunted, he then jumped off of the mountain towards Yihiko. Fuck. There's no end to these things. Mirko panted slightly as she jumped away from a clay spider, which exploded a second later. The rabbit hero was dodging the explosions with little difficulty, but the amount of explosives coming her way was unending. She couldn't get close to Deidara. He always seemed prepared to launch a C1 explosive her way whenever she tried to rush past the clay army. The Pussycats and Himiko also couldn't do much. After all, Deidara had the high ground. Damn it. I can't fight and protect Pixie Bob at the same time. Tiger cursed himself for being unable to help Mirko. Himiko and Mandalay felt the same, their quirks aren't able to help them in this kind of situation. Ha ha ha. Yes. My masterpieces are extra beautiful tonight. I almost can't wait to release this 1mm. Deidara giggled to himself excitedly as he molded some sort of small bird. None of the heroes were sure, but they all knew that it must be incredibly dangerous if Deidara was molding it so carefully. TCH, fucking bastard. Your voice is seriously starting to annoy me. I'm going to shove that clay down your throat. Don't underestimate my power. Luna Ring. Mirko kicked the heads off of 2 clay dolls, which prompted Deidara to detonate them. Fool, haven't you learned anything at all? You are simply tiring yourself out. Deidara chuckled to himself as he watched the rabbit hero carefully. Mirko, however, ignored the explosions brushing against her back and started moving towards Deidara vigorously. Eh? She's ignoring my art. She stomped on the clay spiders and centipedes. Deidara detonated them. She swatted away the clay birds and dragons. Deidara detonated those. Slowly but surely, Mirko ignored the pain and pushed forward. After seeing that Mirko had plot armor and was starting to get closer to him despite his art separating them, he started to take the fight a bit more seriously. In an instant, the clay dolls started to bunch together to form a much larger doll. This doll started moving towards Mirko while simultaneously absorbing several smaller clay dolls as it tried to act as a wall. He switched the quality of his dolls in order to keep me away. He must know that it'll be too dangerous for me to take this explosion head on, but if he thinks that'll stop me then he's dead wrong. Mirko quickly figured out what Deidara was up to and took a moment to jump away from the approaching doll, giving herself some time to breathe. With a smirk on her face, Mirko took in a deep breath and dug her foot into the ground. Lifting her leg up, she brought up a large chunk of the earth that was twice of her along with her. Using her arms to keep it in place, she brought her foot back and kicked the earth chunk towards the giant doll as if it were a football. Almost immediately after, she lunged towards the chunk and grabbed the back of it. Now she was going somewhere. When she made contact with the clay abomination, she did her best to angle herself toward Deidara while taking the least amount of damage from the explosion that was imminent. And sure enough, the explosion sent her flying into the air, but she was flying towards Deidara. Her plan wasn't perfect, but it definitely was better than nothing. In response to Mirko flying toward him, Deidara threw more and more C1 birds at Mirko, but he only managed to destroy the rest of her chunk of earth. Still, he decided to throw his art at the hero with reckless abandon. This, however, was a big mistake. Mirko proceeded to bring her foot down on top of one of the clay birds, using it as a stepping stone. She repeated this process despite the pain she felt in her feet. She couldn't stop now, it was just starting to get exciting. Her skin started to get charred, but she was jumping off of the explosive birds now. Each step she took, a clay bird would be torn apart and detonated. Mirko quickly learned how to use the explosions to her advantage and was able to increase her speed, surprising Deidara. She is close. Just one kick and this fight will be over. Death. Instinctively, Mirko twisted her body away from Deidara in midair. Not even a second later, a metallic tail tried to pierce her. Unfortunately, Mirko landed in the middle of the clay horde, which began to mold themselves around her body. Quickly, Mirko looked over to her attacker to see who else could overwhelm her. Sasori, my men. You came over here to appreciate my art, didn't you? I'm glad to see that even stubborn people like you can learn to appreciate my art. Daidara happily greeted his companion as he detonated the clay around Mirko. Ack! The series of explosions were strong enough to knock her away from the artists and into the dirt. Mirko. Mandalay quickly ran to her side for a pulse. Somehow she was still alive. But that could easily change if they don't get her treated for her injuries. You idiot, if I was even a millisecond late your head would have been kicked off. And I didn't come over here to appreciate your shitty art, I came over here because I have dragged your sorry ass back to that wannabe villain brat. Come on, I caught one of them, but there are 2 other targets we have to capture. These worthless third-rate villains can't even fight against the weaker students. I'm also going to need your help with distracting the dangerous one with Kakuzu. Make as many dragons as you can. Sasori said as he presented Himiko to Daidara. HM. Himiko tried to cuss them out, but the puppet's hand covering her mouth prevented that. What? Since when? Tiger didn't even realize that they had took Himiko away from his side. He was too focused on keeping an eye on the weaker villains while preventing Pixie Bob from losing too much blood. I will ignore what you said about my art for now, but I would like to present my latest masterpiece before we leave this forest. Daidara put the little man aside and started molding more clay. Whatever, let's go. Oh, I can't believe I almost forgot. You 2 over there have proved to the rest of us how incompetent you truly are, therefore, you're no longer needed in the league. Sasori brought his attention to Spinner and Magna, who were also roughed up from the explosions. Wait. I haven't fulfilled my objective yet. I refuse to be thrown away so easily. Spinner yelled, his voice filled with rage. We can't fight against a hero that's in the top 10. How were we supposed to know that a powerful hero was here? We just need a second chance to prove that we're still useful. Magna argued. Who cares if you have or haven't completed something on your little to-do list? That won't change anything, you know. The league doesn't need burdens like you 2 around. Sasori replied lazily, his lack of care only angered the 2 even more. Now then, we can't let important information leak to anyone, so consider yourselves lucky that I'm giving you 2 painless deaths. Sasori's words suddenly made the 2 villains freeze in place. Surely he was just joking, right? Bang. Magna suddenly dropped to the ground. Spinner watched as blood began leaking from a small hole in her forehead. He slowly turned to look back towards Sasori, but he couldn't even beg for his life before the same sound was heard again. Bang. Kakuzu might scold you later for being so wasteful, you know. He might even go on another rant about our savings. Daidara frowned as he remembered the last rant Kakuzu went on. He complained for over 3 hours. Well, it's not like we have time on our side. We have to finish up quickly if we want to succeed. Sasori responded as he climbed on the C2 dragon with Daidara while dragging Himiko with him. Before the 2 pussycats were even able to say anything, Sasori was covered in a cloud of smoke, revealing his true form to the others around him. Sigh, it's probably best for me to use this technique now rather than later. Sasori mumbled to himself. Red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. Taking a scroll out of his cloak, Sasori threw it up into the air and used a chakra thread to open it. After a short pause, 100 different figures began flying out of the scroll and remained motionless in the air. Bringing his other hand into his cloak, 100 chakra threads began spilling out of his sleeve and linked themselves to the figures. How are we supposed to win against this? Tiger muttered to himself in defeat. That's the neat part, you don't. Chapter 52, Me Formula. What the fuck are they doing over there? Kakuzu watched as Dabi and Moonfish run for their lives as a giant crab spat out foamy bubbles to trap the villains in place. The bubbles had spread across the forest floor faster than they could react. It was difficult for them to avoid the trees that began toppling over from the sheer force of the bubbly wave. Moonfish tried to lift himself off the ground with his blade-like teeth, but the bubbles made it hard for him to anchor himself to the floor. Dabi on the other hand did not want to be burnt to a crisp a second time. He was already submerged in the sea foam and didn't want to see if it was flammable while he was stuck in it. It would be stupid of him to just start using his quirk while being stuck in this substance. It wouldn't help him if he killed himself over his impulsiveness. The 2 villains were pretty helpless against the crustacean. The crab counters their quirks without even trying. Even if it didn't use its all-powerful foam bubbles, Moonfish wouldn't have been able to pierce the powerful armor around its body. Dabi probably would have been able to cook it if given enough time, but it would take too long for his flames to actually start to damage it. In simple terms, they were fucked. Thus, they could do nothing but wait for it to show them what happens to thieves that go after the secret Krabby Patty formula. Is this truly how I die? To some crab that a hero brat summoned and dropped off to deal with us as he focuses on other villains without a care in the world. That sucks. I couldn't even exact revenge on my father. Well, it was a good attempt, I guess. Dabi thought as he watched the crab approach him with its claws outstretched. How pathetic. Dabi heard a deep disappointed groan as several black tendrils wrapped around the crab, immobilizing it. The crustacean struggled against the restraints, but Kakuzu was stronger than it expected. Worthless trash villains, I'll be taking everything you own as compensation for saving your lives. Be grateful that I'm not Sasori or Deidara, they would have killed you too immediately. Kakuzu could barely restrain the greed creeping out of his voice as he spoke. He thoughtlessly ripped the crab to shreds with his tendrils as he imagined how much he could make by selling everything they had. With the crab no longer around to spew sea foam, Moonfish was finally able to stabilize himself with his teeth while Dabi trudged his way through the chest-high bubble hell over to Kakuzu. I'll compensate you if we live long enough to get back to the hideout. We'll definitely get killed if the brat comes after us directly. We should stick together to at least support you if we run into him. You're our best bet at surviving an encounter with him. Dabi suggested. Truthfully speaking, he did not want to run into any more of those creepy creatures or the kid himself. Consider yourself lucky, I'm on my way over to my dumbass right now. We will be regrouping with Hand Fetish soon. Tell me if you see any other creature so we can avoid it. I don't want to be exhausted before fighting the final boss. Aw shit. Kakuzu slapped his forehead with a depressed groan. What's wrong? Dabi questioned. It was strange to see Kakuzu acting like this since the man only thinks about money. That fucker is starting to affect my speech. I can't believe I referred to that kid as a final boss. Kakuzu growled out in anger. He had been listening to Tamura bitch and moan about Yihiko and All Might for the past few months now, and it affected him much more than he previously thought. Fuck my life, I better be paid extra for my emotional damage. Kakuzu seethed quietly. Why am I even here? Moonfish thought to himself, my crustacean was killed quite easily by Kakuzu, shame. Muscular is running away from my rhino and my ox has successfully killed the Nomu. I'm almost back at the camp, but I haven't seen Tamura, Kurogiri, the artists, or Mr. Compress. They just might be hiding in wait by the mountains for the other villains to capture their targets, or they could be at the camp. Mirko should be able to hold her own against Tamura and Kurogiri, but I'm not sure about the artists. Yihiko was observing the battlefield through the eyes of his summons. If it was just Sasori, she would be fine. I mean, someone like Sakura was able to beat his ass. Deidara, on the other hand, would be a challenge for her. She can't use lightning to nullify his exploding clay, and I'm pretty sure Pikachu is with Aizawa. There's also a possibility that they just avoided her completely and are trying to find a way to capture me with the least amount of casualties. Yihiko thought about what Muscular said. His presence in UA has changed the goals of the League. They are no longer after Bakugo, but him instead. The possibility of there being multiple targets is also very high, which made him question who else they could possibly show interest in. Are they okay down there? Is Cousin Mandalay alright? It looks like the blue fire is spreading, and that shadow thing is getting bigger. It's your classmate, right? Shouldn't you go down there to help them? Koda swallowed nervously. Things were starting to get fierce in the forest. He could see trees getting flung around and massive blocks of ice forming out of nowhere. He is aware that his is in the presence of someone strong, ridiculously strong, but it didn't make him feel safe. He wanted to be with his cousin. I'm not here to babysit them, they can wipe their own asses. Well, Deku might need some help since he still acts like he needs diapers. I'm sure they'll be fine, it's their battles anyway. Besides, I doubt they'd be happy if I ruined their fun by dropping some centipedes on them. Just be quiet and let me take you to your cousin, that way I can deal with this mess quickly. Yihiko responded dully. This kid was starting to get on his nerves. First, he hates heroes because his parents were killed by Muscular, totally their fault for some reason. I can't remember, it's been a long time, but now he looked like he was ready to do a Dejiza just for Yihiko to save everyone like All Might would. Why can't he be cute and respectful like Eri? Little shithead looks like he's going to burst into tears if I don't say that I'm going to save everyone. Yihiko sighed and prepared himself for the incoming headache he was about to receive. It's times like these where my respect for Aizawa increases tenfold. I would go crazy if I had to deal with kids like this every day. I should buy him a cat or something for his troubles, let him add it to his collection of children. Yihiko shuddered as he recalled being nearly suffocated by the hairy children that would perch themselves on his sleeping form during his stay at Aizawa's place. Apparently, they found his facial piercing soothing and cool in the small stuffy one-room apartment. It was like he was being stuffed in a fluffy oven. He would never make the mistake of sleeping face up at Aizawa's place again. Author's note. Sup, it's been a while, huh? How long has it been? Let me check. Nearly 2 years apparently, damn. First of all, let me say this, shit hit the fan for me. It's been really hectic and I don't want to bother you all with the details of my personal life. I know that some of you have seen me lurking around and all on other fics, but it's a way for me to de-stress a bit, you know. But anyway, I've been thinking about this FIC and to put it bluntly I don't like how I handled it. In the beginning with the world peace and 9 and all that, it was just me being a pain fanboy and trying to come up with something creative. I failed terribly, I know, but it's also because I was a freshman. Sophomore at the time I started this, I'm a senior citizen now, respect your elders. Obviously it was going to be edgy, I was but a little weep chunny at the time. I remember that my edgy cringe was a massive turn-off and huge complaint at the beginning, my bad, but I know that all of you bastards were also like this at one point of your lives, so don't be flaming me for catching this cringe disease. But another problem for me in this FIC is the original manga, and I think that it's dog shit. The main reason I liked MA was because of the world, the superhero society and all that. I could care less about the characters or the plot in this series, except Himiko, Toga best girl, and I honestly haven't bothered to watch the anime in all this time. The last of the anime I remember was Endeavor, Hawks, and the Flying Nomu. I haven't seen anything else about it besides fics since. Most of my MA information has been from other fics on webnovel. I don't intend on ever watch the series again for obvious reasons. Deku, IDC that he got all badass and edgy or whatever, I will always remember him as an annoying crybaby bitch MC, so I honestly don't know what to do with this FIC right now. My personal situation has gotten a bit better, and while I was away I brightened my horizons to new cool shit, *Warhammer cough, so I might start something with my fanfic knowledge of the MA world and my very limited Warhammer 40k knowledge. I literally just scratched the surface of this awesome universe. We'll most likely do something with Darktide. I've been waiting to get my hands on that game for so long. I'm sorry for leaving you all starving like this, please forgive this insolent author, pretty please. For leaving without notice for almost 2 years. And for also being unsure about what to do with this mess of a FIC. It didn't really have a direction that I wanted to point it to, and I was just writing whatever came to mind while thinking about the short term and disregarded the long term. I'll be lurking around, I think. Later. Wait, I almost forgot. Merry Christmas.